Who? Yeah. Guys, listen, you guys know what we're doing here. The day has arrived. Garrett Adelstein has come out with new information. The music's fired up. Let's lock in, guys. We got new information. We got new information in the case today. Garrett Adelstein has released the document on a Friday night at 8:30. What the fuck is this guy thinking? But we're here. We're live. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's lock the fuck in Friday night. The chat's fired up. These guys are out of their fucking minds. Shout out to the Legion, RTA Army. Look at that beautiful GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Chat's fired up. Legion marches on, marches strong. One for all for one. We are the Legion. We rise hard. We walk hard. We are hard. Heart, spirit, movement, mind, body, soul. Yeah. Oh my God. Robbi, I've seen this hand about 1,000,000 times and I'm ready to watch it 1,000,000 times more. Let's go. Yeah. All right, guys, let's lock the fuck in right now. We're here. We're live. GTO headquarters. Like I said, Garrett Adelstein has spoken out. My friends, that's right. He has released the statement on likely cheating at Hustler Live. We're going over the statement tonight. That's right, lock in. Also, we're going to go over the message that was sent to the great Robbi J. Lou earlier today by Brian, who is the fired employee who allegedly did the LA chip shuffle with the $15,000 off the top of the stack. She said, what can I do? You said, are you able to go and join your podcast tonight? Yeah, I can. We'll talk more about it, guys. Yesterday, as you know, Hustler released a statement announcing that one of their employees at High Stakes Poker Productions, Brian Suggs Basal, admitted to taking $15,000 from Robbi's stack. They terminated the employee. And the internet went crazy, guys. We did a long stream yesterday, including speaking with Robbi. How you're doing, and say hi to the chat. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone. I was actually at a dinner, just trying to get a break and kind of have like a normalcy and some level of life. And
yeah. Listen, Robbi called in. She was banging out her all about. You guys already know. We'll play the clip in a little bit. Harbs posted it. Listen, guys, if you want to post any of my clips on Twitter, on TikTok, on YouTube, on whatever, feel free to post my clips. This guy posted a clip. He got 75,000 views on the fucking clip. You know what that means? It means you should go find some good clips and post them. I'll retweet them if they're good. And then everybody win. We build in win-win scenarios. Amen. Glory be to God. Listen, chat, lock the fuck in right now. YouTube is fired up. You don't make me turn off the YouTube chat again like last night, guys. We did a stream yesterday. 147,000 people watched it. Robbi called in. It took the internet by storm. By internet by storm, I mean it really seemed to really fire people up. They were doing Twitter Spaces all night. Jared Jaffe was doing an impression of me on the Twitter Spaces. And actually, no, Will Jaffe. Sorry, not Jared Jaffe. Shout out to Will. So yeah, like I said, investigation finds this guy stole the $15,000. Nick Airball made a statement. He's also going to call in tonight. We got call-ins tonight. We got Ralabab on the schedule. As of now, we got Brian on the schedule. We got Olivier Bousquet, Sean Deeb, Moto. I mean, we got a bunch of people in. Jay Farber might call in too. Listen, we got a lot. You never know who's going to call in. You never know who's going to call in around here, okay? Honestly, I don't even know who's going to call in. Tom Dwan's always ready to call in. And guys, I got an announcement to make to the bounty. As you know, there was $215,000 put up yesterday by Bill Perkins and Haralabob. I am going to announce as well that I have $10,000 in a crypto account right now. I'll send it right now if we can. The person wants to come forward that they got more information on what's going on. $10,000 in the crypto wallet, sponsored by listen, I got to get more into that later, but basically, we found someone to sponsor the bounty. So, shout out to cryptocurrency. That $10,000 can be yours right now. Get in touch with me. Let me know. Shout out to Pudgy Penguins as well. Shout out to Hazaka Trades. Got the Joy Room streams on around the poker drama running as a background noise while trading. And out of nowhere, I hear massive shout out to Pudgy Penguins. Listen, shout out to the Pudgy Penguins. I'm going to do a poker tournament with these guys. Shout out Luca Nets. I like these guys. Whatever. Let's get into the information, guys. What do we got here? Come on. Let's lock the fuck in. sorry about that. I'm a little fired up, as you guys can see. Shout out to the chat. Greg Harps with the 19.99. Joey, give me here, lock in. Strange Occurrences. Jungman 350 with the 50 locked in. I don't want to hear the scammers today. GMAN only. Jim Tyson with the 5. When are you flying out? Jersey Joe, Papi. Charles Lou might come in the house as well, but he said you gotta be. He said y'all mean to Charles Lou. Y'all gotta be nice to Charles Lou. We like Charles Lou around here. Shout out to Robbi's great husband. Okay, let's get it, guys. Like I said, I get a lot of texts throughout this too. All right, guys. Checking my messages. I was texting with Brian earlier. The guy was fired as well. He was fired from here. I got in touch with him, talking to him on the text. All right, guys. So Garrett Adelstein released a statement. Are you guys ready to read the statement right now? Press 1 if you're ready to read the statement, please. Doug Polk's playing on Hustler Casino Live tonight, too. I know a lot of people are watching that. Here's the infamous hand. Just in case you guys missed it, just remember what we're doing here, right? So basically, here's the moment, guys. Lock in, okay? Here's the moment that we're thinking about. Here's the moment in question. Here is evidence number 1. Robbi Lou versus, okay, chat's fired up. Ones. We got a lot of ones in the chat. All right. 1. Okay, 1. All right, we're locked. Okay, so remember, this is the hand. Garrett raises pre-flop. Robbi makes the loose call with the J4. Trying to play. She's in position on Garrett is what it is. Trying to play a lot of hands with them. Flop. Garrett bets. She calls with the backdoor straight flush draw and the backdoor full house draw with the go 4-4 and Jack-Jack. So she got a double backdoor full house draw, and she got a backdoor straight flush draw, and she got a backdoor straight draw in general. So she got a pretty strong hand. She obviously calls, turns to 3. Garrett goes bet 10,000. She makes the min raise with the 4 of hearts blocker to block the backdoor hard draw. Garrett is going to go crazy and go all in. And by go crazy, I mean read her for a week and pray to God she doesn't have a 10. Ships in his 8 high. A lot of people out there be like, why are you shipping in 120,000 with 8 high? But he got a straight draw. He got a flush draw. And he is most likely going to make her fold if she doesn't have a 10. So it's basically a prayer all in. And he's praying to God. He doesn't have a 10. He's going on his read. He's trusting his read. He's trusting his instinct. He's the great god of live poker, Mr. Garrett Adelstein. Shout out to Garrett. And he went with his read. Robbi went in the tank. And you guys already know what happened here, Robbi. Robbi laid down the law. She obviously min raised. Or she ended up calling here. You guys know what happened. She calls. They run it twice. Garrett freaks out. Do I really need to replay it? Does anyone not see it yet? We all saw it. So Garrett freaks out. Is what it is. Let's get into the statement, guys. So right now, Garrett has now compiled the data that shows that there could be proof for the cheating. Oh, we all saw the hand, right? Come on. I don't need to go over the hand. All right, guys. This statement reads as follows. First, I hope everyone can understand the delay in finalizing the document. Between compiling all this information and getting everything approved by my legal team, everything was bound to take some time. Please forgive me for the overuse of the word allegedly and other similar adverbs. Legal team is the boss. I can say again with great confidence that Robbi was very likely part of a cheating ring of at least 3 members, including her, Rip, Brian, and potentially others. Although I have strong suspicions of many hands that were cheated and the specific methodology and roles of each member of the cheating ring, my legal team has advised me to leave this initial out of the initial report. I may choose to disclose additional information in the future if the story continues to derail. Okay. All right, let's lock in. Okay. Based on the evidence below, what I can say about the methodology is that it is highly likely there were instances where Brian had access to the whole card. So on Doug Polk's great video today, shout out to the supreme leader, Douglas K. Polk, former one of the best heads-up no-home players in the world. Don't know if he's going to make that claim still, because now he's trying to be the best casino owner in the world. And he made a video down there on location in Hustler, and he basically spoke about some new information that he found. And he... Original information, yeah, it's the podcast. He basically talked about how there was a waistband, or what was it called? A fucking file desk. Okay, here's what he said. He said that the kid, Brian, that was fired for taking the chips, basically the camera that was watching him allegedly was blocked by this file cabinet. So the file cabinet couldn't be on him to see what he's doing, and he sat directly behind the whole cards in real time. So how it works up there is there'll be a monitor with the cards on it. The person who's in charge of the cards is going to be putting them in, and that's going to be sending it to the broadcast. This guy allegedly is maybe over here, so he could have access, turn around, he could see what the whole cards are. I mean, I don't know what the kind of system the guy come up with in that kind of space, but basically he's right next to the whole cards in real time. So the thesis that Garrett is providing is that he is going to be able to relay the real-time cards when time is needed, right? So there's some type of signal that's given to him that then he goes over, he looks at the cards, sees what the cards are, and then can maybe send that to the player in question. So I think that is what is going to be some of the thesis here of Garrett. And Garrett's going to try to lay out his evidence for why he believes this is an illegitimate game. As you know, Robbi is sticking to her guns and saying that nothing was wrong. She was in this great LA Times article today. They wrote about her. They said that the ring, I believe, was I think it was rented from next door, they talked about in here. So but yeah, it's pretty interesting article, pretty nice recap of it. But all right, let's go over this evidence, guys. What does the chat think? The chat already think everybody guilty. Shout out to Pujan Ziaus 999. Joey, congrats on the 1,000,000+ views in the last 30 days. Get it, King. Thank you very much, my friend. Listen, we're just doing 12-hour live streams. It is what it is. The fake watch as well. Listen, we're gonna find out, guys. Shout out JTG. Okay. So, based on the evidence presented below, what I can say about the methodology is that it's highly likely there were instances when Brian had access to the whole cards, signal information about those whole cards to Rip, Robbi, or potentially both, and Robbi likely used information to cheat in several hands over her 3 sessions playing on Hustler Casino Live. I can say with great confidence, based in part of the evidence presented below, that Robbi and Rip very likely worked together as a team in the 2 streams they played together to cheat the rest of the table. The video evidence will show several instances of them using verbal and nonverbal communication to accomplish this goal. Additional camera footage. Perfect. More camera footage is better. Although I was able to secure my $135,000 in losses from the Jack 4 hand, I believe that I have likely been cheated in several other hands as well. The same is true of several other regulars on the show, who too have likely been the victim of illegitimate hands, and we may never be reimbursed for those hands. So wow, this guy is basically coming all out and saying that, I mean, listen, you got to back this up. Let's see how he backs up. This is what the fans were asking for. And he says, although I was able to secure my loss, I already read that, I understand that there are messages being shared that imply that Brian was acting alone. But based on everything I've discovered, that theory is incredible for many reasons that many of you are surely putting together. So what he's saying is that some people were thinking the guy was a rogue man. He's a rogue man walking around, maybe a man of opportunity, sitting there. He sees Robbi busy, goes in there with the LA chip shuffle, doop, 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 picks up a couple chips for himself to go do whatever he's going to do, right? We're hearing that the guy enjoyed himself a little bit of high-stakes live poker. We're hearing the guy enjoyed maybe playing a little bit reckless of a style, maybe mixing it up a little bit, maybe blasting it off. And I heard somebody today say that when people get money easy, they don't appreciate it. So when they don't got to work really hard for the money, they don't really appreciate the money, and it kind of comes easy come, easy go. So I'm popping edible. You guys obviously know I'm not an edible right now. I'm too fired up. This is non-edible fired up right now. So let's see what happened here. Video evidence, highlights from the report. Video evidence of Rip and Robbi allegedly working together to cheat during those games and other suspicious activity. Shout out to New Zealand. What's up? What's up, the outlaw? Robbi likely lied about several aspects of her relationship with Rip. Beanz likely lied about his relationship with Robbi, including an exchange of money a few days prior. Rip, Robbi, and Nick Airball dined together for 7 hours. The next morning, Airball agrees to give Rip a $175K loan to play in the game that Jack forehand took place. So it sounds like Nick Airball was either loaning or bankrolling that operation. I mean, sometimes loan people money. They don't have access to cash. They don't have that access to the wire. The wire don't come in. Remember hashtag King Right waiting on the wire. The wire, guys, is the wire in? No, wire. It's not. No, let me read. No. I'm gonna need to borrow some money. You guys know how it goes. So he's saying that the wire didn't come in, and then he borrowed $175,000 in the game. And that apparently may have been for Rip. I don't know if that was for Robbi as well. I'm not quite sure. So financial relationship between Robbi and Rip was not made known to the other players until after the Jack 4 incident occurred. So what he's saying there is that the players share action in the game. Normally, it's every person for themselves. You got 100% of your own action. Theoretically, right? They say you should disclose that if you're staking someone else in the game and you give them a free roll. How that works? Let's say I'm putting you in the game. So we're gonna go to win. We're gonna go play 25-50. Beanz 10,000. You don't got $10,000. You don't have 10,000, right? For whatever reason, I'm gonna give you 10,000. I like you. I think you're a good player. I think that I want to be your friend. Who knows why I'm gonna give you 10,000? I'm gonna give you 10,000. I'm gonna put you in the game. You're gonna play poker that session. Any money you win, you keep 50%. Any money you lose, it's on me. So that's the kind of staking relationship allegedly that these two had, because we've had Robbi on the show, we had Rip on the show, we had Robbi on the show multiple times. This lady is on another level. Debatably one of the funniest women I've ever talked to in my life when she's fired up and spitting the heat. And she and both people confirmed that is the case. So basically what this is saying is that Airball give Rips the money. The financial relationship between Robbi and Rip was not known before the Jack 4 hand. I mean, I wouldn't say that's uncommon, but I would say that it may be a little bit out of line. Some people would see that out of line, but it's pretty normal. I feel like in a lot of high stakes games, I don't know if everybody always knows who's got whose action in high stakes cash game, high stakes tournaments, especially online poker. No one really knows. Beanz' own recollections, information from many others suggest he may also have a criminal record and is a known scammer. So Beanz is the guy that first called us up. That's Darren. He plays on the show sometimes. He's the one that said that he helped to get Robbi into the game. I've been speaking with Beanz. He did send me the text messages that confirmed he did get Robbi into the game as well too. I spoke with him as well, kind of just learn more about him, learn about his information. And I would love more information on these things, so hopefully that's in there, because I personally haven't had any information yet that I've seen. Beanz is referred to as the King Scammer of Kansas City and was a person of interest in a 2017 robbery of the Bellagio Casino. He refused a polygraph in that case and admitted he had a colorful past. Jesus Christ, okay. Whew. Brian of Hustler Casino Live is also known as a problem gambler and criminal with the means and motive to play a key role in this alleged cheating effort. Brian also publicly sought information on methods of cheating prior to the games in question. So on 9/27, Robbi was seen by Julie Yorn angle shooting a min buy-in at the Bicycle Casino when they played at the same table. Robbi was unable to produce identification and made several statements that either raised suspicion or contradicted other things she said publicly. A source with direct knowledge gives a detailed account of Rip's alleged history as a con man, including boxing scams, misrepresented businesses, and other concerning details. So obviously you guys know Rip is the cowboy in the game. So Robbi right there, lock in guys, Garrett Adelstein right there. Garrett wrote this. Robbi is Robbi in there. And you're going to know Cowboy. Cowboy over here was seated in this guy right here. So this is our guy, Rip. There's Eric Person. Eric Person was on our call-in show last time. We fucking love that guy. And we got Rip right there. So that's Rip. That's who he's referring to right here. So Rip on the show talked about, I know he's a longtime boxer. I think he did boxing before. He's working with Jake Paul in some sort of capacity, working with his boxing team, boxing operation. So what Garrett's implying here is that he is basically a big foog, where a history of a con man, boxing scam, misrepresented businesses, and other concerning details of past. Whew, okay. Listen, Gazzy B with the dono. Team Legion, shout out to Gazzy B. Anthony Schuler. Beanz left 2 seat just like Robbi and DJF. Keep digging. This goes much deeper, allegedly. I hope not. Thank you for the dono. Hibiscus Flowers, 999. Lock the fuck in. It's all Fugazi. Can't deny that. Will G. If Ryan flips, better be actual evidence like test messages. The evidence so far is just enough to investigate. Listen, guys, like I said, they got the 10,000 in the wallet, ready to be shipped to you right now. If anybody want to come on and talk about it, or even privately, right? I mean, a lot of that stuff we can handle privately. You don't got to come on here and say that. Okay, guys, so here we go. Following the incident, both Beanz and Robbi have given suspicious, contradictory, or seemingly false stories on several media outlets. Analysis and red flags from the Jack Brand. So basically, Robbi's been talking a lot, and she's contradicting herself a lot. A lot of people are posting clips. A lot of people are pointing out the contradictions in a lot of the things that she is saying. Okay, Additional video evidence of Rip and Robbi liking to work together to cheat. For some of the clips below, you may want to watch in slow motion to ensure you don't miss anything. I also want to credit Reddit user Kodak G for providing timestamp links and partial descriptions for some of the videos. Okay, let's go. White Sushi with the dono, the big dono. Appreciate the continued investigation, Papi. Listen, guys, thank you. I'm happy to be here. You know, I used to, people say, do you sleep? How do you stream so long? I used to play, 1 month I played 600,000 hands of poker in a month. It was 16 hours a day, 24 tabling. All I did was play poker for one of my prop bets. So I'm used to 24 tabling poker, which is for hours and hours and hours. So me doing a stream talking to you animals in the chat on YouTube and Twitch is basically very easy to do. Talking to the call-ins, you know, that makes me kind of black out about 8 hours in, but rightfully so. So, but yeah, I mean, this is fun. Going over it, trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. Lisa says, slow down, make sure your audience knows what you're talking about. Okay, Lisa, thank you, coach. Shout out to my girl, Lisa. So, all right, do you guys understand where we're at with this situation right now, chat? Can you guys give me a 1 if you understand it? Can you give me a 2 if you don't understand it? One if you understand. Okay. Nod your head with me, please, if we do understand it. All right, so we're just going to break this down. We're going to go over the hands that he posts as well. We're going to take call-ins as well, too. Brian is supposed to call in. I got to double-check to see if that's going to happen. Nick Airball is going to come in. Nick Airball's mentioned in here. He also released his statement, so he's got some things to talk about. The chat says 1. All right. Let's dive into it, guys. Oh. Catch you up to speed, guys. Okay. I feel like I gotta light the joint for this one, guys. I feel like this is gonna blow. This is gonna be something in here. I don't know. I bet $500 Brian won't call in. Larry Lee says, okay. I like that. I like that. Joey is such a simp for Robbi. Is that true? Can I turn the music down a bit? I can't. I will turn it a little bit. If it's too loud, let me know. All right, guys, let's go. So basically, one of the hands, Rip clearly puts his head down to look at something for approximately 5 seconds, after which he looks directly at Robbi. Noticing the hand is already over, but potentially the cowboy hat is used to shield him from being noticed when looking down. It has been speculated that when he looks down, he is being signaled, possibly by the red and green lights of the microphone packed or by some other means. 506, Robbi sees something off camera, gives an extremely concerned look, glances at Rip. Rip mouths, get it. The mic picks up Rip saying to Robbi, you are unbelievable. Rip mouths, get it. Once you go out there, Rip gets up and leaves the table while still in a $33 pot. Robbi leaves the table, returns 20 minutes later. Although it is not known what Robbi needs to get, it can be inferred it is pretty important if Rip is getting up before the hand is over. Okay. Let's see if we can see if we see this.
You had it better?
10 of spades.
Queen, 10 spade and a queen. Yeah.
Thank God I bet Ruski.
You're lucky.
So we have about an hour and 15 minutes left in the show, so I kind of jumped the gun here a little bit playing on this.
This is the first one. Oh no, this is the first one. Sorry. Oh, I did skip the first one. All right, let me see. What is this clip? What is this? What is this YouTube? Okay, the first one. In this hand, both Rip and Robbi have ace queen, likely attempt to collude. Note their bizarre behavior. Yeah, basically, I mean, this hand's pretty obvious. They're colluding.
Dave's game last night? No rake.
I mean, basically, they both flop trip aces.
And now Rip
It
bets
goes check,
4,000,
check.
So obviously, I think Robbi thinks that she's slow playing, and she just called.
So she just calls. Basically, he's implying here that they're colluding, they're soft playing each other.
And obviously, Rip's going to continue to bet.
Now Rip bets 4K on the river, very small bet, 4K into 25K.
I think you have. You ready to shop?
Finally, Garrett gets in a private
Wow.
game. He's been waiting.
Is she just gonna call?
It's
Ready?
still
Ready?
Patrick and Eric.
She played that super.
So she just calls the foreign on the river, right? I mean, obviously they're just playing a hand. I mean, it's the same money, right? It is what it is. So basically, he's attempting to how they're working together. So he's saying that they're saying that Rip potentially signals both of his body language, tilting his head to the right, and is pointing his finger on his left hand, touching his right shoulder. The signal potentially means she should fold. He likely wants her to fold because he has a great hand, and they need her stack to be as large as possible, as she is likely the primary player. Receiving signals on how best to play her hand. Rip potentially bets small on both turn and river because any bet accomplishes the goal of getting her to fold. He wants to avoid collusion accusations. She likely calls because it's way too obvious to fold because they don't know each other's hand. Once they see showdown, they both make sense of why she ignored the signal and celebrate the chop together. This hand also has some bizarre dialogue we often see in the likely signal hands. All right, guys. So we see the signal. What? So this is the signal right here, I guess, with the thing on the shoulder. I mean, that is kind of strange. I mean, he looked like a fucking Euro,
No rank.
you know?
So
Check.
and now Rip's
Check.
gets 4,000.
You know, that's like what a
so
fucking
obviously I think
European would do
Robbi
with a
thought
scarf
thinks
or
that
something like that. Shout out to the Euros. Nick Vertucci. Shout Nick Vertucci as well. I know he's out there somewhere. Might have him on later. Okay, so that's the first example. What do you guys think? So we got a little collusion. 147. Okay, we see this one. All right, so we read that one. They mouth get it. Okay, there's going to be some dialogue here. Let's see.
You had better?
10 of spades.
Queen, 10 spade, and a queen. Yeah.
Thank God I bet Ruski.
You're lucky.
So we have about an hour and 15 minutes left in the show, so I kind of jumped the gun here a little bit playing on this Thursday night.
6 spades.
0 for 1. 0 for 1. Garrett. L, W, or L?
Concurrents here on this second Phil Ivey night.
Oh, okay.
And Phil's gotten into a few.
Is this not the right timestamp?
You see this anything?
3,000.
Did he put a W time? Did he put a W timestamp, or did he put a L?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing. I don't see anything. Where is this timestamp sending me? Shout out to Shauno with the donation. Timestamps? WL? Video timestamps are off on some of them. Well, that's not fucking good. Okay. 147. Used to shield him from being noticed when looking down. Oh, okay, he looks down. Okay. Okay, when he looks down. All right, he's looking down. You're gonna check the crotch deck. Watch the look into that man meat. All right, he's gonna look down. Watch for the look.
You had better?
10 of spades.
Queen, 10 spade, and a queen.
Watch for the look.
Thank God I bet Ruski.
Watch for the look.
You're lucky.
So we have about an hour.
Is it
and
coming?
15 minutes left in the show, so
Is
I
that
kinda
right there?
jumped the gun here a little bit playing on this Thursday
I don't
night.
see a look. Did anybody see a look? I don't see a look.
24,000, 25,000 concurrent.
Oh, it's a wrong timestamp. Okay. 147. Okay. 147. Okay. Oh, there it is. Look at that man meat.
Got the best of it.
Okay, check it out. C-SPAN right here. Right here. He's gonna look down. Looks around. Gonna look down. Zzz, right into the crotch. Crotch optimal. Okay. All right. So Rip clearly looks down. Okay, so basically he's saying there's a signal down there. All right. Okay. I mean, this isn't really. I can't. It doesn't make sense. Okay, Robbi sees something off camera. Get it. Okay. This is at 5:06:06.
You found out what I had that here?
I'm glad I didn't know until after. I was gonna.
The timestamps don't work, guys. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? I clicked on the timestamp. It didn't work out. It ain't my fault.
His name is Andy
You know.
Stacks, and that's not even his real name.
He's not going to stack me.
He keeps stacking it. Look at this. Stacking.
He's just stacking
That's
chips.
some big ass stacks.
Yeah, he's stacking chips.
He says, "Get it." So she's looking at something. I'm a mess. Who the fuck is this guy calling me a mess? Because I didn't know what we were doing there. Fuck this guy. Get this guy out of here.
How many on the
Like, so
stream?
is the
anyway?
internet like on fire right now? It's like,
says get it.
The hand is still going.
oh, it's still going. So the drama
So
hasn't
any-
officially
any-
happened yet.
any-
The world
any-
doesn't know about
yeah.
it yet. That's
Because it
insane.
took a while, yeah.
This is gonna be like the biggest news in like poker and like a long time.
Yeah.
This is
Like,
the
we're
weirdest
not-
situation.
Ruski here with Queen Deuce.
Okay. Did you? I checked. All right, Risky.
1,000. I got ace high. Queen.
Oh, nice little value bet there by Ruski. 1,000 in a call.
You got it.
Why does everybody keep leaving? Jesus. I'm
Okay.
trying to play poker here. Everybody keeps leaving the game.
Okay. So I don't know what that means. Basically saying they're working together in some capacity. Okay. So we got the crotch dairy look down. We got the go get it right there. Okay. Watch Rip's facial expression. He makes a suspicious face, looks at Robbi, and starts shuffling chips with his right hand to potentially distract, and moves his left hand in Eric's direction, reversing course when he thinks Eric notices him. More bizarre dialogue from Robbi then follows. Let's see.
Oh, you found out what I had that hand?
I'm glad I didn't know until after. I was gonna.
Oh wait, that's not the timestamp. Okay, so this is at 5:32:00. Someone said they put it below. Somebody said I don't see it. There's no fucking timestamps here, guys. Let me see.
Eric, the check mark.
This is like a math problem here. I mean, they really make you work to go over this document.
Ruski would have had the best hand.
So he's trying to. Oh my God, what's he doing? He's trying to signal. He's trying to signal somehow.
Eric now checks, and now Robbie's
She's staring at him.
sitting there.
I'm so tempted
Can't believe the run out.
to like shove right now, but I think you're fucking with me because you want to check raise me. Only because I like you, Eric.
Check, check.
Ooh. Oh.
And the 8 is
Okay. Rotra's facial expression makes a suspicious face, looks at Robbi, starts shuffling his chip. Okay, so basically he's trying to signal Robbi in that hand somehow is what Garrett is saying. Okay. So, oh, this is for this one. This happens immediately after. I guess he wanted me to use that one. That makes sense. Okay. This happens immediately after Robbi folds Jack 8 against Garrett's full house with Queen 4. You can see her mouth Jack 8, which is what she had in the prior hand. A hand many suspect was illegitimate. She is potentially letting Rip know she folded because her hand was trash or to ensure their signaling system is working correctly.
Oh, you found out what I had that hand?
I'm glad I didn't know until after. I was gonna tilt off everything. Ignorance is so bad.
She says Jack 8 to him there.
Ruski, only like 30 messages, text message to me. Andy, do you know what Garrett had? Screen.
All right, so let's talk about these. So basically in this one, it was after the hand where she had Jack 8 and she folded the river. He's basically asking her what she has and she's telling him. I don't think that's really indicative of much because basically he's just wondering what she had and she's just letting him know what she folded. He's probably wondering what kind of decision that you had. I don't see that one as something that is completely out of line. I mean, the cowboy crotch look there, we don't really know if there was something in the crotch. I mean, maybe someone would see it. The one where he's trying to signal the person, I mean, that one seemed pretty obvious. I don't know what he was trying to signal. I don't know what he thought he knew. I don't know if he thinks he saw that he saw a person's hand. I don't know if he was signaling to her that maybe she should check. So that one, obviously they're communicating, right? And that's not really allowed in poker. You're not allowed to send signals to each other. You're not allowed to soft play each other. Sometimes you let it slide. If two people know each other, they're donks, whatever. They slow play. All right. Sometimes you let them get away with it. Sometimes you say, hey guys, like let's not play normal against each other. It kind of depends on the table. It kind of depends what regular you are, and it kind of depends who you're talking to. So obviously they're communicating, right? They're giving signals. So So yeah, it shows collusion and it shows partnership. So that's basically what he's trying to set out, is he's trying to set out and show that it uses these things. What are you guys saying come on about? I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Chainsaw wants on the show. I mean, he's going to have to wait. Let me see. Yeah, the 506 thing. I mean, yeah, basically the whole get it thing, you know, that is pretty weird when he says get it and she says, yeah, I mean, that whole thing is, I mean, that's really strange. You're right. So, but I mean, I've already seen this a million times. I've already went over all this kind of stuff, but I know some of you haven't went over it because you haven't been watching 60 to 70 hours of streams. So basically, right, they're obviously communicating. We don't know what they're going out there to get. We don't know what kind of signals they're sending, but it's clear that they are communicating in some type of way. So let me slow down the chat. This chat's out of line. How many people got? 8,000 people. Holy shit. Let me slow down my chat. This chat's too crazy, guys. I gotta put it on slower mode. Let me see. Hold on. As though it's on 5 seconds. Hold on a second. I gotta slow it down. Chainsaw wants to come on. Sure he does. Shout out to Chainsaw. So, okay, miscellaneous pertinent information from multiple sources. So Brian, who was the employee that was fired, basically, shout out to Chris Phillips as well. So Brian started as a sound guy and was later promoted to a larger role in HCL. He would play games on the floor, often losing and receive loans from a source, usually in 2 to 4K increments. A couple of these loans were sent from Zelle from an account titled College Loan Relief or something similar. The last time Brian ever borrowed from the source, he had already been loaned 6K, asked for 2K more, which the source gave him. The last 2K he didn't play with, instead taking it to Baccarat. Okay. So this is basically about Brian. He's basically just setting up that this guy was a big gambler and he liked to go play Baccarat. Everybody lose at Baccarat. You're not going to beat Baccarat. You're not going to beat table games. Don't play table games unless you're blacked out and you want to lose all your money. So he says a source learns from several people in the casino in the evening of 9/26 that Robbi is at the bar drinking with her boyfriend. Multiple other sources confirm that person is Rip, and the two were affectionate with one another. This occurred 3 days before the Jack 4 hand. So obviously what he's saying here is that when we had all those guys in the show, they said there was no relationship. And now what Garrett is saying, once again, is what Doug Polk said, is that they actually do have a relationship. So shout out to Brian Granger as well. Thank you for the dono. We got a big dono from Duo de Crips. You doing God's work show. I love the streams. Also, Ben Geisman, a.k.a. BDB, a.k.a. Kiki, says hi. Listen, shout out to Ben Geisman. Ben Geisman was one of my old roommates who in San Diego, and then he rose up the ranks and was one of the top heads-up Nolan Holm players. So you've been working hard. Thank you very much for that great donation, guys. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the nice people out there who have been enjoying the stream, showing a lot of love. I'll give you a special rocket. All right, I'm going to check in on, see if I heard from these guys at all. Let me see. So looks like I got a message from Robbi, and Robbi sent a message from Brian, basically. And it looks like Brian was going to come on the show, and he hired an attorney that has advised him to stay silent at this time for my well-being. So I don't know if I can read the full message, but Brian thinks that I'm not really that nice because I'm talking about the situation. So I think Brian is, you know, I disagree with Brian, but I see where he's coming from. So let's check Brian. I messaged him earlier. He says, hey, I just want to let you know I've been hired an attorney and have been advised to not proceed with the interview. Kind of smart move by him. Wrecked. This fucking guy, bro. You're kidding me. He fucked us. 20 from Renato. Garrett has learned the concept known as hearsay. Congrats. Jerry Smith. Shout out Jerry Smith. Davo. Shout out to Deo. Can you play the video at 2:11 marks? So you want me to call? Someone says, like, Rip, I vote no, and immediately call. I mean, that's, I'm going to just read the document. So yeah, I mean, listen, it's a pretty smart move for that to happen. So But yeah, I mean, kind of sad. We had a lot of questions lined up for him. I'll show you guys some of the questions right here. Tell us about yourself. We had a bunch, but no questions needed for tonight's conversation with him. So I guess we're going to have to talk to some other people instead here. But I mean, that was kind of expected. I think a lot of people were wondering why would this guy come on the show, and even I was wondering why this guy would want to come on the show because it doesn't make sense. Someone said I missed 147. Bro, these guys in the chat are fucking tilting me. I can tell. I'm going to have to turn off the chat tonight. No, I think I saw that. Let me see. Let me see. I missed something at 147. Jesus, I mean.
I relate to that.
What if I flop a boat?
Exactly. Why not?
What happens? Then we'll buy.
That what you had?
Badass. Now I'm badass.
What am I missing?
But I'm a fish.
Seven do solid with
3,000?
Yes.
What am I miss?
Thank you.
Why don't you just tell me what I missed, okay? Because I don't really see what I missed. There can't be nothing that's fucking big there that I'm missing, okay? Come on. There can't be anything that I'm missing that's that big there. All right, I mean. All right. So the sources information, okay. So I'm trying to process the last thing. So yeah, basically, we'll just read the information that. So there was this message earlier that Brian sent to Robbi. This is how this all ended up with him coming here. So basically, she said, so I got a message. She texted me early at like 8 a.m. And she said that, do you want to have this guy on the show? And I said, sure. And she said, all right. And then she posted this message. So she said, hi, Robbi. My name is Brian. I'm the kid who stole 3 chips off your stack. I was working, but now I'm fired. I'm really in a bad place financially, and my debt was adding up. I'm only 24 with 2 kids, and I have no education. I got desperate. And honestly, I didn't know whose stack I took 3 chips off, but it happened to be yours. Robbi, I believe you. Someone who was so kind to give back to the crybaby Garrett and kind enough to spare me wouldn't not be as nice as you are. I don't think you cheated. I never did. I think everyone is fucking stupid in there defaming an honest person's name because the pros can't fathom how you read this amazing cash game player for shit and called him. You 100% had the power to press charges, but you choose not to. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. I'm really, really genuinely sorry from the bottom of my heart for stealing. I made a split-second decision that has now ruined my reputation and caused me to lose my only source of income. My life is fucked, even if I never have to spend a minute in jail. I'm glad you understand that pressing charges would only have my life worse. I wish you were here so I can give you a huge hug and tell you I'm actually sorry. I grew up poor. I still am. I was out to fend for myself at 18. Hershey Squirts, shout out to Hershey Squirts. Indulge, Bespoke. Z2. Thank you guys. Clayton Foreman, thank you guys. He says, my mom was a meth addict and my dad and I have a rocky relationship. Being at the poker table was being an escape. Being at the casino was sort of felt like home. My life fucking sucks. I was slaving away at HCL, getting paid bare minimum, getting used by them to help them accomplish their goals of starting the show. I just wanted to reach out and personally and say thank you for saving my life. Thank you for sparing me. Thank you for getting me out of this toxic workplace. Thank you for, goddamn. Robbi did this guy good. Look at this guy. He says, thank you for changing my outlook on kindness and having what genuine heart means. I'm behind you 100% and I always have been. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to try to repay you. I just fell on really hard times and I didn't know anyone that could help me. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to try to repay you. I just fell on really hard times and I didn't know anyone that could help me. I'm willing to do anything. Hard labor, clerical work. I'll do anything to show you I'm sorry. If you want to text me, you can reach me at that number. And her response is, are you able to go on a Joey Ingram podcast tonight? Listen, Robbi. God bless this lady. What a great lady, honestly. She's out here booking me shows booking me shows. I mean, listen, thank you. Thank you, Robbi, for that. He said, yeah, I can. So then So then basically I hit him up, hit up the number. I had the number confirmed by Hustler Casino that it was indeed his number. Hit him up, had a conversation with him back and forth as well. Seemed to be him from the conversation we had. You know, he recalled a lot of information that we did. So basically, everybody keeps trying to come on here. So basically, I mean, what the fuck is going on? I mean, what is happening? Who wrote this message? So some people believe that Brian didn't write this message. They said Robbi wrote the message. So Robbi was like, you know, Joey, really have this guy on tonight because, you know, he wrote it. And then I talked to him. He was going to come on, and then we just checked the text now, and he said that he got the lawyer. So he got a lawyer, obviously, right? You know, you probably shouldn't come on the show, buddy. You've been accused of stealing chips, and who knows if they're going to find more chips that they stole. And but yeah, I talked on text. Listen, whoever I was talking to was the guy that I talked to on Twitter because he already knew things that we already discussed before. So I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. I don't know how they would have known that so fast. He replied pretty quickly about it. So what do you guys think? Sus or not? So he's basically saying, you know, damn, I mean, yeah, I mean, kind of sus. I don't know. Sus? Ay. Okay, so that's basically the letter he wrote. This thing popped off, 1,700 likes. A lot of people were talking about it. Everybody was basically saying that it didn't sound like it was actually this kid, whoever this kid is. So, Kevin Martin. Okay, please go to 147. Holy shit. All right, let me go to 147. You guys are stressing me out. So you guys are so demanding of things. Just kidding. All right. If I don't miss something good here, I might abandon this video forever.
3,000.
I already saw this clip where he looked in the crotch.
You would think that this is turning her hand.
I literally watched that clip earlier. What do you guys? I already went over this clip during the show. I said he looked in the crotch. Remember the whole man meat, the buzzing.
Rivers a 10. She's gonna bet at it on a one-liner.
Right. Remember when I did the buzzing sound? Here's when I started the buzzing earlier.
3,000.
I didn't miss it. Why are you guys fucking? Why are these guys trolling me? All right, I'm timing out all these guys. Hold on a second. Timed out. I gotta find who else told me that. They wasted my time. I'm just teasing. Okay. All right. So that's Brian, guys. I want to give you guys a little bit of clarity here. So that's Brian. So Brian is borrowing money, according to Garrett. Okay. So background on potential players in the operation: Robbi Lou, aka Robbi Hussein. Robbi was unknown in the poker world until 10/18/21, where she played several small stakes poker tournaments with most of the buy-ins ranging from $100 to $400. So he posted her Hendon mob. So basically, as you can see on her Hendon mob, she played a $400, 150. So she's playing really low stakes. Basically, just demonstrating that she's not a high stakes player. She plays low stakes. She might not have money to buy in higher, or maybe she's just learning to play here. So, right. Vincent says, I'm confused why he would say thank you for getting me on my toxic workplace. Yeah, we'll get more to that letter in a little bit. He basically had a post a couple weeks ago where he said that he loved Hustler and he never had any, he loved Hustler a lot and they would never do anything wrong. It was like a second home and all this kind of shit like that. So obviously he didn't really feel that way. Shout out to Aaron P. Poker Girl. Since no Brian, sweet talk Robbi into coming back on. Hilarious last night. Yeah, we'll see. Schlager123. No 24-year-old man refers to himself as kid, especially last night when she referred to him as a kid and told everyone to be kind, be kind. Same as this message. Geeky said he uses the same punctuation and writing styles as Robbi. I mean, yeah, basically on the letter. I mean, I'll go over the letter later. I kind of want to go over the information first. You know, there's a lot of things that came from this information right here. Kevin Martin said he used to work, he applied to work for him, and he said he used to work at Poker Go. So we can get a lot more into this specifically about him, but I really want to go over the evidence. So Robbi's background, we got Julie Yorn here. Julie Yorn played an off-stream 50-100 with a 100 big blind ante game on 10/26 at Bicycle Casino. Earlier that night, one player in the game asked Julie, "Do you play in home games with Robbi?" The player asked because Robbi has told said player she regularly plays with Julie in home games, and Julie says, "No, I never met her." Later that evening, Robbi comes to the table but really declares she's buying in for the minimum 5K, giving several excuses. No, I think I already talked about all these notes, guys. Let me see. Did I? No, I'll come back up here. Let me see. Did I miss over this? I mean, what the hell? Yeah, I went over that. Yeah, Brian one. Okay. All right. This one here. Yeah, the Beanz one. Beanz would regularly borrow small amounts of money from a source, usually ranging from $600 to $800. One day, Beanz showed this source that he had a $190,000 transfer coming in, requesting to play on the Monday show. Okay. On that day, another source learns from an HCL member who had met Robbi for the first time that Beanz received $20K from Robbi before the show began at 9:26. A staffer member referred to Beanz as a scammer and a thief. So Beanz is borrowing money. Beanz allegedly receives money from Robbi, $20,000, and then a staff there says that Beanz is a scammer and a thief. So Beanz is basically the guy that helped her get into the games, okay? His name's Darren. He's a player on the show. So on that day, another source learns from an HCL staff member who had met Robbi for the first time earlier that day that Beanz, okay, we already read that one. Beanz calls a source later the same evening of the Jack forehand, screaming at the source saying Garrett needs to pay that money. Her husband is a high-powered attorney. The same night around midnight, Brian texts another source, "I have all money for you. I don't want to sell it. Can I give it to you on Monday?" On Monday, Brian pays the source with 2 5K chips. He says he borrowed 2K from someone else earlier and asks the source to give him 2K on the behalf of Brian. Thus, Brian doesn't need to change chips by repaying 10K in total to both parties. Okay, okay. Okay. So he's basically just demonstrating that these people have a relationship, that he's basically saying Rip is someone that needs to get money to play in the games. He's saying Robbi and Beanz have a relationship. We're comfortable enough where Robbi would give him $20,000. And he's basically saying that Brian paid back someone that he owed money to with 5K chips. The 5K chips, I'm assuming he's alluding that they could be from this game that went down. So, okay. Does that make sense, everybody? So he's just demonstrating that Brian borrows money. He's demonstrating that Robbi is drinking at the bar with the boyfriend. Robbi is dating Rip, even though Robbi said that she's not dating Rip. Damn, okay. Whew. All right, I think we all understand this, right? Press A1 if we do. All right, guys, Tom Dwan says he wants to stop in here for a second. He says he wants to hop on for 2 minutes. He'll share basically all he has at this point. Should we have Tom Dwan on? Tell me if we should. I'll get him a link. We got a 1. I feel like he's not going to tell us. All right, we're going to get Tom Dwan in here. He said he needs 2 minutes. He's going to tell us what he has. Hold on a second. He been working hard on the case. Listen, guys, he actually been working pretty hard on this case. Shout out to Tom Dwan. He wasn't lying when he said he's putting in work. He been setting up deals. I mean, listen, this guy on another level with making deals. Hold on, guys. We're gonna get Tom Dwan in here. He says he has information. All right, Tom Dwan, guys, real quick. Hold on a second. Let me give him the link. Someone says only if he has coffee. All right, Durr checking in more information. He's been working on the case as well. We're going to see what kind of details he has. Whew. All right, guys. So we have a couple hands demonstrating some potential collusion. We have some money being borrowed. We have some lies being told. We have Beanz borrowing money. We have Brian paying back money with the 5K chips. We don't know if it's the same chips that were taken from Robbi's stack, but okay. Sebastian with the 5 said, "Sweet Jesus, Papi, I want to sleep peacefully for once, but right when I went to sleep, this news breaks at 6:30 a.m. in Netherlands. Jesus Christ." Aaron P. Shout out to Aaron P. Aaron Wire. Sebastian, thanks a lot, guys. Thank you very much. So once again, we go back to the Julie Yorn session. Julie Yorn is another woman who plays on Vegas, plays poker in LA, on Live at the Bike, and on Hustler. So they're playing in a game off the floor at Bicycle Casino. It's one of the big casinos that has high stakes in LA. That's where Live at the Bike is hosted as well. So later that evening, Robbi comes to the table, verbally declares she's buying in for the minimum, 5K, giving several excuses why she's buying it for such a small amount. Despite no one questioning her amount, she is not putting any money on the table, which is required. Robbi goes all in first hand. Another player calls with ace-king, her 8-8, and Robbi wins both runouts. So she has chips in front of her now, but has yet to post a buy-in. A few hands later, Julie notices Robbi's original buy-in was never put on the table. Julie asks Robbi, "You're 5K behind, right?" And Robbi contests this claim. Now others at the table chime in to support Julie's assertion. So basically, what she's saying is that, I mean, this is some clown shit right here. When you go to the table, you have your initial buy-in. Sometimes you got to wait to get your chips. So she's saying that she played a hand with no chips, won the hand versus somebody else, got the 5K chips from that person, never put the new 5K on from the dealer or from the floor until she was called out by Julie. Then she basically was like, "No, like that's not true." And then the table backed up Julie and said it is true. So I mean, that is kind of an angle shot. I never even really heard of somebody doing that before, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. It is kind of a clown. I mean, that's a clown move you do at the poker table, guys. You don't buy it and then not put the money on the table. That's just I don't know. I can understand it, right? You got your buy-in back. You want to take it back, but in general, that is usually frowned upon. I've never even thought about doing that. It's actually interesting. I'm usually trying to get really deep, so I would probably want to add more money on past the maximum than take money off for this. Okay, so Robbi says, "I think I borrowed it from someone." Eventually, Robbi slowly pulls out some wrinkled cash amounting to 5K. She doesn't have an ID. When asked to provide it to the chip runner, a player in the game makes a point that she didn't have an ID. Okay, source says Robbi played tight and generally reasonable. Robbi has a conversation with Julie. Julie asks her, "Where do you play?" Robbi says tournaments and stuff, that she's lived in Palisades for 18 years. Otherwise, Robbi gave only vague, sketchy answers throughout, come across very secretive. Hold on, guys, we're getting a call here.
Hey, can you hear me, Joey?
Beanz, we're live. We're reading the document. Beanz, you've been listed in the document by Garrett Adelstein. The official document, Beanz, alleges that you are one of the co-conspirators with Robbi and with Rip. So, Beanz, what do you have something that you got to say about what you've read in this document so far about yourself?
A couple things. So, yeah, it's no secret. I was actually on what is it called? What's that one where it's Poker Fraud Alert Radio.
Yeah, shout out Todd Wattell. It's been doing great work for a long time.
Yeah, Todd, right. So a couple years ago, it's no secret, I was implicated by somebody, and I'll go into that in a second, that I was the Bellagio robber that did the poker room robbery.
You were the Bellagio robber, you said?
No, I was implicated. I was a suspect, actually.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, that's nothing that I ever want to brag about, obviously, and it's embarrassing. And it bothered me that somebody would even say such a thing. At the time, I was living in Kansas City, and I got a phone call from Las Vegas Metro detectives, and I thought it was a prank phone call. And he said, "Hey, we're just basically inquiring about the situation. Tell us everything you know about this." And the deeper we went into conversation, the more realistic it was. It was sincere, man. Like I was I was a suspect. So anyway, he called me back like 4 or 5 different times, and he says, "Hey, when's the next time you're going to be in Vegas?" And I said, "Well, it's funny you should mention that. I'm moving there." And he said, "Would you be willing to take a polygraph test?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck it. Let's fucking go. Absolutely, I'll do that." And I was actually moving to Vegas around that time. So I did end up moving to Vegas, and I called him back up, and because I was doing a lot of research on that. And come to find out, polygraphs, it's a way that
Here, Beanz, can I do me a favor? Can you just call? Can I send you a Zoom link and call in on Zoom? Because some of the people in the chat can't hear you.
Okay, well, I can't right now. I can in a little bit. I'm literally standing outside the car while my girl is inside Kohl's. The Kohl's are shutting down. We're going to a wedding tomorrow. She's getting some final things real quick.
I mean, you can do it on the phone. It's basically like a phone call. I just send you a link. You do it on your phone. It's real easy.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Let's go.
Okay, I'll send you a link. Bye. All right, bye. Let me give me a little bit. I got to talk with Tom Dwan first. Okay. All right, sorry guys. The chat on YouTube, they just keep crying in there, so I don't know what these guys' problem is. They say they can't hear. I felt like you guys could hear him pretty well. So Tom Dwan going to check in here first. Then we're going to get Beanz back on. Beanz has been accused here. Let's see. Dur, you in the house?
Yo.
What's up, guys? Joining us, Tom Dwan checking in from the Singapore undisclosed location. Dur, what do you got over there?
I'm at Capella, dude. I fucking told you the place that what's it called, Trump and Kim met or whatever.
Okay, he's at the meeting
Just
place.
offer this guy money to come on Zoom, like whatever his excuses are. Just be like, how much? $500? Come on.
To who?
The Beanz guy. Who was the guy on the phone?
He just came on. He just got off. He's gonna come back on in a second.
Yeah, but I'm saying on Zoom. Why is everyone like all these people? They all want the fame. They want whatever, and then all of a sudden the camera's off on the phone. I don't get it.
Okay.
Or, I mean, on the street. Like, come on, right? They're obvious. Like, to me, it sounds like they're obviously being coached. To me, last night it sounded like Robbi was trying to threaten the liberty of the guy that took the $15K. Now the reality is he's actually been paid back, so she doesn't have standing legally. That means she's trying to cover up an investigation into fraud on U.S. soil. These are like starting to get to serious crimes, right? Like obstructing an investigation and stuff is those things are an issue, right? Now I'm not sure which government entities might be looking at this, but you're starting to get into those areas. So I'll tell you one thing since Garrett came out with this stuff. I'll tell you my account when Ryan chatted to me.
You'll say what?
My memory and stuff of when Ryan chatted to me.
Okay, go ahead.
So I believe that Ryan told me basically the same things he told Berkey and Nick Bertucci. Right?
Okay.
But I believe that probably I've been around some more cheating spots than Berkey or Nick Bertucci.
Okay.
And I think deep down in his heart and his soul, like Ryan kind of knew that conversation he was overhearing was evidence of cheating. Now, I'm not saying he has said that. I'm saying that was my take. And so I personally tried to just, kind of play therapist, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think Ryan was withholding any details or anything like that. I think he was just like, oh, fuck, what did I just see?
Okay.
And I can empathize with that, right? The guy's running one of, and maybe the most successful poker streaming show, right? He's smart enough to be a witness to a meeting, right? And, I don't remember the exact words, but basically my understanding was, or at least my takeaway, right? My takeaway of what he said. So obviously this is hearsay and stuff. This is not, like perfect, right? But was that there was an exchange of money to try to have this not be a big deal. And that Garrett brought this up in some, she said, what can I do? What can I do? And he's like, there's nothing you can do. And like, well, you want to give me the money back? Haha, something like that in a very jokey way. And then she's like, yeah. And I'm not saying I would have said that first statement. Who knows? It's a high pressure spot. I can tell you if somehow I was in a spot where somehow it was brought up, you want to give me the money back, and someone said, yeah, then I'm going to focus and try to get it back. Because like that by itself, I mean, come on, we all know that by itself is pretty fucking damning, right?
Okay.
And apparently this wasn't some backroom situation. It was like, so they had walked off and Garrett and Ryan were talking, and then someone walked by or something. So they walked off somewhere else. And then later Garrett like walked back. And so when they walked off somewhere else, that was backroomish, right? But it was just Ryan and Garrett. And then later Garrett walked back, and I think Robbi was asking for Ryan or I don't remember exactly that detail. But then Robbi walked over and it was her and Garrett talking with like Ryan there. I don't know what area. It was like somewhat private, but I don't think it was some dark hallway kind of thing. Regardless, my when I was talking to Ryan, my feel, right, was that he was struggling to process the situation, right? Mm-hmm. And that deep down he probably knew what this meant, but that he was struggling to process. And personally, the reason I haven't said that earlier is I didn't want Ryan to feel pressured. I didn't want, I think he's trying really hard to do the right things here.
Okay.
And, while these people were going on streams and stuff and letting themselves be questioned by Haralabus and Deeb and whatever, even though they obviously they had coaching and stuff, whatever, right? But to me, it's a little bit of a line when she's trying to threaten the liberty. And your guys' read might be different, but that was the read I had, right? So that's my read. Too bad. Maybe I'm wrong. Too bad, right? So now I don't mind sharing that detail. And plus, Garrett came out with a bunch of his stuff. And it seems like, one of the things Garrett said was that this Nick Airball had probably just found out. And that's when Nick Airball admitted this 175K. Like, I knew the 175K thing days ago, right?
Uh-huh.
And obviously that's a ridiculous detail, right? Now, I'm not saying Nick Airball is or isn't in on anything or knew about anything or whatever. It's just like, come on, guys. Like, look at this hand. Anyone who had some weird shit, the right thing to do is be like, here's every last weird detail I had. The people not doing that, like, I'm very suspicious of, right?
So you're suspicious that they didn't come out with the details sooner, even though they already knew all this stuff?
Well, I'm saying people, I'm not suspicious of Ryan Feldman, of Nick, because they're saying, how do we, oh shit, right? Let's have the stream go up anyway. Something crazy happened. We don't know what happened, right? I'm not saying a healthy amount of verify after a hand like this is obviously reasonable, right?
Uh-huh.
But, Garrett, he's saying, yeah, I'm not saying I did everything perfect. Here's what I think, right? The people that are like, oh, I loaned 175K, I'm going to say nothing for a week. Like, come on, right?
Right. Okay.
If somehow, for one, that's not a normal loan, right? It's just not. If somehow someone completely spazzed and then the craziest TV poker streamed hand of all time is played the next day, and it was innocent, at least be the first guy to be like, hey man, I don't know what I was thinking, right? I've come on your stream hungover. I've come on your stream overtired. Be like, oh man, I fucked up. I made a brain fart.
We are going to have Nick Airball on here. He's going to be addressing that very, very soon. So he is going to be talking to us tonight. I think we're going to have Sean Deeb on there during that as well too. So that
I'm happy to hang out for that one. I'd be curious to ask Nick Airball a little question or two of how it's normal, like, because it's funny, just, he says that's normal in the high stakes world. I feel like me or Sean or all of us know a little more about that stuff, and it's not normal. So,
well, I know he'd love to talk to you because he said I can bring on anyone to talk with him. So
I'm not so convinced that he'd love it, because the other guy also said he was coming on the stream, but supposedly he said that when, to me it looks like maybe Robbi was trying to manipulate that situation or coaching. I don't know. To me, it looks like a lot of these people are in cahoots. I don't know why they're in cahoots. I don't know if there was cheating or not, but the craziest hand of all time that was played on a TV stream happens, and then these people all seem in cahoots a few days later. Like, one story seems to make a lot of sense to me, and I haven't heard another one yet,
Interesting. Okay. So basically you're saying that you heard some from Feldman, and you're saying that Feldman thought that it was cheating from the conversation that was had?
No, I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying This was like, I don't know, the day after or something, the day of. I'm saying I think Feldman didn't know what to think, right? And I think deep down, he probably understands that, but he wasn't able to process that.
Mm-hmm.
And personally, I don't think Feldman was withholding details. I don't think, I think he was trying to tell me the truth, right? But I think he didn't know how to wrap his head around it.
Right.
And as someone who has probably been around more shenanigans in poker than him, I was able to process a little faster and easier, right? And so that doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just telling you from the account I got, I believe Feldman probably told Nick Bertucci and Berkey very similar things to what he told me. But I think a few of the times he's like trying to say like, I don't know what this means. I don't, and I was like, dude, it's like, I remember I said to him, I was like, this is kind of like going to the gym, right? Like, it's not your guys' fault that you're there, or maybe you messed up some security stuff, whatever, but you're there. You can't run away from it. You got to just, face this. And he's like, yeah, I think they're trying to do that, right? I think they're trying to face it. I think they're trying to have all this stuff come out. But obviously, like, I can empathize if they have a few emotions of like, oh, fuck, they're sad. Like this happened on their street.
Right. Yeah. Guys, we just got word we're going to get one of the sources on the podcast as well. So one of the sources in this just got in touch with me. It is an amazing Hollywood producer, will be a great guest. So we're going to have on one of the sources, official sources that is listed in here, talking about playing with Robbi. So listen, is that what you got, Dur? You got something else for us as well? We appreciate information. And do you want to talk about the bounty that we announced earlier? So basically, I announced that I have $10,000 in a crypto wallet ready for, in addition to the money that Haralabah put up and that Bill Perkins put up, we got $10K in a crypto wallet. Do you want to talk about the bounty at all?
Well, did you see that group? Someone else sent you more.
How much we got now? What's the bounty up to?
Check your text, dude.
Okay, I'm checking. Hold on, I'm sorry. My bad. Let me see. All right, guys, the bounty is now $30,000. Listen, $30,000 bounty for the who's it for? Who's the bounty? What do they got to do to get the bounty? What do you think? 30,000 in it,
man. I think someone needs to admit cheating is what I'd suggest, but that's between you and those guys just are trusting you with it.
Right. Listen,
I think the first person to admit cheating, right? Because like let Haralabah or Perkins or whatever, if they want to get every detail, great. You can have a separate bounty. You can just post the crypto address. You can send a test transfer from it, whatever, and just, if you think it's enough proof of cheating, bam.
Perfect. Okay, so listen, guys, another $30,000 that we're putting into for the bounty here. $30,000 in the crypto wallet. You got to, if you want to get in touch with me, feel free, get in touch with me as well. Get in touch with me on Twitter, on Instagram at PapiGTO as well. Probably Instagram is a good place to send me a DM. Let me know that you'd like to talk. If you want to make up an anonymous account, feel free to do that. But yeah, it's got to demonstrate.
I think you should give a small bounty for the dude to come on stream. Like, just offer him like 1,000 to come on stream or whatever. The dude that was going to come on. He said he got a lawyer. Should I message him? Say I'll give you 10,000 to come on the stream. 10's a lot, man.
1,000?
Those guys might yell at you. Just give him 1,000, dude.
The kid said he got a lawyer. I don't think he's gonna give 1,000.
Yeah, but let's just see what he says, right? Like, you really won't go on a stream for 1,000. Bring your lawyer on the stream, right? Let's just have the lawyer say hi with you, whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. All right. Do you have anything else, Tom, to add right now?
No, but I mean, I'm happy to overhear and just not say anything when the source comes on.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me get Beanz on here first, okay? So Beanz was listed in the article. I want to give him a chance to defend himself. So Beanz was listed here, guys. We're going to get Beanz in here. Hold on a second. Where's Beanz at? Dur checking in from the Singapore headquarters over there. All right, guys, hold on a second. I'm giving... Getting one more person on here, guys. Oh, I thought we were watching the game. We're basically watching this Hustler game. Hustler Casino got a great game. Doug Polk, 100, 200, 400. I mean, these guys put on high stakes. Doug Polk, Double M, Wesley, Aaron Zhang, Bill Klein, and all these things. Life is amazing. What a world. Listen, yes, sir. Tom Dwan checking in. So a new bounty has been added, guys. It started off as $215,000. We added $30,000 to the bounty as well. We got 50 from Anton Morgensen and another 50 from Anton Morgensen. Thank you, Anton. Shout out to Anton. All right, Beanz is checking back in, guys. Lock in. Beanz. Where's he at? Beanz, are you here? Beanz is on video. Beanz, you out there? Oh, he's connecting to audio right now. All right, guys, Beanz is going to come in here. Let's put your audio on, Beanz.
Can you hear me now?
Beanz, you just heard the 30K bounty, right? For more information.
No, explain that to me. I want it.
30K in a crypto wallet right now, Beanz. You tell me something, Beanz. What do you got, Beanz? We're trying to get
what
to
do I gotta tell you? Hey, so do I get 500? What's the deal with this whole $500 I'm hearing for coming on? What's up with that?
I don't know. He's basically sending it to he was kind of memeing. But Beanz, listen, you listen to the article.
Okay.
I mean, it's a pretty.
I don't know. I think you should give him 500. You get to see his face, dude. Why not?
Yeah, man.
Just do it at the end of the interview, as long as he's, chill. If he just says
I
hi,
don't
he's gonna chill.
have any crypto, but I'll give you my Zelle. I'll give you my Cash App.
No, bro. It's a crypto. Listen, Beanz. I mean, seriously, you're listing this. You're accused of cheating by Garrett. Now you're accused of being
so check this
a part of the ring.
So check this out. I'm not kidding you. So Coles is right behind me down there. I got the kids.
You put it on mute. You muted me.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I got Dollar Tree behind me. Coles over there. Everything I'm telling you is legit. I'm in the Bay Area, Northern California, Concord to be specific. And we're out here because my girl's, one of her old friends, we're going to a wedding tomorrow. So she's just getting some last minute things and items. So where I'm getting at with this is this. If I have to go, that's because my girl's going to be coming out of the store and I don't, want the kids and you know what I mean? But when we get back to the hotel room, I have no problem coming back on. I just wanted to put that out there.
That seems reasonable. He's at least
all right.
confirming a thing, right, Joey?
Right.
I'm just trying to let you know, I overheard some of the comments that Robbi, Lou, and Beanz are going to some fucking wedding in Vegas and some bullshit.
Oh, you guys are going to a wedding together in Vegas, you said?
That's what one of the comments said. So no. Anyways, so let me get back to what I was saying just a little bit ago. Okay, so I was a suspect at for the Bellagio poker room robbery. I watched the video, and I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I mean, the dude walked like me, like legit. Like I was watching the video, and I was like, "Fuck!" I can see why they thought that it was me. Obviously, it was not. 2 years later, maybe 2.5 years later, the same dude goes ahead and tries robbing the place again, gets shot and killed out in front of the Bellagio. I hate to say thank goodness, but thank goodness, because that kind of cleared my name in that situation. The detectives went ahead and well, before all that even happened, the detectives in Vegas wanted to interview me, and I came out to Vegas, and I was like, yeah, let's go. And I can send you the screenshots of that conversation, because when Garrett posted what he posted about I wouldn't take a lie detector test, it's on the contrary. I put down, yes, I will take the lie detector test. So, I mean, that's just one little thing, but I'm just trying to check them off as we go along. I can prove that to be, that's debunked.
Right. So you're not. So also he says you're referred to as the king scammer of Kansas City, as well.
Well, I mean, I don't know nothing about king scammer of Kansas City. That's interesting. We can dive into that a little further as well. So that's not a problem. But what's up with all these people? 1 minute they're your friends, or they think you're your friends, or acquaintances. I see people in passing or whatever, if I'm in the poker room, cash games and stuff, and they're like, "What's up, Beanz?" This, that, and the third. And then all of a sudden, these same motherfuckers are in my fucking DMs sliding some fucking cruel ass hate mail talking about, "You gotta leave town now. How could you do this to poker?" and blah blah blah. It's like, man, these fucking poker is cruel, man. And that's just the little time today.
Well, hang on, man. Can't you understand that like some of the details are a little bit suspicious? Like something, it seems like something here happened, and like I can understand people thinking you may or may not have been involved, right? So like if someone's played poker a long time, they're maybe a little grumpy. They're like, "Come on, man," right? Like.
Well, wait a minute, man. I thought you said you was going to be in the backdrop and just listen to Joey ask me the questions.
Yeah,
I was assuming you weren't going to lie.
No, I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm just fucking with you. I totally fuck with you. No, I totally can understand that. I get it. But here's the thing on that, and I say this 100. You should not ever go so hard on a person unless you actually have some type of factual stuff. I mean, people are mad at me partially because they think that I wouldn't take a lie detector test or something like that, or that I had somehow to do with borrowing money. Well, guess what, guys? Guess what, poker world? Yes, I am guilty of borrowing money from people in the past.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it. So what? Does that make me a terrible person? Does that make me all of a sudden some crazy suspect? I mean, and those who really know me, Joey and Tom, you guys don't really know me, but those who really know me also know that I'm known to be in the pits. I mean, one minute I could have $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. Next minute I could be betting $5,000 fours and $5,000 tens and dust it off. That's a fact. So yes.
So let me tell you a story about me, okay? I play. You know this guy Paul Flaw? He's like the main guy at Triton. A lot of people.
I can't hear you. Speak up. Go ahead. What'd you say?
You know this guy Paul Flaw? He's the
Paul
main
who?
guy at Triton. Flaw. He's
Paul?
the main guy at Triton. He's like one of the most successful gamblers in the world. And we
Yeah,
played a lot of
I don't
big
know
games.
him. I don't know him. He doesn't know me.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying we played a lot of big games, right? And sometimes we were both in the game, and people knew we're friends. And there were times some other Chinese boss would have a little piece of me, and they'd see me try to bluff Paul. And some of those times he called. Understandably, those people would give me a weird look or two. Now, the reality is most of those times he folded, because even though he's very good at poker, like, I do think I'm a little bit better, right? But sometimes when the facts look a certain way, it's understandable for people to ask a question or two, people to be a little suspicious, right? I think that if people are pouring over people's personal lives and stuff, if it's just about poker cheating and it's not going past that, I don't really support that. But for people to say, hey, was there some cheating? I mean, that seems pretty reasonable.
Look, you've been in the spotlight longer. I mean, I'm just a regular random nobody in the low stakes world of Hustler Casino Live. I don't even play the Friday game. My biggest one I played in was the Wednesday game, 25-50-50. So I'm not used to the love or the hate. I've been getting a lot of love up until recently. So you're kind of more desensitized and numb to how people can really
fair.
And I appreciate your perspective on this. But the reason why I'm talking fast and trying to clear through some of this is because I'm on a timeline here. I know the Dollar General, they close at 10. It's 9:56.
Okay, go in Dollar General. Let him come back in, Tom. Let him go in Dollar General. Let him get something for his kid.
No, I don't need to go in anywhere. Bring me back on.
Okay.
I'm waiting for her to come out. I'm waiting. Are you still with me?
Yeah, we're still with you.
All right. But what I'm saying, I'm letting you know that when she comes out, I might have to leave for just a little bit and then come back. But anyway, like I was saying, so yeah, I'm guilty of borrowing money and asking people to put me in. Hell, there was one day I asked DGF to send me money. His friend, I've asked his money to send me money. They sent it. I paid it back. So fucking what? Whip you fucking do. I mean, so that doesn't make me some kind of fucking criminal. That doesn't make me affiliated any more than Robbi. Bro, listen to this. I was the one that was trying to fucking take bragging rights that I brought Robbi to the fucking stream. Like, straight up. I was like, damn, this girl is kicking ass there. Like, I'm fucking proud to be like, this wouldn't even be happening if it wasn't for me. That's a fact. It would not be happening if it wasn't for me. Then all this shit.
Okay, so let's talk about the loan with Robbi that's mentioned in here, the 20K. You're basically saying that's confirmed that you did receive 20,000.
No, once again, okay, you found out from whatever you found out on that. I don't know what your source is on.
I'm just I'm reading in here, right? This is the source. It's what Garrett wrote in the article. He says another source learns from HCL member who met Robbi for the first time that day that Beanz received 20K from Robbi before the show began.
Right.
So
hey, so check this out. So I gotta go.
Okay.
I will call you back. Give me 15 minutes. I'll call you back.
All right. Let me know. Text me before, okay? All right, cool. All right, guys. Beanz checking in there. Obviously fired up. He had a little bit to say. As Beanz said, right, he has borrowed money from people in the past. He's basically saying that doesn't make him a scammer. I really got to go through the article. I mean, I don't.
He was a little more candid than I expected, man.
Listen, that guy's fired up, bro. I was talking to him earlier. I was asking him about what's going on here. I told him we're going to have a call later tonight, so I was chatting with him a little bit. So, all right, we're going to get the inside source here right now. Hold on a second. We're going to get the Hollywood producer. She is the one who played with Robbi at the casino here, at Bicycle Casino. So she's going to come on here, talk about her experience with Robbi. She's one of the sources listed in Garrett Adelstein's statement, and she is the Julie Orn source right here. So apparently this is going to be taking place here briefly. So we'll see. So Beanz is basically alleged to have borrowed money from Robbi. He's alleged to have known Robbi. He's alleged to have You know, I can't. I'm trying to find what he actually did here, Tom, in the article here, where Garrett wrote about. So he's basically wrote
I
about.
only read like half.
Yeah, he wrote background here. We kind of get to it. It's kind of a long article. Holy shit. Yeah, basically he's saying that Beanz is a king scammer of Kansas City, ranging from credit card scams to sports and entertainment ticket scams. He's gone on record saying several times that he is responsible for getting Robbi and Hustler. All right, we'll read more of that. So, guys, we got a source coming in. Hold on a second. Let's see who's going to pop in now.
Holy shit. Yeah, basically.
Hey, Julie, are you there? I can hear my feedback a little bit. Now you're on mute. Still on mute.
Julie, you're on mute.
Hello?
Julie, you're muted. Oh, I'll test.
Can't hear you. Oh, maybe we should know that. Should you hear us? Nope, I don't know what she's doing. 1 second. Okay. She's trying to get it fixed. Guys, we're joined by Julie in the house.
Hi.
Hey, Julie, how's it going?
Do you have an audio issue still?
You got to turn me down on your end.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you got to turn my video off, the YouTube video off.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah, it sounds perfect. Julie, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Now you're on mute again. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Is she on mute? You know you're on mute, right? Is she trolling us?
Julie, do you know you're on mute? Here we go.
Wait, we're getting a friend. Hold on a second.
Sorry. Now you can hear me, right?
Now I can hear you, correct, yeah.
Okay, basically, long story short, my laptop audio is not working.
Perfect.
So I have you on my phone, but I can't see you now on Zoom. Hi.
Sounds good, guys. Listen, everybody, welcome Julie Yorn to the show. I'd actually never met you before, Julie. I've seen you play on TV a few times. I don't know much about your past, but I'm very happy to have you on here. A shout out to everybody on YouTube. Give her a hello, guys. Give Julie a hello. So basically, Julie, you're mentioned. I mean, just tell people a little bit about you, because I really don't even know a little bit about your background. Just tell people a little bit about you and how you came to be playing high stakes poker.
Julie,
Okay.
we played that stream together once, right?
We did.
Yeah, so we have some mutual friends who have like vouched for her quite a bit to me. I didn't realize that was your source, but there you go.
Yeah, I actually, Ryan was so kind as to cut together a video of me owning Tom Dwan in every hand we played together. It's like Hollywood producer beats, which was an honor to play with him. Basically, I, have played poker recreationally for 20 years, 10 to 20 years. I got more serious about it in the last 10 years. I play the Hustler stream. I play live with the bike a lot. I have a long history with Ryan, and yeah, I'm just, sometimes I get really busy with work. Like I didn't play for like 4 months this year, and then I play maybe once or twice a month on a stream, and maybe once or twice a month in like private cash games.
Cool. So you've been playing poker for a while, and you wrote in the article Garrett wrote, he mentions that you played with Robbi and she tried to pull the not put the chips on the table shuffle. That I actually really haven't heard that one before. I didn't really know people did that, but basically you were just talking about your experience. So why don't you just tell us a little bit about your any interactions you've had with Robbi and sort of, what's gone on with her?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, like everybody else, this whole thing's so confusing, and I've tried to stay super impartial about, I know a lot of players involved, and I certainly, the last thing I would want to do is, I think that guy that was on before Beanz, you don't want to go against people until you know something specifically, and I've heard Robbi say, this is like hurting her life, and I feel really bad about that, but for me, I'm just here for the truth. And I had like this really strange interaction with her a couple of days prior. And I do feel it's relevant just because it was my only interaction with her. I was playing in they're sort of like private games, at the casino, a private cash game. It was, I think, a 20, 40, 80 game. And, you know, a lot of people were sitting with, you know, big stacks. Lingland was in the game. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't want to drag other people into it. Some very famous players were in the game. But the reason I mentioned Lingland is who's such a lovely woman. And, you know, I just can't imagine her not being like her character, I feel like is, you know, unimpeachable. And she just said to me, oh, Robbi's coming. I'm so excited Robbi's coming. And I was like, oh, great. Do you like her? And she said, well, you know her. And I was like, no, I don't know her. And she was like, yeah. She said she plays in private games with you and home games with you. And I was like, no, I've never met her. I would remember her. There aren't that many women, certainly who play certain level stakes.
That's
you know,
true.
she's a very attractive woman. I would remember her. Like I would probably try. I mean, I would hope to be friends with another woman in poker. And you know, so I was a little taken aback by that. And I said, are you sure? And she was like, yeah, she definitely said that. And she was like, I don't know why she would say that. So then Robbi came to the game and I'll be honest, again, I hate to badmouth anybody, but I'm just going to be very truthful in my account, which is she appeared to be, whether she was drunk or on some other substance, she appeared to be pretty inebriated. It was pretty late. I want to say it was like 1:30 or 2 a.m. And the game had been going on for some time. And she sat down and we were introduced. And she said, oh, I've seen you on the stream before. I was like, nice to meet you. And I think, and I really want to be like, I'm not going to say anything that I don't remember 1,000%, but basically she told everybody at the table, the dealer went to deal her in, and everybody looked at the guys who, you know, whose game it is and said, and they said, how much are you playing? Because she didn't have any money on the table. So do you deal anybody? In fact, this caused the conversation afterwards, like, in the future, never deal anybody in until they have their cash on the table, until they have their chips on the table. And by the way, and all the time I've been playing, Tom, I'm sure you've seen this. I don't know that I've seen this before actually happen. I was thinking, God, that, you know, total free roll for somebody to sit down and not put chips on and, you know.
Yeah, it's very rare for that to happen. Usually you'd need to have someone says it's okay.
Yeah. So I think there was just a trust associated in this game, and everybody knew who she was, and she was going to be playing on the big game that way with Phil Ivey and others. And so.
Well, and also she did the thing about knowing you, right? So like,
well,
obviously,
no,
if someone showed up,
she knew.
I'm saying if I had, right, but if I had some small game and someone showed up that said they're your friend, yeah, they get dealt in while the chips are on the way, right? Like, and so when I hear those kind of details, I start getting suspicious, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of this I think is relevant just because, and again, like, I'm sure she's watching. I don't have any dog in this fight, you know. I obviously, I
don't
played
believe
with.
you. I think your dog is the truth in this fight.
Right. Well, that is
okay.
So that's my dog. But look, I've played with Garrett for years, but Garrett, I've never seen him accuse anybody of cheating. I've never seen him react like that. I've seen him lose hands, and he's lost pots to me, and I'm full rec player, and he's like, nice hand, you know, he doesn't like it, but I've never seen.
So like a week before, they were playing 50 to 100, and Robbi mistakenly mucked her hand. So Garrett, by right, could have had half the pot, or potentially even all of the pot, and he just gave her the pot because she had claimed ace high. This was like a few thousand pot. And also, if you notice in that hand, when Garrett has clearly lost the pot for 300,000 or whatever, he's kind of like, yeah, here's the money, whatever. Like, he doesn't really care. You know, if she had turned up
I've always seen
King
him
Jack
I've always
with
seen him do
King
the
Jack
right
of clubs,
thing.
I think he would have just said, here's the money, right? And when he looks over and sees the Jack of clubs and the 4 of hearts or 4 of diamonds or whatever it was, all of a sudden he cares. I'm like, that was me in that spot, I think I'd probably care too, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, in any case, again, I just don't, you know, I'm trying to be sort of as impartial as one can be. Listen, I played on the stream last night. I don't have any questions for my own personal thing about Nick and Ryan and the show they run. Obviously, securities can be breached, and people can, you know, I was just dealing with this with my alarm system in my house, and the guy said, if somebody wants to get in, they'll get in. Like, if somebody wants to cheat, they tend to be able to find ways, and they tend to be ahead of the curve, I think. I was actually in a home game during pandemic where a guy, and I'm sure you guys know about that game. It was not, it was kind of known, where a guy had his glasses on the table and had a transmission device to the, you don't know about that, to the
I
shuttle.
didn't know that one.
Can you just finish the story about Robbi though for us, just so
Yes.
because I mean let's just get the story out of the way first, then we can get into the other stuff.
Yeah, no, sure. Basically, she sat down. She said when asked, she said she had 5K behind. She played. The hand was, she was in pretty, I think she was probably in a blind. I think she was maybe small blind. And the hand got raised and 3-bet and came around to her. And she said she was all in. So she was all in for her 5K stack first hand. And guy called her. He had ace king. She had eights. And basically, she won the hand. She held up. They ran it twice. She held up on both boards. So now the pot's pushed her way. And there's maybe 2 or 3, 4 hands played after that. And I'm like looking at it going like, she never put her 5K in. She never asked for the money.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got sitting there with her like, 6,000 or whatever she had in front of her from winning the guy's money. And there was some dead money in the pot. And I'm looking at another player like she never put it in. Actually, the woman to the left of me was like elbowing me going, she didn't put it in. She didn't put it in. So I was kind of like, nobody else was saying anything. So I said, so you're 5K behind, right? And she was like, ignored me at first. And I said, you're 5K behind. And she's like, no. And then other people jumped in and they were like, yeah, no, you said you were playing 5K. And she's like, no. And she seemed either confused. Listen, she could have been confused. She could have been tired. She could have been drunk. I don't know. But she definitely didn't willingly want to put her money on the table. By the way, when she sat down, she said, I'm going to play 5K because my friend, she was on the phone with somebody having a giggling conversation. And she was like, my friend said to me, let's see if you can play short stacked and run it up, like Phil Hellmuth style. You should just play 5K and run it up. And she said it a few times. And I sort of thought, nobody here knows her or cares. A lot of people sit short. I mean, some people buy in for 3K in that game. I think the 3K is the minimum. And she basically is sitting here justified, as if Andy Stack sat down and was like, I'm only going to play 5K. We'd be like, wait, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? But, she finally was like, they called the floor over. The floor was like, ma'am, you have to put the 5,000 on the table. And she said, okay. And she went into her purse. And it was a bit of a struggle, it seemed, to just put her money together. Again, I think she was having a good time, overserved from the night, trying to put her cash together and sort of basically, gave him some. And he's like, oh, I think that's 3,700. And then she went back in her bag to get more. So she put 5,000. A little strange to me for somebody who was going to sit so deep in the game that week. And I did say to her, I was like, aren't you nervous about playing with the big boys? That's a big game, I wouldn't play that game. And I've been playing the Friday game for years, And she was like, no, I'm got it. She seemed totally confident. And I asked her, I was like, where do you live? Where do you live in LA? And she said, yes. And I said, where do you live? She's like, a place called Pacific Palisades. And I was like, oh, that's where I live too. And then she didn't really want to talk about, usually if it's 2 women sitting at a table, you live in the same little town. It's not really where everybody from poker lives, on the west side of LA. But I don't know. It was just a very strange interaction. And then I did say to her, I was like, we haven't played together before, right? And she said, no, I've seen you on stream. And I just felt I felt like if you were going to look at with, maybe reality glasses or a little skepticism, it's she sat down, she was not truthful about knowing me. And she did something that I've never seen anybody do after years of playing in casinos, which was trying, do this free roll thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And also was buying for 5,000 a game, where that was not a very, healthy, really stack to have in that game. So I feel it was just strange to me when I saw her 2 days later playing with hundreds in front of her.
Well, I mean, I guess in that instance, it's different because if she's playing this game with 100K, she's being staked by Rip, as she said on the interview that we did. In this version you're talking about, maybe there's nobody staking her, right? So maybe the transaction different. Maybe she just wants to play lower stakes. Maybe she want to risk as much money, because in the other game she's not risking any money. So that could be as well. You know, maybe the backer that she might have had. She mentioned she's got several different backers, so maybe she just didn't have a backer for the game, and she didn't want to gamble with any amount of money as well too. So, but I mean, it is obviously weird that she would not do the whole. I mean, I've never known what this is called. The LA. I'm gonna buy in for chips and then not put them on the table, and then I'm gonna act like I didn't know what you said and I didn't understand what you're saying. I mean, that's an unusual thing. So.
And also, there was some issue with her identification. She didn't have identification on her. The person to my right.
Oh, that's weird.
The person
That's
to my
weird.
right is a very prominent player. I don't want to out him unless he wants to get into this, but very famous player. To my right said, "Oh, last time I played with her, she didn't have ID either. What's wrong with this girl? Why doesn't she bring ID to the casino?" And he was frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever that is, I'm guessing is probably someone that knows me. Can you ask them to message me?
So yeah, everyone in the chat saying that she says that she's super rich. She said 200K is not nothing to her, and basically that's what the chat's fired up, right? They're saying, why, if $200,000 is nothing to her, why would she not have more money on her to play? Why would she buy in for short stack? Why would she try to pull the LA money off the table, Fugazi? So obviously all fair questions as well too, all questions that I'm sure Robbi has an answer for. So do you have any other experiences with her at all, Julie, or anything like that?
No, but I mean, listen, I don't. There are definitely times at the casino that I'm like, does anybody have 10K to lend me because I don't have money on me? I mean, or like if I need, I mean, that's not crazy for somebody. It doesn't matter what they have in their bank account. But no, this is the one experience I had, and it was unusual and notable, and I wasn't comfortable with it at all. She actually ran her money up. She ran it up to like 18 or something, and then she lost it. And the person next to me was like, she's going to lose it all. She's going to lose it all. Her behavior seemed erratic, but I will say that when the hands showed down, she was playing pretty premium hands. She didn't seem to be like out of line with any hands. And it just seemed like she was not in her best, present form. And she can speak to that, I guess. Like maybe like I said, she was partying that night. She came to the casino. She wanted to run a small stack up. There's a lot of explanations.
Mm-hmm.
When she walked away, everybody at the table, 7 out of the players were like, that was crazy. That was an angle. Like people were not comfortable with her.
Right.
Okay. This was
Okay.
in the casino, this one, right?
This was at the bike.
Okay.
But, it's just, it's a shame, the whole thing. And I feel like, I don't know, I just feel bad about the whole thing. But that's my story. I did feel like it was relevant and speaks to something.
I think it's definitely relevant. Dude, yeah. I think that's quite relevant. Like,
it made me feel, by the way, I watched the Jack forehand in real time. I was watching the stream, and I jumped out of my chair when she made the call. I was like, what? And if I didn't have that experience with her, I probably would have been much more down the middle of like what happened. Having just had that experience, I was like, I don't know, like I felt like this was a shady character a little bit. And so it felt to me weird right away. So, and of course, watching Garrett,
I didn't have that experience.
I know Garrett's behavior really, no, I mean, I was watching Garrett. Garrett's like, he's a computer. I watched him like short circuit in real time. And I felt like, he was like processing. And I knew everything. Anyway, you guys all know. Like you have all the other evidence.
Well, Julie, I'll tell you my view. I think it was like Crypto Week or some shit, and a friend of mine told me about this hand, and I watched it, and I was like, this is so weird. It must be RFID, must be wrong. She must have misread her hand, whatever. But I definitely was paying attention, right? And then I listened to her explanation after, and right after, I was like, okay, this is a favorite to have been something off. Like it's so weird.
All right, let's go on from that topic. I feel like we've covered that topic a lot here, like that specific thing about the things that were said and stuff like that. So I got a lot to get through. I mean, so many people are trying to call. Nick's Airball is waiting. Beanz is in the lobby right now. So so basically that's pretty much what was listed in the evidence that Garrett pointed forward. And I guess we would like, if you have anything else you want to maybe add, if not, then maybe we can talk a little bit maybe next time, once we get more information as well, we can get Beanz in here. Beanz was firing up, trying to defend some of the things that was written in here about him as well. So I know we're interested in what he's got to say. But, you know, obviously we could talk to you forever, Julie. We got a lot of good questions for you. But we probably have to save that.
Good.
Let's save that for another podcast, another time. And but yeah, anything else maybe you want to add for the people out there that are watching right now on YouTube and watching on Twitch?
No, I just think it's great what you guys are doing, trying to get to the bottom of it. And, you know, like, look, this stream, you know, has been up and running for what? A year and a half or something. And it's like, it's so good and so good for the poker community. I'm such a poker fan. Like, it would just be a shame for anything to be like tainted about. These guys are, in my opinion, totally straight up. And, you know, it's a shame that the whole thing's going on. And also, you know, it's never good to have a bad actor in an industry, like if that's the case. But you guys will get to the bottom of it. But thank you for having me on and talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. Everyone in the chat, please stay. Thank you to Julie. We're happy to have you on, Julie, and we'll talk to you again soon. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right, see you, Julie.
Bye.
All right, guys, Julie Jordan joining us on here, giving us some more information about her experience with Robbi based off of the evidence from GMAN. So we're going to bring Beanz back in here real quick, guys. I mean, thank you once again to Julie for coming in here, sharing her story. Beanz is coming back in here. Obviously, we saw this guy last time in here. He was already pretty fired up. So let's see what he's got now. Let's see. Where the guy at? Beanz, you back? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. How's it going?
Pretty good. I can't see you though.
I mean, you can see Tom. I'm basically on my video. I'm on YouTube right now, so I'm live. You can't see my video.
Oh, I can't see anybody. I see myself, but anyway.
Oh, I see you.
Okay, all right. So back to while I was watching your last guest, I was reading some of the Twitter. My God, I even seen Berkey chime in and say that something to the effect he recollects last year or during the series or something like that, that I was trying to inquire some either cash for crypto or something the other way around as a favor for Jungle Man. And thank goodness Jungle Man chimed in to confirm that. I mean, there's no scam. Like that was legit me trying to do Jungle Man a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to connect him to whatever he needed on that. In fact, I don't even really fully recommend.
All right, Beanz, let's do some questions here real quick, Beanz. So basically, right, are you involved in this scam? Are you working together with Robbi and with Rip to have some sort of system where you're able to cheat in the hustler game?
No, and I've never even met Rip or talked to Rip. I just recently started following him on Twitter. He has not even followed me back on Twitter. So I don't even know Rip.
And you said that you knew Robbi. You met her a few weeks ago on our first interview. You said you met her a few weeks ago, your first time meeting her live at the bike. Then you thought that she would be a good person to play on Hustler Casino Live. So you got in touch with DJF. You showed me those text messages. You showed me the receipt. And DJF put her in touch with Feldman. Feldman ended up getting on the show. And that's the relationship that you had with terms of getting her on the show. So you are the person who did end up getting her on the show.
Yeah, I mean, with regret, what a fucking headache. Yeah, that's what I'm guilty of, getting her on the show, meeting her. What's the crime there? I don't understand what the big deal is. Everybody seems to think, okay, well, because I borrowed money before in the past from people, maybe I slow paid people back or whatever the deal is, that, okay, or I was implicated in an armed robbery, which obviously I didn't do. That I'm some bad guy. That doesn't mean I'm bad for poker. Doesn't mean I'm a bad person.
A lot of people are too woke, man. You know, the world's gotten too woke. So, like, everyone gets all up in arms. Even if these people cheated, as long as they didn't go too crazy, like, I've seen some crazier shit. But, I don't support the witch hunt stuff, but I would just like some of this stuff to come out. I think something happened. So whether you were in on it or didn't or whatever, you know them, you could probably give some reads. What do you think?
Yeah, no.
It's a little...
I think I applaud Hustler Casino Live, Ryan Feldman and Nick Bertucci, because they were looking into this and trying to
can we let's get to this question, guys. I got too many guys I got to get on. They're all messaging me. They're all crying right now. So Listen, I mean, in this article, right? So your relationship with Robbi, just that 3 weeks. Did you guys spend other time together? Are you guys hanging out? Are you guys scheming together? Or is that really the only time you've seen her was when you got 20,000 from her, and then you saw her at the bike?
I've seen her twice ever in life.
Twice ever in life.
In life. That was the last time I played Max Payne Monday, and then the time before that was when I met her actually at the bike casino.
Okay.
Which was several weeks.
And so you're saying you're not involved in this. You're saying that when they said the nickname is the Kansas City Scammer, and they talked about a entertainment ticket scam, and they talked about, let me see the article here, right? Where's the detail? I mean, there's so much shit on this website. It's kind of hard to read in here.
It's a bunch of baloney bullshit. Get that source on. You can't get that source on.
So there's no credit card scam. There's no sports and entertainment ticket scam, is what you're saying. No scams in Kansas City.
Fuck no.
No.
And the people that I guarantee you, the only guy that would ever say anything about something like that would be the same guy that said that I'm the one who held up the Bellagio.
Right.
It's got to be the same guy. It's got to be the same guy. I mean, I can out his name too on here because I know he's a piece of shit.
Okay, so you didn't rob the Bellagio. You're not the Kansas City Scammer, and you're basically saying.
Wait, he was going to say some names, Joey. Who's the names?
Tuchman Boomer Swag. Con Boomer. Piece of shit motherfucker lowlife. Look into his record. He got put in prison for holding up an armored car truck. Yeah. That same pussy ass bitch is the same motherfucker that tried calling the fucking Las Vegas Metro Police detectives and saying that I, Garrett Adelstein, held up the fucking Bellagio. I didn't even out his fucking name. I didn't even out his name. Listen to me. I didn't even out his name when I was on that Todd Little's, whatever the fuck show that is, Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I don't mean that in a condescending way. I'm really frustrated. As you can see, you never see me like this. I'm level 10. Pissed. It's my son's second birthday. I'll be quick, and I know I got to go too. It's my son's second birthday. My girl's upstairs and shit. We're going to a wedding tomorrow. And then I hear all this shit. I even called you called me earlier, Joey, and I told you I'm not coming on tonight to even defend all this bullshit. But all I can say is this: Garrett needs to get his fucking facts together before he puts some shit out there. I got all these motherfucking hate mailers sending me all kinds of fucking hate mail. It's like, damn, should I delete my fucking Twitter now? I mean, that would look really fucking sus, right? If I deleted my Twitter. But, you know, anyway, yeah, it is what it fucking is. Nothing I can do. I mean, y'all know, I borrowed money before. I borrowed money from Dan Cake, paid him back. Whatever. Anybody who really fucking knows me knows I'm a good guy. That's all that really fucking matters.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say one thing, man. I respect you showing your face coming on here, and like some of the people I feel like are trying to control the conversations. I don't really get that feel, so I don't really have an opinion on what the hell happened, who's involved, who's not. But usually people who are actually like willing to be like, like when I said the thing to you, like, come on, it's like a little reasonable. There's some suspicion. You're like, yeah, I guess. Like, I was a little surprised to hear that, and like, you're showing your face, you're answering some stuff. I respect that,
Well, Tom, thank you. I can say this though. I'm guilty of a lot of fucking shit in life. We all are. We're not all perfect, okay?
Of course.
But I do answer to. I'm not hiding from anybody. And to the guy, the idiot that fucking tweeted me, and I don't know if he did a public tweet. I forget. There's so many of these motherfuckers. Said I need to get out of town. Like, fuck, I'm not going anywhere. I live in fucking Summerlin, Las Vegas. Like, you'll see me in the fucking poker rooms when I get back into town. I'll be grinding out the $400, $600 dailies or whatever the fuck is that Venetian, playing whatever fucking game I can get into. Come say hi to me. I'm a nice guy. Those of you, who do know who I am, much love to you. Shout out to all of you. But, I mean, I'm going to have my haters, too. Tom, you have your haters. Joey, you probably don't have any haters because everybody loves you.
No. I got a lot. No. They're out there quiet. They're just sitting there. They're sitting there waiting for a reason. So don't worry. They're out there. Everybody got them.
Joey and I were each other's haters, man.
Huh?
We were each other's haters 5 years ago. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, listen, I don't mean to cut you guys short, but we're going to have to segue into whatever it is. I need to answer all these questions as fast as I can because my girl's texting me. I need to get upstairs ASAP. And I'm not kidding you. I can't get back on tonight, but I can get back on in the future if there are any more allegations or questions that I need to attend to. I don't want people think I'm dodging you or them tonight by not being able to get back on tonight. If that makes any sense.
Right, makes a lot of sense. I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, you already kind of explained the whole borrowing money thing. You said that you don't owe people money. You said that there are no scams that you've been a part of. You said that there are no scams that you're a part of now. So you said you didn't cheat. So really, it doesn't sound like you're up to anything. It sounds like you're playing poker, and that's what it sounds like you're kind of communicating with us.
She's texting me. I had to justify to her. She doesn't even understand what this is all about, my girl, but I know the negatives of me not coming on here right now will definitely be worse than me not, having to answer the shit by me not being upstairs right now. If that makes any sense.
I just got one really quick question for 1 minute, if you don't mind, 30 seconds.
Sure.
I'm not saying you were in on anything. I'm not saying whatever. I do really respect that you're on here. You obviously knew these people a little. To me, I would say maybe just if you have a minute, take a shower later, go for a walk, whatever. Think about it for a moment. If you happen to have some details, like even if you weren't in on it, even if whatever, I think there's a decent chance that's true. But Joey's got 30K sitting there. There's other people that got more, people that got more info. I don't know if Herolibus needs to be someone that was in on it or not or whatever. I don't know. But would you at least have a think for a minute? Maybe you think of some detail that's interesting.
Listen, if you had $1 million on the table and offered it to me right now, and was actually 100% legit about it, I would love to try to get that $1 million. I just don't have any answers. I'm just as mystified about this as you guys, and that's the straight up truth. And you're gonna find that out.
Like a poker. No, my point is, like a poker hand. Sometimes sometimes someone goes all in on the river. I don't know shit. But if I think about it long enough, I'm like, oh shit, here was this one detail, and I can think of something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more saying, would you just at some point think for a few minutes? That's all. No pressure, no whatever.
What was this crash then? What was it?
Not on stream when you're off. Later tonight, tomorrow. Would you just give it a 5-minute thought just in case you got a detail? And it's like, oh shit, I could get some or all of that Joey bounty or some other. Not saying you were in on anything.
A detail of what? I'm not following you.
I mean, I don't know exactly what Herolibus and Perkins bounty is. I think it's the whole scoop or whatever. I don't know. I think Joey's was anything that shows there was cheating. I don't know. There's a lot of details there. Would you just give it a few minutes and think? Because to me, I think there's likely to be a rush for the exits, right? I think there was some group doing some shit. I don't know exactly what. I find it unlikely that the craziest hand I've ever seen on TV poker happened the same day that some dude stole 15K. I think some shenanigans are going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what. I would like someone to.
It appears so, and if I were to say that no, it's all coincidence. I mean, everybody's just looking at me like I'm crazy or I'm in on it or something. So I mean, honestly.
And I'm saying I respect that. You're saying it appears so. That's pretty strong. So I'm just saying, off stream, think about it for 5 minutes. Not saying you're in on it. Not saying whatever.
Nothing to think about. It's 100% a fact. I got her on the show. That happened. It shocked me just like it shocked everybody else. I just found out about the Brian thing yesterday.
Right, but I'm saying the communication, the thoughts of how she got around it, right? How she got on the show. There's probably if you actually thought about it a few minutes, there might be an interesting detail. That's my only point, I'm not saying.
Let me say a few questions from the chat, Tom. So Tom Dio Bellitz wants to know, Joey, ask him why he gave Robbi 20K, or ask him why Robbi gave him 20K. A lot of people just got questions about the money, right? That's what they want to know more about. They want to know why 20K, why is someone giving you 20K? If you just met them 3 weeks ago, why would they have a relationship with you that they would feel comfortable giving you $20,000 loan when you met him at the bike on the floor and you only met him twice? Why would they do that? You there, Beanz?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you there?
Okay, yeah, I think my Bluetooth batteries went out, so but there's nobody around. But
okay.
Anyway, so I didn't hear the last probably 20 seconds of what was going on.
Yeah, basically people just in the chat, everybody in the chat want to know, why did Robbi give him $20,000? If he only knew him twice, or if you only saw her twice, or if you only knew her for a couple weeks, why would you give you 20K?
She didn't just give me 20K. She loaned me 20K. I honestly think that it probably had to do with the fact that I was able to get her on. Everybody who's ever loaned me any amount of money has always seen me pay it back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm one of the guys that I can walk around with my head held high. I don't have to worry about somebody coming and tapping on my shoulder in the middle of a tournament or a cash game. I'm not Gene Gasper. I'm not fucking Prince. I'm not Chino Reem. I don't have to fucking worry about shit like that. I pay fucking people back. I'm an honor, I'm a man of honor. And that's how I carry myself. So she probably recognized that shit. And she loaned me she loaned me $20,000. It is what it fucking is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you paid the money back, I guess, I'm assuming?
Look, we don't even got to go into all that.
Sure,
I mean,
that's fine. Yeah.
No, I haven't paid the whole $20,000 back. No,
Okay.
I haven't. But I mean, I knew that's where we're going with this.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? We got like 10,000 viewers, or whatever the deal is. But
I'm just asking some questions chat asked me, right?
I'm honest.
Right.
Listen, I'm probably the only honest motherfucker on your fucking stream. Listen here.
Probably.
Like, no, I didn't. You know what I mean?
Right. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
There's a mutually beneficial
Listen,
solution.
I'm transparent. I'm transparent.
Right.
But there's a mutually beneficial solution here. Whatever the amount missed is, what if Joey pays that in exchange for the details of how she got on stream? That's good for Robbi.
See, this is where you're going wrong, man. You must be reading the wrong. I don't know what you're trying to do. I mean, I know what you're trying to do. I don't have any information. That's what
I'm just saying how she got on stream. I'm saying if she didn't cheat, how she got on stream, that's great, right? What's the problem?
What is this guy's problem?
Hold on. What's going on? Go ahead. What was that?
I was saying if she didn't treat how she got on stream is that should help clear her name, right? So what's the problem? And if she's getting paid back money from someone and that person's getting money, like what's the problem? Just clearing up how she got on stream. What's the problem?
Okay, my girl was literally calling when you said that, so it broke up half the time. Repeat the question one more time.
What I'm saying is if you, let's say you owe her 5K of it, 10K of it, whatever it is, right? There's probably a spot there where you could negotiate with Joey, be like, okay, you know, when she got on this stream, how did it happen? Then she gets her money, right? That's good for Robbi. If she did nothing wrong, it's also good for clearing her name. And for you, it's good. All you're doing is explaining how someone got on stream. You're not saying she did anything wrong. You're saying, hey, this crazy hand happened. Fair enough. You're going to explain how she got on stream. Mutually beneficial. What's the problem?
There's no problem.
Yeah, so there we go. We got some thoughts, right?
No, you said how did she get on stream? I called up DJF and got her on stream. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding or following the question.
Called up DGAF or what?
Yeah, I called DGAF and got her on the stream.
Right. We already knew about that, Tom. Yeah, we already discussed.
So hold on. Wait a minute. So can I have some money now or what? What's the deal? What are you trying to say, Tom? I mean, I just told you how she got on the stream. I got her on the stream.
Yeah, I'm saying I think we should just think that through. It's Joey's the one holding it, not me. But think through and be like, what details are there around there? There's probably a spot. There's probably a mutually beneficial spot.
I have the text messages. You can ask DGAF that I called and got her on the stream, and he probably contacted Ryan Feldman from what I overheard, and she got on. Like, there's no other details to it. Not understanding.
What about when she was talking to you and stuff around it?
When she was talking to me.
Yeah, like is that all public? What's happened there when she?
Yeah, everything's public. Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, there's no secret. There's no secret about that. I contacted her. She didn't call me to get on the stream. I contacted her and told her on a couple different occasions, "Hey, you'd be great for TV. You'd be great." And she says, "Well, I don't know. I'm not really. I've never gave it any consideration. Do you really think so?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." I talked her into getting on the stream.
Yeah, I've seen the text messages for through DGF and that Beanz communicated when he was trying to get on the show.
So when do I get my money?
How much money you say, Tom?
I said, how much does he want? He's got to negotiate with you. What do you want?
Yeah, how much you want?
I take 50,000 big ones. No, I'm just kidding. Look, man, I'm just playing along here. But no, if you want to give me some money, sure, great. But I'm being sarcastic, obviously, in the talk about the money aspect right now. But there is no secret. That's why I wasn't following your question. I made a phone call to DGAF. I was hoping to get her on Max Payne Monday. She didn't get on Max Payne Monday. She, in fact, got on the Wednesday, then Friday, then the following week stream with Phil Ivey, and I was disappointed in that. I wanted to play with her.
Okay, so Jugman said, did he call a source saying Garrett needs to pay back the money? So in Garrett's thing, he wrote that you called a source and said that you need to pay back. Good
question. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what source it is, but I can tell you, I'm just going to be transparent with you. It was not Saturday. When was the stream that she supposedly to? Was that Friday or Saturday? Do you remember? Friday or Saturday?
Probably a Friday. I don't think it's on a Saturday.
Friday. Okay,
Yo, I got to pee for a sec, but Joey, get a crypto address from him. I'll be back in a minute because I'll send 1,000 because he's trying to be transparent. Okay.
You're gonna send 1,000.
That's what's up.
All right.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So listen to me. So Saturday is what somebody tweeted. I think not Jungle Man, but GMAN tweeted, or somebody tweeted that. But it was in fact Friday that I made a phone call to DGAF while this was all going down, and I said, "Yo, man," I said, "that girl. I mean, that's messed up. You guys, Garrett needs to give her back her money." Yeah, I said that. What's the problem with that?
Okay. Well, I mean, we're just asking about what was in there,
Yeah.
right? I guess that's implying that you're saying that you got a piece of the money and you are trying to get your cut. That's what it sounds like here.
Joey,
That's what
Joey,
Garrett's
Joey,
laying out.
Joey, listen. I don't really know you, right? But let's say we
Right.
even met once. It doesn't even matter. But let's say you played in a tournament real quick, and you got, from my perspective and your perspective, you got by whatever the amount of money is.
Mm-hmm.
I would contact that person immediately and say, hey, give Joey's money back. That's just, I mean, wouldn't anybody in that position do that? I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that you feel like you brought her in and you are trying to stick up for her. You felt like Garrett really owed her the money.
I contacted GGAF, the person that I contacted to get her on the stream. Yeah, I contacted him immediately. That's my only connect to her getting her on the stream. And I said, yo, man, I mean, what's the deal? He says, I don't know. I'm not there right now.
Mm-hmm. You're on mute again, Beanz.
I'm in deep shit. Anyway, but I contacted, I don't know if that's the source, but that's the only thing that I can recollect because that's the only person I ever said, yo, I was like walking around my living room shocked as hell. I'm like, whoa, like he got the money back? That's crazy. And I was like, yo, he needs to give her money back. I mean, there's no proof, there's no evidence.
Is this talk of like sources here or something? What was that?
What's that?
I don't know. I heard someone say, I don't know if that's the source. I don't know.
I said I don't know if DGAF is the source of the information on that information as far as did I say he needs to pay her money back? But I did say that to him.
I mean, I'll just tell you personally, right? Like I'm just a little poker player. I try to not get involved when people do like crazy high stakes shit, but I do try to learn, right? And so like a lot of the West, right? They have this thing. They really protect sources and methods when it's like in intelligence shit or whatever. So if I'm ever investigating something, if someone tells me something I never said, right? So for example, if I know about cheating in some other country or whatever, I don't say. And even in a spot like this, it's not like actually serious, like the shit that I know in other countries, but it's still like, if someone tells me info, I'm not going to say. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, Joey can say sources if he wants or whatever, but like if people tell me stuff, I'm not going to say, sorry.
Right. I'm not asking for the source. I'm just telling you, he said a source said this, and I'm telling you the only person that I said that to and who I said that to.
Got it.
So to me, it's process of elimination. But I mean, I don't care. I mean, he didn't say anything that I would not repeat to you right now, right? I mean, there's no, what's wrong with that? In my opinion, like I'm just being transparent. Like, yeah, I said it. I mean, he should give her money back. A lot of people have said that. I mean, and.
So some people are talking about did she pay you to get on the show?
Oh no, she didn't pay me to get on the show.
Right. Okay.
That would be nice if I can just keep the $20,000 of free paid, in full just for getting her on the show. That would be lovely. But she'll argue against that. I'm sure I wouldn't even ask her that. So
okay.
No, I would. That's no. She didn't pay me anything to get on the show. No.
Okay.
Did she ever ask you for money back or no?
Well, yeah, we're in communication, so it's being worked on, and it's a private matter. She's not tripping, I'm not tripping. Like everything's worked out, it's all civil, everything's Gucci with that. I mean, there's no issue with that at all. Mm-hmm. It's kind of embarrassing that we're even talking. I knew we were gonna segue into this. I knew it, Joe. I knew that,
Yeah, but I already said just crypto address. I'm sending 1,000, so there's a start here, right?
I got to create a crypto address, but yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna create one, so I'm gonna hold you to that. You should give me 2,000. To be honest with you. Should give me 2,000.
Listen, get a MetaMask, send us an ETH address or send us a USDT address, and Tom Dwan said he's gonna ship you over the 1,000. Okay.
I mean, with all the time I invested in this, it's my son's second birthday. Can I get more than 1,000? Can I get 1,500?
What else you got?
What else you got? Yeah, what else you got? What else you got? What else you got, kid?
I wish I had more to give. I don't have anything else.
I mean, how much of the 20 is still owed?
Listen to you guys. Yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah, I know. Derek, y'all.
What do you want? You want 1,500? You want 2,000? How much of the 20 is still owed?
It's my son's second birthday, man. Look, I got.
No problem. Then you get 1,000. You want 2? You say how much, right? Fair enough.
It's my son's second birthday. You're gonna give me how much? Give me 5,000. Give me.
You got info for. You got 5,000. You got more to say.
Huh?
For 5,000, you got more to listen. I'll give you. You got more to say. I got 5,000. You got more to say.
Give me a flag. Give me a flag. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
Whoa, Joey.
Whoa, wait a second. Okay. So what are you saying?
No, I don't honestly have anything. You're like, man,
okay.
this guy Beanz, man, he can turn him for $5,000. We turned him. Nah,
Well, no, I mean, he's got 30, so if he actually turns you, you get all 30. You know?
I legit don't have any more information. Like, everything I said is truthful. Nothing that the only thing that I didn't really, feel comfortable telling is that, obviously that I borrowed money,
I think a lot of people borrow money. I mean, that's like a normal thing in poker world. People borrow money, they go up, they go down. It's pretty normal thing.
Okay, all right, but still, we did clear up some information though. I'm not, I didn't partake, and I would take the lie detector test even on this situation. So I do want to put that out there. I would be willing to take a lie detector test, and on this situation. So whoever wants to pay for it, I'm not paying for that shit. That shit's expensive. I will do it. 100% will do it.
How much is a lie detector test? Well, I think we could cover that, right? How much is the test?
I don't know, but
we'll get Person's talking about retina scanners and shit. I don't know. We'll talk about that. Maybe Tom got an idea for that.
Well, stick me in there too. You know what I mean? 100% will take that. That's not a problem. 100%. That's not a problem whatsoever. Full disclosure on that. So.
All right, DQ with the donation. Shout out to DQ. He says, Joey, I think we are barking up the wrong tree. Many people asked me to be on Max Payne Monday, and no one has paid me. I think Beanz is honorable. We have all loaned money to assure the table. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're barking up the wrong tree. We're just going off of Garrett's report. Came out today. Beanz is obviously in there. He wanted to come on here defend himself. We're just asking him a few questions. We want to be clear with them. We want to be thorough with them a little bit. And we want to give him a chance to be able to defend himself against the accusations that are made here, because obviously he said he's getting a lot of hate right now on social media. So I just want to be clear with some of the questions that I know a lot of people have, so that Beanz can express himself. And then the people out there got to decide, what version of reality that they're going to perceive this to be. So on one hand, you got Garrett laying out these incidences of communication that Beanz had with Robbi, and that things that he may have said on some of these interviews that he is. I mean, I'm reading the DD right now. I haven't gone over it yet, so I don't know it really specifically. So yeah, we just want to give him a chance to defend himself. Chad, if you guys have any more questions, then let us know. If not, Beanz, is there anything else that you maybe noticed that people are saying that you wanted to point out, that you wanted to respond to?
I just don't want to be like you always hear, the bad people in the industry. It's like we don't need to go. There's been a lot of people just publicly that they can't play at the Poker Go studios, and just like, I don't want to be one of those guys walking into a poker room and be the gossip and be like, oh, that motherfucker's a cheater, or he's a thief. That's not me. You guys got the wrong fucking dude. Like, that's not me. Like, I'm not the one. So. That's why I came on tonight. It's my son's second birthday. We're out here in Northern California. We're going to be attending a wedding tomorrow. My girl's upstairs. She's texting me all kinds of hate mail. So good looking. If you're really going to send that 1,000 to me on some method, Tom Dwan.
Yeah, I just told you, make it, get it.
I didn't say some method. It's got to be crypto.
All right. So, but I mean, I'm being as real and transparent. If you guys don't have any other questions, I can come back on in the future. But I just can't anymore tonight. But I will be monitoring this. Upstairs, on here, I can monitor, maybe talk in the chat, but I can't get back live tonight.
Sure. Yeah, that's all good. Listen, if we got anything else, we'll get in touch in the future. You kind of came on here, expressed yourself, talked about the money, talked about address the Kansas City scammer, and you said that you don't owe a lot of people money or anything like that. You're not scamming people out of money. Right. You're not scamming people out of any other kind of method as well, too. So, I mean, I guess we got to find out more information and see what the hell people are talking about here.
That's it. Yeah, that's all it is. Come up with some good, valid information before you start assuming and sending me all kinds of hate mail. I know I'm not going to delete my Twitter, but there was a second there I was like, fuck, man, all these motherfucking haters. Yeah, I'm thinking about deleting this shit. But the more I thought about it, it would make me look worse, I think. So just know this, that I also have good friends and family and people. I'm a human being that monitor my Twitter, my Facebook, so I'm a human being. So just be conscientious of when you're sending all these fucking crazy things that, unless you got some valid proof, don't be putting shit out there in the public and trying to tarnish my name, my peers. And that's, if that makes any sense.
Cool. Well, listen, Beanz, thanks
I respect that, man. If you compare that to what other people have said that were on here, they were trying to be all threatening, and he's like, man, come on, guys, please try to be nice, So it's a different feel, man. He seems like he's trying a lot.
Well, listen, Beanz, you can't hear you
you're
again.
On mute, Beanz. You're on mute. You're on mute, Beanz.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, listen, let's wrap it up, guys. Okay, so Beanz, we'll talk to you soon. We appreciate you coming on. If we have anything else, we'll be in touch with you, okay?
All right, listen, guys. I think my audio just went out. I don't know too much about this whole Zoom thing, so I think I pretty much said what I gotta said. If you guys need to call me back or whatever, but I do have to go, guys. So.
All right, I'll see you later, Beanz. Okay.
Just send Joey a quick.
All right, Twam. Guys in the chat, thank Beanz for coming on here, sharing his story. A lot of people in the chat are riled up here. Tom, what do you think? What are your thoughts? I can't hear you. Now you're muted. What is it? Maybe I gotta end the Zoom stream. I can't hear you, Tom. You're still muted.
Oh, shit. I think you should show that you got 30K ready to send. I think you should send some test transactions to everyone that comes on, and I think someone's gonna just give you a bunch of info out of nowhere.
Sounds good. Well, we got Nick Airball coming on here next, guys. He was also listed in the Garrett document. So, Tom, you want to stick on here? You want me to bring in Haralabob and then we talk to him, or I get Sean Deeb in here? I know Sean Deeb got a lot of questions, so.
Haralabob's better at this stuff than me, so.
All right,
I think he's ready to hop on soon. I can just stay on until he gets here, and then.
Yeah, I'm gonna send Haralabob a link over right now, and then we're gonna bring in Nick Airball. Nick Airball was also mentioned in the document, the new document released by Garrett Adelstein. So I think he's in the document a little bit, right? Yeah, he said something about them being friends or something like that.
I don't mind staying on and asking that one question. The rest of it, Haralabob's better at this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather not have so many people on here. It's too many fucking people. I mean, really, it's just even 3 people is kind of a lot to talk to people because there's always people interrupt and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the questions you asked are pretty good. Yeah, I actually don't see much of Nick Airball in here, so I don't think he is alleged to be involved in any of this, but I'd have to go through it.
The one thing was that was weird was that 175K thing, right? I knew about that days ago, and apparently he came out and publicly said it, soon after he may have found out or whatever that Garrett knew about it. It's a little weird, man. How do you not, if that was me and this hand was played, I mean, I doubt it would be 24 hours before you come out and say, hey, I did the craziest loan I've ever done. I don't know, just so you guys know, like, it wasn't me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, he came out in public. How often do you loan 175K to people you just met the day before? Is that like a 3 times a week occurrence, or?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the business of loaning people $175,000, Tom. So I don't know. You got to ask people that are in that business. Haralabob's in the house, guys. Listen to chat. Welcome, Haralabob. Garrett's back to the show. He was on here last night. Obviously, he had an infamous conversation with Robbi that people on Twitter were definitely talking about. So, Bob, welcome back to the show. You look rested. You look like you just got done a hot date or something like that. You got your hair all done. Look like you maybe put a little product on your face there. So, welcome back to the show, Bob.
Thanks for having me on, Joey. This is the highlight of my life right now. So
is it? Well,
no, I'm just kidding. What did we miss with Beanz? It seemed like what I caught was he seemed very relaxed and didn't seem evasive at all. And I would be shocked if there was more to the story with him.
He was kind of negotiating for money though, so I feel like he might know a little detail. I'm not saying he's in on it or whatever, but he might know.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be negotiating for money, to spill some information. It's another thing to be worried that you're considered to be guilty of something. I think that's kind of what I got out of it. I don't know. Who knows? There's a lot of twists and turns. That's all I know. The dude Brian a week ago was talking about how excited he was to be working in this tight-knit community at the Hustler Casino. And then 3 days later, it becomes toxic, and he's just super grateful to be out of there. Life comes at you fast, guys. One day you're sports betting with Durr, next day you're talking to Chicago Joey on stream. So life's a flat circle.
It really is.
Has Robbi? Why hasn't Robbi come on? I miss Robbi. Can we try to get Robbi back on here?
We could. We were going to get Brian on tonight, but then I checked my text during the show, and then apparently he got a lawyer, and the lawyer said that he shouldn't come on and chat.
That's a good lawyer right there.
That's what I said. I was like, yeah, it's probably a good idea. And I was shocked. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? Like, are you sure? Okay, I don't think it's a good idea for the kid to come on. So I'm glad the guy got a lawyer. He lawyered up. He's going to come on. So we're gonna get Nick Airball on here, and Tom, I think I'll bring Sean Deeb in here, Tom, and then we'll talk, and then I'm gonna bring you back in later.
I don't want another chat with Sean Deeb. Come on, we gotta give me someone fresh. I can't sit here and be doing chats with Sean Deeb every night.
Okay, well, are you familiar with Nick Airball then?
No, I'm fine with Deeb. I'll be in the background while Deeb's interrogating this guy like a new age version of Matlock. I'm good with it.
Yeah, listen, Nick said, she said, bring Sean Deeb on, bring her all about on, bring anybody on. I don't care who you get to ask me questions. So basically, I'm going to read Nick Airball's, his regarding last week's HLC poker show event. So he said he met Jacob and Robbi on Wednesday, 9/21, September 21st at Hustler Casino for a live stream. He befriended Jacob at the table. They discussed MMA boxing. Jacob busted early that day from stream, but before leaving, they agreed to exchange contact information. Jacob invited him to Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva fight. He accepted it and was sent ringside seat tickets by Jacob. That day, I played a couple of hands with Robbi. Of interest, she owned me in one hand with ace for 7-3. Okay. After the game, I also got Robbie's contact info, as I felt like her and Jacob were both great for the game, and she expressed interest in off-screen games. I host high-stakes off-screen games at the Hustler about once a week, where the regulars play frequently. In the coming days, I talked to Jacob a little via text about the fights. I invited both him and Robbi to an off-screen game that was scheduled for 9:30 on 9/28, the day before the alleged incident. I made dinner plans with Jacob and Robbi, and we went to Javier's in Newport Beach. We were there from 5 p.m. until midnight, eating dinner and having drinks. During our time there, we talked a lot about MMA fighting, but also a lot about poker. We also talked about the game the next day, which Jacob was not scheduled to play. Nothing came across as sketchy. Jacob loves poker and seemed interested in trying to get more involved and help build the Hustler stream by potentially bringing Jake Paul, other big names for games. Jacob mentioned to me during the dinner that he was taking a big piece of Robbi in the game the next day. At the end of the night, Jacob spoke with Ryan Feldman on the phone and agreed to play the next day. However, this was a full night of heavy drinking. I drove Jacob home as he had too much to drink. Then took it back to my house and crashed for the night. The next day, I got to Jacob's house around 10 a.m. and hung out there while he got dressed for about an hour. After he got ready, we chatted a little before leaving, and he was stressed about the game that day, as he didn't remember agreeing to play the night before, and thus didn't have enough cash on hand for himself, and he needed cash for Robbi too. Okay. I offered to lend him $175,000 in Hustler chips. For those wondering, this is common practice in high-stakes games, especially at Hustler. I've long been known as the lender for games and always lend to players to help keep the game running and make life easier for all. This has not always worked out for me. Regardless, we got my car, then we caravaned to Hustler, where I gave Jacob $175,000 before the stream in the VIP private room. This all happened on camera. Robbi was there as well. While at the cage, Jacob asked the cashier if the money he had wired had cleared, and after looking, the cashier said they had not received the wire yet. We all been there. Jacob offered me a 50% free roll of helping him out, and I declined. Not my style. We agreed Jacob would return the chips to me the next day, 9:30:22, as he was scheduled to play the smaller stream game again with Robbi. I went home after. I was relaxing until I found out about the hand in real time. Obviously, I did not know what to think or how to feel, but decided to go to Hustler and collect my $175. I went to Hustler, waited at the VIP cage area, during which I met Robbie's husband briefly, exchanged some pleasantries before pointing him to the direction of the stage. 15 to 30 minutes after the stream ended, Jacob came with his chips to the VIP cage, and upon seeing me, promptly gave me back $175,000 in chips. All this information was shared at Ryan Feldman on October 1st. I'm happy to answer questions anybody has. So that is the statement from Nick Airball, and then we're going to bring in Nick Airball, and we're going to let him kind of talk and ask him some questions about what he knows about what the hell's going on here. So anything stand out to you about that, Bob?
He reminds me of the Federal Reserve. He's like the lender of last resort by the sounds of it. It's like he's running it's like he's running behind the scenes stuff at the Hustler live stream. I wonder how that happened. But aside from that, I don't know. I'm interested in hearing what the guy has to say, and I'm interested in hearing Deeb go at him and see what Deeb's got on this guy.
I'm gonna hop off and let Bulldog Sean Deeb come on. Go for it.
So
you want me to come on, I'll say hi, and then I'll hop on.
No, let me just do this, Tom. Okay. So basically, right? I'm reading and get through Garrett's thing. So on Wednesday, he said, Nick Airball recurring live character. Note there isn't any direct evidence that Airball is involved in the scheme. Nevertheless, the information below is presented as it may be relevant to the investigation as a whole. On Wednesday, Rip, Robbi, and HCL regular Nick Airball all got together at Javier's for 7 hours. Later that evening, Nick drives Rip's car to Rip's home, dropping Rip off along the way. The next morning, it is agreed that Airball will give a $175K loan to the play in the Jack 4 game that Rip has decided to join at the last minute. Potentially related, Nick Airball closed into Joe Ingram's Twitch stream on that Wednesday, 9/28, the day before the Jack 4 hand, and the same night he is at Javier's with Rip and Robbi. He goes on a long rant attacking several players, including Andy Stacks, the biggest loser in LA live stream history, Eric Person, he's just fucking terrible. Alan Keating, that guy's a fucking idiot too. Doug Polk, he's a joke. And Bill Klein, all the other fucking idiots he gets to play with. Yet most of his venom is for some reason saved for Garrett specifically. Garrett is the biggest fucking nit. Garrett is the biggest nit in LA, and he's my bitch. I want to play with Garrett. I want to felt his ass. I want to make him taste the felt. I want to send him home on his bike. I want him to have to liquidate all his fucking funds, all his IRA accounts, everything. I want to send him home crying to his wife with no money. Come sit with me, motherfucker. Let's see Garrett fucking lose $5 million in a day and cry and sit at the table begging for a loan. I want to play Garrett for every dollar he has to his name. Every dollar I want Garrett to be homeless by the time I'm done with him. Or do we want to see someone come stand up to the fucking loser, fake poker boss of LA? Jesus Christ. He did say that on my show. That's a fact. I was on Twitch and he said that. So I also...
Are you riffling chips while you're doing this, Joey?
Yeah, why?
I was like, where's that sound coming from? That's dedication to the game right there. You're riffling chips. Yeah, he seems like he's got some anger issues.
He seemed like a nice guy to me, doesn't he? I mean, that seemed like a nice guy. He said, "Let it be known if Ryan Feldman and HCL can find a seat for me tomorrow, I'll buy in for $1 million and let GMAN and I Am Maverick know who the real poker boss is in LA." He said, "Garrett is my son." Okay. Wow. All right. So after that, I think that we need to get Nick Airball on here because I am very excited. Beanz gave me over his address. Let me see if Sean Deeb's coming on here to ask some questions to Nick Airball, and then we're going to get Nick Airball in the house right now to address those things.
All right, I'm going to dip and let Sean Deeb investigate. Good luck.
Peace out there. Have a good one, my friend. Be well.
Oh, you can't see Bob. Sorry, guys. I thought it was, I don't know how this thing's set up here. All right, guys, we're waiting on Sean Deeb, waiting on Nick Airball to come in here. All right, perfect. Who for why? No. All right, let's get Sean in here. Guys, see a lot of donations. I mean, I appreciate all the donations and all the subscriptions on Twitch and on YouTube, guys. But obviously, we can't. It's hard to get to them right now. Sean, are you there? Sean, you there? Sean, you there? Hello? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I was trying to switch my audio for Glance and it doesn't work.
All right, guys. Welcome Sean Deeb to the chat. Sean, we're gonna hop in. Nick Airball is waiting. And did you read his statement? And did you see what he was accused of in Garrett's statement?
Yes.
Or he wasn't really accused, right? He was more saying that, pointing out things that Nick had said on the show with me, the Twitch stream, and then basically talked about his relationship with Rip and Robbi, which then Nick Airball addressed on his post. So you saw his Twitter post as well too.
Yes.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna bring him in now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How's it going, man? Welcome to the show, guys. We got Nick Airball in the chat. He is a player on Hustler. He plays a lot of high stakes. As you heard, he thinks he definitely one of the best players in LA, the poker boss of LA. And listen, we had him on Twitch stream. It was definitely entertaining. Not entertaining if you're Garrett, but he's back in the house. Welcome, Nick, to the show. Nick, so you got wrapped up in this Garrett Adelstein statement that he put out. You put up a long post earlier. Tell us what's going on, man. What's happening here? What do you make of what you're being accused of? Or at least, I mean, wrote of, not necessarily accused, but just kind of brought up in relation to the players involved that Garrett's accusing.
Sure. So, I mean, I guess maybe rather than reiterating what I already said in the post, I'll just give a little more context for everyone. And it's nice to meet you, Sean and Bob. So I
know who you are. I'm surprised.
Of course. I mean, Bob's a legend. Sean, I barely know you. No, I'm just kidding. So out of college, I graduated college 2018, moved to LA, started playing some low stakes poker, played in Ryan Feldman when he used to have games with the bike. I played over there a lot. Became friends with Ryan and Nick. I then moved to New York where I didn't play any poker really except for in Ryan's app game that he runs. Played there for about a year, and then earlier this year moved back to LA and have jumped into the streets and the high stakes streets. Played a bunch on the Hustler streams but most of my volume has been off stream at the Hustler in off stream games. Also like playing late into the night post stream. That's where most of my volume's been. So Ryan and Nick aren't able to make loans at the Hustler because they are the game runners. And given that I always have a lot of extra chips with me, and me and Ryan are friends, he's often asked me to loan chips for him, and which I've always done. And then it's kind of just morphed from there until I've loaned everyone chips. Like Julie has been loaned chips by me. A lot of the players who have gone on the stream have been loaned chips by me. Like the week of the Keating week, I gave Wesley 200K on that Monday. I'd known him for maybe a couple weeks at most. Gave him 200K on that Monday to play that week. So like I've loaned large numbers to these guys a bunch of times. Probably not smart to do, but nonetheless that is true. As I said, the posts we run like a lot of I mean just me, and then sometimes other players will try to help. But I run like off-stream games with the Hustler about once a week. We usually play anywhere from 25-50 up to 1-2-4-8 or something, really big off-stream again. In those games, I loan money all the time. Like the Friday that's mentioned, the day after that stream, we had a game where I loaned 100K to a player in the game and 50K to a player who's playing on the stream who busted. So that day I loaned out 150 alone. This can all be verified by players in the game and be verified by Ryan, as he knows pretty much all the numbers I loan. In terms of like my relationship with Jacob and Robbi, I met them the first time I played, which was, I think I said 9/21. It was like a week before this incident on a Wednesday. I usually play on Wednesdays. The game's 25-50, 100. Befriended Jacob at the table, just talking about like MMA and boxing, because that's like my biggest passion in terms of like sports. And like when I found out he like manages / works with Jake Paul, and Jake Paul's fighting Anderson Silva, who obviously like is like one of the GOATs of MMA. I was very excited. He offered me tickets to the fight, which of course I accepted. After the game, he busted early, and he was like, "Let's get my phone number or something right now at the table," but we don't have our phones. So I was like, "Ryan will connect us." So after the game, I had Ryan connect us, and we kind of chatted a little bit afterwards. I also got Robbie's number, as I felt like they were both good for the game and would be great to have in more off-stream games. So that's kind of how I started like having their numbers and getting in contact with them. Then I offered to take them to dinner. I invited them to the game on 9/30, which was the day after the incident, which we were having a 51-2 game. We went to dinner on Wednesday. I have all the texts. I'm happy to share them with anyone, showing us setting it up, showing me like all my texts with both of them, and in like a group chat I can show all the texts from the beginning. We went to Javier's. We were planning to go there at 4:30. We ended up getting there like 5. It was me, Jacob, and Robbi. We sat at the bar, the left side. Jacob ordered like food for all of us, and we had margaritas the entire night. I don't remember how much Robbi drank, but me and Jacob drank a lot. Jacob in particular, maybe around midnight, they were finally like throwing us out, so we left. Robbi and me were telling Jacob like he can't drive because he could barely walk. Not that I should have been driving either, but nonetheless. Eventually, she gets pissed and just says, "Fuck it," and leaves. And so I tell Jacob I'm going to call him an Uber. He says no. I tell him I'll drive him home in my car. He says no. He doesn't want to leave his car there because he had like a Rolls Royce or whatever. So finally, we agree that I'll drive him home, drop him off, and then pick him up in the morning. So drive him home, drop him off, go home with his car. Next day, pick him up. And before he left, he calls Ryan, very drunk. Ryan can verify this as well. And essentially, like without meaning to, agrees to play in the game the following day, the Jack 4 game. Ryan can verify this. Feldman, that is. The next day, I get to his house, maybe around 10, like knock on the door, like tough to wake him up, but he comes down. It's a nice house, as you can imagine, or maybe not, but it's a very nice house, whatever. Seems like he has a lot of money. Hang out there for maybe 30 minutes or so while he's getting ready to go, and he's like freaking out because he didn't realize he was playing in the game until he like saw like Ryan had tweeted the lineup with him in it. So then he's all stressed about like getting funds there or whatever. And so he didn't ask me. I offered him chips. I said, he said that they needed 250,000 total for Robbi and 100,000 for him. He said that he had about 100,000 there and she had about 70. So I was like, okay, sure, I'll loan you guys 175 and I'll see you tomorrow and I'll pick up the money then, or you can wire it to me. Not my smartest move, obviously, but nonetheless, that's what happened. So then we jump into Jacob's car. He drives me back to Javier so I can grab my car. We then caravan to Hustler, get there maybe like 11:30 or something. I can't remember, maybe 12. I was extremely hungover, as you can imagine. When we get there, go to the cage. First, Robbi pulls out all the chips from her player's bank. I think she has like 75,000-ish. Jacob then pulls out all the chips from his player's bank. He has like 100-ish. And then I pull out 175 and give it to Jacob, and I leave the casino. Go home, relaxing, hanging out, not watching the stream, actually just hanging out with the wife. And I hear about in live time about this Jack 4 hand, and obviously like knowing that they're like together or like friends or whatever, not necessarily like together.
We know what you meant by that. It's okay.
Okay, well, in fairness to them, I will say that when we were at Javier's, there was nothing inappropriate happening between them. And that is just an honest answer. Anyways, continuing. So I obviously am not feeling great about my decision to loan them 175K after hearing about this hand. So I race over to Hustler and just decide to like wait until the stream ends and try to collect. So the day before, since we had done earlier that day, since we had done the chips in the VIP room, I assumed they would go back there. So right outside the VIP area, there's like a bunch of tables. So I just like sat down there and was just chilling, waiting for one of them to walk over with chips. During that time, like some guy walked in, you could just tell he was like looking for the stream. Like you could just tell there was so much chaos that day at the Hustler. So, and he kind of saw me and like, I think maybe, I don't know, he maybe like just thought like, he could ask me or something, but he just like came up to me and was like, do you know where the stream is? Like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I play on the stream. Like, who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm here for Robbi. And I was like, I don't know who that is. He's like, Robbi. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's that way. Like, and I kind of gave him direction to the stream. And then I was just sitting there chilling. And then eventually, maybe like 10, 15 minutes later, Jacob comes by with like a ton of chips in the rack. And when he sees me, he's, nice, happy, whatever. Still like upset about the situation, but like friendly to me. Immediately gives me back the 175K. We then go into the VIP room where he cashes out all the rest of his chips. Oh, one other thing I forgot to mention is when we were in the room in the beginning and I was getting chips out for them that morning or early afternoon, Jacob asked the cashier lady, he says, I sent a wire, it hasn't come yet, and she like looks for a little bit and says no, and he's kind of like makes some comment about how it's like super annoying that it's not there yet because he's wired before, whatever. Then, so I get my money back. He cashes out all of his cash. He's like, I'm never fucking playing here again. He's like all steamed up from what happened. I deposit my chips. And then that night I go out to dinner with Andy from the show, Andy Stacks, which we are very good friends. And, that was it. And then the following days, just everything started blowing up. I told Ryan about everything and, all of that whole thing right away. So he had all the information. And then, today I saw some stuff, just tweets about, and, I was talking to Ryan, he kind of said, like, let's just let it be for now. We're doing an investigation, whatever. Then I saw some tweets about like, oh, there was sketchy business with lending money or whatever. And so I texted Ryan this morning. I said, I saw these tweets. Do you mind if I put out something? And he said, yes, just give out the facts. So I put out the statement, trying to lay out all the facts for everyone from my perspective. So that's kind of where I'm at.
That sounded great to me. I believe everything you're saying. I just have one question for you, quick. Then we'll get into the more details of your situation. Sure. Do you believe they cheated, or what percentage do you think? Like, what are you doing right now?
Okay, so the day after it happened, I was 99.9% no, and like anyone who asked me, I said no way. Like I think that she's just not very smart and like spaz in a spot that makes no sense and whatever. A week later, I felt like it was pretty likely they did cheat. Then I kind of flipped back and forth. And then after this whole thing came out with Brian, I'm starting to feel like if I had to bet on a side, I would bet on cheating. I still like consider Jacob like a friend, maybe. I don't know. Like, I just don't know. Like, I personally, I feel like I don't know if I was getting scammed here based on what I read. Like I don't know. Maybe like if they lost, like I was just fucked out of 175. Like I have no clue. But at this point, like if I had to say yes or no to cheating, I would say probably yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think one way to check if you're going to get scammed, I don't know if Ryan's allowed to go to the cage to see if he ever actually sent a wire that showed up days later or not. I was actually a part of there for the infamous #King session with the whole wire and all that shit. So that would definitely be a way to confirm whether or not he was scamming you.
Sure.
And, you know, the funny thing is, I think if he was scamming you, that kind of sets up a little bit of a free roll. These two were trying to take a shot, and you know, some other things. I have a question about the first session you guys played. When did you find out that Rip was backing Robbi?
I didn't find out till we were at. I didn't know he was fully backing her when we were at Javier's, but I understood that he had a piece of her to some extent. And then the next day, it kind of like came more clear, and then obviously it all came clear after the whole stream and everything.
So like they did discuss their deal. Like, is it a makeup deal? Is it 50% free roll? Like, so you don't know those exact details?
I don't know the exact details. All I know is so the day when we were at the cage, Jacob was so after Robbi got her chip, she left, and Jacob was still wrapping up to leave. He was very appreciative that I helped him out. And so he told me, he's like, I want to give you a 15% free roll from my net profit from my part of Robbi and myself. Okay? And I told him no. And I have that in text as well, where he offered me that and everything. And after the stream as well, he said, I owe you 15% of what we made. And I said, no, thank you. And I did not accept any money. And you can look at cameras. I never took $1 from him. Because I just is not my style. I'm not interested in.
I think this, I had suspicions that other people did. And I think the way you're answering what you're saying, turning down the 15%, you're sharp enough, you've been around gambling enough to know that if you took a piece of that, it's going to make you look complicit. And that when you turn down that 15% the first day, obviously you said it before the game, you were going to take it anyway. But after the fact, when you say you think it was 99% they didn't cheat, I think that's you being polite because you're friendly with them and you hope that they didn't cheat and they're fish and you can play with them later. But if my instincts say that you're being a little polite and saying so confidently they didn't cheat initially.
I also think I just am a little too trusting and don't want to believe that I gave $175,000 and had a 7-hour dinner with 2 people who were scamming me and then cheating on what I consider to be my poker home, and that's part of the reason I was so fired up to come on here with Joey's, because to me the Hustler is my poker family and that's my poker home. And was I drunk the night before talking shit about Garrett and having fun? Yes, but it's just for the lulz. It's just let's have some fun. Let's make the stream interesting. Let's have rivalries. It's just for fun. Ryan knows that. He knows I'm just messing around. I don't actually have any hate towards Garrett. Do I want to destroy Garrett in the hands if I can? Fuck yeah. I want to battle with him. I want to play deep. I want to play huge. I want to try to belt him for big numbers.
So have you met Heraldus?
No.
He likes to play huge.
Let's play. Come to the Hustler. We can play whenever you want. I want to play as big as possible, always, and deep. And
So what are your theories? Because these 2 people who don't know anyone on the stream, how could they have gotten access if Brian was the culprit, if they were cheating? That's the thing that's so sketchy to me is all these people who seem to be their connections to the stream, both you and Beanz, I feel confident aren't involved at this point from the way you guys are acting, the way you're representing it. So I'm wondering how the hell, it's so difficult for me to figure out a logical explanation to how their connection to Brian was. But there was one thing that Robbi said that maybe, is one of my theories. She said, I don't even know that guy, who that Filipino is. I don't even know his name. How does she know his nationality and what race he is if she's never met him before?
Yeah, I don't know anything about, I can't really speak to that. And I don't really want to speculate on all these things just because I'm very loyal to Ryan. And I feel at this point, it's not fair to be speculating as a player and on cheating and how it's being done. What I would say is that, so my biggest concern, and to be honest, so yesterday, Ryan knew all this, just so for the record, I guess, Ryan knew all of this on the 1st, as I said, and I still played on the stream twice this week, which just goes to show what Ryan thinks of me and my character and my integrity and the fact that he knows that I did not cheat, have never cheated, and would never cheat. And if Ryan had all this information, so you'd think he would have me on the Doug Polk game if he thought there was even 1% chance I was involved? No. Sorry, that's just I'm really fired up. But anyways, in terms of the other thing, the way I see it with the cheating thing with Brian is I see it as this. So I think if Ryan, so I'm assuming, I don't know for a fact, but I'm assuming that Ryan and Nick's security team, the gaming company they hired, is going to be reviewing probably a lot of footage from prior streams and post streams to see if he had done this before. I feel if he has done this before, it makes it less likely that he was involved necessarily in the cheating and he might just be a thief. If he hasn't done it before, I feel very strongly that it's likely that he felt her returning the 135K was giving up a piece of his cut, and thus he palmed 15, maybe 10% or something, as his cut of what like was given back. That's kind of how I feel about their relationship. And in terms of like how they met and stuff, that to me makes no sense. Like there's no way that it's just the 2 or 3 of them. Like that, if they're cheating, and I'm gonna use the word if, there's no way it's the 3 of them. There has to be other people involved, because there's just no way like Brian would approach them or they would approach Brian. Like that doesn't make any sense, you know? So to me, like if there's cheating, there has to be some other people involved. And maybe it's not necessarily like regs or something, but people who have previously played on the show or been around, because I don't see how otherwise Brian could connect with Jacob and Robbi.
Do you have some questions for him?
I don't have a question. I would push back a little bit on if he was caught cheating in other, or not, excuse me, if he was caught stealing in other incidences, that would lead you to believe that he wouldn't be in on cheating or anything like that. I think it just means that he's a dishonest person, and he has. And I thought Doug did a very good video today where he kind of talked about how he moved his desk.
Sure, yeah. I've been in the production room many times. I come early and hang out with Ryan up there. Like, yeah, like I understand. In terms of like, one more thing I wanted to say about the cheating thing. So just in terms of like, you know, my number one goal in here is just to like clear my name and like tell the truth to the best of my extent.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing I want to say is like anyone can review footage of me playing and see me doing the stupidest fucking shit ever on stream. I've been belligerently drunk on the stream. I've punted in so many spots on the stream. I run bluffs that will never work on the stream. Like I've raised for value in spots where my opponents had better hands on the stream. Like I've done a ton of shit that like it's pretty bad, but like whatever, you know? And so like I just want to say like my number one thing here is I just want to clear my name that A, I was not involved in what they were doing, and B, like I have never cheated in any way ever. And like that's it.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, and this is like, you don't have to answer. So, how are you in a position where you're like the lender of last resort at the Hustler Casino? I mean, how'd that even?
I mean, to be honest, like I don't know. Like it's not my favorite spot to be. Obviously, like right now I'm owed $50K from a reg in the game. Like there's a reg who plays all the time. I'm owed $50K, and like I don't know when to get that money. But like it just kind of happened. And
it's not Beanz, right?
No, it's a reg. Beanz is not a reg, in my opinion.
So you're winning in the game, obviously, and you're just trying to keep the games going.
Yeah. I mean, you get it, Bob. Like, it's not like, I mean, Sean, you get it. Like, it's not like black and white. Like, you don't just get to like show, like I'm not saying this to like start shit with Garrett, but not everyone is Garrett that just gets to show up and play in really good games. Like, you have to do other things to get into good games, right? And part of that's helping the games go. And like, part of helping the games go is when really wealthy people show up and they don't necessarily have a ton of cash. Like, they want a loan. I loan. Like, I've loaned Julie Yorn, who's on the show. Every time she comes, like she'll like ask me, like even yesterday she asked me, she's like, "Hey Nick, if I need to switch chips or like I need a loan, can you help me?" And I told her no, actually, because I was like, I'm short on chips, because it's because I don't have enough chips at the Hustler right now. But you know, like I've always loaned. Like I can list, there's like almost like probably like 20 people who play in the show regularly who I've loaned to numbers over 20K, 30K, 40K, like people who have played on there regularly. And Ryan knows all this and has seen me loan large amounts. And I always loan them without asking. And like, I'm just too trusting. And I know it's not a good thing. Like I'm not bragging to say like, oh, I'm so rich.
Hey, when I was your age, I did the exact same thing, got screwed over a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Rob was actually one of the people who gave me a lot of advice on loaning after a couple crazy Chinese sessions, you know?
Yeah. And like, I've been told by
he's given good advice. Like I think the older generation always teaches the people your age, like you just have to learn your lesson. Like, limit like 10 people you would loan to who would also loan for you, and then that's just the best course of action. Yes, it hurt your win rate a little bit. Yes, the games run a little bit less often, but it's just
but he's almost required to loan to make sure that he's like a part of the furniture.
No, it's not true. I'm not necessarily required to loan, but like I also just like
helps you.
Yeah, like it definitely wins like favor. Like I mean, like it's the truth. I mean, it definitely wins favors, and like if you're winning in the game, like you have, you know, which I think I am in theory and in reality, you have to do things to like.
Yeah, it's hard to shut you out of the game if you're like loaning half the table money, right? I mean,
exactly. I mean, like literally, there was one day on Keating Week where I 400,000 of my money was on the table and I wasn't playing. I just loaned to the players there because they wanted chips and I'm friends with them. And I was like, sure. I didn't ask for a seat or anything. It was just like I'm friends with them. Like Wesley needed a couple 100,000, other players needed 200,000. Like sure. Like it's not that big a deal. I'm true trusting. And can I afford to lose $500,000 because I'm getting stiffed? Probably not. No. But like also, like, is that some stupid shit I've done? Yeah. And like, I'm willing to own that, like, I'm not the smartest ever, and like, I don't always make the best decisions, but I'm not a fucking cheater in any way.
Mm-hmm.
And for the record, like, I personally, like, it may come across like I have some major hate towards Garrett, but it's not really like that. It's just like for fun for the show. Like, it's to me, it's not interesting unless there's like villains and there's excitement and entertainment, and like, you know, like that's part of the fun. And like, so that's a big part of it. But more than anything, like, I just want to compete. Like, I'm happy to play with anyone, off stakes, on stake, off stream, on stream, like anytime, anywhere, any place, any amount. Like, I just want to play big, and like, I want to battle. And like, you know, like, Ryan can verify. Like, I never ask him what the lineup is. I don't care who's there. Like, also, like, Ryan can verify that I mostly play off stream at the Hustler. Like, most of the volume I put in is off stream. Like, I'm always last to quit the game post stream. I will play late. Like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, so what do you think about Garrett? I mean, why do you think he included you in this? I mean, basically, obviously, right, he referenced a lot of the interview, or I was doing a Twitch stream and you called in, and obviously you were drinking a little bit, you were fired up, you were talking a lot of shit, you're trying to get a big match. I mean, you're, you know, definitely trying to get in the mix, but I guess why do you think Garrett included you in here? Yeah, I know, but why do you think Garrett included you in here? Because
Well, I mean, it's known that Garrett doesn't like me. He doesn't want other winning players in the game. Like, that's known. Like, it's not a secret. I mean, there's plenty of players that Garrett blocks from the game. And Garrett's only interest, I mean, and like, whatever, more power to him. I understand he wants the free money, but his only interest is in playing like in the softest spots, which is fine. Like, I'm not saying that's wrong either, but also it's just like a little bit like too much politicking, too much bullshit. Like, you know, one time I was at work and Garrett calls me out of the blue and he's like, I heard you've been talking shit about me trying to keep me out of games. I'm like, no, it's not even true. And like, that's just like not true. And like, you can ask Ryan. Like, I've never told Ryan, I don't want this person in the game. I don't want that person in the game. But like, he does all that shit. I mean, do I think it's a little gross and a little bit soft? Yeah, it's really fucking soft if you ask me. Like have some heart. Like, just show up and play. Like, you're already the best. You're already spending every day, all day studying, while the rest of us have like real jobs and like are doing shit. Like, come on, let's just play. And like, so yeah, like, do I have a little chip on my shoulder, and do I have like a little bit of like distaste for how Garrett conducts himself? Yeah. Like, do I think it's gross how like he'll never straddle unless everyone straddles? Yeah. Like, I think that's a little gross, you know? Like,
so you have a real job outside of poker?
This guy doesn't straddle in these games? That's bananas.
Yeah, exactly, Bob. Like, yesterday, Doug put the 800 on, the 1600 on multiple times, didn't ask anyone. Garrett will never put a straddle on unless everyone does it. Never. Not even if we're playing 25-50, he won't put 100 on unless everyone does it. Go watch the Wednesday stream. I put the $200 straddle on maybe 40% of the hands from every position because I was bored. Just give back a little bit. Like, you know, so anyways, that's just my personal difference in terms of how I approach poker to Garrett, which is whatever. But like, I have no interest in trying to cheat Garrett out of money. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to win. Like, I want to prove I'm better. Like, that's it. Like,
you earn a living outside of poker as well, as your poker like your primary source?
No, I have a job in banking.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Investment banking. I think you maybe told me that.
Yep.
Sounds like fun. I mean, I feel like you kind of really addressed a lot of what was, you know, written in your article as well. And I know, I guess as people have been saying, I haven't really seen much in reference to you. I haven't been on Twitter since Garrett dropped a statement, so I don't know if people are really saying anything about you.
Texts and stuff, and so like, I just personally like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's nothing, maybe people don't feel like I was involved or whatever, but like the fact that my name was out there and like I felt like there was any like not like any lack of clarity was a problem to me. And like I mean, like, as I'm sure Sean and Joey and Bob can all say, like, in the gambling world, like, your character, your integrity, your name is everything. Like, if people think even 1% that you're a cheater or like a scammer or anything, like, it's just like, that's just like the worst, you know? And like, to me, like, anything I can do to prove that I'm not involved with them, I will do. Like, I told this to Ryan too today. I mean, Ryan already told me he knows I'm not involved, but I told Ryan today, I said, if you want to see all my phone records, my wife's phone records, like, you want to go to my computer, you want to see anything, I don't care. Like, yeah, there's some private shit, sure, but like, is there anything that I've done wrong or unethical? Never. And like, I'm happy to show that. I'm happy to show all my poker results to like Sean, and he can look at them and say if I'm winning or not, if I need to cheat to win. Like, I played in the app, I track all of that, I have how many hands I played, all the stakes, all the games. Like, I can prove that like I don't need to cheat. Like, I've been able to do okay in poker. And like, to me, it's like, I think a big part of Garrett including my name is just because like he's trying to like block me out, and because we have a little bit of beef, and it's fine. It's not a big deal, but like at the end of the day, like I just want to make sure that my name is cleared, and that's the most important thing to me.
I think you've done a great job of that. I think all three of us agree with that.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you. And if anyone has any follow-up questions ever, like
Quit speaking for me, Sean. Come on, do me a favor. Quit speaking for me.
Bob, you got anything you want to know? Anything else to ask?
Not really. I mean, I guess I'm just more interested in the if you have any, like, have you ever thought, like, now that this information has come out, now that we've heard Brian possibly, you know, could be in on something, have you ever, like, do you ever think like, oh, you don't have to name anyone obviously, but you're like, oh, someone else, this seems like someone else might be, you know, looking back, that was suspicious. This was suspicious. Is there any of that's going on?
A lot. I mean, yesterday at the game, post stream, me and Doug talked for hours about this, where I was thinking, we were talking about, you know, what could be hallmarks of other players who are cheating, who are players who tank, who are players who have tank and make better decisions than when they don't tank. We had a long conversation about this. The day after it happened, me and Andy were playing in that off-stream game. The whole entire conversation was about, you know, is this possible? Did they cheat? Who could have been involved? I mean, this is all that's been going through my mind. Obviously, as someone who, like, when I play on the stream, I always buy in incredibly deep, almost always cover. And like, you know, so like I'm in a spot where if I'm getting cheated, it's like I can lose a lot of money, you know? And also like this whole thing with Brian palming chips, like this is incredibly stressful to me. And like the reason it's stressful is because like I think there's been times where Brian might have like literally watched my chips while I went to the bathroom and he was alone with them. Like that's totally possible. Like I'm not kidding. And like there's also times where I've been like absolutely wasted after the stream, gambling, having fun, and like I have no clue. Like here, let me show you a picture of that. Where like it's impossible for me to know how many chips I have. I mean, do I know I have like 200K-ish? Sure, yeah. Like I know I cover everyone, but I don't know how much I have. And like it's impossible for me to have any clue if someone palmed chips off of me. So like, do I have a lot of stress about that? Sure. Also, do I really care at this point? No, like I really don't care if he got me for 10K. It's like whatever. I'm more focused on like my name and all of that.
Wow.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. The whole thing is, I'm just like.
Can you see that?
A little bit.
Let me fit it to Joey.
I'm more of like, you know, one thing I've learned in this whole poker business here is everyone seems credible when they talk. But you know, maybe there's like an exception or two. But most people come on here and they've all, you know, no one's gonna come on here and do themselves a disservice for the most part.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting that you think that Garrett said what he said because he's trying to block you out of games, or he has some personal animus.
I'm not the only one who thinks that. Like, you know, that was conveyed to me by other people whose names I can't say, but like, it's not untrue. Like, it's definitely true. There's plenty of players in LA Garrett's blocked from games. I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, just the truth. And like,
what about you guys think that there's a chance Brian would actually came on the pod today if that statement didn't come out?
Which statement?
The one that Garrett released. Not blaming him, but it just seems like kind of unfortunate. I was excited to hear this Brian guy.
I have a couple. Go ahead, Nick.
No, you go first, Sean. You go first.
I also got Brian's number and texted him about the bounty, and he didn't respond. And I also hope he's listening. If he's not, I also texted him how much for him to come on the stream, you know, and how much, what law firm did he hire? I'm very intrigued how someone who struggled financially, had to steal, was able to get a lawyer on retainer. That's, you know, very interesting to me.
The lawyers aren't cheap. I can promise you that. No one's doing this for free. Yeah. And if he really did lose all the money that he took and he's destitute, now all of a sudden he's got a lawyer. It could just be someone gave him advice like, hey, bro.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, who's calling what lawyer is he signing up at 7 p.m.? You know, he was coming on the show, then 2 hours later, he's like, I retained a lawyer, like, I have representation now.
So, I mean, guys, listen, it's a good idea that he did. So I texted him. I said, hey, please call me before. I said, call me before the show. I said, call me for the show. Let's have a conversation. I was going to have the conversation with him and say, like, hey, you know.
He can know the lawyer that I offered. That if he, you know, takes the whistleblower money, the lawyer will represent him free of cost for him. You know, I think he can do his research on her and see some of the stuff about her. And I imagine his lawyer.
I don't want to renege on my whistleblower money, but this is I just want to put this out there officially. My whistleblower money is good for 3 days now at this point. someone doesn't come forward in the next 3 days, I'm moving on from this. I'm moving on from this thing.
Wait, Joey, real quick, is Tom Dwan gonna send me 1K in crypto?
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
We don't think you need it, Nick.
Nick, get in line, bro.
I think you should be contributing to the fund. As someone who plays on the stream a lot to clear his name, you should be adding to it, not subtracting.
I don't know. Whoa, chill, bro. I can't do that. I want to say one thing about Brian. So I actually feel very sad for Brian. I've had many interactions with him pre-stream and post-stream, and he's always been very kind and very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I know he has a history of this and stuff, but I just want to say, like, I feel very bad for him. I think that, like, you know, everyone and their mom right now is after him and hates him. And, like, I just want to say, like, I have like, some empathy for him. And, you know, that's all.
I don't hate him. I mean, I think it sucks what he did, but
yeah, I know for sure.
Hate is a very strong word. I don't hate anyone who cheated the scandal. I feel bad for them. They were that desperate. I feel bad for them that they were this stupid to do it this obviously, you know. But yeah, and I you know, that was another there was a question I want to ask about Brian. I'll think of it. Sorry, go back where you were.
No, that's all. I just wanted to say, like, you know, I think that, like, I just feel bad for the guy, and, you know, I hope that, you know, I hope we can get like.
Let me ask.
You said he has
I got a question for you.
Okay.
So you know Brian, or you know him well. You've had some interactions with him. Does that statement, or not statement, I guess, but that message that you read, does that read like it came from Brian? Does that seem like something like, is that the speech that Brian would use? Would he refer to?
I mean, I don't know him well enough to speak to that. I mean, my interactions are like, he mics you up for the show. I give him a fist bump. What's up, Brian? I see him on the floor playing the game. I always go give him a fist bump. Like, I mean, that's like, when I say like I've interacted with him, I mean like it's very short interactions, but they're always very pleasant, and like he's always nice. And he, you know, before the show, he's like, let's have a great stream. Let's make good content. Like, you know, he always, you know, if you would ask me last week, if you had said, Nick, I want to bet your net worth that someone on the show is involved, I would have happily bet that they weren't. And I know all of them. Like, I know everyone who works on the show.
You guys are all so gullible. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, obviously I'm fucking gullible. I gave Jacob 175K. Obviously,
there's just so much money involved. There's so much fame involved with being able to win in this game, and being on TV and getting, you know, being on stream and getting your name on the fucking billboard outside, and all there's just like, and people love shine. And I just think the idea that anyone would think that there's no chance that there was, like, when I hear people say like there's no chance that there was any of these guys, I don't know any of them, and I don't mean to disparage anyone. You know, I'm not even convinced that Robbi cheated. I want to believe that message from Brian was real. So I was hoping he'd be like, yeah, that's exactly how he talks. He speaks in a very, very normal, you know, but yeah, the idea that there's that much money at stake and nobody's compromised, to me, is just like, I'm the type of person where I want to believe people are honest, but I'm always very skeptical.
I mean, and a big part of that probably is that you have a lot more experience in this than like someone like me. And like, you know, I'm not, I mean, I'm obviously like way too trusting, and I know that, and like whatever, but you know,
it takes
I mean,
a lot.
at the end of the day, like, and a big part of it too, to me, Bob, is like, I mean, it's like my poker family. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, that's the only place I really play. And like, that's the only player pool I really play in. And like, so it's like, to me, it's like pretty heartbreaking to even imagine that, you know, someone was cheating and like involved in that. And so like, as a part of the production. And so that's kind of more my point, like, that I was saying in terms of like betting a large amount or whatever. It was just like, I just like felt like there was no way.
It never occurred to you that people were cheating. Otherwise,
yeah, and like,
how much money.
Exactly. Like, when, I mean, Garrett put out that tweet that night, and he said like, so one thing I thought Garrett did wrong was I thought he, you know, should have escrowed the 135K. And I also thought that he should not have spoken in absolutes. But the one thing I did agree with was when he put out his tweet, he said, I'm 100% confident no one in HCL production is involved. I was like, I'm also 100% confident no one in HCL production is involved. Now, obviously, like, that's not necessarily the case, but like, that's one of the few things that I actually like really like related to that he said, where I was like, I feel so confidently that they're not, just like having been around them and everything. And, you know, obviously, like, you know, that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting that poker players deal in probabilities and we have people speaking in absolutes here. It's like, that's the one thing I thought was really, and it's funny because in his current statement, he's like, oh, alleged cheating. It's like, yo, you can't walk back what you said before.
For sure.
Or you said 100% before. Now you're saying alleged, but you know, that's lawyer speak, I'm sure. I don't know. The whole thing is unfortunate. I guess. I mean, it's unfortunate in the sense that if Robbi wasn't involved, now she's getting dragged through the mud for no reason, and and you know, it's just. But it certainly seems like there's some smoke, and there's
Nick,
some
when you said he has a history of this, so
Okay.
there are other instances that you're talking about of like him DJing off money, borrow, like what did
So
you mean by he has a history?
I
of this?
just saw like some tweets about his criminal record, and then
Oh, so you meant that from like 8 years ago? Okay.
yeah, and
Thought
then
it was-
I've heard some suspicions that he might have stolen stuff before at Hustler, and then I also know for a fact because so like a couple of my friends like they play 5-5 at Hustler, and like Billy DGAF, he's a friend of mine. He runs like the 5-10-20, and so I know for a fact like that Brian has like lost a bunch in those games, like whatever that means, you know, and so. You know, like which whatever. Like I just know that for a fact. I mean, I know like this last Saturday, one of my buddies was at Hustler. He texted me, he said, "Hey, I'm playing, you know, PLO 5-5. You want to come mess around?" And I was busy, but they ended up playing half PLO, half Big O, and he told me that Brian sat down and just dusted off a ton. And like this was last Saturday, you know, the day, like 2 days or whatever after, 3 days after the incident. So, you know, I don't know.
It's like
I mean,
sketched out when an employee who you guys know make very little money is dusting off 5-10K. Like to me, I'm sketched out. If I play on the streams and I see an employee who works really hard but isn't paid a lot for it, and then they lose these numbers, I start to question, especially, you know, that I don't know, for people to see him do that frequently over a decent time period. It's unless you're like, oh, this guy's a Stone Beach and he buys in 200 at 1-2. He gets a 500. Every time he's the mid buy, he moves up. Like, okay, then that's reasonable. But this guy just come and loses, you know, 5K every so often. These 10, 20, 40 games. Guy who's making who knows how little per week in a paycheck. I'm sketched out immediately as like a regular on HCL.
And to be honest, that's a fucking good point. And I wish someone would have thought of that or said that a couple months ago. But you know, I mean. I keep using the word family, but it really feels like a tight knit group there, and like, especially with the regulars on like the smaller games, like I guess well they're not small, but like the non-Friday games, like it's a very like tight group. Like I get calls every day from people just asking me how I'm doing, like just regularly. I text with all of them regularly. Like it's like a tight knit group, I feel like, and so. You know, I feel like people just don't even consider the idea that it's possible that like someone in production was doing something unethical. I mean, and like having been around Ryan and Nick for so long, like I can only like I know like for example, I know Nick gets a lot of flack online. I can only say good things about Nick in my interaction with him, and I have interacted a lot with Nick, and I can only say good things. Like I literally can't say bad things because he's always been a true gentleman to me. He's always been extremely nice to me. Like Ryan has always done right by me. So like. You know, they've won a lot of like favor in my head and heart or whatever, and so I guess that's a big reason why I do like what I do. Like that's why I loan, because like I know it's good for the stream if the game keeps going, and like it's not necessarily just about like me winning or me getting into action. It's also just like it's good for everyone. Like there's good games, there's big games, like there's big action. Like people want to play and they have the money, sure. Like I don't mind helping out, and like you know. So I think that like some of it is just like a lot of us maybe we're just a little bit blind to what's going on because of how we felt about each other and the stream and you know the whole thing.
That's a totally reasonable take.
Yeah, guys, listen,
a lot of people get points.
Guys, we're on YouTube, on Twitch. I got the YouTube chat off for a while because YouTube was getting completely out of line, and there's 10,000 people in there, so you guys are absolutely fucking out of your minds. But yeah, we're live here on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're joined by Nick Airball. Just to recap you what's going on here, guys. Basically, I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening every day, but yesterday it was announced by Hustler that a High Stakes Poker Productions employee who worked on the stream, he worked with the microphones on the players, he worked in the graphics department. It was reported in a Doug Polk video that allegedly he is directly behind where the cards are located in real time, so he's able to see what people have as the hands actually happen. So this guy, they were reviewing videos of what took place with the Robbi versus Garrett situation, and they found out that this guy took $15,000 off of Robbi's stack after the game. His name's Brian. And then, they basically fired him right away. They came out publicly and announced it. There was kind of a lot of speculation about who this guy is, like what's going on with the guy. And then he sent a long message to Robbi today. And now, Nick, when you read this message, you know, you mentioned, right, he's a nice guy. I've had interactions with the guy before. Seemed like a nice guy to me as well, too. When you read this message, did you read this message that Brian sent to Robbi, and what the hell did you make of it? Because a lot of people out there were thinking, like, this sounds like it wasn't written by this kid. This kind of sounds like it was written by Robbi, and a lot of people out there have been speculating about that. Obviously, right? You never know, but
I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore, Joey. Like,
right?
I've lost a lot of faith in a lot in the last week, and just I don't know. It's kind of a gross situation. Like, no matter what the outcome is, it's gross. Like, if they're innocent, it's gross what happened to them. If they're guilty, it's gross what they did. Like, it's just gross. Like, there's no good outcome anymore. Like, I just can't. Like, there's nothing that's good. Like, there's no good outcome. The only good outcome is we get the truth, and then the stream can be safer. And I don't know what the deal with the message is. I don't know. I mean, if Brian had come on here, I would have said, yeah, I feel strongly that he probably did send it. Maybe if he actually came on here and talked, but not coming, I think, is a pretty interesting look. I mean, for me personally, the moment my name was when I saw Garrett's tweet and I opened the link because obviously I was interested to read what he had said, and I saw my name in there, my first reaction is I want to be able to speak, because to me being able to speak means I can give my truth.
Right,
and
exactly.
the truth from my perspective. It's not necessarily what Garrett thinks, but it's the truth from my perspective, and I can say everything that's happened that I know that's happened, and I have receipts on all of it. I have a picture from when we were at dinner, and it's just me, Robbi, and Jacob. I have a picture of the three of us there. I sent it to Sean. He saw it. I'm not lying about who was at the dinner. I have all the texts between us. I can screenshot them all and send them to anyone who wants to see them. If any of the three of you want to see all the screenshots, I'm happy to do it. If I don't know, none of you guys are in LA, but I would just give you my phone if you want to go through the phone. I'm happy to turn over phone records. To me, clearing my name is very, 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 very important to me. And it's very upsetting to have any sort of implication that I was involved. Yeah. At the same time, I do understand from Garrett's perspective that it's a little sketchy when a person who he doesn't like and doesn't like him necessarily is out to dinner with people who may have cheated him the next day and also loaned them money. I get that, but I also think that I have a track record of loaning money. I have a track record of hanging out with people outside the stream, talking with them, and if anyone who knows me and has played with me knows there's just no way I'm cheating. It's just not a thing, and I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, man, I feel like you've explained a lot, man. It makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, really clears things up. Obviously, a lot different conversation we're having than the other night when, we read the quotes earlier. You were fired up, as you said, right? Putting on a show, you're trying to get action. That's sort of the shtick that you were doing. I mean, I think, right, when you said you work in investment banking, I was I'm pretty sure that the guy is not like this all the time, because he's just, putting on, I mean, obviously it seemed like you were drinking at the time, so I don't really know what your true self is, but I feel like I've learned a lot more about you now, and I think a lot of people out there have been learning more about you. YouTube, or if you guys have any questions for Nick, then let me know. Sean or Bob, anything else kind of come to mind? Sean, Bob?
Nothing for me. I've been very impressed by this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. I feel like I want to do another podcast with Nick at some point in time here. So, Lauren,
do I have to be sober for it?
I mean,
I think you guys start sober and then get drunk by the end.
Yeah, I'll get drunk. I'll get drunk with you. How about?
Oh, then I'm in.
yeah. We'll do a drinking podcast in Vegas.
What is the highest that you guys play over there at the Hustler? When
I mean, when Keating was in town, we were the game got kicked up to basically 8-16 late into the night. But in terms of what we can regularly get, 1-2-4.
That's off stream.
Even, I'm saying off stream, yeah. We can get 1-2-4 off stream. The Friday that I'm talking about, we started out at 51 and we ended at 2-4-8. The game got huge, late into the night, and so, we'll get 1-2. Usually the 200's on, and then sometimes we get the 4 depending on the group. So.
Oh, I have a possibly.
I'm down to come down and play some poker with y'all. You sounds like a good solid.
Okay, we got Bob for an off stream game.
Upstanding group of citizens. That would sound like a lot of fun.
But Bob's gonna come with no money and borrow from you.
Exactly.
If you want me to lend you money, Bob, you got the loan. Unfortunately, I would do it.
Love it. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect.
I have a question. So after the infamous day on the stream, you said both Rip and Robbi were supposed to play in your game. Did you cancel with them, or did they just say they're not playing?
No.
Were there any conversations with you after that?
So there was. No, they were actually never for sure going to play in the game. I just invited them and was trying to get them to come. They were then talking to Ryan about possibly playing the stream that Friday, and were tentatively scheduled or something. That's what they told me. They weren't sure if they were going to play the stream or play our game. Then after all this happened, it was just kind of they weren't playing the stream, and obviously I just didn't tell them to come to the game or anything. Like, it just didn't seem appropriate, Not that, I mean, to be honest, like that next day, if they'd wanted to come play privately on the floor, I would have been like, sure, you guys want to come play? Like, we can play on the floor.
Have you talked to either of them since this whole incident?
Yes. And all of the conversations I've had with them via text have either been shared with Ryan and via phone have also been shared with Ryan.
Were they aware that you were going to share the text? Did you warn them?
Probably not.
Okay.
So and I probably shouldn't have said that just now, but whatever, I did. I mean, my loyalty is to Ryan first and foremost. I mean, I really like Jacob. I really enjoyed my conversation with him. I really hope he didn't cheat. I fucking really hope he didn't cheat.
Jacob, that's Rip, yeah. His name's Jacob.
Yeah, Rip is Jacob.
Yeah, I really hope he didn't cheat.
You want more floor seats? I get it.
I already got them.
Who are you taking with you?
My wife.
I think you should take Garrett. I think that's the perfect person to be.
Do you think they'll put us in like the co-main event?
No, I think you guys should go as friends. I think this might be a bonding experience, like the Daniel and Doug match. They became close after this. Maybe this rivalry, and you guys being honest, you guys can expose whatever shady shit's going on together and join forces and now become best friends.
Okay, deal. I'll play Garrett heads up. I'll beat him for 1.5 million, and then we can be besties. Sound good?
Perfect. Yeah, sounds great.
I think everyone loves to hear a little heads up grudge match.
Listen, I'm down for the beef. I'm down for the fun. Like, when I go on the stream, it's all about like having fun and like, whatever. Like, it's just about having fun. And to me, like that's why I talk shit and stuff. It's like it's about having fun, making it interesting. Like, I don't think it's that interesting to go watch people sit silently and just play poker and like it's fucking slow. It's live poker. It's not that fun to watch.
You're gonna hate Peralvis in your game then.
Oh, well, I don't ever shut the fuck up, Sean. So I entertain myself the whole time.
Can I show more question? So, did you hear anything about? I mean, you kind of mentioned this, alluded to this in what you wrote about Rip, but did you see anything that Rip was not going to play in the game initially with Robbi?
Yeah, that's correct.
And eventually he either decided to or got convinced to play in the game. But initially, it sounds like that he wasn't even going to play that day, which would obviously be a big blow to the other thesis. The thesis is that these two were working together somehow, but it kind of seems like Robbi was going to play in this game by herself and Rip wasn't even going to play.
Correct.
But in the last minute, he got in the game.
That's correct. He was never supposed to play the night before, at 11:30 when he was like very drunk. He called Ryan and they had like some sort of babbled conversation, which I only heard like his side. But like at the end of the conversation, he was like, "Yeah, I'll play tomorrow. I'll play." Obviously, it was like much more slurred.
What was the conversation before? Was Robbi saying, "Hey, I want you to play with me"?
No. It was just like it was nothing like that. No, she didn't care at all about him playing.
So he just randomly called up Ryan and was like, "I want to play."
I can't really remember why he called Ryan, to be honest. I'd also been drinking a lot, but I know he called Ryan and like Ryan can verify this. Like me and Ryan talked about this, and Ryan basically was like talking to him and like he agreed to play in the game. And the next day when I got to his house, I was like, "We need to go. Like you got to get to Hustler, right, to play." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "No, look at the tweet. You're playing." Like, and I showed him the tweet that Ryan had put out with the lineup saying like Rip is in the game. And so then he was my impression was that he did not want to play. That was my honest impression. And he was like, even said to me, he's like, "Well, can I cancel or whatever?" I'm like, I mean, I told him, I was like, "You probably do whatever you want, but he chose to play. So I don't know. Like my impression was that he did not have the intent to play and he did not want to play. But the next day, I mean, he was like really hungover the next day too. So, I mean, like that day when he was at the game, he was fucking hungover for sure. I mean, I was super hungover and I'm like half his age and I had less to drink than him.
Why do you think he was so eager to back Robbi in this poker match?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know like.
And I don't want any personal. I'm not.
No, I'm not thinking that. I'm saying, no. As I said before, like, based on my interactions, I don't necessarily think they have a romantic relationship at all. But obviously, like that's just my opinion. Now, in terms of, I don't know how their relationship came to like start in terms of their friendship or their business partnership or anything. Like I never asked, which I guess maybe that would have been a good question or something, but I never asked. So I don't know if he approached her or she approached him, or I mean, I would assume she probably approached him in some format because from what I understand.
Was there talk when you were at dinner that was like, "Oh, we're going to play in this poker match. Robbi's going to play. I'm going to, she's really good." Like, was there, I mean, she was already playing in the match. Yeah. That when you guys went to dinner.
Yeah. So there she was telling us about how she was she was telling me about like Faraz Jaka's coaching and how they do coaching sessions, and he's so good and he's gotten her so much better. And like she was like trying to show me, she showed me even like a video of like one of the times where they were like on Zoom and like he was like reviewing like hands with her or something. And like, so that was like it's clear to me based on the conversation, she really wants the perception at least to be that she's very good at poker.
Yeah.
Now, I also feel like she's like, you know, she seems like she had a chip on her shoulder and like whatever. I don't know. Like I don't really know. Like obviously my read is fucking bad on these people because I'm here. But you know, like to me, my feeling in that day was that they were both pretty well off. I did not think he had all of her action. I thought like it was more just like a friendly sweat, you know, maybe like 50K, 100K, something just like for fun, which I mean, people think that's like crazy, but like the day of the game, I got called by a player who played in the game and he was like, hey, I'm taking 200K. Do you want 50% for fun? And I was like, no, I'm playing like tomorrow. I don't like want to have to deal with chips today. And I also didn't have enough because I gave Rip 175. So like, it's not uncommon for someone to take a friendly sweat or like whatever, buy a piece. So that was more my impression until kind of after when I realized like why he was so pissed is because it was all his fucking money, you know, that 135 or whatever was all his money. And so that's why he was so upset.
Well, you said he paid you back in chips after. I guess someone on Twitter said that he didn't have that much chips in his stack, and then Robbi's chips were being confiscated at the table apparently by or only 15K. I think she.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is when he walked over from the floor. I mean, it's all on the casino cameras. I'm sure Ryan and Nick have seen it. He had like maybe 2, maybe 3 racks of chips. The top rack had a bunch of chocolates, and he paid me in all chocolates. Like it wasn't like he had to pay me in 1Ks or $100 chips, like a 10K rack. He paid me all in chocolates, 175, which is exactly how I gave it to him. So he had to me, it looked like he had at least 250 or 300 probably there, but he gave me 175 in chocolates only, and he had more chocolates like in his rack. So I don't know anything else about that. That's all I know is that I got my 175 and I was fucking happy.
Yeah, makes sense. Garrett, or I'm sorry, not Garrett, Bob or Sean, I feel like we have covered a lot of good stuff. I mean, listen, most people out there probably don't know anything about what we're talking about right now because they're not really in the high stakes world, but the high stakes world operates a lot different than the 1-2 game or the 2-5. There's a whole other planet of how the things operate.
You can't get the buy now with an ATM there. You know?
Yeah, and that's one thing also I took like a little bit of like, I don't know, like I didn't like in Garrett's post regarding me. He's saying that like it's not normal to loan and stuff. This is normal. Like I'm not saying it's not a big number. I'm not saying maybe it wasn't rash to loan to someone like that I've only known a week, but also like, you know, I drove his fucking Rolls Royce. I was in his huge house. He sent me ringside tickets for the Jake Paul fight. Like, you know, whatever. I trusted him and I decided to loan to him. I thought he was rich, and I still don't know what the truth is, you know. And I also thought, based on what he had said, is that he was going to be playing the games more. And like, you know, if someone who's going to be good for the game wants to play in the games more and has the money and like not necessarily has the cash with them that day, like I'm willing to help, or at least I have been willing to help. I'm probably going to change that stance a lot moving forward, but you know, so to me, like that's like normal in these high stakes games, and like you don't get a seat as a player who like is winning unless you do things to deserve a seat, which includes like, you know, it can include straddling, include drinking, include just giving action, include loans, it can include a lot of things that you can do. And like, I mean, you can ask any of the players who regularly play. Like if I'm like, I mean, I'm not a professional poker player or anything, but like when I'm hosting a game, like I invite everyone to come. I always take care of everyone. Like you need drinks, I'll get drinks. You need this, I'll get this. I pay for everything. I'll make sure it's all taken care of. Like I loan out money at the table always. I mean, Lynn, you know, Lynn G, she plays like in LA. She's like a pro out here. She made a post just now about how like the first time we played together, she needed 20K. I just gave her 20K. Like I'm like pretty stupid when it comes to loaning, but I also just like do it, and like it hasn't like.
Do you think maybe there's a chance you were a mark? This is just like a hypothetical. No. You were a mark. What percentage would you say that, or what do you think it's possible that maybe the house was an Airbnb, the car was rented, and this whole thing was just to take down some gullible, naive poker players?
I think it's pretty low because like at the house like had pictures of him and his wife and his kids. Like his son was there. Like it was definitely his house. Like there was food in the refrigerator.
Where was that? What part of, like, is it in Newport or?
Yeah, it was like a private area, Newport. Very nice house.
Yeah, Newport's not cheap.
No, it was a very nice house in a gated community. Like very nice house.
Interesting.
Like that's part of the reason why I felt like it wasn't that big of a risk. I mean, you know, I don't know. People are speculating that the watch she was wearing was fake or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a fucking watch expert. I just see like a watch and I'm like, oh, that's probably like a couple $100,000. You're driving a $500,000 car. You have a $1 million mansion. You want to play these games. The last time we played, he like dusted off 30 pretty fast, and it didn't seem to phase him even one bit. You know, like I think he 4-bet queen 4 suited, and then like, or called a 4-bet queen 4 suited and like check raised an airball flop to like 20K, and then just like had to get it in for 25 or whatever. Like, it didn't seem like he was like stressing about money, and it still doesn't seem like he's stressing about money, you know? So I don't know. Like, I still don't know what to make of it. I know people are saying like, oh, 2 weeks ago they were playing 2-3 at the Lucky Lady, and
What's the Lucky Lady? What's the Lucky Lady?
I literally saw that shit on Twitter. Like, they're playing $100 tournaments. I'm like, fuck. I mean, if that's the truth, then they definitely like had me in a good spot. Like, could have got me for a lot more than 175 if they had been a little smarter about it, you know? But
I would want to know if the wire actually went through, was actually sent and it was delayed, or I mean, you know, that if you sound like.
But also, like the house and the car, like you're not going to stage this and put like that. Think that he's going to be observant enough to go in the house. He's going to get too drunk, see pictures of his family, his kids are in the house.
That stuff has definitely happened before, though, Deeb. I mean, it wouldn't be on this scale, but there's people who pulled off massive confidence scams before, where they've rented giant buildings with like offices and phone rooms to do like stock scams. That stuff is real. It's not just stuff that happens in the movies, but this seems like a far-fetched Hollywood tale in this case. I think it's more than likely the guy just lives in a nice house and has a Rolls Royce and probably a fake watch.
To be honest,
watch looks fake. I don't know. The rest of it seems real, but the watch looks fake.
If I had to, like, so I spoke to Ryan earlier today. I spoke to Ryan multiple times today, but, you know, he asked me, like, what do you think? And, you know, I still kind of feel like I'm leaning towards that Jacob might also be somewhat of a mark, you know, and, like, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me necessarily if he wasn't in on it. In fact,
how would he be in on it?
I don't know, but I'm saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was just like literally like using him.
He's saying maybe Robbi's trying to set up Rip.
Yeah, how would he be the mark? How would that happen? I don't know. I get what that happens.
I mean, maybe mark's not the right word, but like she's using him to get buy-ins for the big game because she can't do it or something. Like that's, I don't know, that's possible.
That's definitely possible. That's
so like that's what I do by mark.
Trying to snap him off is and somehow he's involved. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is very interesting. I don't know.
I think also like who knows, because like, you know, she can go. I mean, obviously now this is like a little bit of speculation and probably not fair on my part, but nonetheless, like. I can imagine if someone's free rolling you for hundreds of thousands in big games and you're playing on stream and you continue to play after, like you could just be like, oh, I lost 100 and you could have broken even. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Ian O'Hara's been doing that. So yeah.
One thing my read on Robbi is that she doesn't really have much regard for money. So I don't think I don't believe that she was in this to take advantage of some guy, maybe interested in her.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I think she's interested in shine. For her to talk about how much clout we're all interested in the other night, I think it's pretty evident that she's interested in clout and shine, and that's something that really drives her from a personality standpoint.
Well, since we're on that topic, there's one thing in the Los Angeles Times article that I thought was interesting. That when she's like the ring that her husband was bragging about, and this nice ring, beautiful. It's a beautiful ring, and then you find out in the article that it actually was on loan from the jewelry store where Chuck sells his jewelry, his own separate line there. And then she's like, oh, I'm in front of the reporter. I'm going to buy this. It's no big deal. I like it. It's memorable. Wear it on every stream. I don't know. They're like wearing stuff on stream that's loaned, that's very expensive, seems a little sketchy to me. But I don't know. My wife doesn't.
It's normal for jewelers to give people jewelry if they trust them, to let them see if they like it and buy it later. It's kind of.
Okay, but you would know this better than me, so.
I mean, I don't wear jewelry, but
come on, show us a chain or something.
No, I'm not a jewelry guy.
He's always in a white T-shirt. He's not that guy.
No, I'm not that guy. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. Whole thing is a lot of twists and turns. I would love to get some clarity from someone at some point, I suppose, to make this a little more interesting. Now that
I mean, I don't want this bounty amount to drop down. So if there is someone.
Yeah, my bounty. I'm giving.
Hey guys, let's let Nick get out of here. Let's kind of move on from this. I feel like we asked him a lot of good questions, Sherry. He gave a lot of good answers. He gave us his time. Very respectful answers, right? I mean, I feel like I heard a lot of things I got to know. I'm sure if I got any other questions that I can text you or I get you back on the show once again here for any other future streams. I mean, you You wanted to come on the other day. You want to come on the first day, right? You messaged me. I was like, oh my God, that guy was yelling the other night. I probably don't want to have you on the first night because I'm like, I don't know what this fucking guy's going to say. I didn't know how fast you were throwing pitches that day. Obviously today, right? You know, you throwing changeups today. You slowed it down a little bit. You hit 105. It's okay. But yeah, man, Nick, your Twitter is at Nick Airball on Twitter. Do you have anything else maybe you want to let people know about? You got 9,000 people watching, so you can literally tell them whatever you want right now for
please check out my new brand. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to say that, like, if anyone has any questions, like, I'm happy to answer any of them. If anyone wants, like, certain requests for proof, I'm happy to give whatever I can. Like, I'm happy to do everything I can to make people comfortable and have as much truth on me and my involvement in the situation as possible. And that goes for anyone. So, I mean, people who tweet at me, if I see it and I think it's not like a troll and it's a serious question, I've responded today and I'm happy to continue to do so. And
great.
if
Yeah, thank
Joey
you.
or Sean or Haralabab or anyone has questions, like, you can text me, call me, whatever. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability. And, you know, full transparency on my end. And, you know, I'm very focused on making sure that, you know, my name is clear.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Nick, for coming on. We'll be in touch with you later.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you, brother.
Cheers, Nick. See you.
Sorry, we got to interrupt. There's a $12,800 straddle going on the street.
There's what?
There's a $12,800 straddle on this end.
Yeah, these people are out of line on the show. This show's crazy. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This action on the show
Doug
in
just
general
gets the shove here. Sweet. Go in, Doug.
The guy's got the guy got 1.4 million in his chip. This guy Wesley, this guy's out of line. He got 1.4 million dollars. This guy on a fucking Friday night show. That's crazy. Look at this fucking kid. I love this kid with these glasses. You ever seen it? You ever seen the show before, Bob?
Yeah, I watch.
Okay. Did you see the Super High Stakes Week coming up with Alan Keating and All In Bros?
No, I've heard about it, but that seems like it could be fun. Those guys are the one thing I will say is listening to those guys talk poker made me really question all their intelligence.
That's exactly what that's exactly what I think about, right? Because when I hear them talk about something that I know, because I don't really know what they're talking about certain topics. I'm like, because I see some stuff on Twitter about Shamat. I'm like, do these guys know what they're talking about? Or are they like where? If I was gonna put them in poker, are they like a Doug Polk? Are they like a Sauce 123? Are they like where do they fall? Because they seem to got so many people listening that look up to what they're doing. So I'm imagining they must be at the top of their field, or at least near the top of their field, or somewhat near the top of their field, if they're perceived that way by so many people, these hundreds of thousands of views that they're getting and a lot of good comments that they're getting. But you know, maybe they're expert in one area, but it's like a variety show where they talk about a bunch of different things, and maybe I feel like one or two are stronger in certain areas than the other people. But I've been trying to figure that out.
I've played in their poker games quite a few. Well, not quite a bit, but enough. And the hierarchy there is Chamat's the best player amongst them. Although Sax is good, Sax just doesn't have very many moves. He's just very like ABC solid, tilts every now and then. J Cal is probably like Robbi Lou is a favorite versus J Cal. I can say that without any hint of irony at all. He might be the worst poker player I've played with that in that game. He's very bad at poker. And his takes, in my opinion, aren't the sharpest on that pod anyways. He seems a little bit. But like Friedberg's a super sharp guy, and to hear these guys fawn over Phil Hellmuth, it's just like, what are you guys even talking about? It's just like, how could you guys be so smart and so successful in your fields and spend that much time with him and the way he plays in their games, min buys, short buys, whatever, and think this is the greatest poker player in the world, and say it like it's like water is wet. Like they don't even, there's not like, oh, he's so good. He is the best in the world in their opinion. And then Chamat's explanation on GTO was just kind of like, does this guy know what GTO actually means? I mean, that was bizarre. So anyways,
maybe Hellmuth is just a genius. He breaks even the game, stays friends with all of them. They get to say they beat the great Phil Hellmuth, and they pass him off some great angel investments, and he makes a lot more money off them that way.
Yeah, but who's saying that's not what's happening? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do these guys think he's the greatest poker player in the world?
He has the most bracelets. That's all.
I don't want to talk about Hellmuth. Listen, guys, come on, fuck, man, I'm done.
You don't want a new topic?
I'm not talking about fucking Phil Hellmuth, bro. I talk about this guy. Like, listen, I'm done talking about Phil. I'm talking about Phil Hellmuth. I've seen this guy 20 years.
You asked Nick if he had anything he wanted to plug. I don't really have anything I want to plug, but I do have a problem. Maybe there's like, how many people are watching 9,000? Maybe they can help me here. A couple of my pudgy penguins got into a little altercation in the metaverse right now,
What?
and I'm in need of some legal help. I don't know if there's anyone that you think could assist me there, but like one of my guys has a scar now. I don't know what happened.
What?
It's ugly, and yeah, I got some need for a metaverse lawyer. I don't know if you guys know anyone that might be able to.
Hold on, guys. Mr. Lou, Robbie's husband, just texted me. He said that he's down. Listen, in the LA Times article, she said that he's the top metaverse lawyer in the world. So I want to go hang out with him to see what he's doing. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is this guy doing in the fucking metaverse that made him the top metaverse lawyer. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the hell my man Charles Lou's up to. So I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna go to a class. I'm gonna go to one of his classes with the Meta Oculus out. I'm gonna fucking get in the metaverse and I'm gonna see what it's all about with them.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm with you there. This Pudgy Penguin situation could get ugly if we don't get the right legal counsel involved.
So I think I'm gonna do a collab with the Pudgy Penguins. We're gonna do a poker tournament.
Why not?
I know. I like the Pudgy. I like Luca. Luca bought the company and he's one of the main guys in charge. I like a lot of their team. I like the community. They threw a pretty cool event. Actually, 2 events in NFT NYC, and then I got to meet the team and. They sponsor one of my friend's YouTube projects where he traveled around, and I mean, they seem like they pretty much did really well since that event was in June. They had like a little viral moment there where the one guy went crazy and paid way too much probably for one of the penguins, and then I feel like they got a good brand, good community. So we're gonna do like a poker collab. Those guys are poker degenerates. They all love poker, so stay tuned for that, Bob. It sounds like Bob will be interested in that.
100%.
So listen, guys, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. We still got a lot of people watching, so. Thank you very much for tuning in. So as we are going over tonight, guys, we've been going over Garrett's statement, and I feel like we covered a lot of the statement here in this. I mean, if you go through the statement, we basically covered the beginning of the cliff notes. We went over these hands right here. We talked about Robbi. We reached out to the source, Julie Yorn. Julie came on, and she basically described this incident that took place with Robbi, where Robbi didn't buy in for the amount she was going to buy in for because she just won a hand. We didn't really get into the background on Rip, which is Jacob Chavez, that much. We can definitely get into that a little bit more. Background on Brian. We didn't get in the background on Brian. We actually didn't talk much about Brian. We actually got to talk about this, guys. So basically on the show, Brian was doing the microphones. He was doing the graphics. He was back in the room. And the guy ends up having a type of criminal record. I mean, I'm seeing on Twitter. I don't know 100% which ones are which. It seems, but a lot of people are saying this guy has multiple criminal past. And I just wondered that how would this guy ever get a job in that kind of place? Like it doesn't make much sense how that guy would be able to be operating in the room. I would just think, hey, I'm sure he's a nice guy. But you look at the background, you go, okay, you guys, robbery, probably don't want the guy in the room, no hard feelings, but maybe get someone else in there who doesn't necessarily have that kind of history. But maybe that's just me thinking like that.
Yeah, I mean, clearly mistakes were made.
Well, like I hope I'm not stepping on stuff that was told to me, but I can almost
guarantee that you are. But go on.
I believe he started as an unpaid intern there. So probably part of the reason he didn't get vetted was he was there that early, and he just was a good worker. He liked the stream, liked poker, and got involved and kept getting promoted. I think that's why he had that post of I've had so many positions. Is because he was actually working his way up the hierarchy of
right. He was doing a lot of different things. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. And he wasn't an employee for the casino. He's an employee for High Stakes Poker Productions, which is a separate entity, I believe, there. So I guess the question I was having is that how much more money did the guy take from the game when the game was going on? It's kind of a pretty scary thing to think about in some ways. And I guess those guys got to go through the tape and figure that out. And if he took more money, then it seems like he's pretty fucked.
I don't know. I hope he just wants to come clean and has, an idea of, I think some of that crypto fund can be used just if he comes to talk about what he took on the table, and he doesn't have to say it on stream. He doesn't have to incriminate himself. I think, you have that crypto fund and he sounds like someone who needs some money. So I think he should find a way to earn some of that money that's sitting there. Maybe he'll pay for his future legal fees. We don't know.
Yeah. What a shitty spot to be in there, man. Okay, so basically we got the background on Brian. Doug Polk reported in the below video that a file cabinet had been moved closer. This is where it's at. I mean, a file cabinet has been moved closer to his desk. Doug Polk went to Hustler Casino, went up in the room, inspected the room, noticed the file cabinet, and reported it in his YouTube video. Not a statement I thought I would have thought about. He said moving his desk. He moved the file cabinet approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago to block the security camera, and that Brian's desk is now directly behind an area where all of the hole cards can be seen in real time. So basically, you turn around. I believe it's like this because I was in the room. I believe you turn around, then you can see what the cards were potentially. So.
No, it wasn't that he turned around. It was he moved it so that he could face where the cards were. He could kind of like look, from what I understand, and then and then he moved the filing cabinet. And that conveniently made it so that the camera that was coming towards where he was sitting was now obstructed by the file cabinet. Could just be a coincidence, or it could be, could be not a coincidence. So I don't know. The whole thing is very, very odd.
So bizarre.
I think right now, if the theory is correct that there was cheating, there has to be a link between Rip and Robbi and Brian, and Brian most likely knows that link. It's just crazy that all these things. Maybe this is just the most unlucky scenario of so many coincidences, so many things that make no sense, so many things went wrong all in the same night. This is like, a supernova event if there was no cheating.
It could have been just a supernova event. You guys might be too young for this, but this reminds me a lot of the Gillooly and the other people, the Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan Gillooly thing. I don't remember that. But that cast of characters who, you guys know anything about this? You know, it was
is that the lady?
The boyfriend hit her with like a metal bat.
They hired a guy who ended up hitting. I mean, but they were very dumb criminals. Like, they were very, very, very dumb criminals, and it just seemed like people are just like, this can't be. I mean, it can't be. Tanya Harding couldn't be behind this, right? She's the one who stands the most to gain by it. It can't be her. So yeah, but it could be it could be a big coincidence, but it's more entertaining if it wasn't, unfortunately. So that's the bad news.
Okay, so also in this it said, I agree with the assessment that the combination of the chip stolen and the movement of his desk file cabinet, the evidence that he is communicating live whole card evidence is extremely strong, and I suppose you could say that. Do you guys think that this evidence is extremely strong, that he moved a file cabinet blocking the vision of the camera, and he also took $15,000 off of her stack?
I mean, it is. I don't know if it makes it more strong. It just adds more data points to a really, really muddled story, if that makes sense. I mean, it's just the whole thing is, it could be very coincidental. Maybe he was looking at porn. Who knows? Maybe he wanted some privacy from what he was doing on that computer.
He might have been playing on that app he owes money to. I mean, it could all be circumstantial evidence. There could be nothing nefarious going on besides normal just laziness at the workplace, or taking a nap. I mean, there's 1,000 reasonable explanations for these things as well. And also, how often does he think they're even checking that camera? One problem I kind of had was just how lax they seem to be in the production room with players who play on the show so much. Like, I don't think it's great that people are walking in and out. Like, Airball is going on the stream, and he might watch a hand that no one else knows the hole cards. He gets a seat in the game an hour later. It's like, what he's doing is not wrong. What Ryan and them are doing is not some type of cheating thing. I think they should think about, hey, this should be secure. Anyone who might play on the show the same day should never be back here, or maybe just not have players in and out of here, because they can pass a hand to someone. Hey, they bluffed you on this hand, 20 minutes into it, and that other person might never get the info. So I really think they've already done it, but that just shows, a security lax that was there already.
Well, I wouldn't say they have much. I mean, they have security in that you go up the stairs to get there, but it's not like Poker Go. When you're at Poker Go Studio, I've been able to get a tour of Poker Go Studio. Their software is like behind it, like it's like locked in like a second door. And their production studio, in terms of, it's a huge place, a lot of people in there when they're actually working the camera, but it's really secluded. And then where the actual cards are in a separate place, I believe. Then where the commentators are in a much separate place. Whereas there, the commentators are right behind you, and behind like a curtain. There's a curtain separating the commentator booth from the actual people that are in the control room. Then you're going to go down some black stairs to go downstairs. So it's like kind of a room really the size of the GTO studio here, where it's not really that big. And I wouldn't say that it's secure in that, it's like it's hard to get there. You got to go up the stairs. There's a security guard over there. So, maybe you could say that is pretty secure. But it seems like if you want to get in there and if you wanted to exploit, you could. But also, this guy's already in the fucking room. So obviously, this guy could do it. It's very easy to send a type of signal. There's some talk about the microphones. They communicated through turning on and turning off a microphone. A bunch of people propose that theory. I don't know.
Wouldn't her microphone cut out in the middle of hands though when they're
So
talking?
that's why they're doing Rip, who's not talking on the other side. That kind of fixes that theory.
Yeah,
I know. It's like a pretty. I don't know enough about it. Yeah.
How much did you guys know that Robbi's got an identical twin? How much longer till a prestige type thing happens, payoff happens, where we find out this is all just a long con and we got the identical.
All I know is I was hoping Perkins was on here to say that he can actually have the sisters negotiate, their backing deal, because he was so intrigued. You have 2 Angelina Jolie cousins out there for him.
All right, let me go through the rest of this post, guys. Okay, so basically he talked about the Beanz stuff. He said Beanz is regarded as a source of the King scammer. He was a person of interest, according to Las Vegas Police Department, of robbing the Bellagio Casino in 2017. Jesus Christ. When asked to take a polygraph test by LVBD, he first agreed, but later reneged, admitting he has a colorful past. Soon after the alleged cheating event went public, Joey Ingram did a live stream. After spamming the chat repeatedly, Joey eventually agrees to let Beanz come on. Beanz says, if it wasn't for the fact that I know her really well, I can't say that. I've met her. I know of her. And then later on in a live stream, Beanz changes his story and says, we became friends, or whatever you want to call it, but that's about it. I mean, there's nothing more. I don't know, Rip. I don't know anything about that. Back to the first interview, Beanz says he met Robbi on the floor of a bicycle casino tournament, says she makes strange calls, min clicks, etc. This is potentially evidence that he is setting up a defense for Robbi, for when Robbi will later make strange plays to cheat on stream. He says that Robbi is rich because she is married to Charles Liu, but in Robbi's Poker News interview, she claims all the money she made in her former career is what allowed her to step into high-stakes poker at 340 this interview. Beanz says there's no way possible she could be cheating and that there's no motive. This is coming from someone he claims he just met. Soon after, he says Robbi made a misclick. She made an error. She knew she didn't have Jack 3. He then goes into detail explaining Robbi's reasons for playing on a live stream where she's not playing in the right league. Aside from the fact that Robbi has gone back and forth on her claims of misreading her hand several times. Again, how would you know any of this? Beanz, her and Rip are friends. I'll just say that. A lot of people in poker are friends. That's neither here nor there. Why is he defending the relationship with someone he just met? Throughout, you have to wonder how he knows so much and defends her so passionately if he just met her. Bob, any thoughts on any of that?
Joey is far too serious for me right now. Any thoughts on all that? Yeah, all of it. I think the Beanz stuff is interesting because didn't Beanz also say that he kind of also walked a little bit like the Bellagio? He's like, yeah, maybe I kind of walked my walk does look similar to that, to the Bellagio guy. I don't know. I'm not in the I know Beanz seemed like he was very upfront and forthcoming, and you guys all drank his Kool-Aid or whatever, but I wasn't really. I mean, I don't know. I just wasn't really having it. I just thought like it's very.
I think it's. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I just think it's weird. He's regular with all these streams. He has such a great reputation, and the person he had to borrow from. Well, he said multiple times, "I have a great reputation. People loan me all the time," and the person he had to get a loan from is someone he met the week before, borrowed $20K, and still hasn't even paid her back. 2 weeks later, with all this allegation coming, she's not going to probably be playing in games. It is a little sketchy, and when me and Veronica called him out on it the night before this became public, he kind of was like he wouldn't answer, but he knew that we already knew the details of that, and he was trying to not say it publicly. And yeah, that did.
One thing I will say about people who I'm not saying this applies to Beanz at all because I don't know Beanz at all, but people who are very, very crafty and good at stuff like this are also very convincing when they talk, and so nobody should really draw too much of a conclusion based on one person's how they reacted or how that even Airball came off great, and I'm sure I don't have a negative opinion of him, but like I don't know, people who are, I'm not saying he's like this at all, but people who are on the sociopathic scale to be doing some of the things that people are doing or they're accused of doing, they tend to be very, very smooth. And there's a reason why people believe them and get reeled into their world. And I'm not saying that about anyone specifically, but that's certainly something to think about when you're talking to all these people. It's just like, okay, really, what is happening here? What are they saying, and what do they want you to think they're saying? How do they want you to feel? I know Garrett's thing was, I don't know. It was interesting. I think there's not much really to, it's just a long statement, and there's not really too much to glean from it without him actually coming forward and provide. I mean, there's not really that much evidence there. It's all still circumstantial.
There's really nothing new, I feel like. Like, this is a
Yeah,
lot
I
of stuff
agree.
that's already
It's
been
stuff that-
discussed. The
It's other stuff
background
that we've
is
talked
it.
about. Yeah, he
Yeah.
just collated and collected a bunch of stuff that people said after the fact. So it wasn't like he had any of that information readily available when he made his initial statement.
Yeah, I was hoping there was gonna be like previous sessions, previous people he thought
Maybe there's
might be
more.
involved. Yeah,
It seemed like there's more. 'Cause that was a long statement, but maybe there is. I don't
Well,
know.
let's go through more, guys. So hold on a second. So 20 from Patterson Poker on YouTube. He said, have Nick send Rip's address to you off stream and use a few of the bounty shekels to look up property transaction ownership, major data point, and change his entire tone of story if Rip's got the money or if he staged a fake house. Bro, when you said people stage fake houses, it blew my fucking mind. Because when you said, oh, do you think that you're a mark? I was like, what are they? Oh, it's like, oh my God, that's crazy. That they basically convince you, they get you into their circle by bringing you a nice house and a nice car, making you think that they got a bunch of assets in order for them to somehow extract you from yours. Or, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? They get you to invest in their businesses or anything like that. You already think this guy's successful.
Just think about the whole story. He went out, had a 7-hour dinner. First of all, I don't know how anyone has a 7-hour dinner. It's absurd. Gets driven around a Rolls Royce, ringside seats to matches, talk about how wealthy I am, showing off how wealthy I am, all of these things. And then what ends up happening? He ends up loaning them money. I mean, that's just, think about that for a second. Usually it's the other way around.
It'd be really funny if the tickets are fake. What he tries
Oh,
to
he
do.
went to the thing. He's obviously got real tickets. I mean, they've got clout. They're involved in the Jake Paul stuff for now, at least. Who knows what will end up happening in the future? But yeah, the whole thing is.
Well, let me talk a little bit about the Beanz stuff in here. So I think with the Beanz stuff that was written in here, I know what a fucking,
what a name. What a
fucking name. I mean, I guess this story at the
calls
beginning.
themselves Harry Potter?
Huh?
I don't call myself Harry Potter. There's a difference. I call myself, and people want to call me. I didn't make up that nickname myself, Sean. There's a difference between that. But yeah, it's true. Who calls himself Harry Potter? I don't know. Go on, Joey. What were you saying?
Yeah, about the Beanz stuff here. I don't know. I mean, I guess if he knows she makes strange calls, min clicks, I mean, I'm guessing he's watching the stream, so he's just saying that she does. I don't think this fucking guy is on the bicycle casino floor walking around looking at people's play styles, looking at Robbi like, oh, I saw her min raise the turn, right? Like, I don't know. He's at the table. I don't know what he's talking about there, so maybe I should have clarified. But some of the other stuff, I mean, everything I've looked into already, I've already kind of gone over a lot of these things in depth. I mean, pretty much gone over a lot of this stuff in depth on most of my streams. I've done 60 hours, so I pretty much talked about a lot of these things, and I'm just not seeing a lot there with Beanz. Not to say that he isn't involved with anything here, and not to say that anything outside of whatever he's doing. I don't really know any specifics of what he's doing. Anybody got specifics or anything, feel free to get in touch with me, let me know. But I'm just not seeing much from Beanz here that makes me to believe that there is a cheating.
No,
stuff
you
happening.
didn't find it. You didn't find it interesting. You didn't find it like credible that it was his 2-year-old son's birthday and it's also like 11 o'clock at night. Was it 2-year-old? What 2-year-olds up?
He seemed like a Vegas. He seemed like a degenerate to me, right? I know a lot of degenerates in
What
Vegas.
2-year-olds up at like 11 o'clock at night? Like, that's neither here nor there. Like, what are they just getting ready to have some drinks with 2-year-olds gonna throw back a few shots for his birthday? I mean, it was just like you guys. Like, it was such a weird thing to say.
All right.
Guys, I gotta go. It's my 2-year-old's birthday. We're just getting ready to hit the bar, the club. It's like
We're at the dollar store. Stop it. Come on. All right, let me read Rip Chavez.
Up at 11 o'clock at night. The kid should be sleeping. I mean, it's a 2-year-old.
I mean, it does make sense. I mean, he had a big last minute get.
To be fair, I had my 1-year-old at the bar a couple trips. When
Well, you're at the dinner.
Sean Deeb leaves his kids on their birthday. At least this guy's with his fucking kids, right? This Sean Deeb.
No. Sean left his. Didn't your
That was a
wife
birth. That was a birth.
Didn't your wife give birth so you could play? You wanted to play a poker tournament?
It was a poker series.
Sean, that's just like, I mean.
All right, whatever. Let me get into the background of Rip Chavez
it's
here.
the birth of your child. It's not a big deal.
Come
I
on.
don't have
all
kids.
right,
I want to do this. But who am I to talk? So
When you have a couple kids, some things change. First kid I was there. Second, she had it covered.
I'm sure your second kid will appreciate that.
You don't have any kids yet, Bob?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Damn. Okay.
Just dogs.
Just dogs. Just dogs and beautiful ladies.
No beautiful ladies.
No beautiful
Joe,
ladies.
how's your girlfriend handle this stream schedule for you?
My girlfriend?
Yeah.
She fucking hates it because I used to talk to her all the time and give her attention nonstop. You guys know these pretty LA girls; they need attention a lot. And now,
why hasn't she been a guest if she's LA circle?
Huh?
Probably has some good insight if she's from LA.
She's very sharp. Yeah, she got insight about LA. Yeah, she's been on the stream before, but I probably won't have her on here. I mean, listen, this one's out of line. So these YouTube chat, they start talking bad about the girlfriend, then I got to ban everybody and go Kim Jong Joey on them. So let me read the rest of his thing. Background on Rip Jacob Chavez. Rip has stated in multiple interviews that he is giving Robbi a free roll in exchange for 50% of her winnings. The presumption here is that he would need to be wealthy to do this. Jacob has played a number of small tournaments since 5/13/2014, mostly ranging in buy-ins between $100 and $400. So the Hendon Mob, he's got total earnings $10,000. He played in July a $225 event at Larry Flint. He played in a $1,500 Super Bounty event during the series, and he cashed in. These are just the ones he cashed in, guys. So this doesn't say actually what he played. It's just the ones he cashed in. So he could have played a lot more tournaments, not a cashed. This is just what he has a cash in at events that are tracked on Hendon Mob, which is going to in general be most tournament series I think that you're going to find. So he had a $400 cash in a daily deep stack on the 23rd. He had a $400 cash on the 22nd. Looks like he was on a fucking heater because he had a cash on the 21st as well too, for a total of $1,800. Okay, and then a $300 tournament, a $600 tournament, $100 tournament, $100 tournament. Okay, so he basically only has a few cashes in tournaments this year and very, very low stakes buy-ins. So Garrett's basically saying, one source says that he knows Rip is a union electrician and there's no way he could have the money to play, let alone back someone else in these games. On stream and in interviews, Rip claims to be a cattle rancher in real estate and a serial entrepreneur. In 2001, he was arrested for alleged assault. Here are some quotes taken from an email exchange from someone who knows Rip for years. I've known Jacob for probably close to 10 years through boxing. He and I have never been close, but I've seen some of his hustles. The guy I trained with was Jacob's trainer for years before I met him, and they used to be super tight. Anyway, Jacob was not good, but he used to tell people he was undefeated. He would bring rich people to the gym on the pretense they had a fight coming up, so they would sponsor him, despite him having a horrible record and no fight booked. So I saw him fleece several people out of money that way, between 5 and 15K. Jacob is literally the best liar I've ever seen. He had the host of Studio 54 convinced he was the lightweight heavyweight champion of the world, so much so that he then got to throw a meet and greet for him, which all unraveled when Bernard Hopkins happened to show up. What? Bernard Hopkins happened to show up, who was at the time the current lightweight heavyweight champion. You're kidding me. Wow, he had Kenny Bayless convinced he was 11-0 and he was going to give him a title fight in his new promotion. To be talked with my buddy, who then told him, no, Chavez is an undefeated. In fact, he was, I think, 1-4 at the time. I just give these.
Someone brought up a good point. I fucked up. Those tickets that he promised, I thought that he already went to the match, but I guess it hasn't happened yet. So.
No. It's coming soon.
29th, yeah.
I just give you these stories because they are one of a kind amusing, and two, if lying was a sport, this dude would be world champion. It's the same with this stupid Jacob Select Cannabis. My brother met him a year ago, and because we own a cannabis company, again, full of crap. Wow. I talked to my brother. The thing that tipped me off to Chavez bullshit is he claimed to own this big cannabis company that my brother happened to know, the owners. And the thing he says, if you know about a subject, it doesn't hold with scrutiny. I haven't seen him in a couple years since he hooked up with Jake Paul, but the Chavez I know did not have money, certainly not enough to stake anyone out playing the nosebleed stuff you guys played. Clearly he's gotten dough from someone or somewhere. Just from history, I'd say he conned someone into giving him money, telling him he's a world-class poker pro, or possibly because he had an angle. I will say this, I was on the fence about whether there was cheating or not in this whole mess. With Chavez involved, I'm inclined to believe there was. So Garrett basically reporting something from an unknown source, that something about Jacob. And then what do you guys think about that information, guys?
So the last comment really is confusing me. He says he was on the fence whether or not there was cheating, but he's like, was Chavez involved? Did he not recognize Rip was Chavez? How did he not?
I think that's the source. The source said that.
But so, I'm saying, like, the source said on the fence whether or not there was cheating or not in this whole mess. But now with Chavez involved, I'm inclined to believe there was. So I don't know how he knew about the scandal and didn't know Chavez was involved. Do you interpret it the same way?
Yeah, I don't know. Good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question. So I was on the fence about there was cheating or not in this whole mess. I mean, if he watches the hand, he'd probably know Chavez is there.
It would be easier if we just referred to these guys to the same name every time rather than coming up with a new name for them every time we talk. One minute he's Rip, one minute he's Chavez, next minute he's Jacob. It's like, well, let's call him Rip. It's easier, right?
Rip. Well, I'm just reading the fucking article here, Papi. You know what I mean? I'm reading through the statement. It's a long statement.
Tough enough to keep track of all the different moves and tales in this story.
I know it is kind of like a. What do you make of that? Do you feel like that information is? I mean, it's basically giving context to lay out the background of who this guy is. Basically, just trying to say that, hey, this kind of guy is the kind of guy who would participate in this. But do you feel like there's enough information there to really make that leap in a strong way? Because
not really. No, I really don't. And that's not to disparage Garrett in any way. I mean, I'm sure he still has his stuff that he can't really quantify or he can't talk about because of his lawyers who advised him.
Right,
none of this is a smoking gun. It's all just circumstantial backstory about someone. I kind of feel like the dude in The Big Lebowski. It's like there's all these different things going on. I'm trying to keep track of all the different stuff that balls in the air. I don't know, man. The whole thing is, there's nothing there that leads me to believe, aha. The thing that really, it's the stuff that I think is the most interesting, regardless of what Garrett posted, is you had a guy who stole money. Last night, Robbi said she was going to press charges against him. Today, she's not. What changed? Well, he wrote a glowing letter to her via Instagram DM. And now all of a sudden, she has a change of heart, doesn't want to press charges anymore, probably, right? So that to me is the most interesting thing. This stuff that Garrett posted is interesting. Some of it is, but the rest, the stuff that we can say, that's interesting, but there's nothing we're going to actually glean from it in terms of, that's a smoking gun. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Maybe some of it, but not a lot of it. And like you said, Joey, earlier, a lot of it we've already talked about. So,
right.
Yeah, I think this Rip stuff, like, sounds like this source has not been in touch with them for 3, 4, 5 years. And with what happened during COVID, with being friends with Jake Paul, how expensive his fights are, some of the crypto stuff he's been involved in, this guy could have ran up an obscene wealth very quickly. Absolutely. In this time frame, and it's not totally unreasonable, and it's not necessarily all scams.
Right, exactly. I mean, when you're rolling in that circle with those kind of people, and especially with the crypto stuff, obviously during pandemic, crypto was basically popping off.
We haven't even heard that he was a crypto guy. We're just speculating crypto.
Yeah, I'm just saying with Jake Paul.
It's like saying, with the Mega Millions, this guy could definitely be worth a.
Well, I mean, I guess I would disagree. It's because Jake Paul is basically getting insider info with a lot of his projects, so he's getting in early. He knows when the pump's going to come. He knows when to dump, theoretically, right? Not to say that you're going to do that all the time, but I mean, I guess that is a stretch, right? To say that Rip's also involved in that and he made money that way, I guess that could be a stretch too.
But the way those pump and dumps work is you get paid. Jake Paul gets paid to promote a coin. Mm-hmm. Jake Paul receives the coin, talks about it, and then dumps immediately. Nobody's making money for the most part other than Jake Paul.
But he could also give that to people that he knows too. But you don't think so?
Free coins? He's just going to give free coins away?
Well, he could give you more information.
I'm going to pump this coin and then sell into this crowd.
I tell you what, that stuff's very, very easy to track. Mm-hmm. All that stuff's on the blockchain. It's all there. You could certainly track a bunch of different wallets. I don't know. That's just speculation to me, like, he's involved. I tell you what's an interesting thing to think about is with all of this controversy going on, what's the line that this guy's still going to be involved with Jake Paul going forward a month from now? Not that Jake Paul's like a bellwether.
Probably pretty good chance. I mean, it seemed like this guy got long-term standing in the boxing world. I looked up his history. He seemed like he'd been doing this all his life.
With a 1-4 record?
No, I don't think that's right. I actually don't think that's true. I don't think that's true because I went through. I think he has more fights than that. I got to look up his record again.
According to Garrett's post, he's pretending to be the heavyweight, lightweight champion or lightweight champion. What are you talking about? His history is good. It seems like it's a checkered history.
Well, I'm saying, that story, right? I think his record is 4-4, right? So his record is not 1-4, it's 4-4. So his last few fights, he had 4 wins.
Who quits on a three fight win streak?
And then he had a loss. I mean, who knows, man? I don't know.
Oh, we just think Garrett maybe got the information wrong.
Call the guy, call him up. I don't know. Get him, touch them, Sean. You can get in touch with anybody. So actually, I do have his number. He was on the show. Maybe I'll message him, see if maybe he wants to come back on.
I don't think these guys are coming back on ever. I think this Brian thing spooked everyone. They wanted to make sure to be just a little more careful. I think Brian is not coming on. I think this is the investigation is getting to be very serious now. It's not just like I don't know. I could always be surprised, and next thing you know, Robbi's on the call right now. But it doesn't seem to me like they're going to be offering up much more information.
Yeah, I can't text her anymore to get her to come on.
Yeah, she would come on. I think I don't think she would come on with you, but I think she would maybe. But
I mean, I'll happily get off if I probably should get off anyway because I have to sleep.
Got a big CD Castellon match tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. For me, big match tomorrow. So I might be calling it a night pretty soon too, unless something interesting happens here, and I can't imagine that'll happen.
Well, let me go through see if there's any more info in here. Basically, talks about Beanz, talks about Brian. We went through that, and then there's basically the Nick Airball, and then there are a bunch of hands in here too, where it's kind of the conversation at the table during the hand. Garrett just basically points out what happened when she says these different things. We've kind of gone over, we've gone over this for sure about a million times about, wait, let me hold on, let me scratch the face. She's basically just saying dialogue is consistent with her being weak. Strong equals strong this dialogue is consistent with her weak equals strong dialogue, another suspicious hand. She feigns weakness even though she's actually strong, knowing that she has the best hand. 2-10 checks her whole cards, put them down 14 seconds later, likely indicating she knows what she has. Puts in the time chip, likely to buy time to confirm or reconfirm from the signaler that she currently has the best hand. Note, her taking a long time, saying bizarre things are 2 common giveaways in the hand she likely cheats. Did Sean get out of here?
Yes, he did. We lost Sean.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, if you want to invite Robbi in here for a nightcap, then maybe we get Robbi in here too. Now the Bulldog's out of here. Out to Sean Deeb. Listen, he dipped out without saying goodbye to everybody. But guys, please give Sean Deeb a very big shout out. Tom Dwan says they'll give a bounty for Brian or Robbi to come on the show tonight. I don't know. I don't know if Robbi need it, but maybe she got.
I doubt it. It's possible. Charles Lou might come on. I don't know. I'd be interested in talking to him. He followed me on Twitter today. I thought that was exciting.
Yeah, I talked to him. I talked to him a little earlier. What, did you talk to him?
No, I haven't talked to him. I don't follow him on Twitter. Maybe
I think he's probably sleeping. Let me hit up Charles Lou and see if you want to come on, guys. Hold on a second. See what he's up to. Okay, so basically, right, you guys could kind of maybe go read this stuff in the thread. It's linked. It's pinned at the top of the page if you want to go through. Let me see. I'm going to call up Charles Lou, see if Charles Lou want to come on here. He's not involved in anything as far as I know. But yeah, you kind of go over and kind of read what Garrett's got to say here. He's basically just breaking down what was said in these hands, given his perception of what took place. Do you have a small pair? You give me that much credit. Haven't you seen what I've done? She's again clearly insinuating she knows she does not have a pair. And then Garrett basically just itemizes out what exactly was said here. She said, you let me do this to you post-stream too. Robbi likely preemptively defends herself here against a cheating accusation that is yet to come by falsely claiming she's had success against Garrett in hands off the stream. And yeah, that was weird because Garrett said he didn't play any hands with her at all off the stream. 21729 Rip said that's like some spiritual guide from outer space telling you to call in your ear, call. That's definitely the weirdest thing during this hand to me is that
someone sent that to me and I was the one who posited it, and it seems like, yeah, that's certainly, it's just weird, it could just be a coincidence, again, strange occurrence, but
right.
It does seem like there's a little bit of prior, just like pre-confessing there, just to kind of take the heat off a little bit.
Thomas Peak with the 50 says, I'm just glad we found somebody in the poker world that cares about money. Thank you, Thomas Peak, for the donation. I'm assuming you're talking about, I'm not sure. I think it was Nick was on. I don't know if you're talking about him or not, but Brian Frosty says, Joey, check out post 4594 and 2+2 evidence of DGAF signaling. Also, huge thanks for the streams. So, well, thank you very much.
Everyone who's messaged me about that I kind of respect has said that DGAF is just like that's a nothing burger, but I don't know enough about it. Just it seems like a nothing burger based on what people are telling me.
It
is tough to win at 7. Those games must be super soft if you're VPIPing 70% and crushing it.
Well, I gotta tell you, Bob. There's definitely a motivated guy. Whoever this I'm showing it now. Whoever this guy X Crazy Legs X is definitely on a mission. He's watching all the tapes because he made another post basically DJ pressing on his sunglasses signal for help multiple instances. He said he'd been looking at sessions. I mean, this guy seemed like he really motivated.
That could just be a tick, though.
Yeah, that's what somebody.
I mean, I thought it was super suspicious that he was always in the 2 seat. So I thought they were, drawing for seats. Then I learned. So I kind of ran with something like, oh, look how's it a random seat draw? Like I was up in the 2 seat. But then I realized that you're allowed to pick your seats, and they kind of treat it like a reality show where they put the pretty people in seats 4 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, but it is that 2 seat does seem like a big winner on Hustler Casino Live. That's for sure. I don't know why, but again, if the theory is that Brian was signaling people, then why would it matter what seat you're in? Sending signals to someone, why would it matter what seat you're in? He's looking at the whole card stream at his desk behind the file cabinet.
It's a great point.
Why would it matter what seat you're in?
Yeah, it's a really good point, right? I mean, you'd assume if you got like an earpiece or some sort of transmission device, then if it's going to go to the 2 seat, it's probably going to go to the 5 seat and the 6 seat and the 7 seat.
Go anywhere. Yeah, those remote controlled vibrators can go anywhere in the world almost, as long as they have internet connection. So
yeah.
But now there's the other method where you have to be within proximity of the RFID signal, which is like under half a foot or even less, maybe like 18 inches, or excuse me, 6 inches. So that could be interesting too, and you need to be in the 2 seat for that. Who knows? I don't know, man. This whole thing is just a big clusterfuck. I hope there's more information from the Hustler. I wish Garrett didn't post what he posted today, although I don't think it mattered. I don't think that guy was coming on anyways. That was what was. I thought that would be exciting to hear from Brian. Although again, like you said, it was really in his best interest not to come on.
I know. Yeah, that would have been.
Would have been almost like unfair for people to, for us to allow him to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was starting to think, because when I talked to him earlier, I was like, oh, it sounds like a good idea, and then I started thinking more about it, and I was like, man, yeah, I was like, I mean,
you don't need
what
that
good gonna come out? I guess I heard a little more information too, and I was like, yeah, it's probably just not a good thing for him to talk at all. You don't want to have this on video of him talking about this kind of shit. So
but I will say that if he was involved in any that's where the bounty comes in. I mean, if he has any information,
right?
Talk about that. I mean, but I'm not my bounty is not infinite. It expires relatively soon. I'm not going to sit there and let these people waste much more time.
Yeah. We got DJF in the chat. Maybe he wants to come on the show. You can see if we can get him on here. Maybe we can ask some questions. What do you think about that, Bob?
That'd be great. That seems interesting.
Yeah, talking to Landon as well too. Shout out to Landon. I want to hear Landon on here. The young prince. Have him share a few thoughts. Listen, 999 from Grip Grain. I'll cash out $50 to the best answer. If this story becomes a movie, what would the title be?
Strange Occurrences.
Strange Occurrences is definitely what the title would be. Brian Frost with the 10. Joey, take a look at the YouTube clips. He is clearly signaling.
Who is clearly signaling?
I think he says DJF is clearly signaling in the clips.
I had someone basically spend the better part of 3 hours trying to convince me that DJF could not possibly be in this, and I don't think this person is the type of guy that's like trying to cover anything up. So it is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go over these hands another time. I don't know enough about this story.
A little bit funny though. Like, so there's that ace queen hand, and I thought, oh, this is so suspicious. Then come to learn that the guy he was playing with is the tightest player at the table. It was a bomb pot, etc., etc. It was a very, very quick fold for top picker though.
Right.
And then, but it's funny because it kind of leads you down like the path of like how you can make these quick assumptions on things, and you want to believe because it's exciting and interesting, but then you come to find out there's more information and it's not as interesting as you thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of like, I mean, the guy's win rate is pretty high on this on that show with a very, very high VPIP. I guess that game is a really soft game though.
These guys seem pretty bad, Bob. Yeah, I never seen anything like this in my life. Yeah.
I mean, even the one who was allegedly had access to the whole cards played about as bad as possible. Which the person who allegedly has access to the whole cards is playing that bad with the whole card information, or whatever. I mean, imagine how bad the people who don't have access to the whole cards.
Yeah. Listen, DJF, if you want to come on the show, I'll send you a message on Twitter, and if you want to come on, I'll give you a link to the show. And if you want to talk about that, I'd be more than happy to talk about you. Kind of going through a little bit more of Garrett's statement here, and then he's got a few more hands. He kind of just goes over with the hands. He goes over some of the interview stuff. I mean, like I said, guys, the link is pinned on the YouTube. I just feel like we've covered a lot of this stuff here. The HCL on-stream interview, he basically just, gave his breakdown of what exactly these words meant. I ran it twice because I know I was probably going to lose that unless I don't know anything better came. The quote doesn't make sense. No one would call another 110,000 in the hope of anything better coming with Jack high, no draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense, right? Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I feel like, what can you take away from this, right? If Garrett's perception of this interview is that it's weird and it's contradictory and it's suspicious, like, that doesn't mean anything in terms of if something went down. Like, the only way you can prove something went down is if Hustler Casino ends up proving it.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no, I mean, look at the Postle incident. I mean, that was about as cut and dry as could be. And there was no smoking gun from the casino, so it was all conjecture. I mean, you had, the bone conducting, you had the looking and staring in the crotch, you had the even the funny thing, like the commentator saying that one of the cards were swapped, there was a mistake in the hand, but how did they even know if they're on a delay? Like, there's just like a whole bunch of weird, and then that turned out to be inconclusive. So this is even more because there isn't a pattern of play you could say is, oh, that's cheating for sure.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't play like a super user, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's other people who did play like a super user. Maybe there's some people who want to go there and go through all of the video, see and look at all the statistics. But I don't know, man. The biggest winner on the show is Garrett, and he's the one who was supposedly, allegedly cheated against. So that in theory kind of rules him out, I suppose, at least in this case. Maybe there's other instances. And then you have the second biggest winner, and the third biggest winner is Nick Bertucci, who, in my opinion, probably shouldn't be playing on stream to begin with if he's running the show, but from all accounts, probably wasn't cheating. So, and seems to be very, very forthcoming in the investigation. So that's a positive. I
mean, I do want to say one thing about Nick. He actually has been very, 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 very cooperative, right? Very working well. Like, basically say whatever to me, come out here, be a part of the investigation.
He's been very transparent.
Right. Very transparent.
What's he supposed to do though? And this is, and I'm not, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. What's he supposed to be? If he starts saying like, no, there's nothing going on, you guys can all fuck off.
I mean, you could just not say much.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're, yeah, I agree. Look, I don't want to, because I don't think, just to be very, very clear, I don't think Nick Bertucci's, the only thing I think he's doing wrong is playing on stream. That's it. Just to be everything else seems to be fine.
So do you think that all owners or all employees should be able to play on the stream?
I told Doug today, you shouldn't be playing on your stream. That's what I told Doug today. Like, you shouldn't be playing on your stream at the lodge. It's just, I know you're not cheating. You don't need to cheat, but it's just like, it's just something that shouldn't, like, you don't see Morias Kandani sitting down in high stakes poker. It's just weird. Yeah,
it seems kind of commonplace, right? I mean, with the lodge, you got Brad and Andrew. Shout out to Andrew. I saw Andrew in the chat earlier. They're always playing on stream. Obviously, they're big draws. People want to play with them on stream. They want to make content. They want to be on live stream. They want to shoot vlogs. Like, so it is a big allure of owning the show to play on the stream, because then you get to play in soft lineups as well too. So
yeah, I mean, look, the guy, but at some point you have to decide: do you want to be a poker player, or do you want to be a stream operator? Mm-hmm. And why not just host games? You can host games. Like, look, JRB hosted games forever, didn't have a stream. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's just my look. I'm not saying this is factually and 100%.
Just your opinion, yeah.
It's just my opinion. I just think just from someone who's been involved in gambling for a very, very long time, if you have access to the whole cards and you're running streams, I just think it's a good look if you don't play in the games. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, I don't think Nick's doing anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with Feldman. Any of these guys are doing anything wrong, other than just from an optics standpoint. And then again, you shouldn't be saying we're beyond reproach. But then you got a guy who's like got a criminal record, who stole off the table. Like, there's been a lot of missteps. The one thing in their favor is they've acknowledged their missteps. Mm-hmm. And like you said, they're being very transparent and forthcoming, and also very thorough in their investigation.
Right. Well,
So
I
that's
think
good.
I'm sure there's more to come from the investigation. Gazzy B with the 10 up early to watch soccer tomorrow. Good luck to Motherwell and Castellan 2. GG Papi. Big shout out to Gazzy B. Appreciate all the kindness he shows. Brian Frasca with 20 more said, Joey, please look into all the clips. You don't have to do it now, but we cannot let DJAF out without being investigated simply because people say he's a good guy. Investigator Papi. Thank you, Brian, for those words. And I can see what you're saying. We're going to get Landon here, Young Prince in here for just a little bit, and then I'm going to get Mike Joseph in here too. And you said Robbi, you heard back from Robbi yet?
No, Robbie's went dark.
She chilling. She probably chilling in the dark. All right, guys, we're bringing in Landon, Young Prince. Landon, all of a sudden, welcome back to the stream. Listen, you guys don't know Landon. He is we thought maybe he'd be the next Tom Dwan. I don't know. Now he like
You don't want to be the next. You don't want to be the next Tom Dwan, the young Jedi.
now he's like a tournament player. He's like a world traveler. He's in like the mountains. He went to London. Obviously, you guys know I had him on the show a long time ago. You might remember him from falling asleep during the Doug Polk versus Dan Negreanu challenge when we did commentary
100%.
together. He'd basically be sitting here like sleeping. I'd be like, dude, wake the fuck up. We got to talk. We got to do commentary. He's like, yeah. Like, oh, yeah.
I was only in for the dance parties, man. I was only in for the dance parties.
All right. Well, listen, Landon, welcome to the show. If you guys know the Young Prince, Landon Tice, at Landon Tice on Twitter. Landon, what are you seeing here, kid? What's a kid, young kid, obviously, right? Me and Haral Bob a little older than you. Obviously, me and you know each other well. You know a lot about how I think. How is the Young Prince seeing what's going on here?
Man, it's all too spooky, man. It's all too spooky. There's too much stuff that just doesn't make sense individually that all has to add up, right? It's like you can't be smart. You can't be like smart, stupid, and greedy all at the same time. Like it's too much, man. It's just too fucking much.
So you
give me some questions and then I can give you some answers. Let's do it that
what do you
way.
think about Garrett's statement? Do you think this evidence is enough that's gonna sway people, or do you see the evidence? Do you feel like it's enough to say that, stand with Garrett? Because now Garrett came out with the evidence. Now he said he got to do more evidence. He's got more stuff like we don't know much about. So it seems like the kind of ball is in Hustler's court now to uncover more for Garrett to prove Garrett correct.
Yeah, I think the past couple days have been a pretty massive W for Team Garrett. Just the more stuff that comes out, the more inconsistencies that we've seen, and Garrett kind of just has his stuff pretty clean cut. There's no direct evidence, right? There's nothing that you can actively point to. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that he has that kind of proves his point as to why he thought there was something going on in the first place, which seems really good. Like starting from that perspective at least.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Yeah, 100%. 100% makes sense. I think we all acknowledge that, right? We all understand where the guy coming from, right? He had a moment, he outbursted, everyone debate how he handled the situation. Of course, I'm sure you look back, maybe think that maybe he could have handled it differently. He did make a statement about DJF, because DJF's in the chat, said he'll come on the show on Sunday if I have a show. So to address the allegations made against him now, he said, as an aside, Garrett said this, as an aside, DJF has been a friend for over a decade, and I've never questioned his integrity. From the evidence I've seen, the accusations against him are baseless. So he's saying that the accusations made against DJF are just baseless, not true at all. So
yeah.
Fuck, man, it's all getting twisted now. It's getting twisted around. Bob. I don't know. It's getting all twisted, mixed up, discombobulated.
I like when it's getting twisted, though. It's exciting. It's like we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is like we're like true crime detectives,
It really is. This is some real crime shit.
I know. People love true crime. I saw a tweet from True where he's like, the way you get people into poker is you make a true crime doc and you just keep going. You just keep running with it. People fucking love this shit, man.
I keep streaming the same night 10 hours a week.
You just keep showing up.
Edible, I'm railing edibles every day. I'm calling up Bob for the third month in a row. Bob's coming in from the fucking boat, checking in. We're talking about the hand. Like, are you sure?
What a fall from grace I had. I was like chilling in the Met on my yacht. Now I'm over here talking to Chicago Joey. And,
Shut the fuck up, man. Listen, what are you really doing? What are you really doing on the? I mean, honestly, you're chilling on the yacht, looking at the water. It gets fucking boring after a while, right? I'm in Mexico for a while. I was stuck down there in the Cabo. I'm looking in the
That's not
ocean. You
boring.
know what I said? I said I got to get fucking back to Vegas. I got to
it's
get
not
back to
boring.
work.
It's not boring. You go to dinners. You don't stay on the boat forever. You go to dinners.
my
You're
God,
like,
it's like a-
Amalfi and Positano. It was like in
You-
Capri. It was great fun.
You went from living the good life to going back to the DGen pit with us. You know, you're
Awesome.
back here. You
Awesome
went-
grace.
We're
Yeah.
happy to have you.
Really
I
good.
think you fell up actually. I think this is a W.
This is
for
a
you,
come up.
Bob.
W.
Let's be real. This is a come up.
Listen, after after the
NBA.
NBA stuff, right? I feel like we got to get you back on some positivity now. I feel like people are going to see you on here. We'll get you back on a positive track. I know this NBA thing happened. You know, maybe.
The chat is very positive. The NBA stuff is nonsense though. Like I read someone's like, "Oh, why did this guy hate you?" Da, da, da. It's like, dude, you believe some article that was unsourced. Nobody's since come out on the record, and then the person who stood the most to gain from it is now embroiled in a lawsuit for allegedly extorting the franchise. I don't know if you know about this, but like the former general manager is now in a lawsuit with Mark Cuban and the Dallas Mavericks for allegedly extorting the franchise.
You're kidding me.
Oh yeah, I know.
What?
Jeez, yeah, you can Google it. It's out there. It's bananas. He had a nephew who was gay, and there was Mark's chief of staff was a closeted individual, and this guy put the two of them together, and allegedly Mark's chief of staff assaulted or hit on this guy, and so he went to Mark and was like, "Hey, look, I can make this all go away. Give me a 10-year contract," allegedly. And
What?
then yeah, and then it's all
There's drama everywhere.
It's all the public record. It's all in the public record. You can read about it.
There's just drama everywhere.
And so either it was just an innocent situation, if you believe the GM, former GM who was fired, and that could be true. Who knows? He could be telling the truth, or he set up a honeypot in order to save his job. So if someone's willing to set up a honeypot allegedly to save their job, they might be willing to plant fake stories in the media to get rid of their number one, person who's going to likely take their job. So that's all I got to say about that. Fun times. I enjoyed it. Exciting.
And now here we are. Yeah,
here we are talking about the real stars. Forgot
talking
about
the
NBA stars.
real, true, authentic news.
It's
The
RTA special report, RTA special investigation here. The real, true, authentic investigation.
Another great name for the movie could be She Played the Man. That could be.
That's true.
She played the man.
She played the man. Yeah, she played the man.
That's
It's
definitely
like,
true.
It's like She's the Man, but She's the Man Part 2. She played the man.
She played the man. Yeah. What a call.
If you were a producer, would you want to have a piece of this potential movie or reality show that might come out?
I think a reality show would be a train wreck of entertainment.
Absolutely.
But now writing this into but writing it would be amazing too. I mean, really the guy you need is Ryan Murphy, the guy who does the FX stuff. This guy could turn this into like a fucking by the way, I wouldn't be surprised if, the LA Times, like on Twitter, that was like the number one thing trending on my Twitter feed, right? I know it doesn't mean it's
Mine too, yeah.
And the LA Times is what a charade that was. Let's take them to the jewelry store. No one really believes the jewelry store, the ring was part of the cheating thing. Like that was just
Magic ring.
Magic ring was never.
Well, Landon
How
don't
would that even work? There's a camera in the magic ring. Like what is going on?
I'm gonna bring Landon. Seemed like you don't got an opinion on what Jared put out, so I'm gonna bring in Mike Joseph here, who the young.
Who's Mike Joseph?
Another young kid. He started playing a lot of high stakes tournaments. He like one of young kids kind of coming up in poker. But,
you bring on Big Mike?
Yeah, listen, man, you ain't got to take. You got to give us something. Papi, it's fucking 1 a.m. Give us something, bro. Give me
all your years of experience in the high stakes world, all 2 years.
Give me something you're seeing,
Joey,
Landon.
Ask me a question right now.
Just give me something you're seeing.
You know, hot take. No question.
What's your takeaway? You more excited? Is this bad for poker? Good for poker? You excited to play poker?
I think this is good for poker, man. I think this is good for poker.
Okay.
I've had like so many conversations with people outside of poker that the first thing that they've asked me, and they've never played poker before, is what the fuck is going on with this cheating thing? Like, so many people are so interested in this now, where they weren't interested in poker before because poker's kind of boring. But now poker's kind of like not boring. It's like, oh shit, there's cheating. Like, even if you don't play poker, the drama is unreal. Like, if you love drama and gossip, you stay in the poker community. You stay here.
This is drama to the nth degree. This is really
exactly. And look, The numbers right now for poker, Joey, it's 1 a.m. and you have like 10,000 people watching you talk about this.
Fuck, listen, I don't know where people come from. What it really showed me was that poker players are so bored and they have nothing to do that they are down to do something. That's why I came up with the Vegas meetup idea. I was like, oh, listen, I want to throw the biggest meetup game in the history of meetup games. 25,000 people, everyone from poker Twitter, everyone from the YouTube chat at the event, and that's my goal, and I'm setting it up. I'm talking with the Win. I'm talking with Resorts World right now. Step 1, operation, throw the biggest meetup game in the history of meetup games. That's my goal, and that's what I'm working on right now.
Are we going to have a DJ set at the meetup game?
I haven't thought about that, but maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe Bob will come in for the DJ set with one of.
Love to. Do you guys think is also interesting is like, did you guys notice there was like a clear demarcation between Robbi definitely did not cheat and Robbi definitely did cheat, or not definitely, let's say, but like I think she cheated probably more than not, and I think she didn't cheat. There was like, did you guys notice any correlations between the type of people who thought one or the other? Because I certainly did. It was like almost like this was the new thing, right? Before we had COVID, then we had the Ukraine war, and now we've got Robbi. It's like
now we have cheating, not cheating.
Yeah, and it's like it's almost like the same. You know, there's like a correlation between people that believe one thing or the other, or like there were certainly a lot of keyboard warriors that were convinced there was no chance she could ever be cheating.
Yeah,
it really opened my eyes to the lack of critical thinking that some people exhibited in their responses.
Yeah, my like start when it came to this stuff was you definitely can't be convinced one way or the other with definitely like people saying 95% cheating, 95% not cheating. It's like that's pretty irrelevant, because if anyone tried to actually give you odds on you saying that, you taking that bet is probably going to be pretty low. And B, there's no actual circumstantial evidence that proves to anything. So you're kind of just saying your opinion.
Not the word you're looking for. You mean there's no definitive evidence?
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's no like hard proof that says one way or the other where you can like make a decision that's in the 90 percentile degree of confidence. Like when I started, I was like, I mean, it seems pretty hard to cheat, so like I'm just gonna lean not cheating. And then stuff kept coming out, and then she kept speaking, and like every time she like something else came up, I was like, nah, like there's something going on here. Like Garrett's been playing poker for so long and thought something was up. You gotta sort of just trust it a little bit. At least give it some weight versus just instantly being like, nah, there's no way, never cheating, 100% not cheating. And now after all this stuff comes out, it's like, oh shit, like I'm sorry, Garrett, I didn't really mean it. It's like you can't have that hard of a stance and then just start taking these sides. And then when more information comes out,
sure you can.
You take a 180.
Why can't you take a side?
No. You should always, in your life, you should always change your mind based on new information. That's part of being human, bro.
Take a side.
Sure.
What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
All right, guys, listen. Let me.
Sense of like being so confident with such little information, it just seems a little bit rushed, right? Like having a 90% degree of confidence plus after 6 hours of it happening, saying, "Oh, definitely cheated, definitely not cheated," seems a little bit quick.
All right, Landon. Let me introduce you. I got Michael Joseph just hopped in the house. Michael, young kid. Shout out Madison Beer, and Michael, young guy over here playing a lot of poker, kind of rising up the stakes. I like the kid. I don't know if you know the kid. Michael, tell the chat about yourself a little bit. Give them a little background. You got a bunch of people listening to you, and they might not know who you are, except that you're wearing a Doug Polk kind of tank top going on there. So
yeah. I mean, you're wearing a tank top too, Joey, right?
Am I really? Oh shit, I am. That's actually a good point.
I'm very surprised that Landon is not wearing a tank top. That is really out of character.
Well, tell people about your. Listen, guy, come on. Tell people about yourselves.
Yeah, I'm 23. I'm Landon's age. The young wizards, whatever. But yeah, coming up in stakes. I originally was living in LA, the past couple of years. Kind of have a place in Montreal now, and also mooch off of Rampage, stay at his place in Vegas. So yeah, but I mean, I've played with Robbi in LA a little bit, which is why I kind of wanted to chime in. But yeah, I definitely agree with what Landon was saying, where like you just to have like a confidence interval like greater than 90% on either side seems completely absurd to me. Although I will say that as every day passes now, like I get more and more strongly on the side of she cheated, and like the confidence interval grows, but it's not like at 100.
Mm-hmm. DJ Washburn of 1999, he said, needed DJ for the Vegas meetup game. Joey, glad you enjoyed my pants on the non-cheating Ivy game last week. Yeah, DJ Washburn had on this like pink outfit. Listen, nobody ever won. I hate to tell you, nobody ever won wearing an all pink outfit. So if you wear a pink hat and a pink shirt and a pink shiny hat, nobody ever won at poker wearing a pink shiny hat. And then the pants on top of it. Listen, the pants, I mean, I like the pants, but ain't nobody ever won at poker wearing pants like that. So the combination of that outfit, DJ, I felt like you set yourself up for failure. And unfortunately, I think you like bluffed off one hand. And then basically from there, you didn't have any cards. You didn't get lucky. With that said, you could be the DJ at the event. We also, my buddy Jonah, a DJ as well. He just got done at working at Zook earlier this year. So he also makes music. You guys are both invited as well too. Shout out to DJ Washburn. So Michael, what are you making of the statement by Garrett? You said you had some things to talk about. You said you had some issue with something.
Well, like I don't know anything that you guys. I don't know anything you guys don't. Really, the only thing I can say is that the one part of the statement that really like struck me was when I think Beanz said something along the lines of like, oh yeah, she plays super weird. She plays super button clicky, you know, like whatever, right? Like I played a decent amount of hands with her through a couple tournaments between, let's see, what was it? It was like the circuit stopped in LA in March and then also during the World Series. And like, you know, Robbi's not like good and she's not playing like theoretically well or anything, but she's playing like a human. Like, you know what I mean? From what I understood, like she wasn't. And also some of like the physical body language stuff she was doing, like she's not kind of sitting there taking those pauses, looking all incredulous and kind of rocking back and forth and smiling as she looks, you know. She kind of just was like playing poker, just like, you know, she's just playing poker. And so I didn't think there was anything too out of line with what she was doing and how she was playing. So then like we're left with the situation where we have like this fork in the road, and one path is she's either cheating, and the other path is she's the worst poker player in the history of the world and made like the worst call off in the history of the world. And so like the path on the left, the first path, seems a lot more likely. You know what I mean? And
it's so weird. Like the ace queen hand that she played against Rip, where they both had ace queen, and she was so terrified to put in a 4K river bet facing block, but facing a jam for infinite after min raising turn, getting 3-bet jammed on, just kind of having this nonchalant reaction of just putting the money in and then saying, I had the blocker, I don't think you have shit, is just so ridiculous to me from like a purity standpoint, where it just can't. Like I saw the game trees people were making about how Garrett has exactly 7-8 only, and of course it's a call. Like enough, man.
All right, I had enough of that topic specifically about that. Let's talk about where we're at with things. So basically, Garrett put the information out, Mike, and a lot of people on Twitter are taking the information pretty seriously, it seems like, and they're now more convinced. It sounds like you fall into that category, that you were already sort of feeling like that way. And I actually think after the information came out, I thought there might be more I didn't see. I would say maybe I'm a little bit jaded because I've already been with that perspective. I've already sort of like walked through the perspective for a little bit. But once I found out that Rip like really wasn't going to play that show, and then he decided to play like last minute. I mean, to me, it was like, would the guy really be out getting hammered with Nick Airball? I know Nick Airball was hammered because he was on my show that night, so I know this guy was fucked up. So would this guy really go out, get hammered before a high stakes game that he was planning to run the LA collusion shuffle? Like I just, sure, maybe, but then you got to go to the other side of things, and you know, I'm just kind of waiting for Hustler to kind of come out and see what they find out about the kid Brian. If they find out the kid Brian took more money, then that's going to lead to, you know, maybe nothing's going on. So I feel like that's actually the way I'm leading right now, is that direction, and I think that's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah,
I push back on the fact that if you find out he stole money, that means nothing's going on.
Right.
It means that it has he's got larceny in his brain. And if you're willing to steal chips, why wouldn't you? And you have access to the whole card, why wouldn't you be willing to scam as well? So, I think it doesn't lean me in either direction, for or against cheating. If they find out he stole more chips from other people, I will say that the chances that if he didn't steal chips, then that's a different story. Then that maybe, like I don't think it can disprove it, but I think it can certainly lead you to believe.
I mean. Let me explain. So what I mean by that is that if it comes out, and this is a strategic thing, I'm sure I actually think is what's going to happening right now, is that this kid comes out, something happens with him, he takes money, he ends up taking more money. It's easy to say, you know, isolated incident, not really involved with what happened with Robbi. We couldn't find anything what happened with Robbi. You know, most likely they're not going to find anything happen with Robbi because they're not going to find any device. So they really might not be able to find any sort of concrete proof where they feel like they can come out and say they saw this, that on the video that proves this, and that. So it's easy to say, well, you know, this kid, he did this, he did it this time, he did it that time, not related to that. Couldn't find anything for the cheating. So, you know, nothing happened. And then for the people who are consuming that, the public, to say, yeah, I mean, well, there is no evidence, right? So let's move on. They got the guy's doing whatever he's doing now. They improved the security, and then GMAN put out the evidence. We don't know if GMAN's got more evidence now. He said maybe he does. We got to wait for more evidence or more proof that comes out. But I could see a scenario where that takes place, and I feel like that is one of the leading scenarios I see happening now, where that's sort of the conclusion we end up getting to, and people maybe not very happy about that.
Yeah, I would just kind of go on from the stuff that happened with the stealing chips, where it's super weird that nothing's really happened, but he took from her stack specifically, and then B, after the whole message came out, it was from Twitter, from an account that wasn't his, and people tried to claim it was Instagram, but Instagram doesn't have an "you've accepted this request" response, so it wasn't actually his Twitter at all, and just a completely different person. It just wasn't him. It just was not his Twitter account that he used for us.
Guys, I got an update here from Robbi. Robbi made a statement responding to the allegations against Garrett Adelstein. Look, guys, we got a statement. Listen, shout out to the chat. Whew. All right, let's see what she says. She said, "I have unfortunately taken the time to read through Garrett's novel."
Fucking based. Yeah.
Yeah, Landon. Yeah, Landon, you a few days behind. That's true. I mean, Landon been in like Minnesota. Landon, when you're 3 days behind in this conversation, it can be intense, as people in the chat are noticing. But as expected, I found it to be full of inaccuracies and conjecture regarding the theft. I will say this one more time, and Landon, only one more time. I have no relationship with this now former employee Brian, and I would challenge anybody reviewing the security footage to show otherwise. I will not address the individual videos and timestamps, as they are nothing new and simply a regurgitation of more of the same shit. My accusers have now exhausted buzzing seats, camera rings, microphone water bottles, and other spy paraphernalia, have now moved on to me having an alleged conspiring relationship with someone I do not know, who in fact stole from me. There's zero evidence that I cheated simply because I did not. I've been thrust into a bizarre situation where I'm being asked to prove my innocence continually, and as of yet, there is not a single thread of direct evidence illustrating my guilt. I am scheduled to take a lie detector test despite the fact that I've already been vindicated by behavioral analysis considered to be the best in the world. I mean, I think that's very...
Pause.
This makes me reevaluate the whole statement, because that is some fucking food.
The rest of it was on point, but that was...
Yeah, that one,
well, it's
that
not
was
in every...
the-
Okay, hold on. It said, I'll continue my ongoing effort to prove my innocence, so I ask you patiently wait for the investigation to complete. For those who will continue to stand with me, thank you. She's like a Bill Clinton. For those who continue to stand with me, thank you.
You're with me or against me, Joey?
Your outpouring of love and support has given me the strength and hope I need to make it through this.
Amen,
The truth will be liberating and will bring this exhausting process to an end. God damn.
I can't wait to be liberated with the truth. That's what I'm looking for.
Free us all. Free us all. Give us the truth. We need it.
God, fuck, man. Let's the
You know,
liberation.
you got away with words. I don't know what was more poetic, that or the message she wrote to herself. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, wait.
No, I'm just
Gun to
kidding.
your head.
I don't
Gun
think
to
that
your
actually
head. Do you guys think that she wrote the message to herself? I say yes.
I would say yes, 100%. Gun ahead, high frequency yes.
I don't think she wrote them. I don't think she wrote that message. I don't think she wrote this
I don't
message.
live in a world where there's gun to my heads and making decisions. So that's I don't. I'm not 23 years old.
Man, the ellipses catch was pretty strong. Like the triple dots.
But if you look at the guy's Twitter, this is the guy's Twitter. When he tweeted, he uses ellipses as well. So
I'm not like, I don't know.
Ellipses was a nothing burger.
Yeah.
The ellipses were a nothing burger. They both.
I use ellipses, like whatever, you know.
Very
like,
standard. Some of the verbiage was a little bit suspect in terms of they both use the same phrasings and to describe. Also, it's interesting. Like if you're 24 years old and you have two actual kids, are you going to refer to yourself as a kid? I don't know. You guys are 24. Do you ever say like, I'm just a 23-year-old kid?
Of course, if I'm trying to say like, listen, don't hold it against me, I'm just a kid. Of course I would do that. Yeah. You know, and listen, I'm a kid.
I don't think she wrote it to herself. I think it's quite possible that he got worried that he was going to get, prosecuted from her, and so he decided to write her a nice, loving letter in a language that he thought she would appreciate. And he definitely nailed it if that was the case, because that is a language that she most certainly would appreciate. It's the language that she speaks. But yeah, who knows? I don't know, man. I want to believe Robbi's innocent, so.
Believe Robbi.
Yeah, believe Robbi. She played the man. She played the man.
Did Robbi play the man? Believe Robbi. Does everyone in the chat stand with believe Robbi? Mike Joseph, what are you making of this statement? You're a young kid.
Which statement? Say
you got a lot of statement. You got a lot of statement experience. What are you making of the Robbi statement?
The one that just
Mike.
Statement. Where can I read it? I want to read it.
I'm going to post it in the link right now, guys. Mike Joseph, do you agree that because she has been vindicated by behavioral analysis considered to be the best in the world? Keep in mind, the analysts also do not understand poker. I think maybe one of them may know a little bit about poker. The other one the guy said he only knew like about 4 hands or something like that. I was like, whatever. I think that's a little. Let me put it in the chat, guys.
I'll tell you this, Joey. I was with her. I thought it was for the first 4 paragraphs of that until she goes, I'm scheduled to take a lie detector test despite the fact that I've been vindicated by behavioral analysts considered to be the best in the world. Well, that was very dull.
That was a misstep. Let's just.
I don't know what behavioral analysts I don't know what.
There was the 4 YouTube video. The 4 people on the YouTube video that didn't know anything about poker or understand anything about.
Yeah, I mean that's nonsense, obviously. So who cares? But and using that as evidence, not evidence, but in support of your argument for innocence is a little stupid too. So.
She has been thrust into a bizarre situation. I will say that. That part is accurate.
She's been thrust into that situation.
That's definitely a true statement.
If she's innocent, then yes, you're right.
Believe Robbi. Robbi played the man.
It's a significant
hashtags.
Yeah. Joey, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, Landon, get out of here.
My guys.
Where are you at? You in London? What do you got? You got a London date?
Yeah,
what are you doing in London?
I gotta start my hike. I'm leaving in 10 minutes.
Oh, geez.
Wait, you're in London going on a hike?
I'm in London right now.
Can I give you one piece of advice? I'm gonna give you one piece of advice, Landon. Okay?
What do you got for me?
And this could go. You could take this either way or the other. Be careful of meeting women in London. The problem with meeting women.
I've heard about this. I've heard the London.
I don't know if this is necessarily the same thing. The problem with meeting women in London is that you're gonna meet a woman that you might like, and then you're gonna want to stay in London for an extended period of time. Like I said, that could be good or bad. I did this a few times where I ended up moving to different countries. So be careful. The girl, right? You fall in love with her. You take her to a nice romantic fucking London dinner. Maybe you ride the tube. You go by that big ass bridge, and then before you know it, you're gonna be in London for 6 months to a year, and we ain't gonna see you here over in GTO headquarters. And we need no LGG, no London girl grind.
No, I'll be back. I promise. I have Jeremiah's wedding's on the 2nd, so I gotta be back. So
pray for Landon not to get trapped by UK women. All right, Landon, take it easy, buddy. Guys in the
All
chat.
Right, guys. Only Friend podcast at 9 a.m. when Joey goes to bed.
Ciao, London.
Ciao, Landon.
London.
Right,
Shout out to Landon. Make sure you guys follow the kid on Twitter. He working hard.
Yeah. I'm on the grind, man. I'm on the content grind.
He making awkward promo videos for Ignition. It is what it is. He's learning.
It is what it is.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, I'll see you, kid.
Peace.
Later, bud.
Later.
All right, Joseph. So, you got a unique experience. How does this change the way you view it? Because me and Bob are a little older. Bob's like a generation, I feel like, before me. You are like a generation, 2 generations after me. So what are you making of like the poker world now that you're kind of seeing all this stuff that's going on and the kind of the hustles and the strategies people are using in order to crush it out there?
Yeah, I think a couple things. So first of all, I had my ex-girlfriend who knows nothing about poker texted me and was like, hey, I'm hearing all about this poker stuff, and I had a bunch of friends outside of poker texting me. So I think this is growing the game for better or for worse. I think it's probably all PR is good PR or no PR is bad PR, whatever they say. So
publicity.
You
got it mixed up too.
PR publicity. Yeah. So whatever though, you know what I'm saying, right? So the game's definitely growing as a result, and a lot of people are getting curious and interested about poker. It's kind of like the effect that Queen's Gambit had on chess. Just obviously a very different kind of onset.
Kind of like that, yeah.
As far as like how it affects sort of the way that people are able to make money in high stakes kind of like cash games, I've played in a decent. For being 23, I mean obviously I don't have as much experience as like you had Tom Dwan out here. I'm sure that both of you guys have infinitely more experience than me, but I mean I've played in some games where the security of the game was a major question in LA and stuff. I haven't had as much experience playing on the live stream games, so when there's RFID involved, I think that this is probably going to be like the impetus for for like people are going to have to be really, really sure about the security of specifically live streams, right? Because before this, you kind of just take it for granted, like, oh, I'm sure it's fine, it's Hustler or whatever, like, it's a legitimate stream, big stream, Garrett plays on it, whatever, Phil Ivey. But now it's like,
why wouldn't you trust a casino named Hustler? I mean, it's just the name itself speaks to the name itself. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why people say this.
The first time I went to that casino, I think someone got like either stabbed or murdered in the parking lot or something. So like that happened. There was I don't want to get that wrong or something. There was some violent crime that occurred in the parking lot the first day I ever went there, and like the police were called and everything. So it was like, oh great, sick place.
All the casinos in Los Angeles or card rooms in Los Angeles are not in the best of areas. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Bike is really taking.
I've played at the Bike. I've played maybe 400 different sessions at the Bike. So like, because I came up playing in LA. So yeah, it's not in a good area, and LA is not. LA poker is its own beast for sure.
Yep.
Someone said follow the thread about poker popularity. Now you're getting closer to this thread about poker popularity. What do you want to know about that? Yeah, somebody said on Twitter that it seems like the strategy is for Robbi to blow up, get a publicist, and then use poker as the vehicle to live a great influencer life. And I got to tell you what, that's a fucking brilliant idea, because there aren't really many women poker players, and Robbi got a good personality. She outgoing. Obviously, she knows how to play the man. She is fucking hilarious.
Super entertaining.
Super entertaining, right?
I mean, kooky. I'm not gonna lie, she's a little kooky. Maybe plays a little bit.
I think you're just saying that because she called you Harala Bliss or whatever she was calling you.
I say that because she wakes up and has a different story every day. It's just really interesting.
I think she's living a great life. She changing here, changing there. I mean, it's not a good way to
live.
One day,
why wouldn't it be more exciting if your husband was the lawyer in the metaverse? You might want to, you got to balance your range a little bit. But yeah, she's entertaining. She's certainly. All eyes are on her when she's on stream, for better or for worse. Yeah, she's a poker star if she wants to be one. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think she's insane, Joey. What the fuck? I mean, listen, a lot of poker players are insane. Jungle Man, you think that guy not insane? That guy definitely one of the most insane people I know. So
he's a rare breed, that's for sure.
Yeah, Joseph. So moving forward, any thoughts on anything? What's going to happen or?
What's going to happen? Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to book action on a prop bet with Joseph Chong right now. I don't know. Shout out Joseph Chong.
Okay.
I'm trying to take the side of I'm trying to figure out how to make this bet in a fair way. Where no one's getting screwed. Like, what's the burden of proof, right? To prove her guilt or innocence. I don't really know how to do that. So, but what's going to happen going forward? I mean, I don't fucking know. I mean. I'm sure people are going to, be
every day. There's a new development. It's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some insane shit that happens tomorrow that's wildly unlikely and makes both innocence and guilt look even harder to believe or something. But yeah, I don't know. So,
no, Joey, I want to thank you for having me on. This was a blast. It was great meeting you. Oscar wants to go to sleep. I'm guys.
Yeah, get out of here, Bob. Bob, thank guys. Listen in chat. Thanks, Bob, for grinding out with us tonight. He's been here multiple hours. Bob, it's great seeing you again. Great talking to you again.
Good meeting you, Michael. And follow CD Castellon on social media. Give him a little bounce. Good luck to more of the team. And we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Cool. I'll see you soon, okay?
All right, bro.
All right. Peace, brother.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got, too, Joey.
All right, why don't you get out of here? I'll reset the table. I'll bring someone else in. Somebody else that you want to come in, and then we'll go from there, okay?
For sure. Sounds good, Papi.
Cool. All right. I'll see you soon, brother.
All right. Later.
Later, Mike. All right, guys. Thanks to our call-outs for coming on here. Obviously, you mentioned earlier, Brian got a lawyer last minute and did not come on to talk about what the hell was going on at Hustler. So, yeah, guys, make sure you give a big shout out to Bob. Make sure you give a shout out to Michael Joseph for coming on. Make sure you give a shout out to Landon. Obviously, Bob was crushing it. About Harala Bob is a legend of the game. And yeah, I mean, wow, guys, what did we figure out today? We figured out not much. What did we figure out today, guys? What did you guys figure out? What did you learn today from the investigation that maybe you didn't know before? Yeah, shout out to my dedication, Papi. Thank you, Harbs. I feel like Charles Liu gets a little bad rap because, see, I'm much more into the metaverse and NFT than anybody else is, so... why don't you give some bounty for over 2? Nick Airball putting some money towards the bounty as well. Nick Airball is going to put up 5K to the bounty. So, but yeah, guys, this is DGen hours, after hours, out of line hours. Now we take our edible, get a few people in here, see what the hell happens. Yeah, Bob is a legend. Yeah, I mean, Harala Bob, obviously, he, you know, he crushed it with sports betting for a long time and living a fun life. But dating a beautiful woman, got his great dog, got in a nice house. What's there not to fucking like about that, right? Someone should add witness protection to the bounty. I don't know about that. What's your percentage cheated, Papi? I would say that my percentage is pretty low. I know people out there saying, why am I defending? I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying that I think it's pretty low. I mean, after what I learned today, the thing is though, is that this guy can see the cards. I mean, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Why would he go take the money? People messaging me right now trying to get on. Hold on a second. MD, where is this guy? MD said he wants to talk about a thread. All right, here he is. Perfect. All right, we're gonna bring a random on guy. I feel like this guy got Jersey Joe potential. He wants to talk about something specific, so we're gonna bring this guy. And if anybody else wants to call in here, feel free to hit me up. If you guys want to go to bed, feel free to go to bed. It's 1:30 a.m. in GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. The investigation continues on. We're still mixed in the middle here, guys, and shout out to the Legion. I need a new Legion graphic. But yeah, guys, we need to get a guy on here. I don't know what this guy's going to say. You guys know we've had some pretty good luck with our random people in here. Bird says, so what's that percentage that cheating of some happened for others? I don't understand that question. Can we talk about how a lie detector test is beatable? It's very, very beatable, for sure. I don't know how, but I've heard it's beatable, so I'm going to trust that it is beatable because I'm not going to do my own research. I'm just going to believe that that's true. All right, guys, we're joined by our next random caller. His name is Mark. He wants to talk about poker popularity, which I happen to know a little bit about, for better or worse. So he's connecting to audio right now. Nope, he left. He beat us. So looks like this game was pretty entertaining tonight. Wesley looks like he's having a good time with these great glasses. He got that great red flannel shirt. Ryuski, this guy's a legend. Doug Polk looked like he'd have living a good life there, winning pretty well. Blake Clevenger said, I wonder how long Brian has been in debt. Probably a while. I'm probably up and down. You know, you win some, you lose some, you borrow some, you lose that, you win that, you run that up. Charlie Carroll. Should we get Charlie Carroll in here? Mordecai says, what has been brought to light during today's stream? Wanted to watch the VOD from last stream, and after I got home, but it wasn't available even for subs. I think what's brought to light, not... The thing is, I've known all this for... So it's sort of what got to light for you than what got to light for me, because none of this stuff is new to me. Like, basically everything in here I already knew about. Mark, are you there? Caller. Mark, are you there? I can't hear you, Mark. Buddy. Mark. What's this guy's problem? We can't hear you. We hear the thing moving. Mark, are you there?
Yeah.
Speak to us, Mark. Speak to us. Turn down the background. Turn on the background.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn the TV down.
All right, Mark. We got Mark in the house right now. We got random Mark. Listen, give our new guy a big welcome.
Papi, thanks for the grind. You've been grinding. I've been with you from day one.
You've been locked in the whole time, Mark?
I've been locked in the whole time, bro.
I love it.
Listen,
What do you-
I don't want to be actually. I got a serious theory here. Serious theory.
Serious theory. Give me the serious theory, Big Papi.
Okay, first, everyone needs to kind of suspend everything they're thinking about right now. Just
All right.
put it
So hold
aside.
on. Let's lock in. All right. Let's lock in. Okay.
Like, forget cheating, no cheating, forget poker. It's not like, put that all aside. And I want to preface something, what I'm about to say, by some real life experience. Now, I've seen this kind of thing happen many times in life, particularly in the entertainment business, in the music business, where someone wants fame, wants celebrity, and as a singer may not be that talented, but has
bang
like a network, and basically a lot of money gets thrown to promote them. I've seen it happen over and over again, like hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on music videos and that type of thing, right?
Okay.
So think about the fact, not the fact, but the possibility, there's no facts here yet, but the possibility that, say, someone that's connected to a big influencer meets an attractive poker lady, they come up with an idea to create this brand. And basically they get some money, they splash around some chips, they saw the impact that the Mr. Beast game had, they saw like the fame that Alan Keating got from that game, the wild play, the speculation, like, a lot of people didn't know Alan Keating before that game, and the people in poker did, but outside people didn't. Okay. And they kind of got into this whole aspect. We're going to go in, we're going to be kind of wild, we're going to challenge the top person in the game, which is Garrett. And, 130K, 150, 200K, that's cheap advertising, right? Okay. If you want to buy a commercial, like you can pay $2-3 million just to produce your commercial without airtime. So if you look at it, they spent 130 grand for all this publicity, someone you didn't even know a week ago. And now they created this massive brand. Everyone, like they're getting, articles in the paper. Everybody knows who Robbi Lou is now, right? Now, 2 weeks ago, no one did. Very few did. So I don't think she's cheating. I think they know. I think Robbi alluded in the conversation the other night, they're going to be coming out with something in the show. Her husband said, there's something behind. And I think when you look at it from that perspective, it answers every single aspect of speculation. The only thing I can't discount would be the little bump in the yoga pants, which is whatever, weak anyway. But ask me a question about like one aspect of speculation, and you look at it from that point of view, and it's all easily disproved. With regards to the person taking the 15K chips off the table, I think that's just no different than the dealer shoving the chips to Andy at the table. Right, that happened too.
Right. Okay.
So I think it's just like that's
a little different.
That's a whole separate issue. It's exposed some sloppiness in HCL, and that's just like when you look at her reaction, I think she was shocked that she would have been accused of that, and that's why she's like, I care about production. Why does she care about production? Because she's going into production, right? She wants to build that relationship, and so for her to give the money back, it's nothing, right? Just to smooth it all over. And then now there's the allegation that this guy stole chips from her. And like, no, I don't want that negativity. I don't want to be associated with any negativity. This is already blown up. I'm trying to build something here and never expected that she'd be called for cheating. So that's where it took a twist. I think it got way bigger than they ever expected. I think it's kind of hard to answer a lot of these questions because they weren't really going in to grind. They were going in to kind of like make a presence and kind of get like a desired result, but it became way bigger than they ever anticipated.
So maybe this is like the luckiest break ever for her, is what you're saying. You're saying that she went there, used the 100K, whatever the buy-in for it, as a marketing budget for her future career as a poker superstar, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and she had other people backing her to do that, right? They're going to be partners in a future venture. It has nothing to do with cheating. That's like something down the road, right? So, yeah.
Damn, Mark, you locked in. What do you do, Mark? What's your living?
Can't say.
You can't say? You're kidding me. What does that mean?
Can't say.
You can't? So are you in porn?
No. Fully legit.
You in the intelligence agency?
No, I do something different, but I come from entertainment background.
Uh-huh.
So I have a lot of experience. I produced a lot of music videos for world-class acts, like famous people. I've been, I've seen this kind of thing happen before.
Where they put someone in a poker game and they blow up and then people make 10-hour live stream videos and they end up going 60 hours and calling up random guys at 1:37 a.m. with 6,000 people watching on YouTube and on Twitch?
Who?
I'm saying, is that what you've seen before?
No. I've seen is people try to build that and have the support network to support them to do that, to build a brand, to become famous, and throw way more money than what we're talking about. It's like the whole conversation about money is kind of a joke. It's nothing.
Uh-huh.
In the big picture of things, it's nothing. It's chump change.
Do you think I'm helping out Robbi on this endeavor?
I think you've been incredibly fair. Incredibly balanced and respectful to everybody involved. 100%. So,
do you think I'm working on the inside with Robbi? What do you think about that theory?
Wow, you're throwing a curveball. I never expected that. No.
What do you think? Maybe I was set up. My services were procured. What do you think about that? And that happened to be here.
That came after the fact. Maybe you could come out. Maybe you can come out with that and claim the bounty. Right? Maybe that's where
I'm claiming the bounty. 280,000. You're kidding me. We didn't get this.
You're gonna freaking crack the case because you're gonna come out. Look at this is really MD solved it, and it's like, he figured it out, and I'm gonna wrap myself out. I'm in on it. There's no cheating, but it's all a big publicity thing. And,
Mark, can I hire? Can you? What would you do? I should have you do something for my what I'm doing.
I don't know if you can afford me.
What'd you say?
I don't know if you can afford me.
You don't know if I can afford you? You're kidding me. What's your rate? Give me a rate.
I've actually just locked into something else that's pretty lucrative, so I can't really.
Listen. We got a line. Maybe maybe you get some time, right? Maybe give me a rate. Give me a rate. What's your rate?
You got my DM. We can chat later.
What are you talking? Give me a fucking rate. What's this guy's problem? We invite him on our show. He's gonna disrespect us by not giving us a rate. We're trying to make you an offer.
I'm not here to shill. I'm not here to grind.
You ain't shilling. You're shilling to me. I'm asking you to. I'm not telling you to go promote your thing. I'm telling you, give me a rate, and we want to make content with the 6,000 people that are in the chat right now.
Yeah. Well, we're making it. We're talking. We're breaking the story here. I'm giving you the vibe. It's all a psyop. Everyone's fallen for it. The whole poker community is melting down right now. I'm sitting back laughing, going like, they know what's going on. They know. They're sitting there, and that's why her husband's like, you guys are going to find out what's going on. They know. It's just and there's no nefarious activities at all. It's she's 100% confident, and they're not lying. They're just maybe there's other things that they're not telling you. That's all. You're not asking the right questions.
Right.
Like I said before, it's like poker is the vehicle. It's not the road they're on. Right?
So
am I whacked or what?
I mean, you just keep avoiding the question. You didn't really answer the question. I said, what's your rate? 500,000? How much you need?
No.
Less than that? 250?
No rate. There's no rate.
No rate?
No.
All right. Well, listen. Whenever you get a rate
for you, I'll do something for free. Not without No
well, let's do something. Let's lock it in. Let's set something up. We set it up.
I think that's karma. I think you deserve a goodwill gesture in return for the effort that you're making here to kind of resolve this issue and be fair to everyone and balanced, unlike some people.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job. So yeah, if I can give something back and support you in any way, we can chat.
All right, Mark. I'll be in touch with you. Okay.
Okay, so run that by some people, see if it's a whack idea, and carry on.
I will. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate the idea.
Bye.
All right, see you guys. All right, guys, please thank Mark for coming in here right now. He said his rate's too high. Listen, I mean, we know Tom Dwan apparently knows every company in the world. So if anyone can get the show a sponsor, maybe me and Tom Dwan go play heads up on Poker Mountain, and Mark goes and shoots it. We pay Mark $250,000, and that money comes from the sponsor. I don't know. Not a bad idea. All right, Mark. Who else is going to be the next one? We'll take a few more call-ins, guys. I'm kind of getting more energy now that I'm talking a little bit, but let me see. I know we have some call-ins on. All right, we're going to get Poker Ella in here. No, I already said who you are, so never mind. Should prefer to stay anonymous. Well, now you're not anonymous anymore, so you can't do that. I heard read it first. I was like, oh, we'll just get her in here. Let's see. Name your price. That's true. Joey, I'm coming to Poker Mountain. Yeah, guys, I mean, Poker Mountain's going to rise one day. Interesting theory. What do you guys think about his theory? I mean, that does make sense that they were maybe working with Rip to get her on the show, to get some PR, to play against most popular people. Like he said, Alan Keating was on here. He popped off. Some of the Max Payne Monday people, you know, they're getting popularity around town. Obviously, Garrett's getting popular around town too. So it would make sense that that somebody would look at Hustler as like an advertising. That's actually a really good idea if anybody's out there listening. So basically, you know, I feel like what would actually be an interesting job is that to be a liaison for poker streams. So for instance, if I could basically get you on any poker stream, so then people would pay to help you get on a stream. I guess that's a pretty normal thing probably out there. I never thought about that. But think about it. If you couldn't get on a stream and then you could pay me $5,000 to get on a stream, would you pay $5,000 to get on a stream? That's probably where things get a little bit spicy in terms of if that's in line or out of line. Ray said $4.99 with the dono on YouTube. He said, I agree with this guy. I work in online casino affiliation. Poker is legalizing all over the U.S. This is a classic move by aforementioned YouTube. What does that mean? You mean YouTube's in on it too? Let me see. Grit Poker said, read my donation. I don't see it, Grit Poker. He said, maybe the 2C's luckiest seat ever, or maybe it's the shortest distance from the desk, hiding behind the filing cabinet for the best signal. Yeah. Blar Bamba on Twitter says HCL spliced out some audio at 147.18. If anyone has the original stream, they should compare it. He says they edited out a voice saying Robbi. Why are YouTube comments worse than Twitch comments? It's just absurd here. Everyone is just as bad. Yeah, I don't really know, guys. Let me call up someone else here. Who wants to call in? Anybody want to call in here? I'll take call in right now. Message me if you got my number. We're going to get Lex O Poker in here. He's going to come back in. He had a hot take there that inspired David Williams to basically call him a big donk. So it was aggressive, but... So we're going to get him on here. This game seemed pretty fun. I was watching a little bit of the hands. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we're caught up here on all my information. Employee arrested. That's true. YouTuber LP, he builds brands like this. Oh my God, you're right. So Ray is basically saying that Jake Paul, for Jake Paul, like a lot of those guys end up building other brands. So it's a good way to scale your business, is start using your knowledge to build other content creators up, and then using your platform to help assist in their rise. And if she is working with them, then this might be the strategy they chose. I mean, pretty good strategy. Lakers Nation, Joey has jumped the shark. This is getting old. Well, then you've got to get out of here, Papi. Conrad want to come on? Let me see, Conrad. Where's Conrad at? The text from Brian is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, we talk about that text. I don't know, man. I don't know much more to talk about, guys. It's getting kind of late, 2 a.m. We've been going for a while now. We've been going for about 6-7 hours. We had a bunch of call-ins here. Zionberg said influencer theory is poor ROI. Since she had a 4% equity against his turn shove range, paying $175,000 for a long shot at fame seems a bit weird. Maybe. Maybe, yeah. If Rocket Science says Beanz currently has a court case for $330,000 in wire fraud, mods bring this to Ingram's attention. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Is that actually true? Let me see. Lex is coming in the house here, guys. I'm so tired now. Those multi-way conversations are so tiring to stay like upbeat. You got to stay like engaged. You got to like wait for your moment. I'm reading like 3 chats over here. Lex, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Thank you. Lex, guys, we're talking about Lexo Poker. He was on the other night. Makes a lot of vlogs. He inspired David Williams to basically make one of the best takes of the investigations. Lex, give us some thoughts. Give us something. Hit us with something interesting, man.
I've been watching most of the night, and I don't know if you guys have really dove into this Brian tweet that he sent to Robbi on another account. Like, I know you were talking to him during the day. Did you ever speak to him on the phone?
No, I didn't speak, just by text. We just spoke by text.
Okay. And in your opinion, you think that it's a legit DM, or you think that it could potentially be something made up to make her look better, or potentially not press charges?
I mean, I don't believe any of this stuff, right? It's all, none of it. It doesn't matter who wrote it. Like, an avatar wrote it. So I think that it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's beautiful, and it's also like fucking clown shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's total. It's like we already saw the guy write these tweets that were just complete fugues, where a week later he basically contradicted everything. He said all this security, yada yada yada. I mean, basically just a bunch of full bullshit. So if this is coming from Brian, I'm just gonna assume that, you know, some of it obviously gonna be accurate, but you know, he's telling a story because he wants you to think a certain thing, right? So I don't take any of these words seriously at all. I only take it seriously from the point of we could discuss it back and forth. But, you know, I don't know what this guy's deal is. I don't know what's going on with the guy. It seemed like the guy deep in gambling. It seemed like the guy, you know, got his own thing he's trying to deal with. So, you know, I feel bad for him and empathize for him on that. You know, but his words, these words are just words.
It seemed like it possibly could just be a troll, right? Like someone just made an account, messaged Robbi.
No, I don't think that's true, because I did talk to him and he confirmed that.
Well, I mean, so you confirmed that the number you were texting is the number of Brian?
Correct.
And you got that confirmation from someone at Hustler?
Correct.
Or from
and something we talked about too made me knew we talked before.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, that's fairly big, but it also, I mean, the words he was using in his DM, like, I mean, I thought it was completely just odd, you know, like calling Garrett a crybaby, talking about his, you know, his parents and stuff. Like, I just think it's.
Did you not listen? Did you ever listen to Mike Postle? Because if you listen to Mike Postle, this all makes sense. Here's what it's like normal. It's just standard, right? You talk about your life, how you got here. Usually it's a hard life. Usually you had some sort of issue. You know, you broke up with your girl. Your mom don't like you. Your dad don't like you. You got a drug problem. You know, always something happens. Something always happened that is sympathetic, that allows you to sympathize with the person telling you the story. And because they're trying to get you on their side. They're trying to get you to believe them. They're trying to get you to feel for them. They're trying to get you to buy into whatever they're selling you. So you set the context up at the start of the conversation. You start to talk about your background. You start to talk about how fucking hard it was to get to where you're at. You know, you're stumbled here. You stumbled there. You went down this path. You made a decision. You got deeper in the hole. And then eventually you just couldn't fucking get out of the hole. And you got addicted to whatever you're doing. You got addicted to that lifestyle. You got addicted to the habit of whatever the fuck habit you were doing that got you in the hole before that you can't really get out. And finally something happened where it came out and you end up getting caught. And then, you know, of course you got to think about, reflect on your life and say, how the fuck did I get here? And of course it feels like shit. And of course you probably don't want to fuck these people over. So when you say you're genuinely sorry, you know, the guy probably is sorry, but at the same time doesn't necessarily mean he can break the habit of however he got here due to a number of different factors. So I can see where someone like this guy is coming from, and, you know, the story makes sense for how he might get there. Not to say that, you know, this story is unique to getting there. A lot of people got this story and made it to different other places where they would consider themselves to be a success or be someone to be proud of or be someone that other people look up to. So with this kid, it seemed like he a young kid, he was playing poker for a while. He idolizes like the rich guys. He wants to play high stakes. He got an addiction to high stakes and, you know, made some fucked up decisions in the past, got himself in some trouble. Now he's here and, you know, who knows what the guy's been up to. So, but with the statement, I just look at this as like, you know, it is inspired by a true story.
It's interesting because I thought it was just like completely a hoax. Like when I first read it this morning, it just seemed just way too weird, you know, like the way he was saying things, like I said. And it sounds like you think that he actually wrote it because you did talk to him over text, and that's good, I guess, that we have decided that Brian actually sent that to Robbi. I think like a bunch of stuff obviously came up today, like with Garrett putting out his entire thesis, I guess, of what he has. And then I think Julie Yorn is a big, like, you know, someone who has really nothing to do with any of the parties. And she talked about her side with knowing Robbi and just kind of like more and more, I guess, evidence kind of making them look a little bit sketchy. But even having Beanz on here was good. And I think I like what, I don't know how to pronounce Harry Potter's name.
Haralabos Fogaris. Haralabab.
I think he made a really great point where he said that people who are a little bit sketchy and scammy and do weird stuff like that, they have a great way of like making you believe them. And they're very smooth with talking. Because I mean, listening to Charles, listening to Robbi, or it's kind of hard to believe her, but listening to Charles, listening to Beanz, even Nick, like they're just very, very good with their words, and same with Jacob as well. So it's very hard to like
Welcome to
know
LA.
what to believe.
Welcome to LA.
Yeah.
How do you like LA? That's how they all sound in LA. Anyone that work for a corporation or live in LA, if you work for like a big corporate company and you got a decent position at a big corporate company, you're gonna be completely bullshit, because corporate world is all bullshit. You got like a corporate language, you got your real life language, and a lot of these corporate people, you go into meetings with them, and you know right before that they were like, you know that the vision they're selling is a fucking kind of a disaster in the moment, and they go on there with such conviction selling this vision because that's their job. What to do with their job is to sell. So salespeople and business development people and people who are raising money, usually CEOs or heads of investment funds, and these people are always telling you what you want to hear because they've optimized, they've been in the lab optimizing, and these are courses. Like I go on YouTube, there's a literal course how to relationship build and how to network and how to move up the ladder in all these different spots. They teach it on YouTube. And you can go to these college courses and you can learn. And once you learn, these guys break it down. You're like, oh my God, I never thought about that sort of in that sort of way. But yeah,
Do you think that this? Do you think it changes anything? What Garrett came out? I mean, you guys read the whole thing. Do you think that changes anything in your mind? Do you feel any different about? I mean, that's basically all the stuff we've known already, except for Julie, and then a little bit of background on Jacob Rip that obviously can change and sway some people. I mean. I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of the parties involved here have had sketchy past and they've had things going on, and there's stories to back that up. That doesn't mean that they were cheating, but it's I think it's more than a coincidence, in my opinion.
What do you think that poker players don't have a very similar shadiness if we looked into the poker players that are in the games?
Yeah,
like
I think there's definitely a.
They say Rip, they say Rip, and these people got. Like I mean, a poker player's got the same thing. It's not like a regular poker player doesn't necessarily have these things in the past where they gotten themselves into some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you're known as the Kansas City scammer, or if you've had weird things in the past, or you tried to buy into a game and then not put the money on the table, like these kind of things are all sketchy that you'd want to try to stay away from if you're playing poker against some people, because you don't know what they're going to do to you. I think there is definitely some straight up people that play poker as well. But I mean, poker is a weird game. It's like, I think it's somewhat fake where you're being nice to people, but really it's a cutthroat game where we're all just trying to take each other's money. So it's kind of odd. Like I do think there's a lot of fake people in the poker industry, especially probably at the higher stakes, trying to get into games and trying to, be nice to whales so that they can play in the games. And I think it's a lot of stuff that I don't know because I don't play those games, but I'm sure there's a lot of sketchy people.
Well, I mean, you just got, everyone got a different strategy. Like a lot of people think that if you're, let's say I'm in Vegas, I go play a high stakes game, I meet a guy in the high stakes game, he wants to stake me for another high stakes game. All I got to do is spend time with him and take him to dinner occasionally, and he's going to buy dinner, and he's going to take us to the game afterwards, and we're going to go to the nightclub, and then we're going to play poker together. Would you say that's sketchy and manipulative?
No, I think it's your networking. You're using your social skills to potentially get you into a game. I mean, I kind of like off topic, like with the Nick and the Nick, Robbi, and Jacob all going out to dinner, like I think Harry Potter. I still don't. No, I can't pronounce his name. I apologize to him.
Haralabob.
I'm not trying to troll him by calling him Harry Potter. I just don't. I don't know how to pronounce
his name's Haralabob.
Haralabob. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of lost my thought. Oh, he kind of mentioned that they went to dinner for 7 hours, and I think that's like, I mean, I do believe Nick when he's talking. I think he sounded great on the interview, and he, was making it seem like he had nothing to do with it, but it just is a little odd to me, like going to dinner with somebody for 7. I guess that maybe is more common with people, but like going out to dinner for 7 hours with someone you just met, and then like taking them home, going to their house and waiting for them while they get dressed. And then it's just it's a little bit weird, but I guess maybe it's more common with people.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I do believe that Nick is not really a part of this, and he just kind of got, roped into a weird scheme. But I think all the stuff that came out this last 2 days, just like, I wouldn't say it's a nail in the coffin, but it's just so weird that we have Brian with the stealing of the chips, and I guess it's possible that it's possible this could have been his first time stealing, and it's possible that it has nothing to do with each other. I don't believe it's the first time he stole chips, and I also don't think that we should fault Hustler Casino Live for hiring this guy. I mean, like, I guess they have to go through background checks and do stuff, but like, just because someone has a past or whatever doesn't mean that they're still going to potentially do wrongdoings and stuff. And some people are really good at their job, and it sounds like he was really good at his job. He just liked to take money. I don't know. I don't think there should be really any blame on Hustler Casino Live for hiring a guy, unless they said that they knew about his background, which I don't think they did.
Listen, I got one rule, right? If the guy I'm hiring to be in the card room got some sort of like robbery thing in the past, probably just give him a different job if you're going to bring him in the casino. That's just my for my future casino, Big Papi Casino. That's going to be how I'm going to think about things.
They're a different business though. Poker Productions or whatever, High Stakes Poker Productions is different than Hustler Casino. So it's not like Hustler Casino hired this guy to work in the cashier
nobody said
booth.
they did. I'm not saying they did. What are you talking about?
I know.
Anybody hired the guy to run the fucking in the poker room. Like, hey, you ever robbed anybody? Like, we probably maybe just not bring the guy in. The guy you don't want around money. The guy that's robbing people. That's probably not the guy you want around.
Do you think that Ryan knew of his past? Do you think Ryan and Nick knew that the guy
I don't know.
had
Matt Salzberg found it in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. It didn't seem like it was.
something...
It didn't seem like the information was hiding from anybody.
No, I agree, and I think it's. I think it's a little odd. I'm not sure if they would know, and I'm not sure if. I mean, it's something. Obviously, it's a red flag if a guy's gotten arrested for robbery and whatever he else got arrested for. I mean, the whole thing is just incredibly suspicious with Robbi not wanting to press charges against a guy, which I guess makes sense to me. And then now this DM comes out the next day, making it look better. But I'm glad that you were able to talk to him, and that makes me feel like it's actually more legit, because that's one thing I thought needed more looking into.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this guy liked me very much. So, maybe if he liked me more, he would have came on the show. But I don't think that he likes me because I'm talking about anything associated with him in a non-positive way. And certain people, when they get criticism related to them or their brand that they're associated with, react in a very emotional way. And obviously, they're going to take it personal. They're going to get upset at me. They're going to feel like I'm attacking them. They're going to feel like I'm doing things in whatever way that they're going to project onto me. And sometimes that's not always going to be positive when you combine those things together. So for talking with someone like this guy, who basically sent me the biggest foog message of all time when he told me that, you shouldn't theorize about the staff. Nothing's happening here. Like, we wouldn't do anything. And then the guy was going down and pulling the LA chip shuffle. I'm just very confused by all that. So the guy's words, I don't know. I mean, I wish the kid well, right? But wish this kid well, man. Wish the kid well.
I mean, I don't even know if we don't know if he ever even actually was going to come on the show. I mean, it's possible he could have said, yes, I'll come on and give you the number. And then, I mean, we all know that it would be extremely it just would not be the best idea for him to come on a show with 10,000 people watching when he just got accused and then admitted that he stole chips. I mean, it's like a recipe for disaster, of course. I'm sure he understood that as well. I mean, he could have just been lying the entire time that, yeah, I'll come on the show. Yeah, I'll do this. Oh, I can't. I got a lawyer now.
Yeah. All right, Lex, we gonna bring the next caller on here, Lex. All right, so
yeah, thanks for having me.
Let people know where they can find you. Give them your vlog.
Lexo Poker YouTube.
Lexo Poker. I gotta check one out. I'm gonna check one out. Okay.
Yep, I'll be in Vegas later this month as well. So.
All right, kid.
I'll be there. Thanks for having me. I'll keep watching. Good luck.
All right, be good. Okay. All right, guys. Lexo Poker coming in the chat. Big shout to Lexo Poker. We got our next one up. Poker Ella. Let's see. Welcome our next guest to the chat.
I gotta check one out. I'm gonna check one out, okay?
Are you there? Hello, hello. Mrs. Poker Ella.
Alright, be good, okay?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You got to turn your background down or turn some of the audio down. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it sounds great. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome. Well, is your first name Stephanie?
Yeah, except that you're supposed to. I had a story that I want to share with the local casinos and stuff like that, which is why I didn't want to share who I was. But I think I'm gonna save that story now. So thanks a lot.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I read it and then I read the end. I was like, oh okay, well.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just not gonna really share that story. Then there's like some other stuff going on like locally and stuff like that, but I'm just not going to bother sharing that story then.
well, give people your background. Tell people about yourself and yeah.
Oh, no problem. So like I play poker. Obviously, I've played poker for like the last 15ish years or so. I play mostly. I've actually only played nothing but the great game of 4Card, of course. Now for a while. It's nothing but the great game, as you know. And I also do cancer research. I talked a little bit about that on the Twitter Spaces last night. So
cool. Wait, people are saying that you want to wait a second. So when you came on, here, oh, I see. Yeah, I basically thought I responded and was like, yeah, if you come on, then you're not anonymous, basically. Like your name shows up. I was like, everyone that come on, like if they're gonna come on anonymous, then they, yeah, it makes sense. Whatever. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, sorry, I blew the cover about the story that you wanted to share anonymously.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I just won't bother sharing that story then. There's like some stuff that's been going on with our local casinos and stuff like that. That's.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, but it's no big deal. I just won't bother sharing that.
Oh,
story
I thought you wanted to share this other story. I was just didn't make any sense because you posted another story earlier. I was like, you want to share that story, and you said that. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Okay.
No, there's another story I was going to share, but it's not a big deal. The first story, the stuff that I was going to say is that I have another theory that I was also going to share relevant to the first call-in person.
Okay, related to Random Mark.
Yeah, so
okay.
This theory that I have was something that I was actually wanting to share like days ago before he even called in about it. So, are you ready for this?
I'm ready for it. Give it to me.
So my theory is that you are totally colluding in with all this. So hear me out on this.
Okay.
Is because the day before.
Lock in, guys. Hold on. Let me get lock in. Let me get the lock first. Hold on, guys. She got a theory. Maybe I shouldn't have blown her cover. Maybe we want to get this here theory. Hold on. Let me put the lock on the screen. Lock in, everybody. Get the lock on. Get the lock in here. All right. Robbi got a twin. Did you know Robbi got an anonymous twin? That actually kind of blows my mind. All right. Let's hear it. Give me the theory.
So, because the day before you were on the Hustler stream, the day before all the shit went down, that you totally were in on with Robbi and things like that, and you said that Robbi was going to crush the game the next day, and you were ready to take a bet on with anybody. And so I messaged you, and I was like, okay, so do you want to take a bet on it? And you said, okay, yeah, go ahead and message me. So I messaged you about it in regards to taking on this bet. And so we were going to take this bet on as to whether she was going to crush the game the next day, but then we never ended up like settling out the terms of this bet. Thank goodness we didn't, because I was ready to like say there's no way that she's going to crush the game. She's like a total whale. And thank gosh we didn't end up settling out the terms of this bet, because lo and behold, this shit goes down the next day. So.
Interesting. Okay, so you're
A
saying.
little bit sus, don't you think?
So you're saying that I had precognition that Robbi was gonna win big that show and pop off.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Obviously, I'm trolling a little bit here, just saying.
Oh,
but...
okay. It makes sense. I mean, why not, right?
Right. I'm just surprised, like, no one's, been a little bit sus about it, and, like, no one's proposed this idea.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I definitely really wanted to be on here 12 hours a day till 2 a.m. looking in this fucking ring light, talking with random Mark, and talking about the same topic for 80 hours in order to benefit my life. Yeah. Let me think about that.
Also, on another side note, though.
I want an excuse to hang out with you guys. I think that's basically what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
On another side note, though, like from the very get-go, like I've been a little more on like the side of like in the minority. I think like from the get-go, more people have been on like the not cheating side before like new evidence came out, and I was a little bit more on the like sus side, and I think that people were like more on the not cheating side because like people are going into this with the whole mentality of like innocent until proven guilty, which is like totally fine and it totally makes sense, and I get that. People want to give her like the benefit of the doubt and things like that, but I think like that goes more true for like in the court of law and things like that, where like you need like concrete evidence, and that totally makes sense and things like that. But these are when we're talking about like severe criminal cases, which this is turning into a severe criminal case, granted. But this is also when we're talking about like someone is like, like a murder charge or something like that, or like someone's like committed a severe like penalty or something really severe, and we're talking about like death row or something like that. If we're like talking like just did she cheat or did she not cheat, and we're not talking about like criminal offenses, we're just talking about like what is it, the actual verdict and things like that. We're not actually talking about what's her penalty going to be, then, and we want to look at it from like a purely neutral perspective, not just an innocent until proven guilty. I think people's minds are like very like model, like very just used to seeing things until like as defaulted to innocent until proven guilty kind of thing, if that makes sense. So I think if you were to look at it from a strict like middle of the ground perspective and looking at it as like, okay, there's two different possibilities and which one is the more likely scenario, then I think that's why I've leaned more towards the cheating is the more likely scenario compared to not cheating just looks a little bit more fuzzy. And that's why I think I've been leaning more on that side of the spectrum compared to everybody else, even before more evidence came out, if that makes sense.
Not really, but I mean, tell me. I guess can you say that in a different way? Because it doesn't really make much sense what you're saying.
Because everything looks sus from the start, like in regards to like the hand didn't make any sense, the things that she didn't make any sense, and there's been like rationale for everything that she's done. Like I don't want to go through everything again because I feel like
we already been through a lot of it. Yeah.
Exactly, but the way that everyone's like pointed towards she might not be cheating from like day 1, 2, 3 was that there was an explanation for everything, and that it's not concrete enough evidence to say that she probably didn't cheat, and that's why people have been more on the innocent side of the spectrum compared to me. But I was thinking, okay, there might be a rationale for things, but that still doesn't mean that it's more likely that it's sus, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like,
okay.
Still, everything just still didn't add up, and it might not be concrete enough evidence that if you were to take it to court, they would probably say that it's not concrete enough evidence and should be found guilty. So I remember that when Thalos was like offering prop bets, for sure, like he would win the bet because at that time, because there was like, if it was taken to court, I would bet with him that like the court would find her innocent at that time. But at the same time, like I would say that she probably was guilty. I just don't think that the court would find her guilty, if that made sense.
So she's not really guilty then?
I mean, if you were to take it to court, but like in my heart, like what was the more likely scenario. Like the court needs unequivocal evidence, like concrete evidence, enough evidence to try her and find her as guilty. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing with
What is with this chat? This chat is crazy, bro. What is this chat? I gotta turn the chat off. You guys are too. The chat, I don't know what the chat's problem. Eventually, sometimes it just divulges into just nonsense. Like, they're not even saying anything on YouTube. They just say nonsense. They say, Papi's blown off the edible because I'm sitting here listening to you, nodding my head. I haven't even taken the edible yet. I guess I did take it.
Everyone should give more thumbs up so that you can get more edibles.
This guy said, is this Robbi's sister? What the, you see what I'm saying? What are these fucking, let's really, guys, let's take a step back and really read some of these comments here, okay? This guy says, give them all the addies and have a heads-up tournament. Stand-up game in effect until you get eliminated. What the fuck is this guy talking about, right?
Speaking of heads-up tournaments, I've said this from the start. Why doesn't she just offer, if like she's been very upfront about saying that she's innocent and she's the only person that 100% knows that she's innocent. If she's so confident that she's innocent and is offering heads-up prop bets, why doesn't she just offer to set aside money in an escrow? Like, I'd offer anyone money that she's innocent in a straight up bet as opposed to offering it in a heads up match.
I don't know. Maybe she didn't think about it. Maybe she'll think about it now.
That's what I'm proposing. Like, I'm not saying that I'd be willing to take that bet, but I'm guessing that Perkins would take that bet, or that Haralabab would take that bet, or a ton of people would take that bet. And I'm guessing that, like, she might chicken out at some point if she were to be guilty, but if she were to offer that bet, you know, and I'm not necessarily even saying I'm 100% saying she's guilty or whatnot, but if she were to offer it, at least it would like give her some sort of like validation or something like that. It would give her some sort of, you know.
To who?
To Robbi. If she
who
were
would
to
give
offer
validation
that
to? People that people that see that and they think that means something?
Right. If she were to actually be willing to set aside like $1 million or whatever she was offering for like that heads up bet, like if she's that confident that she's like 100% innocent, that she's actually willing to set aside $1 million in escrow to say claim that she's innocent, that gives her like a little something, I would think.
I don't think the heads up match really would mean anything. Like, you can challenge heads up. It's more for PR.
Exactly. That's my point. I don't think
Right.
the heads up match means squat, but I
Right.
think to claim that you're like 100% innocent and actually set aside money for it, I think that means a little more something. Heads up match doesn't mean shit, I don't think.
I mean, her playing any poker really doesn't mean anything. In some ways, right? It means something more for like PR, but in terms of the specific incident, was anything happening? They're really not. I don't think they're really correlated. So you might see her play a bunch. Oh, she plays the same way. Maybe in your mind, you might say, oh yeah, well, you know, plays the same way, so that means that everything's good.
Exactly.
You know, it's kind of
Exactly. It doesn't mean shit in regards to this.
Exactly. Yeah. So, any other thoughts on the situation you maybe want to share? Otherwise, we got. I'm gonna do a couple more calls. Probably wrap it up here. Maybe like an hour or two.
So the only other thoughts I had was like, since you are the person, like the go-to person to like ask questions and things like that, I feel like there are some like really simple questions that are just like, I hope that like get answered. I don't know if.
Go ahead. Give me any. Listen, I'm all for questions. Give me any question you got.
Okay, so the clarification on the twin sisters thing, like if you could ask that to her or something like that, like that's a super easy question to get out of the way.
Robbi has a twin sister?
She claimed that multiple times.
You're kidding me.
You haven't heard this yet?
She looks like Robbi?
She claims that she has a twin sister that she went out to dinner with the night before.
You're kidding
You didn't
me.
hear this?
A Robbi twin sister? You're kidding.
Yeah, you should go back and watch that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So give me the other question.
She claimed to have played multiple home games. I'm sure you heard about that.
Okay. Multiple
Claimed
home
this on
games.
multiple accounts.
Okay.
And not only has that been confirmed by Julie that she hasn't played home games, and but not one person from any of these like supposed home games has ever come out to have verified that she's played at home games. You would think like someone on Twitter would like come out to verify, yeah, I've played in a home game with her or something like that before, but not one person has ever said that before.
Okay.
So, like someone, if like you can get confirmation either from Ryan or from Nick Vertucci or from a detective or anybody from HCL as to whether they actually gave Robbi any information about Brian, whether she before she declined to press charges in regards to like anything about Brian, about his like past criminal records, whether he's actually has like financial hardships, about his age or anything like that, because that doesn't seem like something standard that a detective would do. That's her like validation for why she didn't press charges, but it seems also a little bit weird for that sort of information to be released. So if we can get some sort of confirmation on that, that'd be nice.
Okay.
And then the last thing is like that. I don't know if you already like clarified on this, but what exactly happened with that whole 6 of clubs and 4 of hearts swapping cards thing? Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about it, but I don't know what happened with it. I mean, they said innocent mistake on Twitter today. I think I saw Feldman say something about that.
Okay, yeah. If we can get clarification on that, because it seems like if that did happen, like you would think like Deckmate would have like detected it, and then like the decks would have been like swapped out eventually and things like that. Like something would have been caught on or faster or something like that, and like we never got clarification on like what happened afterwards. And some sort of clarification on that, I guess.
Yeah, I just saw Doug Polk get wanded down by the Garrett wand. If you guys didn't see, they're wanding people down now for transmission devices, and basically they got the Garrett wand. It's called a Garrett, inspired by Garrett. They're wanding down Doug Polk. I'd like it to see closer to that asshole. If I was going to be you, I mean, listen, you didn't even check. We all know the vibrational devices. You know, Supreme Leader might be trying to sneak that in. Yeah, I wish they would have got a little close. I wish they would have done a little deeper analyzation, but whatever, is what it is. All right, we got a couple questions on here. I got five questions. Twin sister for Robbi. What home games, multiple home games, what games did you play in? Why did you not press charges related to the information about the criminal past? And 6 of clubs, 4 of hearts, clarification.
All right, thanks a bunch for all the work that you do.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Great game of PLO.
So you play PLO too?
I only play PLO now. Or I play like all PLO mix, like PLO, 8BitGo, but I haven't played Hold'em in a long time.
Oh, okay. You play cash game too?
Yeah, I play mostly cash games when I go to the World Series. And yeah. Got
it. Are you going to commit yourself to the Potluck in Omaha, the great game of meetup?
Yes. Yeah, so my proposal for the meetup is that if you were to do the meetup, do an PLO only meetup, and it would be the biggest PLO game to ever run in the history of PLO.
So you're saying I should do a game that is the biggest? Can you say that one more time for me? I do the biggest PLO meetup game of all time.
A PLO only meetup.
Okay, I'm in. That's what I'm saying. I'm in.
Yes.
We're doing it. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're doing.
Let's fucking go.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, I'm in.
Perfect. All right, we got one person coming. So listen, that's all I need. One person.
A bajillion people coming. I will guarantee you.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna fill the fucking place up. But yeah, I'm talking to people now in Vegas. Yeah, I'm gonna do a PLO meetup game. I'm gonna do a Null and Hold'em meetup game too, because I for my Null and Hold'em fans, but also PLO because, I love PLO.
Of course.
All right. I'll keep you updated. I'm gonna get Dave Tuchman in here, guys. Poker Ella, do you want to? They can follow you on Twitter at Poker Ella, POKERLLA. I'll drop her link in the chat on Twitch, and that's it. So I'll talk to you soon, and thanks for calling in. Okay.
Thanks a bunch, and tell Tuck he's awesome.
I will.
Right, bye.
All right, see ya. Doug Polk just hit me up. He said he's chilling. All right, Twitch, give a big shout out to Pokerella, Miss Stephanie. We're going to let YouTube back in because those YouTube guys, I mean, those guys just they like flip out sometimes. They get real mean to the guests. They start putting me down for my answer. They start insulting me on some type of drug. And, they usually say the same things. It just kind of get annoying after a bit. You got to time them out. So, all right, we're going to get Tuchman in here. Hold on. Let me get him a Zoom link. Welcome back, YouTube. You fucking animals. We're happy to have you. I think Polk said he laying down. Or he said he wanted to come on, but then he said something else, so. All right, guys in YouTube, welcome back. Grit Poker with the sub on Twitch. Thank you very much, Grit Poker. Joey, I love you, man, but the guest was boring. What can I say? You can just shut the fuck up, dude. That's what you can do. What are you talking about, Michael? Sometimes your words are not needed. What do you need to do in cap? Why do you have the caps locks to tell somebody how boring the guest is? Just turn it off or go listen to something else. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of the call-in show, is you get a wide variety of range of guests that come on here. So, oh man, I can't handle. I'm gonna talk with Tuck, and then I'm gonna take off, guys. I'm gonna give you viewers a chance to go rest and go to sleep, because for some reason you guys don't leave. You guys are never leave unless I leave. You guys won't leave. It's sick. Tuck, are you there?
I'm here, my man. What's going on, buddy?
Tuck, you look like you've been awake for about 60 hours, bro.
No, this is just old, dude. This is you in 15 years, brother.
No, I don't think so. No, you look good, kid. How's it going? I mean, obviously you've been working. I know you're tired. I mean, you've been grinding all these events. You're working every day, so.
No, man, all good. No complaints. I just left Hustler. Was hanging out with Ryan Feldman and Doug, and left them. Came home, and listened to you on the way home, and come home. Just had a beer, and a little bit of my friend here, and then we're good to go.
All right, guys. Well, guys, we're joined by Dave Tuchman. Tuchman, a legend in the poker commentary world, known for calling many a poker games over the course of his history. Also working with Hustler Casino Live, one of the commentators now. So what's the word on the scene at Hustler Casino about what's happening here, Tuck? Give us some inside information.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had some, to be honest with you. I mean, the reason I haven't come on before this is I feel like, do I have anything really to add to it, or is just fucking, is it just, more wood on the fire and trying to figure it all out? I was kind of upset yesterday because I talked to DGAF, I talked to Billy, and he told me that he was like, wow, there's a thing going on 2+2, and I saw Bob kind of retweet that, and I reached out to Bob, and I was like, dude, stop. I was like, I've known DGAF for a long time, and I just feel like, in the middle of a witch hunt, let's not just start throwing everybody under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
I've known this guy a long time, and I've been in this business a long time. I'm not going to defend somebody unless I have a really, really strong inkling that they would never cheat.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, like I said, the thread on 2+2, the guy wins a few sessions. The guy makes. I used to battle this guy way back when, and he's kind of a sicko. So, and he's playing in a ridiculously soft game on a Monday night on Max Payne Mondays on HCL, and people are calling him out like he's cheating now. So I just, that kind of stuff kind of gets me pissed off, because I just think it's really irresponsible and kind of reckless.
Mm-hmm.
So
on the other hand, it does look kind of sus, bro. Basically looking at the graph, when he switched to seat 2, he go on like a 10-session winning streak. If you just look at the numbers statistically, you don't look at the play, you don't take in other factors, that can kind of look suspect to want to start digging. And then I've only seen 5 hands. I got to say, I can make an argument either way, but trust me, if I saw 5 hands, I can make a good case for something, and obviously from there, you know what I mean? So it is, hey, listen, I think it's possible to see it, but otherwise I see what you're saying. And also it makes sense to question it, because the guy works for the site or works for you guys, and then the other guy's going down there. No, I think I'm questioning everyone there that's playing, that's related to the show. How could you not? Why would you not?
Absolutely. Listen, I am not above reproach. Bart Hansen is not above reproach. Nick Bertucci, Ryan Feld, nobody is. And yeah, DGAF should absolutely be, looked into. But before you start putting out guys are cheating,
I agree.
It's just that I just think take a moment and just realize that this is somebody's livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
And when you tell somebody in the poker world, especially in the gambling world, if you call somebody a cheater, that's like cutting their head off. So I just think, should we be looking at everybody? Absolutely. You know what I mean? 100%. But I just think that, before you start, throwing words out there and saying, I'm seeing people, 99% cheating. Oh, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. You've gone on hot streaks. Let me ask you this. You played PLO. What's the most number of sessions you've won in a row?
About 48.
Yeah. I've gone on sessions where when I found out my wife was pregnant, I didn't lose. I found out in October, okay, that she was pregnant. I was in Vegas at Aria. I found out she was pregnant. I didn't lose for 4 months. I was just fucking zoned in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and he's literally playing in like the softest live game that you could possibly build. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
So I just, like I said, I mean, is he above looking at? Of course not. Everybody should be looked at, but just keep that in mind. As for Robbi, I heard one thing. She told me she's been DMing me, and she told me that she is going to press charges tomorrow. Apparently, I don't know if that's out there or not.
What do you mean she's going to press charges? What do you mean?
She said she was going to press charges on Brian tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Is that out or no?
No, you're breaking the news. So basically,
Oh.
so she is going to press charges on the guy.
Well, I mean, we'll see if she does it or not. But
Right.
I basically, so she and I have kind of a discourse back and forth. After the first stream, she reached out and she was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan." I was like, "Hey, you did great out there. You were great." It wasn't anything big deal. Then the big hand breaks, and I'm like, "Whoa, what the fuck happened?" So she sent back and she told me, she sent me a really long DM about how she thought she had Jack 3 and da-da-da. And I go, okay. Then I find out this thing about Brian, and I immediately DM her. I'm like, why are you not pressing charges?
Mm.
To me, that's, why are you not pressing charges?
Mm-hmm.
So she gave me the same, the whole song and dance about, young kid and, I don't want to ruin his life and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then she said to me that new news has come out and she is now she has to press charges, and she's going to press charges as of, I will read her tweet verbatim to you. Let me see what I got here.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so are you pressing charges or not? Yes, I received new info, so now I have to. I said, good, I'm glad. I said, dude stole $15K. If there are no consequences, he'll do it again and again. I go, what new info did you get? She said, he wrote me on Twitter, I'm going to file charges first thing in the morning. I wrote, why the change of heart? I haven't heard back, though.
Interesting. Yeah, I think we're going to find out more information from the casino, so, and that'll probably tell us why.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued by that. I'd like to see, there's some cameras that I don't know if we've had access to that are Hustler Casino cameras and not HCL cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, hopefully, I'd like to think that we could get access to those and see more of the reaction of Brian throughout that.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he was emotionally invested in her performance.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that does sound cool, right? To be able to just try and track the people, see what they're up to, for better or for worse, Tuck.
Yeah, listen. At the end of the day, we just want we want the truth. We want to get it out there.
Right.
I've honestly been going back and forth. I was definitely on team no cheat for a little while. With Brian, with the revelation of Brian stealing chips from her stack, it seems like a pretty strong coincidence to me. Maybe too much of so.
Right.
And I'm definitely leaning toward the cheating side at this point, especially when she did not press charges.
Mm-hmm.
If she presses charges, we'll see where that goes. But I am skeptical whether she follows through with that or not. We'll see how it happens. A couple of things that I did want to make sure that people understand.
Yeah, go ahead, Tuck. Clarify anything you need.
HCL is not Hustler Casino. So I have worked for casinos in my life. I work for the Bike. I work for Hustler. And when you work for a casino, you do have to go through a police criminal check. Fingerprints, everything. But Hustler Casino Live is a production company, and that does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine that's the reason why, if anybody's wondering how somebody like Brian could get hired, that would be the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. I guess I would have thought, the people who run the company would have done their own research.
Yeah, I think without a doubt. And
Right.
and honestly, when I talk
But now
to Ryan,
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, when I talk to Ryan, I talk to Nick about it. I think it's important for Hustler Casino Live to kind of own this.
Right.
I don't want to say, it's like, okay, we it's our fault, but it's our show. So the fact that it happened under our roof, and our show, it's our fault, and we got to own it, and make sure that we do everything we possibly can to kind of like get to the answer of this,
Right.
and then also make sure that we do everything possible to make sure this never happens again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like that's the plan. What's your relationship with the kid? Do you know this kid? Does he have access to the cards, or like how close? You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're back in the room doing commentary, you're basically right by where the kid was working at. So, how likely it is that this guy can just look over or be looking at the cards.
From what I gather, I don't think it would be all that difficult in that room. I mean, generally what I do is I walk in, they've already been streaming for an hour or 3, depending on what night it is. I give everybody in the crew a fist bump. I go into my little commentary area. So it's kind of a little bit on the side, but the crew is all in one room. So it's not at this point, and obviously this has to change as well, but at this point, going back, a week ago, it wasn't that difficult. If anybody was in that room, they could get access to the cards. So there weren't many people in that room, obviously. There, when we're doing the crew, when we're doing the check. But from where he's at, I don't imagine it would be very difficult for him to get access to the cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. We got Rip coming in the chat right now. We got Jacob's private select in the chat. He said he's going to come on. I told him give me a text. So yeah, Rip, just text me. I think I still have your number in here. I think I got your number, Rip. Yeah, Tuck, I mean, it kind of sucks. I'm sure, you're obviously very attached to Hustler. I think you do a lot of great work. You've been crushing on the commentary. Hustler been crushing it lately. So it's pretty shitty that have this happen right now, obviously. But I think that if you guys take a show of force like you've done so far, and you make a serious effort to upgrade front of house, back of house, and then really show that to the community and show that you're trying to make those improvements and you are trying to prevent this ever from happening again, I think people are going to keep playing poker there. They're going to keep showing up, and then, kind of momentum will still sustain itself. It's just kind of figuring out what happened in the past here to figure out, what this guy do, like who was affected, and then kind of have to mend the relationship with the community and mend the relationship with potentially the players. But at the same time, we know you only need 8 or 9 people to show up to this game, and Feldman is not going to have a hard time finding 8 or 9 people to show up to this game. So really, the show's going to go on to me no matter what. So that's sort of how I think about it. It's just a matter of what exactly is going to happen with the guy Brian, and then with what's found for the past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the one thing that makes me happy is like, for shows that I've worked on in the past, I feel like if something happened like this, it would be hush hush. Don't bring it up. Don't talk about it. Let's try to sweep it under the rug. And at least I mean, obviously this is such a huge story. We can't sweep it under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad we don't want to. Like, I'm glad that we kind of want to get this out and kind of figure it out. And okay, where did we fuck up?
Right.
Where did we fuck up? What happened? And if nothing happened, well, great. How can we make sure that nothing happens in the future? And if something did happen, well, then hopefully we can figure out a way to get consequences, but also make sure this never happens again.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the appetite for live streams out there has never been better.
Right.
And for me, that's exciting. I mean, the fact that you've got 6,000 people watching this right now. The fact that I did a stream just a couple of hours ago. I had a stream. I mean, there was like 11,000 people watching, 12,000 people, and that's just a normal night,
Right. It is nuts, isn't it?
Right. And I've commentated on streams where we get 80. So like, it's really exciting to me to see this happen. So it sucks that this happened now. Right when live stream poker is really kind of taken off a little bit. So.
Yeah, and any other thing you've seen people saying about Hustler that maybe you wanted to refute, or at least maybe respond to or answer because you got a unique insight or sort of experienced way of viewing what exactly took place and sort of its
I'm trying to think. So a
relationship?
few things. Yeah, I mean, if anybody has any questions in terms of like the accuracies, I don't mind answering some questions, obviously. In terms of, seat placements, just so people know, in most games, it's just card draw.
Mm-hmm.
But I know, I've had people reach out and be like, "Wait, how did DGAF get seat 2 and that many?" And I hope people understand that, Hustler Casino Live, it's a show first. It's an entertainment show first, and it's poker second. So I know on the Monday show, even though I don't really work on Mondays, I know on the Monday show, the way they do it is they assign seats.
Got it. Okay.
So the Monday show is not a table draw. So it's not just randomly, oh, wow, DGAF got seat 2, 16 out of 17 sessions or whatever the heck it was.
Mhm.
That was planned. It's also planned that Margot gets like seat 6 because that's where the camera is going to catch her the most, so forth and so on. So I want to make sure that I sort of pull back the curtain on that. So most of the games are, you pull a card and, you pull 2, you get 2, you pull 4, you get 4, so forth and so on. Especially on those kind of situations. In terms of cameras in our area, I know there's one camera. I don't know. It's one of those like casino dome cameras.
Mhm.
I don't know how much it would have seen or not. It's not right above us. It's kind of on the side.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
But it's also something that only Hustler Casino has access to.
So you got to go through them to get those tapes?
That would be something that Ryan or Nick would have to go through Sean Yapel.
Got it.
And they wouldn't get the tapes. They would just they wouldn't be able to get the tapes. They could basically just ask him to kind of go through it and find stuff out of it because
Mhm.
they wouldn't release those tapes for anything. I don't think.
Mhm.
I don't think they can. I'm trying to think of anything else that's kind of just. I just want to clear up on. Yeah. As for Brian, I mean, I've heard through the grapevine, I'm sure you've heard this as well. I don't know what you guys talked about today. I've heard that, over the last couple of months from LA Regs, through a source that I trust, that he has been playing much higher the last 2 months than he never has been before.
Right.
Dusting off 3 to 5K here and there and borrowing money and rinse and repeat and do it over again and over again.
So the
I've heard
suspicion is
about
that he
him.
was getting the money from the games that were on the floor or something, or the game. I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to try to kind of just guess because I don't fucking know.
Right.
All I know is
okay.
that he was playing over the last 6 weeks, 2 months. He is playing bigger than he ever played before,
Mhm.
and dusting off a lot of cash, whether it be in Baccarat or on the tables. And I've heard that from LA Regs.
Mhm.
So, where did he get the money from? Where did he suddenly get an influx of money? Who the hell knows? Was he borrowing it? Did he know this was going to happen? Has he been doing it for 6 weeks? I'm trying to remember which when Robbi's first session was. So Robbi's had 3 sessions. I commentated on the first 2,
Mhm.
and then Bart Hansen commentated on obviously the infamous one. But I'm trying to remember when that first one was.
That was the Ace King versus King 6 hand, right? So that was 6 days before, maybe 5 days before, something like that.
That's it. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. It was all pretty. All the 3 were pretty close by.
Right.
Yeah. So guys, I think we do got Rip coming out. I just actually texted him 2:30 a.m. What is this fucking guy doing, bro? What's this guy doing awake? He's like a nighttime guy, huh? Yeah, I think Rip called in the other day pretty late too. So. See what the guy's up to. Obviously, Garrett just released these allegations. I think that may have been when you were at work, Tuck, when Garrett basically released his statement on 2+2, talking about the reasoning and support behind the people. He actually included Rip, aka Jacob, some stuff about Rip in here, which I'm assuming that's why Rip is in the chat right now, because he wanted to come on here. And, basically, here's what we've been doing today. Tuck is, we had the people in here on here. So we had Robbi on yesterday. Robbi's listed in here. We had Nick Airball on today. He was listed in here. We had Beanz on today. He was listed in here. And now we're going to get Rip on, and Rip's listed in here. We were going to get Brian Salgbasal on, but then he decided to get the lawyer and not to come on. Unfortunately, I would love to hear from him. Robbi has really defended herself from a lot of the claims that are already in here, except maybe with the exception of the association with Julie Yorn right there, which, I don't necessarily think that's going to be specifically relevant to what happened there, but at the same time, it does potentially demonstrate some type of character exemplified, as Garrett points in here. So I got to see, if you out there watching, dig into these things, dig into what Garrett's saying, put it into videos, make content about it to try to see it different ways, because just reading it like this, it's going to come off to you one way, versus if you make a video talking about it or something like that, then the way others are going to perceive it might be a bit different. So, I mean, did you see any of the specifics at all? Tuck?
In terms of Garrett's statement?
Yeah, did you see anything?
Yeah. Honestly, the show tonight was so amazing that the table talk was good, so I could kind of I was listening to it and I was able to pull it up and look at and read the statement as well. So once it was kind of lighting up the chat for HCL, so I was like, oh, I'm intrigued, so I wanted to go check it out. So I read it all. I read through it. A lot of obviously what we knew. But, a few things that were kind of interesting. I mean, I thought the Julie Yorn thing is interesting. I mean, I think the fact that, the angle short buy thing was somewhat interesting. You can talk to Rip about money and stuff, but, the whole money thing seems really interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a lot of question marks for sure. When he comes on, I'll get going though, so you guys can chat and I'll just listen.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I think I don't know when he's going to be here in a second. Nathan Hardwiger says, "Love your Paso streams. Loving this too, Joey. You're the meta commentator. We need peace and love." Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like, I don't know. As you said, right? Poker's kind of having a little boom, right? I mean, when you look at the grand scheme of things like Norman Chad, he was banging on Twitter the other day. 12,000 people, 15,000 people, not necessarily that much compared to the millions and billions of people that are in the world, but I think that's still more than enough to have a really nice operation in the poker world. And it's pretty much only sky's the limit from here if the operators can get with the content creators and, keep creating nice games.
Yeah, I mean, you and I commentated on the biggest live stream poker event in the history of poker. I mean, 100,000 people watched that the content creator game live. That was amazing. I mean, last week I commentated on a Phil Ivey show, the one before the one, and we had 25,000 views. I mean, it was just sick, which is kind of crazy because it felt like that was the pinnacle. It was like, man, we got 25,000 views. This is awesome, and it was a lot of fun. But yeah, dude, you've been just crushing it as always. I mean, you kind of expect it. We knew when the news came out, we're like, okay, well, Joey's going to be on it. But to get the guests you're getting on a daily basis is just amazing, man. You just you are doing God's work, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I just I know you meet a lot of people over the years, and I've done a lot of shows with people and maintain a lot of relationships with people. So people want to come on, share their thoughts, get involved. I mean, I don't know. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the most fascinating thing about
approach.
this case to me is, if somehow you can like remove yourself from the situation and watch it. One of the things that I think is amazing about this one is never before have we seen a controversy where you get some of the smartest people in poker on either side of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird. Like, when with the Postle thing, there was nobody supporting Postle. It was pretty obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in a lot of situations, you get, the sharps all on one side.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, like early on, it was just kind of interesting. Like, I mean, I've got you on one side. I've got Patrick Leonard on the same side. I got David Baker on that side of like, no cheat.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm on any side. I'd say I'm like in the middle, observing people force you to make a stance or whatever. Like, I think it's kind of irrelevant because we got.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not really on any side. Like, I'm more of the side of like, let's see what happens.
Right. Okay, that's fair. But I'm saying like Patrick Leonard and David Baker, and they're on one side, and then you got like Doug Polk and other people on that side, and you're going, okay, man, I've got some really sharp people on both sides, which, if anything, it tells me if you're 100% sure, then I don't know how anybody could be 100% sure of anything.
Yeah, so chat, listen, if you guys have any questions for Tuck or anything like that, someone said something about a softball. If you got a question for Tuck, please let us know. But yeah, me and Tuck have done a lot of commentary over the years. We did a lot of World Series of Poker, Final Table commentaries. We did Live at the Bike stuff. I think we maybe did some Live at the Bike stuff. We did the Hustler game with Mr. Beast and all those guys. That game went crazy. Alan Keating, Phil Hellmuth. And yeah, we've known each other for a long time, I guess, huh?
Yeah, we go way back, man. I mean, been over my house for a barbecue way back when with like, I don't even know, like 14 girlfriends ago.
Damn, yeah.
I'm still with the same girl, so it's good.
Yeah,
but if you have any questions for me about HCL or how it's run or what's going on or what I'm thinking, go ahead. I am. I'll kind of look at the chat and see if there's anything in there that's I can answer. But I genuinely, like I said, I don't have. I genuinely will tell you, like, you know, Bart Hansen is one of my best friends in my world. Like, I know he didn't cheat. You know, and I genuinely do not believe DGAF would ever cheat.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't say anything if I didn't think that. I'm not gonna put my name on the line if I didn't think that. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna come out. So, but I genuinely, I've known this guy a long time, and I'm kind of in the business of understanding and reading people,
Mhm.
and I would be fucking blown away and crushed if I was wrong in that case.
Right.
So that's how strong I feel about that. Just
Mhm.
just a heads up for everybody out there.
Mm-hmm.
Frosted Sun says, Tuck, can you please tell us what happened with Patrick Curran? And why? I don't know everything about it. I know late August. It was right after the huge game that Bart Hansen commentated on, that 17-hour game, that I walked into work like a few days later, and Patrick wasn't there, and he's there for every show. And he wasn't there, and I was like, what? Where's Patrick? And Ryan was like, he quit. He gave us his resignation. I was like, wait, what? So, you know, I talked to Patrick about it for a little bit, and he said there was like a little bit of burnout. It was, 5 days a week, every single day, got really burned out. They work in a small room. You know, I think tempers probably flared a little bit here and there, and maybe somebody took it personal. But I don't know all the ins and outs of it. But basically, he decided to leave, and then maybe he regretted it. But yeah, Ados, did you ever meet Brian? Yeah, all the time.
Tuck, I'm gonna go grab some water, and then Jacob's gonna come. You answer some questions, and then give me 2 minutes, Tuck. You do your thing, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna get water, go to the bathroom. Guys, listen, Tuck got you. He's a professional.
Let's see here. Ados says, did you ever meet Brian? Yeah, all the time. Brian was, he was one of the guys in the crew. So he was there. So if I walked in to do commentary, there would be, let's say, you'd have the sound guy, you'd have a mixer, you'd have a director, you'd have Ryan, and, one of those was Ryan, and then one of those was Brian. And I'd give everybody a fist bump, so I'd see him all the time. I didn't play with him much because, generally speaking, these days I play after the stream. So I usually play Wednesday nights and Friday nights if we don't go overtime. But I almost always play. So I haven't played with Brian, but I know he does play regularly out here. But I saw him all the time. Let me see if I have other questions here that look good. Venom, do you know Ryan DePaulo? Not personally, but I got to commentate on one of my favorite World Series of Poker bracelets ever when he won one from the Whole Foods. That was pretty easy. Grit Poker, where do babies come from? I don't know. I have two, and I have no idea where they came from. Adrian Perez, how long have you had your leathery, smooth voice, and how can I get one? I don't know. What are the, let's see. Okay, now I'm just getting trolley questions. Any good questions here, guys? Blah, blah, blah. 20 Rick says, Tuck, do you think we have to zoom out and examine everyone who has ever played on the stream? I don't know if you have to go to that extreme, but I don't think anybody is above being looked at, including me, including Bart, including Ryan, including
Did
Nick.
you do it? Tuck, did you cheat?
I did not cheat. Actually, I will tell you this.
Are you the inside man?
No, wouldn't that be cool?
No, not really.
I was not. You know what's amazing, though? I was actually thinking about it, and I don't know. I guess I should take this as a compliment.
Okay.
So the first time I ever did commentary for poker was January 2005, right? I did Live at the Bike.
Okay.
I go that fucking far back, okay?
Okay.
And in the 17 years I've done commentary now, I have never even been approached to cheat.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess that's a compliment. Like, okay, people think I'm above it, or people just think I'm too stupid to like, be able to do it.
Could be maybe a little of both, right?
Yeah, probably a little bit of both. Mysterious MM says, Tuck, how far are you leaning towards cheating? I was definitely leaning toward not cheating a few days ago.
Well, I mean, listen, we got a guest in the house. Might as well chat with him a little bit about it too.
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna let you go with him.
All right, Papi. I'll see you soon.
Hey, dude, man. I love you. Be well. Keep doing it. I'll talk to you soon.
I'll see you, Tuck.
Later, buddy.
Later, brother. All right, guys, listen, we got a new guest joining in, 3 a.m. special. Checking in from, it looked like he on, where are you at? What are you doing? We got, listen, guys, we got the man, we've been talking about him a lot, obviously, Mr. Cowboy. We've seen him play a lot of hands, and we learned more about him tonight. Garrett came out with a statement, mentioned Rip in there. I'm imagining that's why he's coming to check back in with us again. So show him some love, chat. Say what's up to Rip. Jacob, welcome back. How's it going, man?
Good. What's happening, Joey? How's everything, man?
Nada, just fucking doing these streams, taking call-ins, doing the kind of same thing we've been doing, going over the information, watching poker. This kind of the same thing we do the other day when you came in. We were chatting with you, and yeah, how's it been going, man? Where you at?
That's what's up, man. I'm at my house in Puerto Rico, just
cool
in training camp. Jake Paul's got a big fight coming up.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm out here right now, just helping out. We got October 29th. I hope everybody tunes in for that. So yeah, I'm out here doing it, man.
That's cool. So you're grinding right now. What time is it there? 6 a.m.
Yes, almost 6 a.m.
So have you seen? I guess you woke up and maybe saw sort of what was said about the allegations Garrett made regarding Robbi and stuff like that.
Yeah. I woke up. I see GMAN saying all this shit, and I'm just like, man, this shit is just getting better, bro. You couldn't write a script about this movie, right?
I mean, listen, bro, this is fucking crazy. I don't know what's going on here, Rip. I'm like every day I'm like, there's this, it's that. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro.
Yeah, I got people talking mad shit about me that don't even know me. Like I got people as far as saying, return your rental Rolls Royce to
what?
Jake, to you're a scumbag and a cheat. Like, I'm reading so much shit. I even heard a guy on your podcast say, I'm out here with Jake scamming cryptocurrency. Joe Farber or whatever his name is, and I'm like, what, bro? Like, you even got Jake's name in your mouth now? Like, it's just getting out of hand, bro. This shit is getting way out of hand.
Yeah.
And the allegations are absolutely ridiculous. Like, we know this person. Like, not only did somebody get stolen from, but accused that I know the guy, and like all this. It's just beyond my comprehension, bro.
Mm-hmm. Damn, yeah. I mean, obviously, people are saying that. I mean, the allegation is that you and Robbi are working together. I mean, we talked about this before, right? The allegation, you and Robbi working together. Either you're signaling to her in hands. I mean, listen, that's what they're saying, right?
Let me say something real quick. I lost, I think, 120 grand on that fucking live stream, bro. Literally, I think 50K on the first one, 70K on the second one. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. I was having a good time. I actually like to play poker, and I thought that shit would be fun to go on. Never did I realize what a fucking nightmare it was going to be just because I went on the show to play poker. No collusion, no cheat, this is just completely ridiculous. I'm glad I paid 120 grand of my own money. I'm glad I lost 120 grand to get shit on by just all this crap, man.
So you didn't even win in the game?
No, I didn't win at all. I lost 50K the first night I played, and I lost 70,000 the second night I played.
Huh. So
I'm down $120,000.
So we had Nick Airball on the podcast earlier, and he mentioned he met you and sort of the whole process to how, because there was a discussion about the 175K loan, and that sort of opened up a lot of other questions. And I can understand where why that situation would take place. I mean, it makes sense. A lot of people borrow money and in high stakes cash game world. So to me, it's not that surprising. It was surprising to a lot of people because they said, okay, well, if this guy's saying he got a house and they say he got a car and they say he got all this money, then why would the guy need to borrow money at the casino from the other guy? So that's one of the things, people are always, they're really focused on the money because they say, we do research and they say, okay, well, Jacob, like he said, he's a serial entrepreneur. Well, where are the receipts sort of thing like that? I think that's what has a lot of people out there really asking questions. That's the one I'm seeing the most.
Yeah. I mean, I really honestly don't care what people think about my finances, or it's not really anybody's business. But I am a successful entrepreneur, and I am well to do. As far as that Nikki thing goes, is I wasn't even supposed to be on that show Friday, guys. I was never scheduled. I was never like even a factor to be on that. I think it was Thursday night or whatever night it was.
Right.
So Feldman called me that morning. He's like, "Hey, do you want to play?" Or we talked somehow that night. During, we were all lit and we're all friends. So he's like, "Hey, Jacob, I seen a text when I got up in the morning. He's like, okay, like if you want to play today, let me know," or something like that. So I called him on the phone. And I'm like, "Bro, I don't want to play. Like I'm super hungover from last night." And he's like, "Don't worry about it. Just come play this and that." And I was like, oh shit. And it was like maybe 10, 11 o'clock. The show starts at 2. So, Nikki did drive me home that night. So he came back the next morning to bring my car, and he was like, "Yo, you're supposed to play in the game." And I'm like, "Really? I'm supposed to play in the game?" I must have had too much tequila last night. So I called Ryan. I'm like, "Bro, I can't do it." And he's like, I'm like, all right. I'm like, well, I got to send some more money over there. I don't really have that much. I usually wire money to the funds to play in the game. And then Nikki's like, "Well, bro, I got, I'll hook you up. I got this much over there." And I was like, "Man, I really just don't want to play." And they're like, "Well, you don't need that much or whatever." And then I was already planning on, the staking. So I was like, "All right, fuck it. I got you. I'm good for it, whatever." And that's the most innocent way that it happened, bro. It was totally spontaneous. It wasn't planned. It wasn't some fucking like, oh, this and that. It was just like, all right, we all just kind of like came up with it at the last second. And I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll sit in the game. I mean, how often do you get a chance to play with Phil Ivey, Eric, Andy, and these fucking players? I was like, man, I'm not gonna. And I even said it when I go to show, I'm like, damn, I'm really hungover. And I am so hungover at the game, and I'm just like drinking Bloody Marys, and I'm just like, that's why the whole thing is so surreal to me. And not only am I being accused of like being involved in this ridiculous fucking scheme, but that I was fucking hungover the whole time, and I was just watching it all unfold. And I look back at that hand and all this shit, and it's just like, it's still kind of like not real to me, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of people. I mean, I by the way, I did hear that as well, that you weren't thinking about playing the game. So.
Yeah, but it's a plan. It's a plan, Joey. It's just a big elaborate schemed plan. Like. Come on,
what do you mean?
It's a plan. I'm not coming in hungover. Ryan's
right,
not
okay.
And Ryan can verify with you that me and him had a conversation literally 2 hours before the show. And I'm like, bro, like, I don't want to play. Like, I'm not going to do it. Like, I wasn't prepared funding wise. Like, if I was to play in a game like that, I would want to come in deep too, because I know Eric's coming in deep. I know Garrett's coming in deep. I know everyone's coming in deep. And at the time, to address the reason why I was pissed about, the money being given away and Garrett, is because I witnessed the hand and I said, this shit is fair and square. Like, there's no fucking cheating right here. That's why I'm fucking going off. I'm not going to make a big deal out of something that I don't feel is right. And it didn't click in my head at the time that Garrett feels like he just got cheated. And so I'm like, bro, like, what is your problem? I'm not a sophisticated poker player to say, oh, analyze the fucking hand. This is an impossible call. This is only that. No, she won the fucking hand and made a sick call. So it's like, it was really upsetting to me, the whole thing. And then afterwards, when I came back, people are already talking about, why were you guys talking at the table? And I was like, what the fuck did you give the money? I was so heated, bro. So fucking heated. And then Nick calls me out of the studio. People are on Garrett's fucking statement. He's like, why did you go? He left during this time. And then that's it. Well, first of all, I left because they asked me to go out. First of all, then I came back in. If I looked to the floor, it was because I grabbed my bag or whatever I did. I grabbed my bag to take it out so Nick could go through it. Because when we're sitting outside in the thing, I said, why don't you go through my bag if you think there's anything funny going on? Why don't you get this shit straight right now? And I go, and I'll tell Robbi to come out here and give you her bag and give you her shit right now. So you could go through our stuff right this minute. Let's just address it right now. He's like, oh, I think that's a good idea because I took him my bag. And I'll say that, and then I go back in and sit down, and I said, Robbi, he wants to see your stuff too. Like, you need to go out there and give him your stuff so he can see, like, because Garrett said this and that or whatever the shit that was going down. Mm-hmm. And that's the only thing that was really being said at the table between me and her. Other than that, it was me, like, being pissed off, like, how in the fuck did you just give this money away? And that's it. There was no, like, oh, this hand, that hand. Like, there's no signaling. The guy that stole the money, I've seen him like one time in my life. He gave me the mic pack to put on. This dude, and I looked at him like I thought like nothing of him. You know, like who the fuck is this guy? Like he works for the production. So how do you? I don't think anything of it. Like so, it's just fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, so the guy Brian you're mentioning, the guy that got fired from Hustler Casino Live for taking $15,000 off Robbi's stack. So you know that guy? This is the first time you met him, or have you ever seen him before?
I never actually like officially met him. He handed me a mic pack once. I couldn't even put his face to my like. I had to really think who are they talking about? And then I was like, oh yeah, it's that kid that had me the mic pack, and he was just like running around there all the time, like doing shit. And then when they called me, they're like, oh, you know, Robbi's like, they want me to press charges, they want me to do this and that. And I recall like, she's like, man, does this guy have a prior record or what? I was like, let's ask him, see what's up. And then she felt bad for him, and she said she didn't want to press charges. And then then it became like an issue of whether we know this guy or not, which is just absolutely fucking crazy. I don't know anyone on that show, and people also mistake my words, and they're like, oh, my friend Luis that works for the show. First of all, Luis is a guy that works for HCL. He's friendly with everybody. He stands at the door. He makes sure you get drinks. He makes sure you can step out and eat if you want to have dinner. He makes sure that, you know, whatever you need, you're comfortable at the game. This guy was like, I befriended him at the show. And I was like, yeah, that's my boy Lewis. That he was so cool to me. And everyone's like, oh, that's the friend. And you know, and now that this new guy's come up, they're not talking about him no more. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just, the shit is just changing every day.
Yeah, it really is changing every day, isn't it? I mean, did you see so you didn't see this fucking guy coming into poker room and sitting there kind of sneaking around and then taking the I mean, obviously not right, otherwise you probably would have said something, but you know, what was going on? Were you guys like talking or something like that, and the kid kind of snuck in there and saw an opportunity, or you know what went down there?
From what I see, I'll tell you even this. I do not even know how he got the chips, because what my understanding is when I heard the story from Nick and he told me that, you know, that these chips were stolen, it was told to me that he didn't take them in the tank, that he took them outside. Because when we left and the game was over, we moved, we took the chips down to the casino floor and we sat them right there and we had a discussion as far as like, what is going on. Everybody had a meeting. Everybody was outside of the production studio.
Right.
So the chips were there. And from what I was told was that he took them from down there because we were all going like kind of stepping away and everybody's attention was over here. And that's where the actual chips were taken. So I don't even know if he got them from inside the room when we were out of there and they were just sitting there, or he went down where we were at and took them. Like, that's not clear to me, like how he did that. He's not, this guy doesn't walk around freely that I know, that I seen during the game. I've seen him literally, like I can recall in my head, like maybe one time where he handed us the mic pack in the beginning, and I don't ever remember seeing him walk around at all after that. Like, it's not like he was lurking or sitting in the corner of the studio. He wasn't around. And I don't know what he does when he's not in there, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people were bringing up the signaling stuff. So like there's a lot of clips of you, I guess, mouthing words to each other. I mean, I think we kind of talked about this the first time, but you're mouthing words to each other. I'm going off Garrett's post. I mean, basically, like, let me like lay out some of the things that Garrett's post for you to respond to. I know a lot of people out there are going to be looking forward to that because, you know, they got questions and a lot of people are paying attention to the story. So basically, right, there's the moment where you're mouthing like, "Hey, you got to go out there," and she's like, "Oh, you know, like you guys get," and also you guys get in some sort of disagreement at the table, and everyone says like, "Oh, Rip doesn't look happy. Look, he's caught." This is when they know that they're caught. So, you know, what do you got to say about that clip?
I don't even know what clip it is, to be honest with you, but it's really nothing, bro. Like, if I was saying something, it was heated because she gave away the chips, or I was just, you know, like at home games, I talk all the time, or I don't even know, bro. Like, I don't even put that much thought into it. I wasn't giving her no signals. I don't even know any fucking signals. I'm not a good player. I wouldn't even know how to fucking cheat in poker, to be honest with you. So the dumbest thing I could do is make a bad call like that. That's why I was so excited when she did it. I was like, fuck, that's cool. I didn't understand the hand at all. Like, it's just as simple as that, bro. Like, I don't know this guy, didn't see him in the room. I wasn't like, oh, he saw a card in there. First it's a device or some vibration shit. Now I'm giving signals. Like, I mean, it's just crazy, bro. I would never in my life even know how to make a poker signal. Like, you know, I'm just learning like all the verbiage and all this and all that. It really just kind of sour taste in my mouth when it comes to like doing something fun. You know, I wanted to just have fun when I was there, man. And it's just turned into a nightmare for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, basically, so the signal-related stuff was one of the main ones. And I mean, that's sort of what a lot of the evidence written down here is the suspicious hands. I mean, there's like one hand where you guys both have ace-queen, and it does look like a little soft play that you guys were doing. You only bet like 1/5 pot on the river, and then she just called you pretty quickly. And I mean, I've seen that happen plenty in games between friends.
No, straight up honesty, bro. I played with Robbi a lot of times. That's my homie, right?
Right.
Like, I just didn't blast at the pot. You know, she was in it. I was like, all right, we're friendly. Like, I don't know. Like, if you don't play serious or make a certain bet against your friends, then you're cheating with them. You know, like,
right.
It doesn't. I don't understand that. I swear, I don't understand that. Like,
so you're saying, okay, so you're saying that you don't understand that if you're friends and you don't go hard against each other, why other people might see that as like a problem?
No, I don't.
Got it. Okay.
I folded a lot of hands to Eric. I played Queen 4 against Juan when she was in there, and I told her, I said, I just want to play a hand just because you're in it.
Right.
And I literally would just bet it. Like, I didn't even care. Like, and I would give her the money. I'm literally giving you the money. Like, and tell her that at the table. Or, Eric, respect, bro. Like, you know what? I don't even want to be in a hand with you. Take the money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or, you know, Robbi, you're my homie. Like, why am I going to bet you? I got ace king and you got, you know, I don't think you got shit and I'm going to smash you. So I'm just going to go easy. Like, that's just how I played, like, how I was playing.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like, oh, like some strategy or some like secret, like, oh, I'm just not. It's not like that, bro. This game was not that serious to me. It wasn't like I was going in there to like, you know, collude or like steal Eric's or Phil's or get like, I have money. I don't need to do that, bro. I don't need to go into some fucking poker game that I was asked to play in 2 hours before it started that I didn't even want to play in because I was hungover and then all this shit, and then just go into a game and just try to have a good time and play. Mm-hmm. And then all this fucking shit happens, and now I'm like, it didn't happen, and you know, it's just annoying to me. Wake up this morning, I have my little baby girl here, I have my wife here, and my wife is the one who actually was like, babe, are you seeing this shit? Like, what's going on? And she's, you know, they're making accusations about, you know, certain things that, you know, could really hurt someone's family, bro. And like,
yeah, absolutely.
It's just not cool, man. It's just not cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that also was in the report. I mean, once again, we kind of discussed that last time. I feel like we did discuss most of these the first time you were on as well too. So the idea of you being with some type of relationship with Robbi, and yeah, I mean, basically people keep going back to that. You know, I guess they just didn't believe when you guys said. I said every interview, I said, yeah, I mean, I had them on. They said they didn't do it. They said they're not together like that. But now Garrett even wrote that, you know, you guys have this relationship together.
Bro, Garrett's a fucking sore loser. That's all it comes down to. And this guy to say all this shit is fucking crazy. You know, like, what does it matter if I'm friends with Robbi? She's, you know, what does it matter about why people drag your name in through the mud? The question here is, was there anyone that cheated? No. Was there anyone that colluded? No. I don't see what any of that has to do with anything. Like, can I have a friend? If you and I are cool and know each other, can we go play and sit down and laugh and have a good time?
Right.
Have some and ball out at the table? Like, who comes up with this kind of stuff? And I feel bad because I actually felt like Garrett might have thought that he was cheated. But now I'm like, no, this guy just has a crazy ego. And he just can't face the fact that he lost a hand. Mm-hmm. And to bring my personal life into this stuff and I'll try to and say stuff, like some of the stuff he said isn't even me. Like, I don't even know what he's talking about. he's talking about. I didn't even read through it because it was pages and pages long, and I'm like, bro, like this is just out of this world. And the fact that I know Robbi and that's my homie, and like I just people can say what they want, but there was no collusion going on. There was, if I mouthed to her anything, it was go outside because they want to talk to you, or just like a home game. If we sit down at the table, we're gonna talk. We might talk shit. I'm like, what? Like, if I have a hand, oh, winky face. Like, I got ace. Like, I'm gonna kill you on this hand. Like, how do you? It's just.
Right.
It's supposed to be fun.
So you're saying, so that I think that's I just want to explain what you're saying, right? Because a lot of people are saying that would be considered soft play, which some people have an issue with. The idea of you're saying that it's you're having a good time.
That's it.
Yeah.
Literally, I was having a good time. You know, I love to play poker. I never ever imagined in my life I was gonna be on a live stream. I never played on a live stream.
No. He oh.
I for whatever reason, but I agreed to it. And if you ask Ryan, you can go on the phone with him and be like, Jacob did not want to play in the game that day.
Yeah.
So if I was planning this grand illusion scheme or whatever the fuck it is, why wasn't I planned on going on the game? Did I put this together within like an hour of the game? Like, it's crazy. It's an unheard of drama movie that it's like a nightmare, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Garrett kind of included stuff about your background in here. About, I mean, we already talked about the 50% of the winnings free roll. Basically, right, you said you staked her in the game. You are 50% of her winnings. I mean, I think that's kind of been verified. Something about you are a union electrician, and there's no way.
Hold on, here's my rental car, my rental Jeep.
Let me see what you got.
Yeah, let me return my rent. Let me return my rental cars and my shit that I don't own. Fucking people. But anyways,
do you gotta go? You gotta go, or what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you asking me? Yeah, my wife and I are.
Yeah. I mean, I'm basically just asking questions. I mean, I don't know if it's best to ask in front of the family, the wife and the kid, though.
Here, no, go ahead and ask me. My wife knows everything, bro.
Okay,
I don't have anything to hide. She knows about the Robbi allegation. She knows about everything.
Okay.
So we have to take this one, man.
I know.
Oh, okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, basically just asking about. They know you as a union electrician, and that means that you could not have the money to play, let alone back somebody in these games.
Yeah, that's when I got out of high school, bro. I went to a union apprenticeship program, and I became an electrician, which later turned into my own company and my own business that I had and been gone and sold and successful. Since then, I've moved on to so many different things. I've got ranches, I've got farming. People want to talk about my cannabis company. You know, whatever we need to do to clarify all this shit, like people have no idea about my business or how much money I have.
Yeah, I think if you have examples of some things that you've done with the business wise, then I think that would be, you know, that's what people want to see. They want to see the receipts. They want to see, okay, well, how'd the person do it? Like if they did a business, what's the name of the business is, so that they can look into it. You know what I mean? Absolutely.
Look into my company, Jacob's Private Select. Since it started, it had an initial startup of $15 million. Since then, it's been doubled in value. We sell. Jake Paul endorses our products. You know, like, I mean, what do we got to do? Let me know.
Do you have any other businesses before that? Maybe we can look into them.
Of course. I have farming development businesses, real estate company that I work for that partners up in flipping, selling homes, which goes back to my construction company or my construction knowledge as an electrician. When you go to electrician, you learn all MEPs, which is mechanical, electrical, plumbing. I built buildings. You know, it just goes on and on. I'm currently working on a renewable energy deal, one of the largest renewable energy deals in the state of California, which consists of over 5,000 acres of renewable energy, which is going to replace a nuclear power plant in the state of California. Massive deal. Probably one of the largest solar renewable energy deals that's ever happened in the state of California. I mean, I don't feel like I really need to prove myself to nobody, but just for this purpose, I will throw it out there, what I got going on and what's happening and how my well-to-do and how I was able to afford to do whatever the fuck it is I want to do.
Right.
Stake somebody, buy a car, buy a watch, whatever it is that people want to say, you know, like, it's really none of your business. But if you really got to know, I don't mind telling it.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I guess there's this other weird story in here about you were at Studio 54, allegedly, is what a source said, and you claim to be the current light heavyweight champion, and then the actual light heavyweight champion, Bernard Hopkins, walked in. So you basically, I don't know. I've never heard a story like this. So is it a true story?
No, I never even been to Studio 54. I don't even know if Studio 54 was around when I was able to go to clubs. You know what I mean? Like, I heard of Studio 54. I've never even stepped foot in a Studio 54. And whoever this guy is somebody says he knows me and he knows my box, this and that. It's just hilarious to me. Everybody's trying to get in and get some clout here. You know what? I'll tell you what. I did own a boxing promotional company that promoted over 12 boxing shows in the state of Nevada, in Las Vegas. My buddy owned a casino. We threw boxing shows there. I had one of my fighters who currently trains Jake Paul. His name's BJ Flores. Mm-hmm. Benjamin Flores was #1 fighter in the world for almost 7 years. 2004 gold medal favorite. I established a bunch of shows with my promotional company that I built, that I paid for, and put on in the state of Nevada. So, I mean, this shit is what he's talking about. It's just a hater, bro, or somebody who doesn't got their facts straight at all. Mm-hmm. And I challenge anybody to come and get at me about the fact checks and just set the record straight as far as this boxing thing. Bernard Hopkins walked in. I mean, come on, bro. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't. That story has no truth at all. Zero.
Right. Do you know Tom Dwan, another poker player?
I've heard of him.
Do you mind if I bring him in? He has better questions than me. I feel like I usually go pretty nice on the questions.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I think that's the guy who posts my video in Cleveland where he's like, "Oh, you're the second guy in charge. This is a 37-minute video." First of all, I didn't even want to go on that video. I sat there. BJ is the head trainer. Like, I'm not even the second guy. I'm like the fifth guy. Like, I wrap Jake's hands. I'm like a big brother. We've strategized. I help him get ready for his fights as far as like just being like in the camp. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
The stuff people come up with is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. So do you mind if I bring this guy on and he maybe
bring him
you
in,
sure?
bring him
Okay,
in.
yeah, I just want to make sure before I. All right, we're gonna get Tom Dwan in here, guys. Shout out to Rip joining us from live on location, Puerto Rico. Is the fight in Puerto Rico? Or is the fight in Vegas?
Nah, the fight's in Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix, Arizona. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's gonna be a sick fight. When's that? Next Saturday?
Nah, October 29th.
Oh, damn, you got a while to go. All right, I'm gonna bring Tom Dwan in, guys. Rip's like driving. All right, Tom. Welcome back, Tom.
How's it going?
Good. Here we're joined with Jacob. Why don't you guys say hello to each other?
How's it going?
So, Tom, I said I'm gonna bring Tom Dwan in, and he said, "Is that the guy that posted the video, the 37-minute video?" And I said, "That is the guy." So, Tom, you've been here in the interview. What you got? Some questions maybe I want to ask Jacob or something on your mind?
Well, I mean, is he driving? I don't want to throw someone off when he's driving. Oh fuck, I'm getting that.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. The story I had heard was something that you were Jake Paul's boxing manager, something like that you had told the people to get when you were getting on the game, right?
No, in fact, I told him, people think that because they see me in his corner all the time, but Nikisa Badarian, his manager, is his manager. And I clarified this already on Joey's show. Did I not, Joey?
Yeah, you definitely talked about that last time, yeah. Yeah, you talked about the relationship, right? You wrap the hands.
Nikisa, who manages Jake's a dear friend of mine. They said the same thing last time I was on the podcast, and I told them specifically who his manager was. I said, I'm like a big brother. Like, I'm in camp all the time. Like, Jake's my good friend. I take care of his hands, bro. I wrap his hands. I make sure he's, like, successful in the sparring and doesn't get any injuries. I give him my input. BJ Flores, who's his head trainer, I used to be his head trainer for. In other words, like, I used to do all of his stuff that he's doing for Jake. So that's
so that's what
it
I
is.
heard too. I reached out to some people their side, and they said that you were from the BJ Flores group and the hand wrapping. That's what I had heard, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly how it goes. So initially, BJ made Jake.
They pay a lot though, or
What's
because
that?
I mean, like they pay a lot because they're staking robbers some big games, man.
I'm not even into it in it for the money. Like I love boxing, I love the sport. Like I'll do anything for Jake. I've been with him for over 3 years now. So we just have a tight group, man. And you know, it doesn't really have anything to do with the money. I do get paid, and I get paid very well. Jake does take care of me extremely well for what I do. But it's you know, it's not why I do it.
Yeah, Rip basically, you just kind of missed it, Tom. Rip basically went into a lot of business and what he's doing to make money and different companies. And
No, I was listening to that
Okay.
Until the last like 30 seconds when I was trying to get on this thing. I was clicking the wrong button, so I might have missed something there. But before I was listening.
Yeah.
Yep. And to answer your question, like, yeah, that was a big game and that was a big stake. That's why I was so upset when she gave the money away. I was like, that's not cool. I was like, that's not your money to give away. But she was caught up in the moment and in the situation where she felt like she was cornered and she wanted to come back on the show. She didn't want to make any headaches. So I get
That's
it.
not what I heard. I heard she gave the money away because she wanted Garrett to come back on the show, because if not, she realized it looked suspicious. So, I mean, that was my understanding.
Well, yeah. Well, the way it was articulated to me was like, look, she was back there. She's like, what can I do to get you back? You're the star of the show. I love the production. Like, she just didn't want to cause any issues. She
I
didn't
think I
want
heard something close to that. Yeah, it was more like, what can I do to not have this be a big deal, or to like be swept under the rug? That was basically what I heard.
I don't think. Yeah, what do you want to call it? Swept under the rug? I think that wasn't her mindset. I think her mindset was like, no, she genuinely cared and wanted to see shit go through. And it's easy to give somebody else fucking money away, like it. And I don't think she was even.
Sure,
thinking
you and
about
I might
it.
have different life experience, right? Maybe I'm just saying that's how I heard. You know, that's how I heard it, right? Maybe for you, it's pressure that you hear. For me, what I heard was like a swept under the rug thing. Who knows? You know.
I get it. I get that, and it does look crazy to me. And I even told her that I was like, the fact that you gave the money away is like, people are gonna say that, you know, you're this and that, and I get it. I totally get it.
So that house that Nick went to with you guys, was that your house?
Yeah, my house. My house that I own.
And you were just planning to try to get in the game the next day, or you didn't remember it? Like, is that story?
No, I wasn't trying to get in the game the next day at all. You know, I had no plan to play in the game. We were just having dinner, and I guess somehow throughout the night we were lit, and we got Feldman on the phone, and we're like, Feldman, you know, Nikki, because initially Nikki wanted to get on, and I'm like, you should go on, bro. And he's like, oh man, Ryan doesn't want me on, whatever. And I'm like, so I somehow we got on the call with him, and I'm like, get Nikki on. And he's like, no. He's like, well, why don't you play? And I remember saying that, to be honest. And then the next morning he called me and he was like, hey, Jacob, do you still want to play today? And I was like, bro, I don't want to play today. I don't have my shit together. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. Just come play. You don't even have to sit with a lot of money. He goes, it'll be fun. And he talked me into coming and playing. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll come play. Like, that's the only reason why I played. I literally woke up that morning so fucked up to knock on the door like, hey, we got to get up. It's like, and I'm like, bro, like I can't even think straight right now. Too many shots. Like, well, you said you told Ryan you might play in the game today. So I called Ryan on the phone and I'm like, bro, I'm not playing. Like, I'm not feeling well. He's like, oh, it's cool. Come on. I said, why don't you let Nikki on? Like, let this motherfucker on. He's ready to go. I said, no, just play. So it's really just as simple as that.
Nick, I just talked to Nick a little ago, and he had a pretty similar story. I don't know about the day of being the same, but the night before was pretty similar. He stepped away for a minute. You called them. You guys were all drinking, something like that. I'm gonna just try to switch to my computer for 1 sec. So
No, that's a fact, bro. That's a fact. And then that's why I was so grateful to Nikki, because he got up and he was so supportive. He made sure that I was home cool. And then when he showed back up the next day, I was like, bro, you took my car home? And he's like, yeah, I left my car at the restaurant. And he's like, we need to go get it. And I'm like, all right, cool. So then he literally waited for me at my house to get ready. He drove me to the game. And then I was just like, that's when I realized, and I called Ryan back and I was like, bro, this is a deep game. I have like maybe 70 or 80 grand at Hustler, and then and Nikki's like, and I go, well, I'm gonna wire in some more money, but I doubt it'll get there on time. And that's where Nikki's like, yo, I got you, bro. Like, I got some money over there. It goes, I'll just loan it to you, and you get me back. And I was like, I was like, all right, that's great, bro. I appreciate you. And then I called Ryan.
Did you
and I go,
ever
Ryan,
initiate that wire?
what's that?
Did you ever initiate the wire? to
Yeah,
Hustler?
I sent like 3-4 wires to Hustler, bro. Like
Like,
this is,
like the one you were talking about when you were with Nick, when you were getting the chips back. Did you initiate that one or no?
I never got around to wiring any money that day, but I had money.
Because Nick said when you were at the cage, you said to them, "Hey, did my wire hit yet?" or something like that. So I was just checking if that one was ever initiated.
I don't remember. I don't remember, bro. That shit's foggy. But I have wired money there like 2-3 separate occasions, and I had money sitting on the books there already. Not in my mind enough to play in the game. So that's why I was like, look, I'm gonna stake Robbi. So I called Ryan back, and I was like, Ryan, look, I've got probably like enough money just for the Robbi, just for her to play. I said, I don't think I can play because I just don't have enough money in there. And he's like, don't worry about it, bro. Just come in with like 50, 60, 70K. He's like, it's just going to be like a chill game. Don't worry about it. And I was like, fuck yeah, I want to play with Phil and Eric. I'll do it. So Nikki volunteered to give me the loan, and that was it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Reasonable enough. I'm trying to join from my computer, guys. Can you click that button, Joey, or whatever?
Oh, yeah, my bad, Tom. Let me see, getting in here. All right, boom. Yeah, leave with the other one. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sounds good. You got any, Tom? Any other questions you want?
So what do you think she was thinking in the Jack forehand, man?
What do I think? I have no idea, bro. Like, I'm not a good poker player, to be honest. If you watch some of the hands, like, I'm a fun player. I play crazy hands and I make crazy calls. So to me, it was normal. To me, I was like, man, she had to read and she just said, fuck it, I'm going to make a call. And that's what I would do. And it wouldn't be with any rhyme or reason. So when she came
My read of both of you guys, you and her, was that you guys were both a lot sharper than people were giving you credit for. I thought people were underestimating both of you guys. And
yeah, for sure.
I've never seen a call like that in my life. So I don't know.
I totally get it. After I listen to everybody talk, I'm like, man, the pros know that this is an impossible call to make if you're going by statistics and you're going by all this stuff. And then when she broke her rationality down, because I know Robbi, she studies. We've got into some other business opportunities. Like I have an oral healthcare line that develops toothpaste. It's in biopharma, and she's been helping me with that. And so I know how smart Robbi is. And when she started breaking the hand down, I know she has a coach. I know she studies. We've played in other cash games. I see her win, and I know she's got balls, and I know she's got skills. Otherwise, I would never give her the money. And when she's talked to me before, she's like, man, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna do well in these games. Like, and it was kind of just like that. So when she made the call on the J4, I was like, oh my God, you just won with Jack High? I stood up. If you look at the film, I was like, what the hell? I took off my hat and I was like, I bowed down, I was like, that's sick. I go, that's cool. I thought it was cool, to be honest with you. I thought it was like some cool shit. You can always say in your life, you made a crazy call and you knocked down one of the best players in the world, and that's all I was thinking in that moment. And then when everybody started saying about that, the cheating and that no one can call that hand.
Can I just give you a little pushback for a sec? Because I'm sure you're right. You probably know more, but to me, when I was watching you, it didn't seem. I thought you were thinking that she shouldn't have done that, and that it was like it looked wrong. And I don't know why you care it looked wrong, but that was just my read. Now I could easily be off, but that was my read, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the time I was just like I was a little bit nervous because I'm like this is like a lot of money, and I was like, damn. And then I hear Eric sitting right to my left, and Eric's like, he's like sitting there and he's like saying shit like, he's like mumbling shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
What was he saying?
So he was like, man, I don't know if he was saying this is a crazy hand or he was just like, hurry the fuck up. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't saying anything like bad or like what to do. He was just like, I thought he might have just been like, hurry up and call or some shit like, and whatever. Whatever, it wasn't a big deal, but whatever it was, when she called and turned over that she won the hand, I didn't even know, I couldn't even put together like what Garrett had, or like why he was on his hand, or why it was a bad call. I really couldn't do that at that moment. I was just excited.
I still haven't been able to, man. So you're not alone there. I still haven't been able to figure that one out. So.
I was just happy she won, Tom, to be honest with you, bro. I swear to you, I was so happy she won. And I was like, let's fucking go. Like, and then when she came in and got the chips and stuff, and there was somebody at the table said, is she giving the chips back? And I was like, the fuck she is. And I was like, she better not be giving the chips back. And then, but in fact she was. And then when I went out to see, to go out, are you giving chips back? And she was like, hold on. And then I kind of took a step back, and Garrett looked at the chips, and it was only 130,000 there. And he was like, hey, can you go back in there and give me 5 more? He goes, you're short $5,000. And that's when I lost my shit. I was like, what? I was like, she's short $5,000. Why is she giving the fucking money back? And I was like, that's fucked up, bro. She beat you fair and square. I go, and then I didn't know what their agreement was at that point, and then it just turned in. I just started all bad, and I didn't
have all the last $5,000. Because that 130, I think Garrett would have gone back on stream. That's weird. So
yeah,
the last
it's not.
5K is what caused the big thing. That's funny.
I think it's my fault that that happened. I shouldn't have addressed it that way. I should have, but I was upset, and I don't know how to handle that type of situation. It's not like I've been in it a lot, and I was just like.
Well, I've been in a few spots that I think might be a little similar to this one. So, yeah.
Yeah, bro. And I was just like, man, this is fucked up, G. Like, you need to go back and you give her money back. Like, don't be a sore loser and this and that. Come to find out, if he really believed that he was, in fact, like, there was something funny going on, then I guess I understand, But it's like, after we talk to him and after you see everything, it's like, come on, bro. Like, Robbi isn't a sophisticated, like, manipulator or planner. Nikki and I were drunk the night before. When it comes to, like, something about cheating and all this stuff, like,
come on, she clearly seems like she could have some hustle. She seemed pretty smart, man. She seemed pretty sharp.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Robbie's not one of the sharpest, like, biggest balls out there, but. To plan a thing like that, she doesn't have a mean bone in her body. As you can see, she doesn't want to press charges against this guy. She didn't want it. She wanted to give Garrett the money back to come back and play. She didn't want to fuck shit up.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I don't think people are suspicious. She made some master plan. It's more like, was she a part of something or something?
I get it, bro. I get it. Everybody is just in shock that she won that shit, and everyone just can't understand that I was just there having fun. I literally lost 120 grand in those 2 games I played in, and I'm still pissed at Ryan for talking me into playing that day because I lost 70 grand that day. So, not my ideal of a fun game when you lose that much money and you're accused of something that you didn't do.
Did you see that hand where like person had an ace-8 and she had ace-king, and she raised? It was like a real similar kind of spot. She like raised the turn.
Who had ace-8?
Eric Person had, I think it was, do you know that hand, Joey? It was like ace-7 or ace-8.
Yeah, he had ace-8. Yeah, ace-8, deuce 5-3, 10 board, and he bet 20K.
Shit, Joey with the hand history. Wait,
bro, I've been watching this shit for 60 hours, bro. I know Rip got a fucking cowboy hat on. I know his teeth. He got tattoos. Like, I know the whole fucking thing. You take off his hat, you do a bow. I've seen it too many times, Tom. Okay, so yeah, it's basically deuce 5-3, 10. He had ace-8. He bet. Robbi raised to 45K. And then Eric went in the tank, and then he ended up folding.
Yeah, I don't remember that hand. I was so tilted after she gave the money back that I was just like, I was just in there like not having fun anymore. I wasn't paying attention to who was winning what. I was up I think I was up to like 140 after that, like doubled up. And if you see, like after that whole shit went down, my vibe just went, and I just literally lost the rest of my stack. I wasn't paying attention to hands anymore. I wasn't having fun anymore. I was just like, what the fuck, man? And then I was just like, whatever. I was mad at Robbi for giving the money back, and I was just, I wasn't,
But why? Like, why? I mean, I believe your vibe changed too. I don't know that I come to the same conclusion as the story you're saying, but.
Well, I had the 140. If you look at my chip stack, it was like at 140, and it literally went down to 0 in like an hour. Or however long it was after that.
Yeah, but I'm saying personally, like I've seen spots like that before where something looked a little funny and then someone loses their chips. So I'm not saying that this was that, but that's like one possible conclusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand where everybody's coming from, Tom. I understand that this shit is like impossible. Like I listen to it and I'm like, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Jack 4, right? It's not like she had like King Queen or something. She had Jack 4. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it makes sense, bro. But at the same time, she's trying to make a name, you know, in the game. She's been going heads up with Garrett. Like, they've been going at it. They had, like, this thing, whatever. And she just felt that was her moment to try to make a move, you know, and make a name or something, I guess. You know, like she explained.
I feel like she thought that was her moment to make a name. I think you and I got the same read on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? She was standing up to who she thought was a tyrant and who was a bully at the game. And she was like, you know what? I believe she did exactly what she said in her thought process. So I've heard her break down hands before. I've heard her tell me before. And I'm close enough to Robbi to tell you that I don't believe that she would ever make up a lie. If she misread her hand or whatever it was, it's exactly how she explained it. I never would doubt one thing that came out of her mouth.
Well, but I doubt it because her things that came out of her mouth are contradictory, right? At one point she says she didn't, at another point she says she did. So like, that's just she's contradicting herself.
Tom, if you break down some of your hands, break down some of my hands, I wouldn't be able to tell you what the fuck I was holding. I thought the 4 was an ace. I looked down, it was the wrong call. I mean, there's so many hands that I played that I couldn't even remember. Or
but she didn't look down and say, what the fuck was I thinking? Or look down and say, oh, I thought I had 2 jacks. Any of those things, this would have been a nothing burger. She said, oh, Garrett, I knew you owned you. I knew you had ace high. That's why I called jack high. And everyone's like, what the fuck? This doesn't really, you know, you're saying 2 + 2 = 14, man. What's going on here?
You know, and at the same time, I think she was like just as shocked that she won. So she wanted to make it look like she meant to do it and she knew it because in a way she did, the way she broke it down. But in a way, she kind of she did some misreads on the hand or whatever. So she just kind of rolled with it, took her moment, bro. Like took her moment to say, hey, look, I have big balls. You let me do this to you before, and I got you. Like that's why I was so excited at the time because I was like, man, good for you. I was happy for her, bro. I'll be honest with you, I was really happy for her.
It didn't seem like that to me, man, but.
I mean, maybe when she made the call, I was nervous, but when she won, better believe I was happy. I was very, very happy she won. And I don't understand like the breakdowns and what blockers and all that. I'm not that good of a fucking player to tell you what a blocker is. I kind of learned now, you know, because he had a straight flush draw. So being that it was the jack of clubs, that it was blocking a straight draw. So I learned more just by watching this shit and going over it. But at the time, when she said I have a bluff catcher, I literally had no idea what she was talking about.
Well, the thing is, normally, like when you have blockers, you want to be a little worried because there's less draws, so you'd want to call less because they are more likely to have a good hand.
How about this, Tom? How about I pay you to teach me how to play, bro? I need some coaching. I'm gonna hook you up, and you can pay me. We'll have a good time, and you can show me how to play this fucking game the right way. You know, I have a really, funny story about a lot of times where I just made stupid stuff, and if you watch me play, you probably think I was the worst player. That's why I think they wanted me at the game, because they're like, this guy's just gonna donk off his chips and have a good time.
Tom?
What do you think, Joey?
I don't know. I mean, listen. The chat. I have 8 guys. I've been on stream 8 hours. I'm just eating some pretzels. Okay. That's why I was listening to you, Tom. You were talking. I was very happy because I haven't ate. And I've been on here for a long time talking to people for 8 hours. But I mean, the answers all really make sense to me. You know, chat. Obviously, some of the chat. Listen to chat. They're not buying some of it. It's what it is. You know, the chat goes. Jaganster said, did he not realize that Robbi was down 15,000 after his losing session and Robbi giving back the money? So when she lost 15K, how did you guys not realize that 15K wasn't in the stack?
I didn't realize she lost 15K. I had no idea. I had no idea what her stack was when we left there. I had no clue. And when they
if I saw someone call Jack 4 on 10993, I probably would be able to miss someone swiping 15K also. You know, so I think everyone had other priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when Nick called me, he's like, "Hey, there's an issue. Like, you know, the net 15,000 was taken." I was like, "You know, shit, can we get the money back?" But I did at the time. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm. This guy Will.
Do you think Robbi pressured him to not come on the stream any?
Did what?
Do you think Robbi pressured that guy to not come on the stream any because he was supposed to come on the stream?
Oh, No, I don't. I think she wanted him to. Like, I mean.
Oh, really?
I would have looked here what he had to
He said
say.
he'd do anything she wanted. So if
She's
she
the one
asked,
that
I'm
she's
sure
the one
he
that
would
set it
come.
up, Tom. She set it up in the morning. She texted me and said, "Hey, do you want to have this guy on the show?" I was like,
Well, here's what I think. I think at the beginning of everything, he was gonna cooperate when she wasn't gonna press charges. He was being nice. He was being thankful, and he was like, obviously, he didn't want it to go down like that. But after
I don't
talking,
think she has standing because Hustler is going to pay back the money, so I don't think she actually has standing. I'm not sure. We'd need to check that. But
yeah.
My point is, if he said that he would do whatever she wanted, so if she asked him to come on, he'd probably come on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he didn't come on. I haven't really, like, I'm not on top of this shit every day, but when I heard he wasn't coming back on, I was like, why? I was like, I thought he was. I don't know.
I think a lot of people thought that was weird. I think it'd be better if he came on.
Yeah, I think that's weird as fuck. Like, but I think what might be it is that what Robbi was told is that she has to do the charges. She has to move forward with it because it doesn't matter if she feels sorry for him, whatever. It's just the right thing to do. So she agreed to it, and she's like, well, I'm gonna press charges, and he probably got wind of it, and now he's not going to come on. Obviously.
Okay, so you think he did get? Wait, so he got wind that she was saying she was going to press charges?
Oh man, I think everybody gets wind of everything. Like, it doesn't take 1 second for people to find out shit. And so, yeah, I mean, I would imagine
that's what I thought too. Yeah, I thought he probably felt like squeezed by her. That's why he didn't come on. That was my take.
Yeah, because from the messages he sent her was like thankful and grateful that she wasn't pressing charges against him because he was going into his sob story, and then probably got wind that she's gonna go and press charges on him, and was like, I can't go on. I mean, that's my guess.
Yeah, my take was that she didn't want him to go on, so she let him find out she was gonna press charges if he talked, and that there won't be charges if he doesn't talk.
Yeah, she did. I feel like she wanted him to come on. I feel like she was happy he was going to come on.
That can't be true because it'd be so easy for her to have him come on, right? If she actually wanted that, it'd be so easy. She could just say, "Hey, man, that message, come on. Can you just hop on Joey?"
No, I think as far as I knew, that's what was going to go down. So if he didn't come on, it's not anything to do with her saying don't. No,
I texted him all last night. I was like listening to it, but I was a little busy. I perceived it as a threat. The thing Robbi was saying to the guy. And I perceived that she was trying to threaten his liberty or whatever because she thought.
Well, hey, the Sean Deebs, the Hollow Harry Potter, and those other guys, they put up a bounty to do the they offered him like $200K to be a whistleblower. I'll throw in another $50K, bro. Like, what is this guy?
Oh, Ingram has an address. Send Joey the money. Joey has an address. No, I'm serious. A lot of these guys are sending Joey the money.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? I want to know what this guy has to say too. Shit, like I don't.
You're gonna send Joey $50K?
Whatever. If that's what you want me to add to the bounty, I would. I want this guy to know to like come.
Why not? Yeah. You can send Joey $50K. He'll send you an address right now.
All right, we'll talk about it.
We got the crypt. We'll get a group chat. I'll get a group chat after or whatever. I want to see. Listen, I got to see what this fucking guy Jacob's up to anyway. I got to see what this guy's up to. You know what I mean? So let me give you a couple. This guy Will said he got a tough question. I'm going to give his version of a tough question, even though technically it's actually a good question. He says, "Why do you keep defending Robbi? How can you be so sure she did not cheat if you have nothing to do with it?" I think that's a pretty fair question to ask.
Because I know Robbi. She's a friend. It's like it'd be like asking if one of your friends cheated. You know what I mean? Like, I've never known her to be a cheater. I've never seen her cheat. And, I would easily defend you if you were my friend and be like, you know what? That's fucked up. I was there. I don't know anything about any cheating. I know her personally that she's not a cheater. I know she's got a nice family. She's married, all this stuff. Like, I just wouldn't accuse my friend of cheating. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. I want to be neutral. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I have no reason to believe she did. Mm-hmm. So I'm just gonna say like what I exactly feel.
Yeah. Will also talked about.
Wait, hang on. You must have thought you had a reason for a second because you said a comment like, "Did someone say something in your ear or whatever?"
Yeah, I was like, I said.
So for a second,
I was like, you must have a spiritual like. How do you make? I couldn't believe she made the call after I saw that she won it. It was Jack, and I didn't really process it all, but I'm like, wow, there has to be like some sophisticated reason. Like you you processed it. And then when she broke it down, I was like, well, that's why. She didn't think he had anything. But at the time,
When
I
you
was
process
like,
it, would you let me know, man? Because I'm still lost. So.
when I processed the hand,
Yeah, when you process it, will you let me know? Because I'm still lost. I can't figure that shit out.
I'm honestly still lost too, Tom. I swear to you, bro, like, I honestly am still lost about the whole situation, but she won fair and square. She didn't cheat, man. That's all I would be willing to say that, you know. And as far as this conspiracy goes and this other shit, it's just like, it's just kind of crazy, you know. It's kind of ridiculous, but I get it. I get where people are coming from, but.
You know, there was a thing, like, someone put out some stuff about this guy, DGAF, right? He had some similar seats, something like that. And so, like, this David Tuchman was just on. And, you know, I'm guessing Tux played more poker than you, right? But he was saying, he's like, look, I know that guy, like, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years, something like that. He's like, I'm pretty sure he never would, but, like, hey, man, why not look at it? Why not look at it, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I think that's kind of like, when something funny like this happens, it's like, why not look at it? Like, right, you know, this guy that took the 50K, if there was nothing wrong with the hand, why not have him come explain that he just took it? It's unrelated. There was no-
100%.
You know,
100%.
like, if this Jack 4, let's say she misread, let's say she intended to call Jack out, let's say whatever. All right, come on, it's a crazy hand. Let's have everyone just say what it was. It's better for everyone. Why not, you know?
Yep. No, I agree. I think that he's going to have to say his story eventually. This guy's facing some serious criminal charges. So at some point, he's going to have to.
I don't think he is. I think that's only if Hustler presses them. And
no,
my guess
from
is
what I heard,
that-
Robbi's pressing them.
No, I don't think she has standing. That's my point. Because Hustler's returning the money. So I think actually it's Hustler that's going to get to control. So I think this guy will have the choice, and Hustler will actually want the info on what happened. And that's what, there's all these bounties. I think there's going to be a rush for the exits, and someone's going to just spill the beans. And my suspicion is that'll happen from one person, and then multiple people start chasing. We'll see, but
Yeah. Well, from what I heard, from what I was told is that this guy's suspected to have cheated and stole money from other people. And what I was also told is that he stole money from Ryan Feldman directly from his bag. What I was told.
right. But the issue here is that you got a bigger thing. You know, they need the truth to come out. And so normally in these spots, there's a point. Like I've been around some spots where there was real proper cheating in other countries and shit. Sometimes it doesn't come out. Sometimes it does, right? But usually if you're past the point, like let's say someone somehow called Jack 4 on 10993, if there was something, it's going to come out. Now, I'm not saying there was cheating. Maybe she misread her hand. Maybe she had Jack 3. Maybe she had Jacks. Maybe whatever. But if this guy did just steal the money and not be a part of it, that's easy. You know, everyone can just explain, okay, here, we all talk about it, okay. And if there was, you know, some shenanigans, I think there's going to be a rush for the exits. But we'll see.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I hope it all comes to light. I hope the investigation, you know, comes out soon. I
You hope it all comes to light? Well, what else you got to tell us about Robbi? Come on. Hit us with it.
You know what? Nothing, man. I wish I had some juicy details, you know, but I can tell you this, like, you know, this has caused a lot of problems. I know for her relationship and her marriage, it's caused a lot of problems in mine. My wife is a sweetheart. You know, she's tripping out. She's never been a part of something like this. And, you know, I convinced her to let me play poker. And, you know, it doesn't look like she's going to be too confident in me going back and playing again anytime soon. But
I mean, I agree with Herolibus there. If whether there was something funny with this hand or not, I don't think that's a reason to mess with people's personal, right? I think there's lines that can get crossed where personal info is fair game, but you know, so far I don't see those really having happened unless this guy felt squeezed to not talk. Then that starts getting a little different, right?
Yeah, I appreciate
but
that.
To me, I'm with Herolibus that, like, you know, the play at the table, whether it was completely straight up or not, talking about Jack 4 on 10993, that seems fair game, you know?
Absolutely. No, I get it. And I told everybody that. I told you, I said, I understand where everybody's coming from. And Robbi does too. Robbi's like, I get it. Like, you know, I understand. But if
No,
there's
Robbi said to Herolibus that he's clout chasing her. I don't know if Robbi understands.
You know, I don't get it. I don't even get into it, bro. Like, I don't get into all that sort of stuff. I see enough of it with Jake and these guys. Like, everybody's clout chasing. Everybody wants to be a part of it, and I get it. You know, in life, social media rules the world. So, you know, it is what it is, man. I'm not a social media person. I had literally 2 followers on Twitter when this whole thing started, and I think I'm up to like 50 or 60 now. Hey, what can I say?
You want me to like retweet you or something? You're gonna do a social media?
Wait, you have, what's your Twitter? You have Twitter? What is your Twitter?
Jacob Rip Chavez, if you guys want to tweet me. And then if you want, Tom, I swear, I need poker lessons, bro. And you're one of the best players in the world, from what I hear. So
we can add that to the bounty. Some info comes out on whatever. If there was shenanigans, I'll throw some poker teaching. I'll even play on stream with some people. I don't mind. As long as people don't cross some lines, like whatever. But
yeah, no, man, no, and I appreciate you about the personal thing, and I just would hope that everybody would respect that space because it's caused a really hardship. I just had a baby 3 months ago.
Oh, congrats, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and
congrats.
I just it's been fucked up.
Jake, a lot of people in the chat, I keep seeing this question in the chat, and they're basically asking, if you got a wife, then why would you stake Robbi in the game? They don't understand why. They can't wrap their head around it.
That's personal, man. We were just saying no personal. He's in the car with his wife.
I actually don't. Well, he already answered the question, so I'm asking. I already know what he said the other day. Yeah. So
it's totally okay. Like my wife is here; she knows about it. It's because if it was Tom, it wouldn't be an issue, right? But because she's a female, everybody has an issue with it, right?
Exactly.
Because to me, it didn't make a difference. I was taking the player that I thought was going to go in there, wanted to make a name. It's been studying and had a shot to win.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the truth. I was like, go kick ass. Do your thing. And that could have been Tom. It could have been Joe. It could have been Aaron. The female male thing did not come into play on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a little bit to do that I seen her play before and that she's my friend. And then I know she's passionate about what she's doing. So I was like, let's go and let's have some fun. And probably it was a little, obviously was a little nervous and I was really heated when she gave the money away. It wasn't like I was like, I don't care about this money. Like I'm just, I do have money and it's not going to kill me if it's lost. So obviously I'm there, willing to risk it. But at the same time, it does have value to me. And it had nothing to do with like I said, if she was male, nobody would be questioning it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like, I think that's what a lot of people can't wrap their head around is like, why would he stake her? She call it with Jack High. Everybody thinks that she doesn't seem good. So they're saying, why would this guy put in this woman if he's a married guy? Why would he put in this woman, this beautiful woman, into the game who in the audience's mind doesn't know how to play? Why would this guy give her $100,000 to play in this game when she's just going to lose? And that's what a lot of players out there say. They're trying to get in your headspace to say, like, where is this guy coming from with that?
Let me make something awkward.
I've seen that kind of thing happen before, where like girls are put in whether it's a friend.
Yeah, well, let him answer the question, Tom. That's what you got to say.
All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jacob.
No, I was saying every time I've ever played, she's won. We played in other games, and we've done this where I've seen her just win. And to me, I'm going to tell you guys, to me, she's a really good player. Mm-hmm. She knows she's coached by a guy. She breaks down hands. She knows the terminology. She knows the streets, the barrels, the sizing. She has the Odin solvers on her laptop. She studies them every day, literally every day. And to the point where she's kind of not done some of our other business ventures because she's so enthralled in poker. So I'm like, I believe she was a good player, and I still do. And I believe she's got balls, and I've seen her make, calls before. Like, I didn't have a doubt. When I gave her the money, I was like, I'm nervous about it. If she loses it, F it. But I think she can do it. And that's really what it came down to.
Mm-hmm.
When's the first time you guys played together? Like this year or like years ago?
Yeah, this year, maybe like 6-7 months ago. It was this year that we started playing poker.
You got to guess on like 10 times, 100 times, like how many?
Oh, hundreds of hands. Like
no times. I'm saying how many days or whatever.
Oh, I have no idea. Like I don't know.
10, 50, 20, rough guess.
I don't know, 50 maybe, 100.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, we were at the. She was at WSOP. I was at WSOP. We played in a lot of tournaments at the bike. We played in cash games in Vegas. Like, we've played a lot of poker together. Like, she was actually helping me. Like I'd be like, she was teaching me. She actually let me get on the solver. I have Odin on my laptop at home because of her. You know, shit like that.
Yeah, what about, I mean, I guess I checked the Hendon Mob, and I saw you were playing like $200 tournaments and a couple $400 tournaments. You actually had 3 days of cashes in a row, which I thought was cool. But a lot of people are wondering, how does this guy go from playing a $200 tournament at the Rio or at wherever the fuck it was, what was that place? I think it was WSOP. I think it Daily Deebs at WSOP. Yep. Where's it at? It's at Paris. So how does this guy go from playing the Paris room, $200 tournament 3 days in a row, to then a few months later he's playing $100,000? They can't quite understand why that would be or why you would do that.
Well, I was playing those $200 tournaments over there because I felt confident that I could win them because I didn't feel the players were that good. So I did play in the $10,000 buy-in there. I did play in the $5,000 buy-in there. I played in some big tournaments there. I played in the King's Room in some big cash games that, you know, people don't see that on Hendon. So it wasn't like I was just playing the 200 ones. Those were just the only ones that I won. And I guess I don't know how they score them on the Hendon thing, but I played in some big ones where I spent a lot more money than $200.
Yeah. Whew. Wow. Thanks. Once again, guys, we are live on YouTube. Everybody's still locked in. Listen, Rip, I don't know what's going on. We got 6,000 people watching. It's 4 a.m. over here. So they are, Liz, I don't know. They're still interested in what the hell's happening here. People are trying to figure out what the heck is going on. We're still more confused than ever. The random announcement of the worker taking money off Robbi's stack. I mean, this is like the most set of coincidences that like could ever, I don't know. Like I you know what I'm saying? This is just, it's.
Yeah. It's really sad actually, man. Like she can't catch a break. Right. And you know, I'll just say this out of all of it, you know, what started out to be a really fun game and an enjoyable time has turned out to be a disaster. People's lives are on the line, marriages, you know, it's really just pretty effed up, to be honest with you. And I feel bad.
People's lives aren't. I think, you know,
mine is if my wife leaves me, or if, you know, my wife's pissed at me, that's my life, you know?
But I mean, people shouldn't try to get this stuff to personal, right? If there was some poker cheating, there's some poker cheating.
No, but they are people are saying some crazy shit, man, and it is my life on the line. It is my personal life.
If people are saying crazy things, like you can let me know. You know, like I don't support that kind of stuff, right? If it's just poker cheating, like.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. But I gotta go, and if you guys need me for anything, let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy.
And if you guys, you know, ever want me back on, let me know. And I hope everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man.
All
right. Let's hop on tomorrow.
Maybe if I do, I might need a day off. Listen, come on, I've been like.
And Joey, give Tom my cell. Tom, hit me anytime. I'm serious about the coaching, bro.
Okay, yeah, I'll connect us on online, okay, on the phone.
All right, and you guys are all welcome to come to Jake Paul's fight. I got tickets for you, Joey, and I got tickets for you, Tom.
Sick. Thank you.
Let's go. All right, man. See you guys.
All right, see you, Jacob.
Yep.
All right, guys. Shout out to Jacob.
So, did you feel like someone was squeezing him at the end, and that's what he was saying?
No, he's been driving for fucking 45 minutes holding the phone, bro.
All
right. He's been driving for 45 minutes in the car by himself, or with his fam. I mean, he holding the phone. I'm impressed. I gotta. He answered all our questions. Offered us tickets.
Yeah, I mean, I told you there's tickets already. That's fine.
Oh, for what? Oh, for the game, for the match?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me open up the YouTube chat. Let me see what these fucking animals are thinking on YouTube. Guys, smash the like button on YouTube if you guys are enjoying this show. 4 a.m. Rip pops in. Guys, what did you guys think about Rip Gotta Say? What did you think about Rip Gotta Say? What do you think?
Are you asking me?
Who else am I asking? I could be asking the chat. No, yeah, I could be asking. All right. So I'm asking you, Tom. What the hell did you think? Deep breath.
I think there's a little more to the story, and I think he wishes he could say it.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not sure why he's not. That was my read.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds easier just to not say it. Whatever. You know, even if you want to say it, like, why not just not say it and then say it privately or something like that?
Yeah, that's possible.
You know.
We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see too. But yeah, I liked a lot of the answers. I mean, you know, in this situation, right? Like, what else can you really do besides ask the questions? You get the answers, and unless somebody says, "Yeah, they did this or did that," like, what else? How else do you counter? How else do you come back? Or how else do you know, what else can you do?
Yeah,
really
I'm gonna
do or
take
say?
a piss and get a water and just mute this, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Fair?
Okay, cool. Let me talk to chat. Perfect. All right, guys. What do you guys think out there? YouTube, Twitch. Listen, 4 a.m. locked in here. GTO headquarters, and with the chat on the screen. We got Rip in here. We got Nick Airball in here. We got Beanz in here. We almost got Brian. We almost got Robbi. We almost got the whole fucking squad tonight to respond to Garrett's message. And, wow. I mean, Jay Farber missed the whole thing. Jay, it's 4 a.m. What are you doing, dude? I mean, I know you're probably out. It's Vegas. It's like a weekend, so I can get, you know, Jay a man of the town. But yeah, Sit in the Moto show. Sick scheduling for him to come on so late. Kept me locked in. Yeah, man, this is sick content. Shout out to fucking Rip for coming on here. I mean, listen, appreciate the just popping in the chat at the 2:30 a.m. and saying, hey, let's do it. So the edible got me smacked. I don't think so. He did not answer how he makes his money. He's a brokerage on a deal. He is a hand. What are you even fucking saying, man? Kyle said so he never initiates the wire, borrows 175K from Airball, sits with 70K, loses 70K. So how does he have Airball's 175K at the end of the game? Maybe he got it from Robbi. I think Robbi had like 200 and something thousand in her stack, so that might be it. Let me sleep, Joey. We need her all Bob and Rip together.
Joey, I can answer that one. When they're saying the thing that Garrett posted, the thing I tweeted about like the 5:30 or whatever, apparently it was Robbi going off stream to get the chips to give to Nick Airball. So apparently they get it. It wasn't that. It was something else they said, and it was to get the chips to give Nick Airball. But I'm getting the water and I'm taking a piss.
Okay. Scrub said, I don't think she cheated at all, 99%. Howie said, what if Rip actually just started thinking Robbi could win, then he last minute joins the game. Robbi just goes about her business and wins money from him throughout the game as well and keeps 2% their deal. And he's just another sucker in the spot. I wouldn't say sucker specifically, but I mean that certainly could be it. Rip staked Robbi because she thought he could win. And then Robbi does what she does and wins more money from him. I mean, I see what you're saying, yo. Adrian Perez, Rip says he doesn't remember the night before, then details exactly how Convo went down with Feldman. Also says he doesn't initiate the wire for 175K when he was with Nick, then says he doesn't remember. Sus. Whew. Akira says they know if they don't accept to come on the stream, it's going to make them look bad. I actually don't know about that. I think they can not talk and probably be okay. I mean, maybe not now because the public is kind of, the public is kind of going a little crazy right now on social media. So they might feel like, hey, let's get ahead of it. Let's go out and talk about it, which I think is a good idea. But yeah, I can definitely tell he do business. He knows Elk said, when too many things don't make sense, the answer should be obvious. Speed says he played a lot of poker, but does he know about does not know about blockers. How is he the most popular poker player in the world? Phil Ivey is the least talked about person in the whole situation. I got a new comparison. Phil Ivey was in on it. Tom, what do you think about that?
Phil Ivey was not in on it, guys.
What do you think about Phil Ivey being in on it?
Phil Ivey was not in on it.
Yeah. Tom, so what do you think? What are our closing thoughts for this day?
I mean, I think she just made this best call of all time. You know?
Yeah, is that what you think?
I'm going to ask her for lessons.
Uh-huh. Are you going to coach Jacob?
Why? I'm going to have Robbi coach me.
I don't know. I feel like I feel like he'd be a pretty good coach. Or you'd be a good coach for him.
I only coached one person.
Who's that?
Only a little bit. Paul.
Paul Fua?
A little bit, back in the day.
That guy's nuts, bro. You coached Paul Fua?
A little bit.
Bro, that guy fucking, I love it. I love that guy when he starts laughing in your face pre-flop and then just like does something crazy. You never know what he's gonna do when he starts laughing. Like he starts laughing, and I don't know, he's a 3-bet big, like any hand. It don't matter what hand he got or what the board is or what stack. I mean, it just seemed like when he started laughing, that's when the spice picks up.
He does, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
When he laughs, he's like usually gonna fold or he's gonna spice you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's sick. He's like, oh, and then he makes a huge fucking. I'm like, this guy's nuts. And you coach this guy.
Yeah, back in the day.
Jesus Christ, dude, you must got some stories. Give us a Macau story, Papi. Come on, 4 a.m. No one's listening. Just
All right.
Give us a fucking Macau story.
Tony
please.
Bloom is probably the best sports bettor in the world, right?
Okay.
And I knew Tony like, I don't know, 2005 or some shit, right? But Tony's like one of the richest, most successful gamblers. Like, he was always so nice to me, but I'd see him once a year, twice a year. We'd have a beer. You know, now we're a bit more friends, but back then, like, I'm a little old poker player. He's a fucking huge boss, right?
Okay.
And I got to know Paul, and a few years after I knew Paul, and Paul and I at that point were closer than me and Tony, even though I knew Tony longer. And it was the first time I was playing poker with both of them together. And we're in Macau, and some hand happened. It's like king high some shit, and I think Tony all-ins the river for like 60K or 80K or something like that. And him and Paul like did some business or something. They like, you know, knew each other pretty well, like for a long time, like real business, you know. And Paul like slams a table or some shit. I don't know what, but something. And he's looking away and like smoking a cigarette or something. And Tony flips over his cards. And so I cover Tony's cards. And I'm like, did you call? And Paul's like, no, I didn't call. But he's got like fucking 30 staff around, right? I mean, not staff, it's like friends and whatever, maybe 5 staff and like 20 friends or friends of friends. You know, he's the big boss guy. And everyone's seen Tony has like fucking 10 high or jack high or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they do big enough business. Like in China, if they did smaller business or whatever, it might be normal to be like, all right, you got to fold just for appearances, so it doesn't look like anything's funny is going on. But here they do big enough business that Paul's like, fuck, he really doesn't want to get it wrong because everyone else knows what the answer is. So he thinks for like 3 minutes, even though it's like not a huge bet. And then he's like, okay. And he folds. And the second he folds, everyone just erupts laughing because he folded like top pair or something, you know?
Mhm.
And literally like 30 people know that the other dude's bluffing. It's so crazy.
And this is a normal game. There's just 30 people standing around.
I mean, it's like there's 10 people in the game. I think maybe there's
Okay.
friends of friends came around. It was like one of these, sometimes like when a game's kicking off, when there's like networking stuff or whatever, there's like assistants for the other guys, you know.
Oh, okay.
It's a
okay.
spot like that, right? But so it just happens, he's somehow looking away. There's a commotion.
Uh-huh.
Everyone looks, right? And then I cover the cards. And then there's like a moment or two where it's like, you know, maybe 30 seconds later, I'm like, yo, can you look away? I'm going to, you know, flip the cards over.
What's-
right? I don't want to sit there.
What's
covering
the
whole
room?
time.
Give me, Tom, paint me a picture. What's this room look like? Like, what is it?
This is in Star World, Macau. It's in the VIP area, but
Uh-huh.
it's still like it was at Poker King Winfred's room. It's
Mhm.
in the VIP area, but so it's not like, you know, you can still like get there. It's not like super private or whatever. Like there were super private things in Macau. This one's not super private.
Okay.
Like there's a little bit of a private area. You can't really like walk up randomly,
Uh-huh.
but you can like peek. Like people would peek over and see me or Phil and be like waving and like wait for us to be going to the bathroom and get a picture or whatever. You know, like you could kind of see, but the randoms aren't the people seeing the hand, right? You got to be in like the little VIP area to be seeing the hand, but it's like because it's close to the open casino. You know, if people walked by we knew, then they would just come in. They would have a team.
Right,
they
right.
would
Okay,
go,
it makes
you know.
sense.
So you literally have like 30 people sitting there that all know what the fuck he's bluffing, right?
Right, okay.
Like, you know, Paul's trying to like not look at them and get a read and trying to decide, but like really
Mhm.
wants to get it right. Makes the wrong decision because Tony's like usually a little on the tighter side too, right? Like he doesn't play that much poker and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was kind of epic. That was one of the crazier hands I've ever seen in my life. Like literally, you know, 30 people know the guy's bluffing. You know what I mean? The guy's like trying to not get a read, but like, you know, also really doesn't want to get it wrong. Like,
Mhm.
it was very fun.
Now, F. Ivanov on Twitch said Rip didn't want to be on the show because it was only set up for her to be cheating. He knew he would likely lose money, which he could afford to lose. The cheating was going to be non-obvious, but then because of how much Rip was losing, she had to win a big pot, so he had to take some risk with the cheating, which she wouldn't have otherwise done. So now, Rip's not, but just her is. I mean, I don't know, Tom. What do you? I mean, I don't. Could be. I
I think
guess.
she did great, Paul. I think Rip's the
the second best boxer in the world, I think, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Do you guys like Rip? What do you guys think? I feel like I kind of like that guy, man. I don't know, but with that said, the message that G-Man posted said he's the world's best liar. So he's either really likable.
Can you put me in a group with him? By the way, he said very clearly, please put us in a group. So can you put?
Yeah, I'm gonna put you guys in a group. Yeah, are we gonna go to Are we going to a boxing match?
So the tickets to Airball, I'm gonna send to Jake's side, and I'm gonna ask them to bring him with like proper tickets. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what the scoop is from them. All
Cool.
right? I told you off stream what I've heard from their side. So I don't know. I only met the dude once or twice or some shit, but I know some people pretty close to him. I don't know that all the details. The details I heard were similar, but I think represented a little different.
Mhm. JR, I don't have an opinion to share here, but I thought Rip lost most of his money to Robbi. Oh, Dur frozen. Dur, you okay? Dur, Dur? Mr. Dur, are you back? All right, Dur's dead. All right, I see JR in the chat. Maybe we get JR on the show. Let me see if JR want to come on. As we're watching JR, he's still awake. 4 a.m. Tom, we lost you there a little bit, buddy.
Yeah, that was weird. It cut off for a second.
He cut out in real life a second too. I just hit up JR. I'm gonna see if JR want to come on the show. JR's playing there. Fleabit with the subscription on Twitch. Thank you guys for all the subscriptions, all the donations on YouTube. Listen, it's been a real awesome stream, guys. We've been going now for about 7 hours 45 minutes. I think it's been great. We had a lot of great conversations. We got a lot of answers out of Jacob Chavez, aka Rip. We got a lot of answers out of Beanz. We got a lot of answers out of Nick Airball. We got to talk with Tom and Haralabob a lot and have some good conversation. Got to meet a lot of cool people, random people as well, too, that had some good theories. So overall, it's been a pretty good stream. I'm going to hit up JR, see if JR want to come on the show. I see a guy, Raver Poker. Raver Poker works at Hustler Casino Live. JR said, I accept. This is JR. Yeah, JR, I sent you a message on Twitter. So I'll send you a link in the DM on your poker account, okay? So we can get JR in the game. You guys can see him. He's in this game right now. He's in seat 8 or 7, I believe, right now. Let me get JR a link. Okay. Keisha says, am I good? I am good. Thank you. MA says, appreciate you, Joey. Thanks. Thank you very much. Derek says, fair play to Rip for coming on. And Tom really did ask him plenty of questions. Not every Saturday morning you get to drink bottles of beer with Tom Dwan. Really enjoyable content, Papi. Yeah, that's true. Poker Ellis is going to miss you, JR. Sorry, this has been so toxic. Yeah, JR. Was JR in the game? No, he was in the game. He was in the game that night. He was in the game tonight. Tuchman says Dwan crushed it. Yeah, what did you guys think of the questions? I thought Tom asked some pretty good questions. I thought we had good questions for him. I knew we tried to ask him some hard questions. I felt like Jacob had some solid answers for a lot of things. Scala13 said JR said that this was his last night playing at Hustler Casino Live. I guess we're going to see about that. That's how you always feel after a losing session. So whenever you got a losing session, you usually don't want to fucking go back anytime soon. He announced this was his last game tonight. Wow. Oh, I guess we're going to talk to him about it if he come on. Fuck. It's getting tired. Why are you guys doing awake still? That JR isn't me. I got to sleep, guys. If we're still covering tomorrow, I'll come on. Sounds good, JR. That is JR. Which one's JR? There's 2 JRs. How do we know which one's JR? Which one's JR? Oh, we don't know. Tom, what if we wrap it up? What do you think? Is Tom there? Oh, he frozen.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait, JR is going to come on. Hold on a second. JR going to come on.
It's like cutting out some. What were you saying?
Nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. I was going to wrap it up, and now JR going to come on. Tom frozen. I feel like I'm in a fantasy world right now. I just got a frozen Dur looking at me. If there was anyone you could talk to about this whole situation, who would it be? I would talk to Garrett. But, I mean, I would probably talk to Brian. I want to talk to Brian. Yeah, Brian's got the answers. How did Rip and set up an elaborate scheme hungover with only 2 hours on a stream? He wasn't even planning to play. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about. I brought that question up. You know, if he wasn't even planning to play. Are you there? All right, Dur. We gotta take Dur out of here or something like that. Garrett would do 20K viewers at least. I think Garrett would probably do more than that. If we did Garrett on here, we'd probably get like 25,000 viewers. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get JR in here. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta give him this great code. Hold on a second. How do I copy this? How do I copy this? I can't copy the link and type at the same time. This is like kind of crazy. Yo, what's
I'm
up?
off. I was for a minute there. Sorry.
You're back?
So their read is that he was hungover, so he couldn't do a stream. I mean, have you ever seen someone do a fake shot or something? You know, he's probably hungover. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Like, it's just not a good enough, you know.
Repeat that one more time, Tom.
I'm just saying, I think people are underestimating this guy, you know, Rip, Jacob, whatever you want to call him and Robbi. I think they're both a lot smarter than a lot of people realize, right? Obviously, there's some dumb things that have happened here, but like, whatever the full story, whatever it is going on, I think these people are a little bit more sophisticated than a lot of people realize, you know.
You don't think they
And
realize? You don't think they think that they're sophisticated? I feel like he comes out pretty sophisticated.
Same. That's what I'm saying. You know, so people that are saying, oh, because he was hungover, he can't this, he can't that. Like, you know, maybe he wasn't so hungover. Maybe he didn't drink so much. Maybe he was. Maybe he's good hungover. Maybe he took some fucking IV in the morning. Maybe, I don't know, right? Who knows?
Right.
But
Yeah.
also maybe that's why he's just sitting there on stream now that active. I don't know, you know.
Mhm.
I'll say one thing, right? Like, you know, my view was after that hand, he played a bit extra crazy, right? And whether he played a bit extra crazy because some of his money was just given away or because he was up to something that came out, who knows, right? But, you know, I've seen both of those kind of things happen, right? Whatever my opinion is there, I don't really feel like sharing on the stream with however many thousands of people are sweating this thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's yours?
About what? About Rip?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think the guy's pretty. I think he's a sharp guy. I mean, he knows how to speak really well. He knows how to communicate and how to get point across and how to. I'm trying to get JR. Hold on. Yeah, I think he got a lot of good talents going on with himself. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, he's not a poker player, but he seems to be good at talking from here. But obviously, you got to see what the. I mean, you can only know so much from words. You got to see the guy take some action as well too. So until I got to see him take action for anything, then I'm not going to believe anything anybody says. So until I go see whatever he's talking about and verify what he's saying, that's when I'll start putting stock or faith in his words. But until then, I mean, if we go to the fight, we go there, have a good time, then, you know, then you start putting more seriousness in the things that he says. But, you know what I mean? That's how I'm kind of thinking about it.
The tickets he sent Nick Airball, what do you think is going to come out of those when I send them to Jay's side?
They're probably going to be good.
Yeah, I'm not questioning they're not good. I'm saying where do you think they came from? What's your guess?
Oh, I don't know.
Because that stuff's all easily trackable, you know? There's a QR code. There's tickets.
Right.
You can tell who gave to who, right?
Uh-huh. It'll probably just come from where he says it comes from.
What do you think is going to come out of those ones to Jay's side?
They're probably going to be good.
Uh-oh,
Yo, I think you got to stream on a delay, man. We're like hearing our voices back.
Yeah, I had to mute my laptop.
All right, guys, we're joined by JR. JR has been playing a lot on Hustler Casino Live, as you guys probably seen him a lot. He was in Super High Stakes Week. He played the infamous hand against Alan Keating. When Alan Keating finally made the only hand of his entire time on Hustler Casino happened to be against JR, and he happened to do the 2x overbet, and JR happened to have a hand that he could just call with, and the crowd went wild as fan favorite Alan Keating took it down. But I think JR got a lot of fans. People have been enjoying him play. JR, I'm hearing that you retired from poker or Hustler Casino Live tonight, or what did I hear?
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sounds good. Guys in the chat, let us know it sounds. Welcome JR, please, as well on YouTube. Welcome him on Twitch.
I mean, I don't know how much of this to really get into, but I just posted that so I'm a wreck. I've been high stakes for about 9 months, and kind of jumped right into the biggest games I could find, and maybe a little naive coming into it, but just have had some really, really bad experiences and seen some really dark shit in a very short amount of time. And this is not specific necessarily to Hustler at all. I think some of the shit that's going on right now is kind of helped bring it into focus for me. But basically, like, I had decided earlier this week that I wasn't going to play anymore, but I had already told Ryan I was going to play the game. So I decided just to go do one last little session and mix it up, and I got wrecked. But yeah, so that was just something I posted. It's not a big deal. It's just, I think it's tough for people coming into the high stakes games. There's just a lot of rough out there. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong. And, I've got I'm in the tech world. I'm a business guy. I got a great family. Like, I got a lot of positive shit in my life. And that was just, I don't know, man, the energy. And I know this is a generalization. I know it's not like this everywhere. I know there's some good games that are run, but I think the high stakes world has some work to do to kind of make life a little better for someone.
You and I agree. Zero-sum game, and there's a lot of issues around that. It can get very predatory, That said, my is you'll be back, so.
Yeah, it wasn't.
But a few months, hopefully, you're a little wiser.
Yeah, JR, listen, buddy. I mean, we've been around poker a long time here, but we'll see. I can tell you like poker way too much. I can tell. So eventually, we take a break. We come back. We forget. Maybe it ain't so bad. But also, maybe sometimes you got to look in different environments for games, because if you're in one environment and that environment around you feel it's like disgusting and toxic, then you got to find another environment. Not to say the other environments aren't like that as well too. But it just means that maybe you can think about a different way, reframe it a little bit. Whether you're playing, I mean, I don't know what games you're playing, and it sounds like you're playing the Hustler game and you're playing private game stuff too, or on LA.
No, so I was playing some private games a while back, and I pretty quickly learned what was going on there.
Right.
Kind of funny too, though, because I think there's a lot of people like me that come into the game, and like in a lot of these games, like at least initially, like we know we're the spot. We know what's going on, but we're there to play. We want to, and that's okay within reason, right? But a lot of the stuff that I've seen, man, like a lot of it had nothing to do with me. But over a 9-month period, like stuff so much worse than what we're talking about right now in public. And
I agree with you. There's a lot of fucking way worse shit than this. That's part of, but a lot of that stuff, like, I don't know your spot. If you want to talk about it, I'm all ears. There's some stuff I know that's, 100 times worse than this shit, 1,000 times whatever, but some of that stuff I just can't say. The difference here is this one was like a vehicle, because it's just so clear. I mean, it's 10-9-9-3. She's got Jack 4. Like, it's not like she's got a queen Jack, Like, come on, right?
So I've never seen anything like that. But yeah, so like people are saying nice thing. No one gives a shit. Like, I've been in the game for a short amount of time, and that's fine. I'm not making a big deal about that. Just, it's like the energy was tough, and whatever. I love those games, man. I love getting in and playing those big pots. I love playing with Keating. I love playing with maniacs like Hands. I love playing against guys like Garrett, who just, like, the skill level is so high. I enjoy that shit so much. So yeah, I wish there was a well-lit place where those kind of games could go down. But anywhere there's a lot of money changing hands, some stuff's going to happen. And I'm not in the pro world. I'm new to the game, so those things are maybe harder to come by for me. But
so I'll tell you my take of Hustler. Right, I think their security practices weren't quite as good as some places.
Yeah.
And I think, for example, you don't have phones on the table. I think that's, like, foolish. It's like security theater, because, like, what if I have a second phone, right? They're not checking people. And if they were, I don't know that
Shout
I
out Kevin
like
Rainey.
that, right? It depends the game, depends the person, depends whatever. Maybe you should need to sign up that they have the option, but maybe that should happen later. But they take your phone anyway. And it's like, what the fuck? What if I'm bringing some big fish and they want their phone, right? There was a time I played there, it was 100, 200, like 50K buy-in. You're checking my phone. Like, I can leave my phone on the table at games 100 times the stakes in China or whatever. Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, and so to me, I don't like those, like, security theater steps. And I've given them shit about that privately before. This is the most public I've ever done it. But when this hand happened, I gave them some public shit. But that said, the stream was on what I've been told is the stream was on a 3-hour delay, and the hand happened 2.5 hours into it. And most of the shenanigans that happen around poker, whether it's public, whether it's private, whether it's something that could be on TV or whatever, those are buried. And this one wasn't. And I don't expect, I've fucked up plenty of times in my life. I'm guessing you might have once or twice. I'm guessing, Joey went missing in Mexico for fucking a month and a half or whatever the fuck that
Technically,
was. Right?
it was 10 months. Technically, it is what it is.
10 months. There you go.
10 months. It is what it is. We all need 10-month trip in Mexico. Trust me. You lose your mind, you go to Mexico. It happens.
We all have our moments, but these guys fucking face the music, right? They let that stream go, and to me, that's pretty fucking strong. And I think that's the shit poker needs more of, is the facing the music. Because the reality is, like, little bits of shenanigans are going to happen, right? Like, it is what it is. It's just, I wish there were less, but I also can't go out there, fight every battle. That's just not realistic. That's for Joey Ingram or Doug Polk or whatever. That's not for me. But when they happen, to go out there and when you can, to, like, let them see the light of day, I think that's fucking solid.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I think there was a general understanding, and I do think those guys seem to have done a good job, and I always playing there, and I mean, even I played there today, right? I had $1 million on the table. We weren't, like, worried about that, but it just kind of shows that, like, if people need money bad enough, they're going to find ways to do it. And, like, obviously there's some things coming out now that they could do differently and do better. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, and we don't really know what happened yet. Right, like that guy was around after so many games that I played in. I never stayed at the table.
The Rip guy, you mean, or Beanz, or which one?
Brian.
Oh.
He was all.
Going forward, I feel like private, public, whatever. I feel like games should have a bug bounty. This is what, like, tech has, right? Yeah. If you want to say, hey, you could hack us for X, but you could be, honest and get 10%. There's a lot of honest people in the world, right? And if the option is hack us for X or make no dollars, like, sometimes people are hungry, right? And so if you have a reasonable amount of, like, hey, if you come up with a way, like, that's credible, we'll throw you a bone. Like, I think people would trust that.
Yeah, I mean, I see the stuff that people do on that in, like, big corporation cybersecurity systems, and those guys are fucking advanced. Like, do you think there's a game out there that doesn't have, a dozen exploits? If they start digging like that, I'm not saying it. I don't think it's a big widespread problem. I don't think a lot of people have access to this kind of equipment and shit. But
well, it's more, like, for an example, maybe it could be that, oh, you trust all the people in the game, so none of them would do that, right? Yeah. But then if a random person's coming in, then maybe people playing a stream, if they're random to get on the stream, they have the option to be searched or something like that. I don't know, right? but I think these are just reasonable things to think through. And I think it can't be all defense. I think you need little bits of offense of like, okay, you can have some bug bounty kind of thing. You know, there's a reason those systems are there, right? Like,
I do think who gets into the game is a big deal, not just, you know, character and reputation or whatever else, but, you know, does it make sense that they're in this game? Does it make sense that they're bringing $100,000 to this game? Now, I know you don't want to start asking questions about people that are bringing money into a game, but when you've got a brand like Hustler to protect, you know, maybe that's a good idea.
Did you do that group yet, Joey? Because I'll tell you guys something if you did.
You saw me to do a group chat? Or are you going to do it right now? You want me to do the with
Yeah.
Rip? Okay,
do the group chat, then I'll tell you something. But yeah, so I think that can't be the only defense point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to make this group here. Tom, you guys keep talking. So, JR, I guess when you saw the what happened from your direction, what did you think about what happened? Because your experience, obviously, you played a lot on there. Are you worried that something like this happened to you, or were you ever worried that you were being cheated in the game, or did you ever see that you had money taken off your chip stack, or have you ever had any experiences like this that you suspected maybe at Hustler?
No, I mean, you know, now that I know what I know, I think maybe the chip skimming, you know, once the stream ends, we're all kind of wandering around and I leave my chips on the table. I just assume if someone from the staff is up there that they're good. So that's certainly possible, but I don't have any, you know, specific instances where I was suspicious of that. I think, you know, depending on what we find out, if there was more taking place, you know, if there were other people in the game that may have been using the same mechanism, if Brian was involved, et cetera, then I think we'll start to understand if maybe there's other hands, other games that are going to, maybe that never even got flipped over, things like that are going to be kind of fishy. But
when I leave a game, usually I try to check my chips, and I don't always do it perfect. Sometimes I fake do it, but usually I like remember to myself clear. And I've had chips skimmed from me a lot of times. Like there was a time I had it just recently, and it happened to be a spot I didn't know the people, so I rechecked my chips twice. Right now, supposedly 9 different people counted my chips, and it was 14, not 15. But if it's, I think you and I might have met once or twice before. If it's me and you, I probably would fake check my chips just so someone else would think I have and assume you're not swiping any. But this time it happened to be like 8 dudes I didn't know that well, or whatever, like 5 dudes I didn't know that well, 2 I knew. So like I counted proper.
Yeah.
You know, probably 90%, 95% someone swiped small, right? And it's like I think those kind of practices are just good when there's like real money around or whatever. You know, that it's like if there's people you trust, you can just make it seem like you're checking, but just remember to yourself kind of thing.
Yeah,
but a
for
lot
sure.
of people are better at that.
I do think on these stream games too, though, like there's some, I don't know, expectation or assumption of protection, right? You've got the cameras everywhere, you've got the staff there, and you just kind of guard down. You're maybe not thinking up at the hotel, and you're with more people you don't know. So, you know, I think there were a lot of people with their guard down, and I'm not saying it has or hasn't been done before. It wouldn't surprise me. It sounds like this guy's been, and he was always super cool to me, by the way. Maybe that's why, but
he was always what?
What's that?
What'd you say? He was always what?
He was always cool guy after the shows and stuff.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, makes sense.
But you know, it sounds like he's been playing some games that were pretty big for him for quite a while. So you know, it's probably been going on for a bit, and I've been playing there a lot. So we'll see.
Whew. So what are you gonna? So you say you're gonna take a break from poker and you're gonna go back to focusing on your work, or what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? You can't leave poker, kid. What are you talking about?
No, I mean I only play. I got a crazy job. I got 2 little kids. I got plenty other stuff to do, and I love the game. That's why I got into it. It's a complicated game. You got people like Tom and Phil that we all grew up watching. Like, there's just, I love getting in and battling and playing the game. I just, it comes with a lot of, I mean, Tom knows this. It sounds like a lot of people. With a lot of shit, and I got to figure out if I have time for that in my life.
Right. Yeah.
Like the negative sides, you know.
Right. Like, what would you say those negative sides are?
mean, look, I probably got a different opinion on this than a lot of the people that coming in as I'm the ideal player, right? Like, I've got infinite bankroll. I buy in deep. I play big pots. So my going to be different than a lot of people's. I get a lot of customer service. I get a lot of, the people sitting in the seats at the game the games I'm playing are not the same people might be sitting in those seats. If I didn't show up, but the things I'm talking about, the dark, like I understand all that. I understood it coming into it. I understood it while it was happening. And it was like, I'm here to play. I understand that there's an edge here and it's not in my favor. But things that really kind of fucked with me were, I've seen, I can't talk much about this, but there's a 7-figure rug that happened recently. I wasn't involved. It wasn't my money, but it just happened for people that a lot of people trusted. That kind of fucked up my perspective. I've seen people who are in some of these games, even some of the hustler games, who, when they get stacked, like that's every dollar they had, and that's a really uncomfortable position for someone who just wants to come in and play big, to be in. When you're sending people home with nothing, like that's not the environment. That's not what I came for. And those things are just, I don't know. I try to be positive, surround myself with positive things, and those things can eat at you after a little while if you're not used to this world.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how poker works. Is it's like you gotta. I mean, really, when you're professional, you block all that shit out, and you don't think about the guy going home with no money. You just try to win the hand, and some. I mean, for me, right, it's always been my approach, and not really think about the guy that go home with no money or, and all the stuff you're saying. I mean, I went through that whole awakening when I was about 8 years into my career, when I found out about a lot of cheating happening, and I was like, oh my God, like I was shocked that this was going on. I had no idea. And obviously
you found out about the cheating 8 years in, dude. Where were you?
I never even thought about it. I just grinded every day. I just played poker. I never thought about was anyone cheating, because I played on Poker Stars up to I got from the micro stakes all up to the high stakes, and I never worried if I
got super used on Ultimate Bet, man.
Yeah, but if I was getting cheated, I'm winning. If I'm winning, I'm not getting cheated, so I never worried about it. Once I started losing was when I was like, wait, I'm definitely getting cheated here, and then it turns out I was. So that took me down a whole rabbit hole.
Bet called me and was like trying to say like about the super using, and I felt like he was negotiating with me to be like, we'll pay extra if you tweet, and I was like, you can pay extra, please pay extra, and I just didn't say anything.
Jeez.
Because I had like 2 accounts. They like sent extra for one, and then the other account, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's like an original thing. I mean, JR, do you know about the Ultimate Bet stuff?
Yeah, I've heard the stories.
If I did that story is crazier than any story I've ever seen. That might be the craziest poker story I've ever seen. When I really read it, I'm just like, holy fuck. It's some of the hands, the graphs, the stats. They have the guys in the audio room, like in a meeting, having discussions about how they're going to handle the situation. Like a whistleblower got a tape in the thing, and it's like a 1.5-year process of what happened. And then another site, it got fucked up too. It's like, that whole story is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if someone on that hustler thing, I think someone's going to do the same thing. Someone's going to secretly record someone or some shit like that. Like that's what I see. Kind of.
Yeah. JR, have you ever thought about playing like lower stakes games that are more not as painful on the bankroll for some people, or
well, yeah, that doesn't really. So if I don't play at stakes that get the blood pressure going a little bit, then I'm not going to get better, because I'm just firing bullets because I don't care, because the stakes don't matter. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yeah.
Yes, that's very common for people in your spot.
Yeah, pretty common, yeah.
Yeah. So and it's like I understand how it works. I understand how this economy works. I understand how this the high stakes poker world works. I'm not a naive and idealist that thinks that this isn't how it works. I just think that, and I know that LA has some particular characteristics, but I just I just want to play a good game, like a fair game, and not have to look over my shoulder all the time.
Right.
And like we thought we had this place to do it, and now this shit goes down, and so yeah, I don't know. I'm not complaining. Like no one needs
Dude,
to.
would you tell me your story off stream? Not now, but I'm saying another time. Would you tell me that? I won't share it. I'm just curious.
Yeah. So anyway, like it's just this is just my thing, and it doesn't need to matter to anyone. But trying to figure out if that kind of energy is something I want to spend any time on. I love the game,
right?
But there's some mental tax that comes with it.
Oh yeah. When did you start playing?
I think so I had played live poker probably a dozen times in my life until January of this year.
You're kidding me. You just started this year.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I played like 2.5 and 5.10 back in 2003 and 2004. I played a couple times. During the pandemic, I was playing a free game on like the Oculus headset.
Okay.
And then
Wait,
but
a
yeah.
poker game on Oculus?
Yeah, it's Poker Stars.
What the fuck?
They offered to send me one before. They said, "Oh, we'll send you a PokerStars VR game," but I had a beef with them at the time, so I said no. In retrospect, I should have just said yes because I'd have I'd be able to be playing in the metaverse. I don't know if you want to call it the metaverse, but the VR Oculus Meta, whatever the fuck it's called. So
Yeah, the game is dope. I mean, it's not real money, so you're not going to care. But anyway, that. I was playing that, and then just jumped into these live. The Hustler game was the first game I had played.
You're crazy. No, so you hop into the Hustler game as one of your first games. The what is it, like 100, 200 or something like that, 50, 100, or what was the stakes?
No,
Yeah.
his first game was 5K, 10K. It was that deck. You didn't know about that, Joey?
Oh, you must have been with him, huh? You must have taken him in Macau with you or something like that with Paul Fua.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I
Oh,
was
okay.
trying to
Okay.
bluff.
Okay.
I got to go for a minute, guys. But
Yeah, get
good
out of here.
talking.
Get out of here. You've been here long enough, Papi. All right. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Later, bro.
Hey,
What's
maybe ask him to link me if you guys want. after.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Cool. See ya. All right, guys. We're still doing my JR here. JR checking in after a loss. I mean, yeah, a lot of this. How much do you think of this is going on because of the session you had today?
Oh no, like I had conversations with some people earlier this week that I was kind of out, but I had already committed that I was going to play today. So, like, yeah, like today didn't help, but I've taken bigger losses than today, and climbed right back in. So, it actually, the loss like I had today, I don't know how this will sound, but that doesn't bother me much.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know we're doing some cash games during the Win event, which is gonna be in December. So there's gonna be some high stakes games then that'll sound like they'll be a little less, a little more fair, maybe I guess you could say. So if you want to play in one of those games, we can do that, which is kind of like But I know what you're saying. You're looking for an arena, an environment that's fair and not out of line, and it's sometimes hard to find, especially for you at the stakes you're trying to play. As you said earlier, the incentive is just so fucking high that unless you're putting on the game, and even putting on the game is going to come with its own risks as well, then you never really know what could be happening or what's going on, if you're going to get paid. And it sounds like you're experiencing that whole world of what that's like in a number of different directions. Yeah. And I mean, luckily I came away from it pretty unscathed. Like I didn't have any really bad incidents myself, but, just understanding like now eyes wide open on how some things in the world work. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to give the impression there's plenty of good games, plenty of good game runners, but careful. And I just I don't want to go through life looking over my shoulder and having to not trust people. You know what I mean? I've spent my career, my life, not having to think that way. And I kind of enjoy not having to think that way. Mm-hmm. So you got to have a different mentality coming into these games, and it can be a little draining. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've gone through many spurts in my life where I took a long break from poker feeling just that way, where the energy around poker, the people, the environment, the sort of cutthroat behavior and sort of just the obsession with certain kind of, I guess, ways to approach life or approach the game. That definitely has gotten me to take a step back a number of different times over the years. I've been doing this 15 years. Since I was 21, now I'm 37, so I'm getting a little old. And I think that's what you got to do to get sane is you got to take a step back and kind of let things marinate, let things flow through you, come back, maybe take a different lens to what the whole world is, and maybe come and approach it a different kind of way. And then if not, then whatever, play once in a while. And if the time ever comes back where you get fired up to want to play, then you can come back and play then. But, you don't necessarily, it doesn't even need to be set. It could just be whatever you kind of feel, I'd imagine. And maybe you see a good game and then you're like, fuck, I got to go play. The All-In podcast guys are playing with Keating and Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. And that might be it, right? Is like I said, there are good games out there. I know good game runners, but they're fewer and farther in between, and maybe they don't happen as often. And maybe that's it. It's just maybe only pick the good games, and maybe you only play once every couple months. But I mean, you know how it is when you're like, you want to play, you want to get in a battle, and especially for me, I'm still learning. So
it sounds like
I could.
So it sounds like there are the way I fulfill what you're describing, because I'm sort of worried about playing certain games, is that I just play the solver on my phone. So one of my programs, it basically plays based off these GTO inputs. So you can play against it and it scores your points and then it helps you get better. So for me, I'm like, well, if I'm not going to go play, I want to quench my thirst. So I have two programs, one on my computer and then one on my phone. They're both a little bit different, but they're basically trainers where you can play. So for me, that's how I'm using to get rapidly better, because you just sim through hands and it tells you exactly what to do on each street. And then you can have like a visual breakdown of what you can do on later streets. So you can kind of build out your strategies for getting better in 3-bet pots and in position, out of position. I mean, you're playing pretty deep stack poker, which is like, full ring, which isn't necessarily, a thing you could, there's not like a 500 big blind full ring sort of simulator. But at the same time, it could give you something where, you really ain't risking money, but you are getting better and you get better rapidly. And then once you're ready to go back into it a month from now or 2 months from now or whatever. By the way, I'm not getting paid. I did reach out to both companies to do sponsorship potentially, but we haven't done anything yet. So I guess I'll maybe save the names for later. But, maybe that's something for you. That could be a lot of fun.
Yeah. So you're saying they can't simulate Wesley sitting to your right with 10,000 big blinds?
I think maybe you got to get that. There are Russians, so maybe you call them up and you can maybe have them make a custom modification for a guy that buys in for a fucking $1.2 million on a Friday show at 100, 200, 400.
Yeah. He's special.
Yeah. What'd you think about playing with Doug Polk? You ever met him before?
Together. I think we were probably 1-1 in terms of big pots against each other tonight. He was a lot of fun to play with. He's a funny guy. Obviously, like, there's a lot of shit going on in the world, and that was kind of the undertone of the table and the discussion for a lot of the night. I don't know how much of that the audience heard, but he's in the middle of that the same way you are. So, but yeah, he seemed jacked up to be there. He seemed like he was having a lot of fun. He got behind pretty big pretty early on, and then got a nice double at one point, and I think he ended the night okay. I think Wesley was probably the big winner. I'm not positive.
Damn, what a god.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we're on YouTube. We're still on Twitch. We got a bunch of people tuned in. 5 a.m. Listen, we've been going for a long time. I actually started streaming yesterday morning at I woke up at 8 a.m. yesterday. Robbi sent me a text message like, yo, you want to do this podcast with this guy? I was like, fuck, I was going to take the day off. But I was like, all right, let me get out of bed. Then she puts a tweet out and it goes crazy. I'm like, all right. She tags me in the tweet. I'm like, okay. So I got on Twitch. I just was twitching, kind of going over what the hell happened yesterday, because we had that crazy interview with Robbi last night where she, with me, her Bob, and Sean Deebs was in the house. And that was just fucking crazy. It was going, I don't know. I never seen such fire from a woman before. Did you see that interview with her that we did?
Yeah, it was, I mean, the first 10 minutes were wild. Came in pretty fired up. Yeah, I've been trying to keep up with a lot of it. I mean, obviously, as a player in these games, it's just as someone who loves poker in general, like a lot of your audience, it's fascinating and interesting. And but being a player in the game, like I followed along. I haven't slept nearly as much as I should the last 4 or 5 days, but I have a feeling they're just going to keep dropping new shit each day just to pull you back in. I didn't hear if you caught this because I was playing, but was there a reason given for him not coming on? Or
Yeah. Basically, he got a lawyer.
Got it.
Yep. He got a lawyer. He basically sent me a message and said he's advised by his lawyer not to do it.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, which makes pretty good sense. Yeah. So chat, listen, I'm gonna let JR go. Give me 1 or 2 more questions for him before let him get out of here. I'm actually gonna wrap it up probably here soon because, like I said, I'm getting tired. Even though we got a lot of people still in. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. And I mean, are you going to stick around on Twitter, JR? And you got the new multi account. You got your more like corporate, I don't know what you call it, like your more corporate account. And then you have your more poker account. Are you going to stick around the poker Twitter world? Or are you going to try to?
Yeah. Like I still really like the game. I'm still going to follow and I'm sure I'll end up watching the streams. Like that'll be part of my fix probably. And still follow along. I just, getting into games for a while is not going to be my thing, but yeah, I'll still be around.
Yeah. Chat, give me a couple questions here. Yeah, we got to do like an official podcast together. That way we can kind of chat about how you got to poker, right? Because I mean, you said you started playing poker in January, but sound like you got quite the adventure before that.
Yeah. It's maybe another time we'll get into the background.
Let's save for that. Air Eliminator says JR will be missed. Colombian Bound with the 499 says maybe a wireless Bluetooth range extender in the big large container depending on range to control room. Smart ring. Fucking maybe. I mean, what do you think? You see all these conspiracy theories? I mean, I would say, I'm sorry, I don't want to use that word. Have you seen all the theories proposed by people that are, about the buzzing, about the ring, about the water bottle, and about all these kind of different accessories?
Yeah, I mean, so if we're to the extent there's cheating, I tend to go to the lower tech. Makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
When we start getting into multiple devices and some of this advanced stuff, the logic starts to break down for me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what's interesting about this, when we kind of find out what's going on with Brian, is if there was cheating in this game or any other games, it doesn't have to be very damn complicated, right? It can be as simple as, a hidden speaker in someone's ear and him calling shots from the control room. And we don't have to do all of this mental gymnastics around the cup and the ring and the pants and all of this kind of shit. So I don't know, like I don't have an opinion to express on this case in particular, but if someone's got the whole cards, this all gets a lot simpler. We don't need all these other crazy theories.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Alan Kessler said it's a way less complex, a vibrating device on the microphone placed by Brian.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, it could be interesting. EU Mafia says a simple wand every player to see if they have a device before they play simple fix. So yeah, they added the wands in there. Does that feel like that does anything, or do you feel like that's like a false sense of security?
No, I mean it certainly helps as far as any devices on the body. I think I don't know what those wands pick up specifically, but I know that they had done their homework on which ones to get. So that's helpful. I don't know if it solves like a one of those invisible hearing aid kind of things or anything like that, but it's better than before because there wasn't a lot of we can't have our phones, we can't have smartwatches, but no one's checking your pockets or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Well, listen, let me let you get out of here, okay, JR? Because I'll let you go to bed. I mean, you had a long day. You've been playing poker all day. We appreciate you coming on, and like you said, I know you sent me a message the other day. I've been getting a lot of messages, but I appreciate the message and the kind word that you sent over to me. And yeah, we'll stay in touch and we'll do something more official. And you know, maybe we have it on a stream again at time if we keep doing these call-in shows. I don't know how long it's going to go. Like you said, it's something new every day. I don't know. I wake up tomorrow. Who knows what's going to come out? But yeah, we enjoyed playing. We've enjoyed watching you play, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, guys in the chat, let JR know that you enjoyed him on the show today. Give him a big thank you to go. And big shout out to JR for coming on, man. If you guys want to follow JR, it's JR Plays Poker. Damn, he's so chill. He's like, I'm done. I need a break. Yeah, I feel what he's saying, because obviously I've been there plenty of times in my own career where I'm just fucking sick of this shit. Sick of the people, sick of the scam, sick of the hustle, sick of the energy, sick of the ruthlessness. And then sometimes, you know, you come back and you're ready to embrace all that stuff, which is kind of how I am now. Because, you know, when you're doing what I'm doing, you basically deal with people like that all the time who are, you know, you never know what they're after. But my position's a little bit different, not necessarily as much of a player, but more as content, which offers a lot of value to a lot of people. So, you know, you don't have to necessarily deal with it as much as you would have to deal with it if you're a high-stakes player who isn't running your own game and you're at the mercy of the game runners, the operators, and there's all the shenanigans that go along with all that. Yeah, Timo says, fuck the way they chased dude away. Agree, bro. Agree. EU Mafia, thanks for reading my comment. Papi, you're going to smash the Poker Awards this year. Thank you very much. We'll see about that. Yeah, guys, once again, we are Las Vegas, GTO headquarters, 5 a.m. About to wrap up the stream. I'll give you a quick recap before you go. Oh, man. Yeah, we basically, what did we do? We did, who came on first? Let me go look through the list. We had on, who came on first? I actually I don't have a clue. Oh yeah, we had Beanz on first. Tom Dwan came on. Beanz came back on. Julie Yorn came on. We went over Garrett's statement. The guy, Brian, was supposed to come on, the fired worker. He big-timed us. He didn't want to come on. Said he got a lawyer. We got Random Mark, Pokerella. Tuchman came on. My man Mike Joseph, Landon Tice. Haralabov obviously on for a while. Lexo Poker came on. Rip came on. Rip came on to defend himself. Nick Airball defended himself. Beanz defended himself. These guys came on here and yeah, man, just kept talking. So listen, we appreciate all their answers. Appreciate everything for that. Klaus said, Papi, you're an animal. Thanks for the stream. I appreciate you, man. Listen, I'm ready. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a good time tonight, guys. All my guys on YouTube, Patrick Lou, Flight Research, Gerard Lucas, Ojanen. Appreciate y'all very much, guys. But yeah, hopefully you guys been enjoying the coverage. Jason Drake went to sleep. Joey's awake, still a legend. Aye. Listen, it is what it is. But yeah, I'll say bye to some of you guys in the Twitch or the YouTube chat here. Nate Forst. Oh, it's on slow mode. Let me turn off slow mode real quick and let y'all spam the chat. Hold on a second. I mean, things on slow mode, whatever. It's on 20 second. Let me put it on 5 second. Do I have a timestamp for when Deeb and Robbi were on? That actually wasn't tonight. The Outlaw, see you later. Poker's Life, Kev, Kenyon, Ozagen, The Wave, Alan Kessler heading to bed. Philip, Joey putting to work, massive YouTube channel growth, well deserved. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, it's been a good one for our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel gained around, I think we gained around 8,000 subs or something like that. Let me go take a look. I'll show you guys the studio. I think we made about 8,000. I think we got about 8,000 subs. No, 9,000 subs. Lego. Let's see. We got 9,000 subs this month. That's pretty good. Let me see how I do this. I'm trying to show you guys if I can do it. Yeah, for analytics. 9.3K subscribers. Pretty good. Other channels your audience watches: Hustler Casino Live, Hustler Poker Clips, Doug Polk, Solve for Why, Poker Go, makes sense. tells you your watch time from subscribers. My gender, my audience, 95% men. Not bad. Yeah, it just breaks it down. Whatever. Let's get out of here, guys. I'm going to wrap it up. Guys, I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace out. Adios. STG with the donation. Listen, we had a lot of good donations here tonight. Thanks for all the donations. You guys are great. Can't say thank you enough to everybody, but I'm going to wrap it up. Take care, guys. Peace out. See you guys soon.